Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A horned beast with glowing red eyes emerges beneath a beam of light. The narrator reflects on how unimaginable their current situation once was. A demonic entity looms over the darkened building as the narrator laments returning to school at this age. A solitary hand reaches toward the mysterious light shining in the night sky. A dragon releases a destructive beam that shatters the cityscape. The protagonist leaps upward, preparing to unleash a powerful attack with a glowing sword. A figure charges toward the massive beast, weapon raised, their silhouette reflected in its ominous eye. A warrior clad in red armor launches a fierce aerial sword attack against the monstrous creature. A conflict with terrifying monsters is about to erupt. A monstrous figure is struck down by a searing slash of energy. Rising forward, he lifts a glowing sword overhead, ready to deploy a potent attack. Under the night sky, a giant shadowy monster with glowing red eyes radiates menace. Ed leaps upward, delivering a powerful sword strike against the massive shadowy foe. Ed instantly snaps his head around, reacting to an unforeseen event. Looking up, he breathes a sigh of relief as his allies stand victorious over the defeated monsters at sunset. With unwavering confidence, he smirks, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. United by growing friendship, the group stands together amid the ruins at sunset. Rain pours over the city as a grand castle towers imposingly above it. Fiery debris explodes through a shattered window, engulfing the room in chaos. A crested banner burns fiercely inside the hall. A determined figure confronts an adversary, demanding why they endangered 3 girls trapped behind a wall of fire. Bloodied yet resolute, the protagonist blocks the path with a fiery barrier, refusing passage. Drawing a decorated sword from its sheath, the protagonist prepares for battle. He presses forward through blazing fire, sword poised for attack. Charging ahead, he swings his decorated sword with fierce determination. A bloodied young man charges through flames, attacking a soldier who raises his weapon in defense. Despite being labeled a third-rate villain, a bloodied young man unleashes a powerful fire spell. A massive explosion engulfs the area as a shadowy figure releases a devastating attack. A young man swings his blazing weapon, emitting a fierce wave of fire. Stunned by a sudden realization, the character remains wide-eyed and speechless. Amid raging flames, one figure kneels, seizes an ornate sword, while another stands nearby. Wounded but resolute, Ed draws his bow and prepares to shoot a flaming arrow. The protagonist reflects on originally being destined as an insignificant background character. A fierce battle ignites as the protagonist charges forward with a glowing sword, clashing against a bloodied opponent in a chaotic, burning room. A hand grips a spear tightly and draws it back, preparing for a swift strike. 2 terrified girls huddle as a menacing figure threatens them with a spear amidst blazing flames. Suddenly, a weapon-wielding attacker ambushes 2 startled girls. An arrow appears while a remark comments on third-rate characters having distinct behaviors. A wounded figure pulls an arrow from her shoulder, blood running down her arm. During a brutal close-quarters fight, a character forcefully drives a sword into an opponent. Blood drips from the smirking character's mouth, unfazed by injury. 2 men clash desperately as one is impaled by a bloodied sword. A dramatic declaration underscores the presence of a third-rate villain. Kneeling in fear, a lone figure faces a colossal, chained demonic entity radiating red energy overhead. 2 young women walk away unbothered while a magical explosion sends ice shards crashing behind them. A young woman channels a surge of magical lightning, preparing to unleash her power. A colossal dragon unleashes devastating magic over the burning battlefield. Bloodied but unyielding, Ed stands ready to confront what comes next. A massive lightning bolt strikes the dark castle as the command to survive echoes. A massive dragon releases a devastating magical attack across the burning battlefield. Despite being battered, Ed stands firm with eyes blazing in determination after the fierce fight. A massive bolt of lightning crashes onto the dark castle. Suddenly, the chandelier bursts into bright light, filling the elegant room. A notorious noble's son is introduced, famed for causing trouble. A young man sits alone on the floor, quietly lost in thought. Reading a formal letter with serious accusations, a character anxiously wonders if he's being removed from the family register. Sitting in silence, frustrated, he stares at the document. A young man sits outside a grand building as his luggage is thrown out beside him. Onlookers quietly react as Ed Rothstaler draws attention near the grand building. 2 students gossip in the hallway about a disgraced peer disowned and cleared out after cheating on the entrance exam. Seething with frustration, the young man sits alone on a bench, resenting the unfair treatment he received. A character rejects the arrogant reputation others have given him. Overwhelmed by fear, the protagonist breaks down, clutching his head in desperation. Someone forcefully denies involvement. Someone is suddenly transported into a game. The protagonist's favorite game, set at Sylvania Academy, is introduced as the year's best. The premise explains what usually happens when entering a game inside webtoons. 3 formidable young men are introduced as exceptionally powerful protagonists. The protagonist reflects on being a minor villain expelled from the dorms at the game's start. Beneath the disownment notice, a shadowy figure stands shrouded in ominous energy. The protagonist panics upon realizing he has been possessed at the worst moment. A frustrated young man in a red suit cries out to the sky, overwhelmed. 3 students angrily confront a defensively gesturing student on a bench, accusing him loudly of hypocrisy. He sits alone on the bench as a group of students passes by in the distance. He exhales deeply, releasing tension. Staring at his reflection, he is shocked as a glowing stat window appears. Examining a stat sheet, he is stunned by the extremely low attributes, especially for the magic faculty. Two uniformed figures drag a battered man from the hall as the narrator dismisses him as a minor villain. The protagonist is struck by a sudden crucial memory. A weary man sits alone in a shadowy alcove, quietly reading as the credits roll. A character is mocked for desperately begging in a disheveled state. Slumping on a bench with his suitcase, he realizes his desperate situation. Someone exhales in relief as sunlight filters through the forest. A hand lifts the latch, beginning to open a suitcase. The narrator admits uncertainty about the situation and inability to find a cause. Determined, the narrator decides to fight against their fate. A determined boy stands outside with two suitcases, steeling himself to succeed no matter what. The academy spans the Arkan Mountains, resembling a city more than a traditional school. The setting is the academy's northeast area. A voice calls out in the quiet, sunlit forest. After half a day's walk, an exhausted young man rests on his suitcase along the forest path. Calmly, he evaluates his situation, preparing for what comes next. Disowned, he sits in the rain with his luggage, knowing he's not yet expelled. A message declares the urgent importance of the situation. Sylvania Academy's prestige and familiar advantages are explained. He imagines a better life after graduation, amid visions of immense wealth. He states his main goal is to graduate. Ed stands centered, eyes glowing blue as he activates supernatural power. A character urgently considers securing a scholarship for the next semester. Sitting between suitcases, the character anxiously reviews his status, wondering if he qualifies for the scholarship. Setting aside tuition worries, he focuses on a more urgent problem. The panel shows a list of essential needs. Narration reflects on the importance of securing basic needs. A locked chest with golden fittings glows faintly, hinting at valuables inside. Examining his suitcase, the character realizes his flashy belongings are useless as he worries about surviving the week. Sitting alone on the forest path with his belongings, he realizes he has nowhere to stay or eat tonight, and no way to find work. He notices a nearby stream, a crucial water source. He prepares to become suitable for attending school. Wind blades surge through the forest as the spell is cast rapidly in succession. Ed stops to catch his breath after finding fallen logs blocking his path. It is revealed that he uses magic. Exhausted, the young man collapses after cutting 15 tree trunks, frustrated by hunger. Someone complains of hunger and asks for food, then is sent away. He struggles to endure overwhelming hunger. The narrator recalls advice from their grandfather. A shocked character reacts as shattered wood scatters across the dirt path. A character kneels and activates a magical device that erupts in flames. A character examines a splintered piece of wood, briefly mistaking it for chicken. A shocked character recoils as broken wood hurtles toward them. A character savors a meal from an ornate mug, eyes closed in contentment. A freshly carved symbol is revealed on the wood surface. After starvation and sickness, he bitterly blames his grandfather for his suffering. Ed crawls cautiously toward the log pile as a sudden impact occurs. The material is intended for house construction. Instructions explain the first step is raising the supporting frame. A wooden staff slams into the ground with power. The narrator reflects on managing 4 supports with only 2 hands. He stumbles down the path, struggling to balance heavy wooden planks. 2 heavy beams crash down, knocking him to the forest floor. Pinned against the structure, he struggles in agony, unable to escape. Hands snap through leather-bound wooden restraints with force. Exhausted, he finishes building the shelter's frame but knows much work remains. Forced to improvise, he uses spare clothes as bedding under the shelter. A calm night settles as the full moon illuminates the silent landscape. A sudden scream pierces the peaceful morning as sunlight filters through trees. Sitting on the ground, he admires the sturdy shelter he built in the forest. Someone reflects on completing a difficult task. A character reacts with sudden shock. A basic wooden shelter is completed, providing temporary rest. A skill panel shows the character's crafting abilities and life skill levels. The protagonist notices the sudden crafting system interface and reacts with mild exasperation. He notices his handiness skill at level 4 and looks surprised. Someone's stomach growls loudly from hunger. A strong determination arises to acquire a crucial skill. A basic harpoon is completed, ready for fishing or hunting. The frustrated young man demands some real food. Despite exhaustion, the protagonist continues spear training out of desperation. A desperate craving for meat is forcefully declared. 2 dead fish float lifeless in the stream, signaling water contamination. A panicked young man unleashes a fire spell from his hands. 2 fish sizzle over open flames as they cook. He bites into something unexpected and recoils in shock. A character determines to endure until capable of navigating school without major issues. A character recoils in shock upon recognizing a mysterious presence. He recoils, examining the cooked fish in his hands. The protagonist realizes they neglected an important matter while focusing on survival. A girl unexpectedly approaches a boy in the forest, startling him by saying his full name. The story introduces its main characters. Ed kneels between 2 armored guards as someone accuses him of lacking remorse. A blonde woman in a uniform and red cape firmly orders someone to leave the academy. A confident blonde woman confronts someone, demanding why they are still here. Ed Roth-Taylor is revealed as the dormitory's expelled student. The villain Ed Roth-Taylor is introduced at the game's start. A noble tries to flirt with the protagonist's childhood friend but is swiftly punished. With vengeance, Ed secretly sabotages the Sylvania Academy entrance exam. A disguised girl suddenly blocks the protagonist's path and intercepts him. The 3rd princess of the Kloll Empire, Fionia Elias Kloll, is introduced. A character activates a special ability to detect lies and conspiracies. Ed's desperate lies are shattered by Fionia's insight ability. A young man is expelled from the dormitory and left outside with his belongings. The academy's students unite in hatred toward one individual. A blonde girl confronts someone outside, demanding to know their purpose. A warning hints at a dangerous, avoidable encounter. One student confronts another about not being expelled, who admits forced dorm expulsion despite enrollment. The protagonist faces forward, declaring his determined intentions. A furious woman demands her opponent leave and threatens to request expulsion. After 3 days without food, precious fish burn to ashes over the fire. Annoyed by rambling, he points out that the food is burning. A major crisis threatens to change everything. The Princess of Phoenicia is dramatically introduced. A determined blonde girl shouts defiantly, her ornate brooch gleaming. The threat of expulsion becomes alarmingly clear. As dusk falls, a tense exchange reveals concern over missing royal guards and impending danger. An eye patch-wearing man taunts a vulnerable princess in an isolated forest. A determined girl warns that any threat against her will have consequences. As blue energy swirls, someone demands a confrontational explanation. A character drops to one knee, steeling himself to continue. Ed kneels and confidently thanks the princess. A magical insight ability activates, causing a blonde woman's surprise. Ed's honesty is confirmed as the truth of his words is revealed. A blonde-haired girl recoils in shock at a sudden revelation. He falls silent, lost in deep thought. The narrative reveals the formidable reputation of the Roththaler family. The family exploits their name to conduct deadly human experiments, sealing their doomed fate. A grim vision forecasts the imprisonment or execution of the entire family. Unable to eat burnt fish, the character chooses hunger over risk. A tense atmosphere builds as an ominous message lingers. A decisive moment is emphasized. A final, resolute decision is made. He steadies himself, exuding quiet confidence as he looks ahead. The protagonist plans to persuade Phenia honestly, without lies. Standing alone under a harsh spotlight, he realizes failure means the end. The protagonist wonders why the princess appeared just before school starts. A lone figure arrives in plain clothes, signaling intent to take a placement test. A shadowy figure announces a placement test searching for magic beads in the forest. She warns that Professor Glass's test has a reputation for harshness. A blonde woman challenges a compliment about aiming for the top class, questioning sincerity. A furious girl threatens expulsion unless cooperation is granted. One student sternly warns another during a tense standoff. An ultimatum escalates the conflict between students. A girl approaches the lake at the forest's southeast edge, drawn by curiosity. At the pond, a girl is awestruck by a giant tree towering over a small island. The scene introduces Merilda's guardian tree. A glowing orb suddenly appears beneath a large white creature in the forest. A mysterious message promises discovery of a hidden present. A young woman inspects the glowing orb closely, seeking answers. Haunted by disgrace, he recalls his lost and dishonest state just 3 days ago. He steels himself with determination, ready for the coming challenge. A dramatic revelation about Ed Roththaler builds suspense. A girl stands silently beside the ancient tree, deep in thought. The academy announces the class placement test's end. A man commands all to hand over collected beads. A stern man in formal attire is introduced as the magic professor. 4 students in red uniforms eagerly present unusual glowing items to a figure in a black coat. A stern official announces all students have been assigned to Class F. Narration emphasizes understanding the examiner's intent during tests. The panel reveals the test involves more than locating a magic bead. A man with glasses announces that only 3 students with non-magical beads advance to Class A. A young man in a fur-lined red coat calls out a name with determination. A confident young woman turns as she is called amidst a gathering crowd. A figure commands the person who found the powerful bead at the guardian tree to come forward. A determined girl in a red uniform declares her intent to become the top student. Sitting by a stream, the protagonist stares at burned fish, overwhelmed by exhaustion. A crude fishing rod is introduced, notable for its simple construction and low durability. A boy in the forest prepares to use a slingshot. Princess Phenia kneels, her sharp insight honed over years of discerning truth. Her supernatural insight activates, ensuring no deception escapes her judgment. With no alternatives, the truth is revealed. After failing the placement test, the proud princess begins the journey to become the princess of love. A determined blonde girl secures the glowing golden bead, triggering a pivotal shift. The original storyline collapses as a pivotal character emerges from shattered surfaces. He worries expulsion will render all his knowledge and efforts worthless. Lucy is announced as top student, drawing attention as she looks up determined. A dramatic introduction reveals the name Meryl. A girl moves forward through darkness, undeterred by uncertain futures. A blonde girl studies surroundings intently, determined to uncover truth. She finds the bead and realizes Ed told the truth. A determined hand seizes the glowing orb as energy radiates outward. The offer is rejected with chilling finality. A pressing question arises about why Princess Phenia conceals her identity. She reflects quietly on the embarrassment revealing her special status would cause. She is determined to prove herself. She knows the bead guarantees the best results, yet cannot take it. She contemplates how her future title would not truly be her own achievement. Standing alone in the hall, she quietly absorbs the weight of being recognized for her righteous path. One student confronts the princess, staking expulsion on his word's truth. The princess stands alone as others reflect on her ability to discern truth from lies. A determined fist slams the door as she prepares to prove doubters wrong. It is confirmed she could not enter Class A, as claimed. A blonde girl glares determinedly and vows to watch Ed closely. Paralyzed by defeat, nothing more could be done. The fishing line jerks as something bites beneath the pond's surface. The protagonist pulls a large fish from the water, celebrating success. Someone rushes through the mountains as the sun rises. A boy races down a wooded path, hurrying to school. He struggles to catch his breath, sweat streaming down his face. The young man returns, visibly determined despite exhaustion. Students arrive at the Grand Academy, stepping into a courtyard filled with cherry blossoms and anticipation. The opening ceremony announces the start of the new school term. A speaker addresses students in the banquet hall, signaling the new semester's start and inviting them to enjoy the food. A survivor senses welcoming whispers after enduring hardship. A group in red uniforms gossips disdainfully about an outcast, judged silently at the ceremony. The victorious competitor enjoys the reward meal. A composed student calmly eats at a table piled with empty plates, drawing attention. The main objective is firmly established as graduation. 3 students gossip quietly in the dining hall, observing a second year eating with composure. The speaker states their sole goal is graduation. 3 girls in uniform walk the hallway, excitedly planning desserts and vacation stories. A girl notices something unusual and grows suspicious. She quietly realizes he seems completely changed. An ominous message signals a tense pause in the story. A forceful command challenges anyone to act. A fishing line cuts the calm water by the waterfall at sunrise. Ed triumphantly hauls a large fish out of the water. Someone pauses on a misty hillside as sunlight breaks through. A powerful declaration proclaims a strong will to survive. Bold text establishes an ominous setting. A young man sprints urgently toward the distant mansion. The daily routine begins early to ensure timely school arrival. Breathless and sweating, the figure struggles to recover. A blonde boy in a red suit braces anxiously for what comes next. A dramatic return is announced. Students in red uniforms approach the academy for the new term. The setting shifts to Sylvania Academy. The academy is introduced as the story's central location. The school's opening ceremony officially begins. Students assemble in the dining hall as the speaker begins the opening banquet speech, encouraging enjoyment and reflecting on progress. After surviving, the protagonist senses a welcoming presence. Several students gossip disdainfully about an outcast at the ceremony. A person calmly prepares to eat steak. A blond young man calmly eats at a table piled with empty plates, drawing nearby attention. The objective is boldly stated. Graduation is officially announced. 3 girls in uniform gossip as they watch a boy eat politely in the dining hall. A desperate voice confesses having nothing. A powerful urge for something greater fills the moment. The objective to graduate is forcefully established. 3 girls chat excitedly about desserts as one watches them from the shadows. A girl senses something is off. She quietly observes how much he has changed. A sense of futility overwhelms the moment as a bold declaration fills the panel. A looming event is strongly foreshadowed. The Royal Academy stands tall above gardens and fountain, marking a new setting. The new school year begins at Sylvania. A figure welcomes assembled students to the new semester. The scene shifts to the dean's office entrance. The protagonist leaves the dean's office, shaken after narrowly avoiding expulsion. He cautiously observes the dean's warm reaction, realizing no harm arose from the recent report. The protagonist reflects on narrowly avoiding danger. He exhales, finally relaxing after the tense moment. He warns everyone to stay cautious to keep the story unchanged. A status screen reveals his novice fighter rank and low bow skill. A white rabbit stands in a sunlit clearing as magical training for the magic faculty proceeds. An arrow flies through sunlit forest, striking a rabbit midair. The narrator reflects on improving life skills and crafting better arrows. A technique allows spirit or magic formulas to be cast onto arrows. Crouched in the forest, the protagonist examines a hunted bird, preparing for a spirit-related ritual. He recoils in shock, caught off guard by an unexpected event. A girl reads quietly beneath a tree as a blond boy secretly watches nearby. A character declares the full extent of his hidden talent. Janica Failover, the top second-year spirit sorcerer, studies intensely among many books. She stares ahead silently, overwhelmed by emotion. A startled young man is confronted about being an amusing person mentioned by someone. A cheerful student introduces herself Riverside, catching another off guard. A pink-haired girl reveals she knows an unexpected fact about him. A cheerful girl explains the forest belongs to a powerful spirit who already knows of the surprised boy. She speculates a nosy person would detect an intruder, while the reserved boy grows uneasy. One character admits killing many animals and felling numerous trees. Another listens supportively. A cheerful girl reassures a worried boy that predation is normal forest behavior. A tense young man wipes sweat and comments on someone's softer side. The pink-haired girl blushes as the blonde boy watches closely, creating tension. A cheerful girl surprises the blonde boy with an unexpected comment, piquing his curiosity. Someone announces they have something to reveal. A pink-haired girl eagerly shows the magical contract she made yesterday. A hand reaches toward the hesitant protagonist, offering contact with a mysterious spirit. He hesitates, carefully considering the right moment to speak. The pink-haired girl listens as the blonde boy admits inability to see spirits. Surprised, the pink-haired girl realizes someone cannot see spirits. Carrying a basket, he leaves the pond to find food. He decides to follow the original storyline to keep his information advantage. A narrator introduces a crucial character. A dangerous woman surrounded by dark energy is identified as someone to avoid. A pink-haired girl watches silently as a blonde boy with a large sword walks away. A girl with pink hair fixes an intense, unwavering stare ahead. He comments on someone's surprising gentleness while hiding his discomfort. Examining a glowing substance, she remarks on his fascinating nature. A girl questions the identity of a large spectral wolf, puzzled that another cannot see it. A pink-haired girl is knocked back by a large white creature while complaining of being ignored. Lying down, a girl reassures herself, easing the pain of parting. A mysterious white tree appears alone on an island, marking the next clue. The protagonist notes the shelter's significant distance from the student area. A map reveals a dangerous route from the castle through treacherous terrain with a monstrous threat awaiting at sea. Racing against time at dawn, the character sprints to arrive just in time. A determined student runs through the woods to school, unaware of being secretly watched. A student takes detailed notes on a stone slab, hoping to win a scholarship, while another observes from above. After a long day, the student kneels by a stream to wash clothes, unaware of someone watching. He checks supplies, worried after only 4 hours of sleep. Struggling with intense anxiety, he feels a deeper unease. A startled girl hiding behind a bush is confronted about being followed in the forest. Two characters confront each other, startled by a sudden revelation. Ed fiercely asserts his notorious reputation while confronting someone. Sweating intense, he faces the harsh truth of others' views. A girl with long braids admits she doesn't know the other well. He realizes Janica Failover's true personality. Despite her naive appearance, she is independent and strong-willed. Haunted by her grim future, the observer can't greet the girl surrounded by dark aura. A powerful figure stands before the chain final boss with dark energy swirling ominously. Plagued by guilt, he internally berates himself for his actions' extent. One character asks another for a favor, believing destiny brought them together. A girl reacts excitedly to being asked for a favor. A young man admits being disowned and struggling, revealing desperation. A girl energetically demands money, excitement heightened by dramatic lighting. She desperately urges someone to lend her money, promising repayment. Janica receives annual scholarships for ranking top in her class. She relies on scholarships to continue education due to a difficult background. A girl from a small ranch studies intently, surrounded by open books. Two people awkwardly discuss money in a forest clearing. A girl begins to disintegrate into dust while apologizing. Sensing danger, the protagonist tenses and looks sideways in alarm. 3 days pass as the scene shifts to a bright sky. He walks through the forest, determined to avoid main characters. A character warns to proceed cautiously to maintain the original storyline. He inspects the makeshift shelter in sunlit forest, searching for recent activity. Ed kneels and examines a pile of branches and leaves in quiet forest. The protagonist recoils after realizing the new character's significant story influence. She is admired by classmates and professors alike. A legendary figure is introduced as the story's rare genius and strongest. Someone sleeps soundly, peaceful and undisturbed. A silver-haired girl in a red uniform yawns and stretches. Someone is startled to find a girl sleeping in an unexpected place. One crouches beside another, confused by her presence while she complains about noise. The young man realizes the outburst wasn't directed at him and stays tense. The silver-haired girl urgently points at a massive wolf nearby. A startled boy turns as glowing energy swirls behind him. A glowing beast roars, sending blue energy swirling. A message prompts a tense figure to consider an uncertain request. Ed receives an urgent command from the spectral wolf to protect Janica at all costs. Ed panics, overwhelmed by an unexpected shock. Narration emphasizes this character's greater significance than Janica. The character becomes admired by classmates. A girl sleeps soundly under a cloak, curled on the bed. A silver-haired girl in a red blazer stretches and yawns loudly. Someone yells in disbelief, interrupting the moment. Someone is shocked to find a girl sleeping here. Someone hides in bushes watching a girl calmly complain about disrupted rest. A young man anxiously realizes the accusation isn't directed at him. A girl in red points at a massive wolf nearby. A startled boy faces glowing blue magic as someone points at him. An ethereal wolf unleashes a powerful cry radiating intense energy. A tense figure contemplates a mysterious message as radiant light surrounds him. A mystical wolf spirit appears before Ed, assigning an urgent mission. A strong warning about consequences is emphasized. A gigantic spectral wolf approaches, beginning communication with an uneasy young man. A message urges someone to act in the future. Ed commands allies to prioritize Janica's safety above all else. One sits nervously while another confronts him with suspicion. The protagonist catches his breath beside the makeshift shelter in the quiet forest. He grows frustrated, realizing his problems with Janica are unresolved. Spotting a sleeping silver-haired girl, he is puzzled by her presence. One tries urgently to wake another falling back asleep behind a branch barrier. A character's eyes widen in shock from a sudden crucial realization. She jumps swiftly between locations using space magic portals. She naps peacefully in a sunlit clock tower spot. Deep in Arkan Island's northern forest, a rarely visited location is revealed. A calm stream winds through the shaded gorge, setting a tranquil scene. The cool breeze and river sounds establish a calm atmosphere. A girl naps hidden beneath leaves while a boy quietly keeps watch. The boy accepts consequences. The scene shifts to a peaceful sky. He struggles, exhausted and pressured, searching for solutions. A powerful magic circle activates, releasing energy and light. A girl crash lands into branches and immediately falls asleep after using powerful spells, worrying a bystander. A snare trap is completed, improving proficiency and enabling small animal capture. Preparing a trap with sticks and rope, another tries to eat but is told not to. The interrogator studies the captive, concluding persistent visitors won't relent. Frantically searching countless strategies, the character realizes no known way exists to defeat the opponent. A girl casually reminisces while snacking. A worried girl warns of maids searching for someone. A wizard-robed figure sits nervously as a blonde boy silently observes. A flustered girl abruptly stands and rushes away, surprising the boy. A colossal energy blast crashes down, forcing a frightened student to shield himself. He quickly realizes an important setup guideline he overlooked. Lucy avoids maids trying to care for her. A girl in a large witch hat dashes as a maid chases her in the hall. He smirks, masking unease in response to the situation. Carrying axe and rope, the young man enters the forest uncertainly. A sudden realization strikes. A moment of self-reflection breaks the silence. A new quest called Joint Combat Training is announced. Two figures step onto the central arena platform amid cheers. A male student in red swings a fake weapon with force during training. A student channels powerful magic beyond basic elemental spells. Alchemy students cannot use overly strong potions or spirit formulas. A rule is announced. Tournament matchups are revealed for randomized one-on-one battles among mixed grades. Ed realizes all key scenario figures participate in this class. Several formidable students introduced, each radiating power. The protagonist is emphasized as holding the greatest significance. A determined swordsman grips an ornate sword as flames swirl behind him. The crowd wonders if Taylor's match is next as a confident blonde boy grins. The narrator ignores matches, already knowing their outcomes. A massive green energy blast shatters the ground violently. Green energy surges from his hand as he unleashes magic. All duel winners were first-year students, including the protagonist. Someone enthusiastically calls and approaches a solitary person. One cheerfully brings the match list while the other shows discomfort. A cheerful girl tries to spark Ed's interest about the upcoming match, but he declines. Ed is shocked, realizing he must fight too. He sees his fate has changed and quickly looks at the match paper. A girl is shocked as Princess Phenia's identity is revealed. A student's name is called for duel, prompting tense reactions. A blonde boy urgently calls Taylor's name as a pink-haired girl looks unshocked. A determined figure pulls on his glove, declaring his intent to act. He pledges to do his utmost. The protagonist steels himself to face any opponent without hesitation. He sharpens focus, intent on observing his rival. A lone figure kneels defeated as game over appears, facing retry. Narration describes a shift from forgettable to meaningful endings. A glowing game menu appears, forcing a restart decision. The speaker recalls completing the journey many times before. Pushing through exhaustion, the young man endures harsh challenges. A determined blonde character commits to their path and encourages another. A loudspeaker announces for Lucy Merrill, surprising a blonde boy. Ed anxiously scans the crowd, realizing Lucy is missing during the match call. A hidden backup podium emerges while someone near sleeps, oblivious. Someone forces the sleepy girl awake, urging her to compete. In the arena, a tense blonde boy grabs the calm, seated girl's ponytail to avoid cancellation. A hungry young man asks if any beef jerky remains. Lucy yawns, telling others to finish before addressing her. A determined figure assumes a fighting stance under the night sky. A determined young man with a glowing sword accepts his protagonist's role. With his first swing, the untrained boy shatters the opponent's fast-moving magic. The woman's spell is unexpectedly blocked, leaving her stunned. A male character charges toward the witch hat female, closing distance. A massive lightning surge crashes onto the platform, overpowering the figure caught. With Lucy disqualified for intermediate magic use, Ed stands triumphant with sword in hand. Fighting back tears, the protagonist clenches his fist, vowing to give his all. The referee signals match start as participants prepare on stage. The duel begins with two opponents facing off in the arena's center. The protagonist charges determinedly, gripping a small object tightly. A female character unleashes a surge of blue energy, casting a powerful spell. Bloody but resolute, the protagonist kneels amid rubble, refusing to fall after destruction. Three students freeze in shock as one gathers his resolve. A girl in red uniform yawns and stretches as she wakes. After losing to a top student, the battered character reflects on defeat from the floor. A bloodied hand collapses beside brass knuckles after struggle. An underachiever has failed to earn a decent grade since starting school. A trembling, blackened hand presses down, struggling for control. The failure goes unnoticed by everyone. As the crowd judges the outcome, a bloodied hand clutches a wooden staff, refusing to yield. A battered young man struggles to push up from the ground desperately. Despite hardship, despair fills the scene. The young man charges forward determinedly. A character channels intense red energy, slamming a wooden weapon forcefully on the ground. A blonde character cheers an ally with a confident grin. A blazing figure dives toward a calm girl, launching a desperate attack. A panicked girl urgently calls out Lucy's name in shock. A character confidently announces Lucy will attack with lightning magic. A character's eyes widen as a crucial realization dawns. A white-haired girl in a witch hat deflects a powerful green energy blast with her staff. A female mage fends off a fierce sword attack with magical energy as powers clash. Ed charges forward, unleashing a powerful sword attack. A massive spectral beast materializes above a lone figure surrounded by blazing energy. A figure is hurled backward by a violent energy surge. A blonde boy recoils as swirling white energy bursts ahead. The boy freezes in shock as a student climbs a high balcony in an ornate hall. A violent explosion shatters the balcony, forcing the shocked young man to recoil. A girl in a witch hat unleashes powerful wind magic, stunning all nearby. A triumphant victory is announced as the crowd erupts around the illuminated arena. A battered young man in a red uniform slumps against the wall, barely conscious. A blonde young man in a red suit stares upward, visibly stunned. A sudden shock sweeps the scene as defeat sinks in. The young man charges forward with unwavering focus. Surrounded by red flames, he forcefully slams a wooden weapon onto the ground. He shouts encouragement to an ally determinedly. A swordsman engulfed in flames dives in a desperate final charge. Someone urgently calls out to a shocked girl, startling her. He focuses intently, preparing for the challenge ahead. A character's eyes widen in shock at a critical realization. A girl with white hair deflects a powerful magical attack with her glowing weapon. Two opponents unleash powerful magic attacks that collide explosively. Charging forward with a fierce yell, he swings his glowing sword powerfully. A massive spectral beast erupts as a lone figure channels magical energy to summon it. A person is hurled into the air by energy from a vortex. An energy blast erupts, forcing a startled boy to recoil. The boy sees a student climbing dangerously over a balcony railing. A sudden explosion destroys the balcony, sending the protagonist stumbling back. A crucial revelation: the magic used is not lightning magic. A woman channels powerful magic as energy swirls around her. A character reacts in shock to unexpected wind magic use. Lucy Merrill is declared the winner. Spotlights illuminate the arena as the crowd erupts and figures take positions. Someone calls out, "Taylor," with dramatic emphasis. Slumped against a cracked wall, the battered figure endures post-fight. A young man looks up in shock at an alarming realization. A shocking defeat is revealed. Victory is declared in the arena as the crowd celebrates. Wounded and exhausted, he collapses amid the debris. He stares ahead in shock, struggling with loss. A black-haired young man walks away quietly as a blonde watches. Someone quickly steps forward, determined not to leave him alone. A powerful wind spirit creates a magical shield against sudden attacks. A witch-hat girl urgently asks for jerky and explains Marilda and Lucy are separate entities. With Lucy's support, the protagonist forms a contract with Marilda and gains strength. Ed charges at his opponent as their combat training begins. A red-uniformed girl confronts someone about a previous incident. She forcefully shoves a boy, causing him to stumble. A girl suddenly freezes in astonishment at a shocking surprise. Rushing forward with clenched teeth, he blames himself for defeat. A determined figure pushes through crowds, urgently calling for attention. Despite uncertainty, the protagonist chooses to act rather than remain idle. A young man quickly turns his head, reacting to a sudden sound. Someone offers encouragement, assuring hard work will be rewarded. A blonde boy tries to lift a somber student's spirits in the hallway. The protagonist anticipates needing to work hard despite reluctance. A character encourages another to hold their head high after a difficult match. A determined young man warns others to stay strong as greater challenges loom. Someone angrily insists another confront the situation instead. A regal figure announces Phoenicia's princess was born with a divine gift recognized by the emperor. The special ability Insight is revealed, detecting lies and conspiracies amid intrigue. After enduring darkness, she developed a protective sense, and now kneels ready to defend. Princess Fionia's abilities are affirmed confidently. The imperial family's hidden malice is revealed as three ominous figures stand beneath red light. The Princess of Love concealed her true awareness, acting oblivious. A tense young man braces and asks for mercy before the challenge begins. She was forced to face this person directly. A blonde girl requests her opponent go easy on her, maintaining calm composure. Students gossip about a recent confrontation and persistent behavior. A group harshly mocks an absent peer, criticizing actions and intentions. She acknowledges the truth in what was said. An upperclassman restrains one junior while another kneels bruised before him. A character furiously exposes cheating by altering test results. Someone reflects on behaving that way before. The young man interrupts, determined to act. A blonde girl glares with unwavering determination, preparing for a challenge. A frustrated man shouts while a young woman observes silently. A girl suddenly realizes something important, her eyes glowing. A young man shouts determinedly, urging someone not to give up. The duel begins as opponents face off before a tense crowd. A young woman admits confusion about Ed Ross Taylor. A resolute girl launches a decisive magical attack to end the duel. A character unleashes blue magical energy, signaling attack start. Wind magic swirls around the lone figure, revealing elemental abilities. With unwavering focus, he challenges his opponent as they exchange moves. A determined woman braces for the approaching battle. A character releases energy to cast out lingering feelings for a mysterious man. A blonde girl hesitates, puzzled as the sun rises behind her. A male character crashes with force into a wall. A battered figure acknowledges defeat, collapsing on rocky ground. A blonde-haired woman erupts, angrily confronting someone. Someone realizes he failed to block after noting water ball's trajectory. Ed kneels in the arena as the crowd mocks his swift defeat. Sweating and clutching his side, he bows to a shocked opponent. A character notices someone significant, expression tightening in shock. He realizes his opponent has avoided eye contact since arriving. The duel winner is announced. Victor stands as other appears indifferent. He hurriedly prepares mentally to face the princess without disrupting the scenario. Princess Fionia's crucial role is emphasized. Focus shifts to a person deemed more important than Fionia, Taylor, the world's main character. The blonde-haired young man anxiously searches for a missing person. Someone reacts in shock, recognizing Ed Ross Taylor. A young woman bursts into a hallway, urgently seeking the princess. A blonde girl confronts someone alone outside without escorts. A furious person demands answers from a nervous boy about surprising abilities. A furious girl accuses someone on stage of not intending to win but only leave quickly. Students complain about school challenges while a girl observes smugly. A furious girl vents about servant pressure, while a smaller figure cowers beneath. Overwhelmed by outbursts, he questions why more confusion is added. Someone gently places a hand on the princess's shoulder and addresses her directly. A concerned young man steadies an anxious woman, urging calm. In a quiet sunlit room, someone practices controlled breathing. Sunlight fills an empty ornate room, building anticipation. One quietly asks what happened while comforting a distressed companion. A blonde girl hurriedly urges forgetting an embarrassing moment. A boy awkwardly admits a bad habit as the girl covers her face. A character struggles with uncertainty over others' intentions and his approach. A girl attributes feelings to her long palace stay, while a boy reacts with frustration. A young woman fixes an intense gaze, preparing to confront directly. A family secret is revealed beneath a foreboding dark mansion sky. A blonde girl angrily accuses someone of provoking Taylor to get expelled. He acknowledges most rumors are false, but the family has a dark side. The protagonist deflects the question, leaving another flustered. The furious girl demands an explanation for sudden support of someone she tried to expel. Someone admits wanting only to mock him. One tries to justify. The other calls out lies demanding honesty. A character insists on truth but signs reveal lies. A girl angrily confronts a boy as lie indicators expose dishonesty. A furious girl breathes fire at a startled boy, overwhelming him. The narrator resolves to follow the original scenario to survive. The character reluctantly admits lacking evidence to continue arguing. A serious young man dismisses someone, allowing departure. A blonde girl confronts distraction and asks if urgent business exists. The young man enters the bright room, expressing gratitude as he leaves. A door slowly opens, letting in a sliver of light. This is the first reveal of this side of Fionia. The protagonist laments an influential girl's complex entanglements complicating matters. One anxiously peers from behind a wall while another waits with crossed arms. She reflects on her struggles seeming insignificant compared to the princess's challenges. A young man advises someone to relax despite political pressure. Relief comes as someone notes this place is less stressful than the palace. The scene introduces Sylvania Academy, and a girl raised to see through lies. For the first time, she experiences a startling pivotal moment. Someone uncovers her true intentions. A character rushes forward across the floor. A foreboding prophecy warns the world may end. A boy in red armor braces with a wooden sword as someone urgent runs toward him. He hesitates, unsure what to say. Someone urgently warns others to stay back. A girl in red cape rushes to a boy on the ground as another watches. A tearful girl begs Ed to leave Taylor alone. Someone hurriedly rushes down a hallway. A boy urgently calls to the one seated with a wooden sword. He is stunned by an alarming realization. Someone warns others to stay back, heightening tension. A girl jumps in front of a fallen boy to shield him as another watches. The girl confronts Ed, demanding he stop bothering her friend. A distressed girl pleads desperately for someone to return, stressing Taylor's struggle. A girl in red cape steps forward, stopping the harassment between parties. A tense confrontation unfolds as a fist clenches and two students face its owner. He revives, shocking everyone. He moves forward with unwavering determination amid astonishment. A determined girl rushes urgently through ornate halls. She urges an injured boy to stay strong and hopeful as they sit on a bench. Two determined students stand ready in the hallway. Caught off guard, he stands silently, sweating with anxiety. As sky darkens, someone silently questions another's true intent. He recalls loyalty and hardship endured with his companion. The young man denies possessing the item, urging honesty. He realizes the survival challenges here are harsher than anticipated. He braces as tension rises, preparing for what comes. A confident blonde smirks, realizing the story is back on track. The narrator breathes a sigh of relief that Taylor is unharmed. Two figures watch as a lone individual steps forward for a crucial hall confrontation. Two react with irritation and resignation as one criticizes the other's attitude but accepts reality. A blonde man steels himself before entering a large closed door. The young man pauses and looks back seriously at sunset. He watches a massive fiery explosion crash down near the building. A dragon erupts from flames, unleashing power before shocked onlookers. A character releases energy by activating a glowing magical circle. A red-haired girl unleashes a powerful burst of ice magic at the ground. Lortel is introduced as the Golden Daughter. A girl urgently reaches for a figure trapped in a giant ice block. A character charges atop a flaming beast, shattering ice with fire torrents. A girl calmly unleashes a surge of flames around her. Janica Faylover, the spirit sorcerer, prepares to spar. Two witness a remarkable transformation as warm light fills the space. A young man jolts with alarm receiving an urgent warning. A red-haired girl conjures magical shields to deflect a fire attack. A massive fiery creature engulfs its target with relentless flames. A pink-haired girl unleashes flames radiating confidence and triumph. A new character is introduced as Janica Faylover. Janica is cheered by classmates for defeating new students. A pink-haired girl gratefully accepts a gift from two silhouetted figures. A girl urgently calls for a path to be cleared for a patient. An injured student is carried away on a stretcher amid admiration. Janica stands frozen as the crowd singles her out with high expectations. Students enter the grand hall as golden papers fall from above. Janica Faylover is honored as protector of former students' pride. Janica's life is about to become more chaotic after this. A blonde man strides into sunlight, leaving the past behind. 2 weeks pass after joint combat training with lingering unease. With main characters gone, the narrator commits fully to study and survival. A fishing net is set in the stream, solving the food problem. Emerging from the water, the protagonist reviews stats under moonlight. He notices stamina improving and body growing stronger. Bare feet step cautiously onto wet ground. A girl nervously peeks through fingers, blushing and trying to muster courage. Caught naked after fishing, one defensively explains while the other reacts embarrassed. By campfire, Someone finds returning thrilling like an adventure. A girl admits wanting to talk and seek advice. He recoils in shock, puzzled why singled out for advice. Two sit by campfire as one recounts last month's combat training. A wounded woman admits hurting someone while lying on a stretcher. Despite rules, a girl uses intermediate magic while another watches closely. She sits alone, troubled by regret over recent actions. He wonders whether to apologize, anticipating friends' objections. He challenges the other to act if confident of being correct. A startled student is introduced and cherished by everyone. Supported by peers, the girl receives encouragement when doubting herself. She finds reassurance in having constant support. Someone openly admires Ed's abilities. A pink-haired girl confronts a companion about lacking unconditional support. Two sit by campfire. One nervously explains misunderstanding while other calmly responds. She reflects on personality changes since last year. Janica, cheerful yet observant, matches anyone else's attention. The boy keeps distance, signaling he won't allow close contact. He silently finds comfort examining a handmade object. Someone begins expressing a heartfelt wish to the world. A girl hugs knees by campfire, sharing a heartfelt confession. Fireflies drift beneath a starry night sky. A new day begins at the academy. Someone steps determinedly across a patterned carpet. Realizing gravity, the protagonist braces for imminent danger. The game is infamous for early-stage challenges and frequent bad endings. A hypothetical about saving a girl during a kobold ambush is discussed. Ed spots a mysterious hooded figure turning away quickly. A dramatic announcement hints at revealing the Golden Daughter's secret. A shadowy figure kidnaps and assassinates a character, causing a bad ending. Narration hints that teaming with the Golden Daughter instead of a childhood friend leads to failure. Isla falls to her death, as no one comes to save her. A character is burned to death by a fire spirit, resulting in a bad ending. A blonde young man anxiously tries to get a senior's attention without success. Ed, tense, confronts a persistent follower in the hallway demanding an explanation. A character forcefully rejects engagement, determined to ignore provocation. The webtoon's title boldly announces it's about Sylvania's failed swordsman and the fourth heroine. Lortel makes a striking entrance as an influential business magnate's only daughter. A red-haired girl confidently offers to purchase 2 hours of another's time. A dramatic title introduces the nickname. Newbie Crusher. Lortel confidently offers to buy 2 hours of Ed's time. Lortel Ketchum is revealed as a hidden hero alongside 2 girls under dramatic lighting. Lortel's villainous nature is unveiled as she stands surrounded by dark aura. A sword pierces a baguette amid blood splatters, symbolizing deep loneliness and pain. A crucial decision point arises as a voice calls to the contemplative student. The protagonist steels himself against persuasion, determined not to be swayed. A red-haired girl awkwardly waves as a blonde man walks away via Grand Gate. The protagonist realizes following the adversary's plan will disadvantage them. 2 cheerful girls compete for a stoic boy's attention with playful teasing. Someone urgently calls to a hurrying person in the corridor. A cheerful girl admires someone's determination to keep learning despite challenges. Someone mocks another's arrogance with laughter while the other looks annoyed. Someone demands to be heard before decisions are made. A woman offers 3 gold coins as a down payment. A voice off-panel inquires about a relationship with senior Janica. A nervous young man is asked for help befriending someone while gold coins are offered. A character examines a gold coin, weighing its value. One provocatively challenges the other's integrity, prompting tension. The character cautiously begins to reveal he knows more than he lets on. 2 stand face to face as one grips the other's jacket, heightening tension. A hand slips a gold coin into a pocket, sealing another alliance. Someone is startled as the girl quickly grasps the situation. A political struggle to control the academy against Princess Phenia is foreshadowed. A red-haired girl smirks in victory as the blonde girl walks away. She realizes alliances must form immediately. Someone smirks confidently, anticipating what comes next. A young man in a red blazer confidently extends his hand to seal an agreement. A red-haired girl confidently extends her bandaged hand toward the viewer, offering something. 2 people seal an agreement with a firm handshake, one hand bandaged. The narration warns that even small sums can ruin already troubled people. A desperate man scrambles for gold coins as shadowy figures approach. Taking advantage of the desperate requires little effort. A red-haired girl stands alone on an empty street, lost in disappointment. A bandaged hand presents 3 gold coins in darkness, marking a decisive moment. Someone reacts with clear amusement at the situation. A red-haired girl boldly enters, catching everyone's attention with confidence. One turns away through golden gates as another silently watches. He steels himself, eyes narrowed with determination, preparing for what comes next. The protagonist reflects on how obtaining something could have eased the situation. A somber sense of regret hangs as the scenario takes a turn. He imagines terrifying consequences if caught between 2 dangerous individuals. The narrator resolves to avoid actions that alter the original story. Lortel calmly accepts rejection without humiliation. A girl with braided light hair notices someone and reflects on understanding self-interest. The narrator emphasizes a perfect businessman seizes every opportunity. A red-haired woman unexpectedly encounters someone in a quiet moonlit hallway. Determination ignites in Janica as she resolves to fight back. Someone is converted to her side. A girl confidently recalls chaos caused by her forbidden intermediate magic during joint combat. A pink-haired girl apologizes, admitting curiosity about the top sophomore student. A wounded character examines her injury, noting lingering pain and cost. One reassures the other about injury while secretly plotting to exploit guilt. A female character reacts anxiously upon hearing about conversation with Ed. A long pink-haired girl struggles to maintain composure facing unexpected questions. A calm girl among glowing elemental spirits observes their lively talks. A red-haired girl listens intently as the blonde boy shares overheard news near the northern forest. A girl's eyes widen in shock as she realizes a critical truth. A girl offers 3 gold coins asking for help befriending a senior. One woman sharply confronts another in a shadowy room. A confident young man in red extends his hand, inviting another closer. A bandaged hand offers 3 gold coins as a sincere gesture. A pink-haired girl blushes, reflecting on her behavior and adjusting her impression. One girl leaves to prepare a spirit contract while another silently watches. The protagonist realizes he was wrong to compare Janica to fairy tale main characters. He considers Lortel's reputation, dismissing notions of her naivety. A character approaches an ornate door, expressing regret for past pain. A girl offers kind encouragement with a gentle smile in the hallway. The ornate double doors remain shut, heightening tension in the dim room. She clenches her arms and sighs, struggling with difficult tasks. She notices something suspicious and grows anxious. Someone is visibly anxious. Someone stands before a door labeled Janica Fey Lover, determined to push on. A girl quietly admits she enjoys being valued by others. Clothes flutter in warm sunlight beneath a rainbow arching the sky. A white-haired character sniffs the air and tenses at an unusual smell. An explosion blasts through the area, sending uniforms and objects flying as a blonde boy recoils on the ground. A startled figure in a nun-like outfit spins, sensing someone's woods presence. The senior maid of Ophelis Hall, known for composure and authority, stands observing someone crouching. A maid shoves luggage into the street as a young man sits outside after eviction. The protagonist approaches the reserved maid and casually discusses her stay. The maid comments on the dismal condition of the young man's outdoor space. He hesitates, awkwardly responding while clutching his shirt. He ignores the conversation, focusing elsewhere. The narrator explains Ophelis Hall's elite maids handle all household chores. Intimidating maids take charge of students' daily routines. An elite maid presents a basket of finest forest ingredients. The narrator notes the value of first-hand foraging knowledge unavailable in books. Walking in a sunlit forest, the protagonist notes Belle Maya's potential impact and tells someone not to be overly respectful. A maid firmly rejects a man's suggestion to treat her as an Ophelis. A character reacts in shock to something alarming. He sincerely respects the hardworking maid. The narrator highlights that Belle Maya never influenced the main plot directly. He nervously brings up the basket with a playful smile. A character enthusiastically suggests the group become friends. An instructor teaches about edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs. A basket overflows with fresh produce sparkling in sunlight. A fish farm net in the stream ensures catch survival for days. Fish are trapped underwater while meat dries nearby. The character reviews stocks. Satisfied food situation is under control. A ritual activates around a gem-encrusted chalice. A mystical cauldron lifts over roaring flames as ritual intensifies. By the campfire, the character realizes he mastered 2 spells to level 10 through use. A freshly brewed herbal tea is introduced, giving a survival boost during tasks. A character drinks steaming medicinal leaf potion. The character sits alone, watching sunset as day ends. Tension lingers as time refuses to move forward. He unleashes swirling magical smoke from an ornate pot, confident as sun sets. A mysterious star suddenly appears in the darkening sky. A single blue eye narrows with determined focus. A colossal pillar of light bursts skyward with overwhelming force. A person is slammed to the ground, struggling after a powerful blow. Smoke and dust fill the area after a recent explosion. A disoriented young man suddenly regains consciousness in shattered debris. The camp lies in ruins as someone mourns its destruction. Dust swirls as someone struggles to emerge from debris. Exhausted but alive, a character recovers in a smoking crater after devastation. Someone shouts Lucy's name in shock, drawing sudden attention. Dust fills the air as aftermath of impact settles. The exhausted character struggles after barely surviving an intense explosion. Someone cries out, urgently calling for Lucy. A girl with long silver hair crouches in a crater surrounded by smoke and destruction. Ed, battered but defiant, rises from debris after surviving a devastating attack while a shocked girl looks on. One girl anxiously hugs her knees while another questions Belle Maya's true nature. A character explains skipping class as usual, while a maid approaches angrily. She quickly escapes the situation by teleporting, feeling relief. One kneels beside a massive crater, surprised the impact hasn't hurt. He nervously addresses Belle Maya as sun sets. A furious young man confronts a girl with animal ears, blaming her for ruining everything by having jerky. A confrontational question challenges someone's way of life. A white-haired girl clutches her head in pain as another realizes she lacks protective spells. A pale woman sits on the ground, magic completely depleted. A girl leans in with a challenging smirk, questioning recent events. A furious young man with glowing red eyes prepares to retaliate after his home is destroyed. Someone delivers a vengeful message as sun sets over mountains. As sun sets, a decision is made to build a sturdier wooden house. He researches construction materials and methods in the library. A character declares the events end with unwavering determination. A girl notices a boy's intense focus amid book study. A pink-haired girl named Alka Island expresses motivation to study upon seeing diligent work. A hesitant boy feels pressured as a girl urges introductions. A student urgently calls out to Ed, breaking silence. A startled girl calls Ed Roththaler's name urgently. Someone reflects on how bad reputation persists. He reflects on diligent efforts failing to change life. A shocked character blurts that someone differs from their reputation. One studies advanced books while another amazes at rapid progress. Someone reflects on unfair judgment by others. A girl dismisses rumors with confident smile. Someone knows another matching senior's sincerity. The figure strides into light with determination. A pink-haired girl encourages a blonde boy sitting on a library floor as he thanks her. A cheerful girl waves goodbye while preparing to clean dorm. A hidden power surges as a single intense eye glows. Two students brace and dodge as massive force crashes through library. A girl with pink pigtails reacts startled by unexpected event. Books fly as a furious girl unleashes chaotic telekinesis in library. A colossal magic circle bursts with energy above city, signaling a powerful spell. Dark blue monsters approach gazebo as students gather at the camp. 2 hours after disaster, a girl witnesses a massive magical sigil known from spirit magic. A powerful summoning rune calls forth the highest-ranked spirit of darkness. A stern girl informs others only one person can summon many spirits, highlighting danger. Someone reveals a crucial suspicion about the enemy. The top second-year student loses control as spirit of darkness overtakes, unleashing shadowy aura. Tension fills the air as group faces the girl standing apart, arms crossed. Realizing the barrier only delays danger, the character assesses the situation quickly. A student warns of greater danger if Glaskin is summoned and insists everyone move inside student center. Two discuss breaking magical barrier from inside before outside help arrives. A confident student rallies others on steps, encouraging unity for a powerful challenge. A distressed student in red loudly objects to a decision. Two hostile spirits prepare to eliminate others and launch assault on Janica inside the building. A surge of purple energy intensifies suspense. Two powerful spirits, fire and darkness, appear, filling area with overwhelming energy. A panicked character refuses dangerous plan. A stunned student questions how one summoned Glaskin and multiple spirits. A woman explains most power comes from Philosopher. Senior is medium only. Spirits of darkness threaten spirit sorcerers. Demons control spirit sorcerers with overwhelming power. A spirit sorcerer hangs helplessly under sinister control. A horned beast radiates purple aura as mystery of top spirit students' control remains unsolved. He interrupts, focusing conversation on pressing issue. A determined young man stresses urgency in choosing a plan. Only one can decide. Tense atmosphere as blonde girl hesitates under pressure. Group waits silently as white-haired girl prepares to decide. She suddenly recalls a casual remark by a guy. He reassures the princess gently to find peace of mind. A determined figure announces entry after an hour. An armored adult says only proven top students, their guard, and a few will participate, urging readying. A young woman steps forward, confidently accepting responsibility. A young woman reports completion of teaching area employee assessment to princess. A worried young man reports Audrey Hall and archives on strike, refusing group help. Two students acknowledge no one else available and decide to act. Someone urgently announces finding something important. Three hurry down hallway, urgently discussing trapped people in library. Someone shouts warning with fear-flashed eyes. Ed grabs purple-haired girl urgently, learning they are librarian group classmates. He charges to rescue a frozen defenseless girl. Two girls face off while group resolves to confront the problem source before going to student library. A tense, sweating young man urges trusting the student despite hesitation. A blonde girl aggressively confronts nervous student demanding confirmation about another's presence. A furious boy seizes a terrified girl, demanding secrets, while another looks shocked. Overcome with emotion, a female character tearfully calls out. A dramatic figure radiates overwhelming presence, capturing attention. A girl confesses leaving someone behind out of frustration and regret. Tense students confront a shadowy figure with glowing eyes as fear spreads. Two students angrily suspect another's whereabouts in library. A blonde girl recoils as she and companion confront a shadowy figure. A distressed girl urgently stops two people on dim street. Despite anxiety, a girl forces herself forward. A magical circle activates, sending energy beam into night sky above castle. The group stands in tense silence, reacting uneasily. A blonde girl anxiously reaches out as a red-haired girl watches, both bracing. A male character glares intensely, red eyes glowing in shadows. A blonde woman blasts a blue-haired character backward with overwhelming magic. Three massive blue werewolf-like monsters attack violently. A dire warning issued, harm Elka, face retaliation. A powerful energy blast strikes monstrous opponent, causing pain. Someone angrily threatens violence. A furious character charges, shouting Ed Rothstahler's name. Three stand stunned, visibly shocked by what they see. The blonde girl hesitantly reaches forward as concerned red-haired girl watches. A shadowed figure fixes chilling, menacing stare, radiating intimidation. A powerful magical shockwave blasts town square, sending blue-haired character backward as blonde woman stands ground. A pack of blue, werewolf-like monsters charges forward in a frenzy. A threatening warning fills the air as someone vows to retaliate if Elka is harmed. A smaller combatant delivers a powerful blow to the massive figure, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A menacing figure delivers a violent threat, escalating the tension. A furious young man with red hair unleashes an enraged shout, declaring his presence with explosive energy. The narrator emphasizes that the rise of the Spear of Grass, Jix, is far more extraordinary than a typical rags to riches story. A character inspects the area and deduces that an adult male was recently present based on fresh markings. A character silently steals their resolve, eyes burning with determination as they prepare for the challenge ahead. A shadowy figure watches as the stag collapses after a successful ambush. A blade is drawn in the wild grasslands beyond the Empire's reach. A character jolts in shock, their eye wide as they react to something unexpected. A surge of black energy signals an ominous warning about the world's fate. A shirtless attacker leaps down with a raised blade, threatening his opponent with a deadly warning. Jix is revealed to be a descendant of the nomadic people who once roamed the land. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already been separated from his family. A bloodied animal collapses at the foot of a figure in a desolate area. He wondered why he was abandoned and if he could ever return to his herd, having learned to behead a deer before he could read. He learned to scavenge supplies from corpses before ever buying goods. A tense moment sets the stage for an impending event. Unseen figures whisper about someone's origins from the northern grasslands. A resolute figure drags a bloody animal carcass through a suspicious crowd as whispers of cannibalism spread. A foreboding narration sets an ominous tone for what lies ahead. A tense young man demands to know the other person's name. A pink-haired girl waits expectantly as the person in the wolf pelt hesitantly speaks. Someone begins to address Jix in the darkness. A girl with pink hair teases someone by comparing them to a wolf walking on two legs. At that moment, he understood the truth. Startled by a sudden memory, the character recalls a life spent wandering the northern prairies. A lone boy scavenges animal bones to survive after being abandoned. Someone frantically calls out in concern, searching for a response. A wounded character admits to living a lonely life. The man was welcomed into the family by the girl and her father. Two figures marvel at the glowing food and magical scroll, reflecting on how their old way of life feels far away. Under a spotlight, a girl finishes cutting the boy's hair, marking his transformation into adulthood. He steels himself, ready to do anything necessary to protect her. Three monstrous beasts burst from the shadows, launching a sudden attack. A surge of energy erupts, hurling two figures violently through the air. A young man surges forward, fiercely declaring his willingness to embrace his ferocity again. Rumors about Rothdale quickly spread, raising suspicion and tension among the group. A menacing figure intimidates a terrified girl who cowers on the floor. A lone figure races urgently down the corridor. Sensing sudden danger, he tenses and prepares to react. Ed, injured and alert, is startled when an unknown voice suddenly calls his name. One injured character grabs another and demands to know Elka's location, prompting a tense confession that Elka is in the reading room on the third floor. A wounded figure shouts and tries to pursue as another person escapes down the corridor. A young man bursts through the doorway, urgently checking on someone inside. He finds a girl with pink hair unconscious on the table while he stands below, watching her closely. A character releases a tense breath of relief under the desk after a stressful moment. The young man slumps forward, overwhelmed with relief after a tense ordeal. He suddenly remembers an important detail. Ed examines the heavy bookcases surrounding Elka, noting they seem deliberately arranged to shield her. Blackout curtains are drawn to block the berserk spirit's vision. A hand slams down on the table as the command to stay calm and do your job is given. Someone urgently writes a warning on the chalkboard, instructing anyone who wakes up to stay calm, block the entrance, and avoid provoking the spirits. A warning urges prioritizing safety and avoiding reckless actions. A glowing figure stands guard over the unconscious girl in the rec room. He realizes the blood on the clothing does not belong to Elka. A trail of blood leads toward a doorway filled with blinding light. Ignoring his own injuries, Ed shields Elka from harm and collapses in exhaustion against the statue. Ed appears battered and bloodied, leaving everyone in shock at his sudden condition. A battered young man processes the situation in heavy silence. 3 hours earlier, books began flying off the shelves in the dimly lit library. Someone shouts in exertion as indistinct figures stand near the bright window. With urgency, he carries the unconscious girl down the corridor, grateful for his regular strength training as events escalate faster than anticipated. He notices the massive summoning rune in the sky and realizes the Glaskin showdown is beginning. A man in a red jacket cautiously parts the curtain to secretly observe the group gathered inside. A young man, bloodied but resolute, steels himself to ensure the future remains unchanged. Dragging a large object, he blocks the entrance to keep the berserk spirits out and quickly works to improve his shelter. He abruptly stops preparing to eat and research, suddenly realizing something important. The narrative foreshadows an explanation of what makes Janika's powers unique. She demonstrates her mastery over spirits as her abilities strengthen through direct contact with them. He pushes open the grand door, reflecting on how raising his spirit stats is nearly impossible for someone who can't even see spirits. Materialized spirits surge forward as she attacks her enemies with powerful blasts. A triumphant figure unleashes a swirling energy orb, filling the air with exhilarating magic. With a surge of determination, he lunges forward and absorbs the swirling green energy. Injured and frustrated, the young man notes his rapid progress in magic but laments falling just short of the next level. Exhausted and bloodied, the student reflects on narrowly surviving the ordeal, while questioning why the others are present. A young man silently supports someone with white hair leaning on his shoulder. The injured character quietly considers why someone showed concern after noticing her resting with bruises. The bruised character shrugs off concerns about the harsh training, responding with calm indifference. A character scoffs at the idea of training, openly mocking someone's gullibility. A character studies the other intensely and announces that they finally understand their true nature. Someone passes judgment, revealing their true opinion about another person's character. He hesitates, struggling to express his true feelings. One girl expresses her gratitude as Ed carries an unconscious companion down the hallway. With fierce determination, he bows his head and pledges to repay the debt no matter the cost. The wounded protagonist realizes he overlooked a crucial connection between two characters while holding an injured companion. A determined ally is introduced as a crucial supporter in the story. A wounded character confronts someone, accusing them of running here from the student center. A wounded young man urgently instructs someone to return to the student center after confirming Alka's safety. One character orders the other to help Taylor, insisting that following his directions will ensure success despite doubts about Taylor's competence. A dark-haired boy carrying an unconscious girl confronts the blonde boy, questioning his opinion about someone he has never spoken to. A determined young man unleashes Element Slash to defeat the high-rank fire spirit. Ed hurries down the hallway with an unconscious ally on his back, urged to move quickly. The injured young man slumps against the wall, watching as someone carries another person away and hoping his advice will guide events as planned. Anxious and sweating, the character suddenly realizes something critical. One student questions why another hasn't formed a friendship with Taylor despite never having spoken to him. A new phase begins as the end-of-semester assessment is announced. After a tough duel, one character helps the other up, and they gain mutual respect, marking the start of their friendship. The timeline has shifted, with the first act's final chapter occurring a month earlier than in the original story. A massive magical explosion signals the beginning of the final showdown above the industrial city. The narration reveals that Act 1 Scene 9 was completely skipped. It is revealed that the two did not become friends. Unable to learn Element Slash, the group marches forward through the purple mist with determined expressions. No attack is able to harm Tarkan. Amid swirling chaos, a monstrous creature launches its attack as the situation rapidly unravels. The scene shifts to the student center, revealing the fortified base of the raid team behind spiked fences and a phoenix emblazoned banner. The young man bows his head and promises to make amends for his actions. One of the wounded students tells the group that their defeat was inevitable, regardless of anyone's presence. The raid team's first invasion attempt ends in failure. The injured man struggles to recover as his allies urge him to rest and not rejoin the fight. A wounded girl desperately begs for the order to be rescinded, revealing her emotional distress. The group regroups after a dangerous fight, dealing with injuries and the loss of a squad member. A wounded character anxiously questions their escape options while urging the group to confront Tarkan despite their limited time and numbers. Bloodied and exhausted, the group braces themselves as a tense confrontation escalates in the aftermath of battle. A wounded girl urgently warns that the summoning ritual is nearly complete. With no other options, the leader orders the raid team to split into two groups. The bloodied young man steps forward and declares he will take charge of one side. He declares his intention to take control of the storyline. Wounded and desperate, the young woman urges the group to focus on defeating Tarkan with their current numbers, realizing they cannot afford to seek outside help. A battered group confronts someone after a violent encounter, tension crackling in the air. A wounded girl anxiously realizes the summoning ritual is almost complete and calls out to someone off-panel. The leader instructs the group to divide into two teams for the raid. Bloodied but resolute, he steps forward and volunteers to defend one side. The story begins with the announcement of the failed swordsman's strategy guide. A detailed map of the academy grounds is displayed, showing the locations of the halls and the central student plaza. A detailed mission plan lists the raid party objectives, required encounters, enemy threats, and optimal movement route for success. The bloodied young man instructs the group to split the raid party into two teams. A group of battered students freeze in shock as someone suddenly appears before them. A distressed figure recoils as someone aggressively questions their seriousness. A young man steps forward and firmly stops another from acting, urging him to listen first. Ed braces himself as he prepares to confront the fire spirit and the dark spirit that has captured Janica. A character explains that attacking Tarkan directly is futile due to its impenetrable shell and suggests finding an alternative strategy. The team splits up to distract Tarkan while the others move in to subdue Janica. A distressed girl urgently warns that the current threat is far more dangerous than what they faced in training, and their escape was only due to luck. A monstrous figure warns that if the luring group fails, both groups could be endangered at once. Two figures stand in the darkness, discussing the urgent need to defeat Janica to render Tarkan powerless. One of the young men asks who will join the luring group as they discuss their strategy under the ominous sky. A girl sharply taunts the group as they stand over a defeated student. A gloved hand reaches desperately toward the cloudy sky as uncertainty fills the moment. One student eagerly volunteers, but another quickly orders him to stand down, insisting he will be included in the group entering the combat training grounds. An injured character insists on taking a dangerous task, confronting another who hesitates amid the chaos. A voice firmly rejects the idea of choosing anyone to be sacrificed. Bloodied but determined, he proposes a compromise on how to split the terms. A risky plan to lure Tarkan is proposed, causing immediate fear and refusal from one of the group. The group urgently debates how to restrain Tarkan as time runs out, with one member rejecting the dangerous plan. Bloodied but composed, he reassures the other person with unwavering resolve. She lowers her hand in frustration, unable to make sense of the situation and letting out a weary sigh. A gravely injured woman delivers a resolute royal command. The group begins to organize their raid by splitting into two teams. A group of students is chosen to subdue Janica. 3 injured allies are chosen to form the group that will lure Janica. A wounded woman urgently delivers a brief message as time runs out. A grave warning is issued, emphasizing the importance of survival. A group of students in red uniforms charges forward across the boardwalk with unwavering determination. 3 figures advance through a shadowy corridor, confronting a blue glowing entity ahead. A wounded student urgently instructs his anxious companion on how to stall the approaching fire lizard. 3 determined figures charge down the grand hallway toward the waiting blue monster, ready for battle. A young woman urgently reassures her injured companion as they crouch together under pressure. The reputation of the top student among the freshmen in the combat faculty is established. Despite his injury, He encourages his companion with unwavering confidence, leaving her astonished. With blood on his face, he studies his opponent and wonders if there is still a hidden strategy at play. A blue, monstrous claw crashes forcefully onto the ground, unleashing a surge of power. A powerful beast waits in the shadows as the plan to lure Tarkan unfolds. A confident woman explains that she came here because she was persuaded by the princess's determination. He steadies himself, fueled by the realization that he is not alone. He charges forward through the glowing hall, determined to find his courage. A massive dragon formed from magical energy charges a devastating attack as the protagonist prepares to defend himself. A panicked girl braces herself as the battle begins, desperately trying to figure out how to lure her opponent. A startled character witnesses two figures suddenly vanish before her eyes. A mystical blue beast appears behind the stunned figure in the dim chamber. A terrified girl stands frozen as a monstrous presence looms behind her, radiating ominous energy. The spectral beast charges after the fleeing girl as she screams in panic. A furious figure stands outside the building, shouting hatred and challenging others to come out. A red-haired girl exhales deeply, taking a moment to compose herself. Two bloodied figures urge a retreat as a shadowy beast is cornered in the corridor, leaving another to face it alone. Two characters argue intensely about the plan to use Clebius, debating whether it counts as a sacrifice and the moral consequences involved. A student swiftly evades a fierce, dragon-shaped magical attack during the heated confrontation. Lortel is entrusted with the most critical role as she stands focused amid swirling magical energy. Outside the hall, a girl with pink hair readies her magic as she prepares to secure the entry path and strike Tarkan. A young woman confidently defends someone from rumors while casting glowing magic circles in a blue-lit room. Despite his injuries, the speaker reassures someone of their abilities and encourages them to move forward. A girl is propelled into the air as someone urgently commands an explosive response to the magical attack. A powerful explosion tears through the side of the building, scattering debris in all directions. The massive stone structure collapses as dust and debris fill the air. A girl stands her ground before a swirling sphere of dark energy surrounded by sharp crystal shards. 5 students tense up as they suddenly confront an unexpected threat. She steels herself and moves forward into the mist. A powerful magical blast destroys the ceiling of the hall during joint combat training. She realizes the reason behind the responsibility given to her and smirks with newfound confidence. A dramatic statement singles out Ed Rostaler, catching him by surprise. The group rushes into the tunnel as the entry path is prepared. She surveys the situation, preparing to take her next decisive action. A furious girl unleashes a magical blue dragon attack down the hallway, vowing revenge. She explains that even if the raid party avoids Tarkan at first, she and her ally will still have to confront it. A terrified student runs for his life through the plaza as a monstrous spectral beast closes in on him. With no escape possible, he prepares to apprehend his target. The attack engulfs the character in flames, but the impenetrable shell renders it completely ineffective. A bruised young man urgently reveals a mysterious pouch and instructs his allies to gather mana to counter their opponent's shell. Ed rushes down the hallway toward the stairs, bloody but determined to act. A girl launches a sudden ice attack, forcing her enemy to retreat in shock. 2 figures discover that the raid party is missing as they face a towering ice barrier. A powerful dragon smashes through Tarkan's shell, unleashing its fury. A young man suddenly falls into a dark void, visibly alarmed. He insists that only overwhelming firepower can turn the situation around. A girl in a witch hat sleeps on the ground while a boy quietly observes her. The raid objectives and enemy placements are outlined, with specific characters to summon and meet at precise campus locations, and a recommended route for success is provided. Very few people try to complete all of the extra achievement conditions. The locations of key individuals are revealed to help clear the raid completely. The protagonist mentally reaffirms his determination, recalling his repeated experience with this challenge. The protagonist struggles to carry a sleeping companion through chaos, frustrated by her ability to nap amid the turmoil. Unable to find a place to stay after her shelter was destroyed, she isolates herself by sleeping alone on the damaged rooftop. Janica struggles to recover while Belle Maya confronts her in frustration. After using all her magic, Lucy collapses and falls asleep, removing her from the scenario. A silver-haired girl suddenly notices the scent of beef jerky. A hand proudly displays several rare wooden sticks in a pouch. A distressed girl is forcefully fed a mysterious ribbon-like object. A shadowy figure restrains a terrified girl at the balcony while announcing the flaming fire lizard as the target. The protagonist braces anxiously, questioning if he can judge the distance as he prepares to make a critical move. A character shouts a warning as a massive energy beam crashes down, sending everyone scrambling for cover. A massive spectral dragon unleashes a devastating energy blast as 2 figures brace themselves against the attack. A girl, her mouth stuffed with cream and a flower-shaped object, protests tearfully. A glowing beast attacks 2 figures in the courtyard as Ed watches from the balcony. A magical beast unleashes lightning at 2 people in the city courtyard while a young man observes from above. A massive explosion blasts a person backward as a towering spectral beast confronts a smaller opponent. 2 characters are trapped inside a magical barrier as they are struck by a surge of dark energy. He clings desperately to the ledge as debris swirls around him. The characters steels themselves, fully aware this is the most critical moment yet. Tarkan's formidable defenses prevent any group from capturing him, even if they attack together. The monster's shell cracks and shatters as powerful magic strikes it. Taking advantage of the weakened enemy, the silver-haired man rushes into attack. Someone expects to gain a large amount of experience points after an opponent is defeated. Someone eagerly declares their intention to seize any available opportunity. A male character charges forward, unleashing a forceful, energy-filled punch. The narration emphasizes that this moment carries the greatest importance. The character steals his resolve, preparing for a critical moment. Tarkan's tough shell makes him impossible to capture, even if everyone attacks at once. A monstrous creature with glowing purple cracks roars in the middle of the city street, revealing its transformation. The shell begins to break apart under the force of the high-rank magic attack. The group realizes their attacks are finally effective against the opponent. The protagonist rushes down the staircase with intense speed, leaving a trail of energy behind. A large amount of experience points is expected to remain after the upcoming events. Someone makes a determined declaration after arriving at this point. Someone makes a bold declaration, shifting the atmosphere with determination. A character shouts their determination, refusing to back down. The young man surges forward, unleashing a powerful attack as dark energy flares around him. An adult proudly embraces her daughter, expressing deep affection. A girl declares her pride in their friendship with an unsettling intensity. A suited man praises a serious woman with glasses for her skills and entrusts her with an important responsibility. A female character expresses sincere gratitude for someone's support during her second year. Dark energy erupts around the girl as shattered glass flies through the air. A wounded individual steps onto shattered, glowing glass shards amid a tense atmosphere. A devastating surge of energy erupts, engulfing everything in blinding light. A wounded student grips a glowing sword as the group gathers, bracing themselves for the confrontation ahead. A girl restrained by curse chains greets the newcomers with a sinister smile. A girl unleashes a shadowy dragon, wielding control over it as purple chains and energy crackle around them. A powerful winged demon, surrounded by purple energy, descends while three cloaked figures watch warily. A bloodied young man crawls forward, determined to reach his goal before dawn. Someone rushes away across the dark floor, seizing a narrow chance to escape. A monstrous figure blasts a victim with purple energy while two onlookers watch in fear. Two battered survivors anxiously search for Lucy, uncertain if she has the strength to finish what they started. Two girls unleash a powerful magical attack against the monstrous creature, but it withstands their combined assault. A bloodied young man insists on handling the fatal blow himself, arguing that his blade is better suited for the task than magic. Panicking and overwhelmed, the protagonist crouches on the ground, clutching his head as he begs desperately for help. A determined girl urgently entrusts a life-or-death task to her ally, insisting they stop the monster from moving. Overwhelmed by the pressure of others' expectations, the character reflects anxiously on the weight of their promises. A monstrous, fire-breathing beast unleashes purple flames as three figures confront it, one airborne and the other standing their ground. He asserts his intention to invest, standing confidently with determination. A girl with pink braided hair confidently asserts her expertise in investment. A character openly admits preferring someone else over the princess, criticizing her for acting superior due to her royal bloodline. A bandaged figure channels magic over a glowing sigil, reacting to a recent sacrifice. A girl conjures ice spears within a glowing magic circle, determined to fight for someone else. With determination, the character charges forward. A terrified character flees from a monstrous shadow while another falls backward in panic. A monstrous beast unleashes a furious roar, sending waves of energy through the area. Two exhausted opponents confront each other, both nearly out of strength. A character stands firm, confronting the towering figure shrouded in dark, swirling magical energy. The narrator acknowledges understanding the fear that Clebius feels. A monstrous figure unleashes a surge of purple energy at the falling young man. A bloodied young man unleashes a desperate surge of glowing green energy from his hand. A terrified character screams in horror as their eye widens at the sight of blood. A shocked woman falls to her knees as she faces a massive, chained object surging with ominous red energy. An injured young man realizes that a dangerous enemy's ally has appeared, confirming that the opposing party has advanced as planned. He realizes that drawing attention now would be dangerous. Ed stands his ground as a monstrous beast radiating purple energy looms before him. A male character releases a surge of energy that collides with a rival force, filling the scene with a burst of blue and purple light. A girl commands an immediate magical attack, unleashing energy with decisive force. Lortel is recognized for her flawless reliability. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, radiating menace. A monstrous, glowing eye is revealed, radiating dark energy. A surge of green energy blasts from his hands, striking the towering creature head-on. Ed unleashes a powerful surge of green energy between his hands, preparing to strike. Someone confidently asserts their extensive experience with casting the spell. A massive blade of green energy tears through the air as a powerful magic attack is unleashed. A towering beast hurls a deadly magical blast as a lone figure narrowly dodges out of its path. A monstrous shadow beast bursts forth, radiating purple energy and baring its sharp teeth. The high-rank fire spirit Tarkan has been defeated. A surge of notifications signals a rapid increase in spirit magic proficiency. A system message announces that the spirit contract slot has been unlocked. A notification informs that the ability to form a contract with a spirit is now available. Ed, battered but determined, pushes himself up after a fierce struggle beneath swirling, ominous clouds. A lone figure rockets toward the massive, chained, flaming blades suspended in the sky. The chained, fiery blades descend ominously over the Gothic building, signaling an imminent attack. A monstrous, shadowy creature is held back by glowing chains above the Gothic building. A massive explosion tears through the area as a character unleashes a devastating attack with a sword. A white-haired young man is stabbed in the chest with a distinctive dagger and collapses under a surge of ominous purple light. Intense pink lightning cracks through the darkness as destructive energy is unleashed. 4 figures stand frozen as a brilliant magical light erupts in the night sky above the building. 2 figures sit together beneath a tree as the sun rises over the city. The protagonist reflects on past encounters with people who claim to be risking their lives. 4 wounded survivors rest under a tree, processing the accusation that most of their group were cowards. A red-haired girl teases her injured companion about his lack of sentiment after surviving a life-and-death crisis together. The confident woman steps forward and formally introduces herself as Lortel Keklin. An injured young man in a blood-stained shirt extends his hand to greet someone. A hand lifts several gold coins in triumph after winning. A girl confidently demands a favor from the surprised boy she just outsmarted. A red-haired girl says goodbye, while someone silently worries about getting further involved with her. He pauses in silence, lost in deep thought as the sun sets. A determined figure strides forward, casting a long shadow across the ground. One character quietly resents another while observing that a swordsman form has manifested just as it did in the game. Bruised and on the ground, Ed looks up at the imposing figure confronting him. One figure bows deeply beneath the glowing tree, expressing sincere gratitude for a favor owed. A furious student in a red uniform grabs someone by the collar and loudly accuses another of being a dangerous traitor. 3 students sternly confront and silence someone off-panel. A grateful student offers a reward for recent help, but the other student quietly refuses. The weary young man insists that others acknowledge the key roles his companions played in defeating their enemies. A sly student teases her classmate about being embarrassed while dismissing their attempt to shift credit. A stern student demands that his classmate show respect to a senior during a heated argument. The protagonist carefully avoids interacting with the main characters to prevent altering the original storyline. He stands smiling softly in the sunlight, bloodied but comforted by a sudden sense of warmth. The group stands among the ruins, reflecting on how they have repeatedly overcome challenges in this world. 2 individuals stand side by side, reflecting on how each challenge has made them stronger together. A young woman accepts her role as monarch and moves forward with determination. A young man stands resolute, determined to carve his own path forward. One character gains confidence while the other comes to understand that life holds more than just excitement. Lortel reflects on her life choices as she stands quietly, deep in thought. Each person was essential to the story's progression. Radiant light suddenly floods the scene, signaling a dramatic shift. A group of students stands together in their uniforms, united and determined as they look ahead toward the promise of success. A red-haired character sits by a sunlit tree, reflecting on a decision made with prior knowledge. Someone examines a large, dark stone in front of the building. A young man emerges from the wreckage, surveying the destruction as debris continues to fall. Ed surveys the destruction in the ruined, sunlit hall, standing beside a massive crater and scattered debris. A closed cabinet looms in the shadows, its contents still hidden. Ignoring his injuries, the young man pushes into the room, driven by a persistent sense that something is wrong. A young man focuses intently, preparing for a decisive moment. A battered girl with braided hair sits in the darkness, grinning with unsettling confidence despite her injuries. Someone was forced to remain backstage, unable to participate. A large, mysterious chest with metal handles appears in the dim light. Battered and wounded, Ed forces open the heavy door in a desperate attempt to escape. A triumphant message declares the protagonist's success. Ed steels himself for a critical moment, his face splattered with blood and his eyes wide with determination. A battered girl with braided hair hides in the shadows and laughs menacingly. A decisive moment unfolds as someone resolves to stay. The scene shifts to the backstage area. A battered girl with braided hair smirks defiantly in the harsh light. He freezes as a shocking realization hits him, his blood-stained face reflecting the intensity of the moment. Amid the wreckage, the 2 characters reflect on the cause of Janika's rampage and begin to form a theory. One girl mentions that she once saw Janika's room while watching another girl walk away down the dim hallway. She quietly reflects on the heartfelt gifts arranged before her. The room is filled with scattered gift boxes and walls covered in pinned blank notes, suggesting a secretive investigation. There was no room to open a book on the massive desk. Supportive notes covered the wall, making the pressure on her feel even heavier. The answer is suddenly revealed to be extremely simple. She quietly gathered the gifts and tried to clear the reminders from her wall, but a sense of misery settled in. The narration highlights self-doubt about lacking the abilities of a main character in a fairy tale. A girl silently promises to repay the kindness she has received, standing determined with a gift box among countless presents. Overwhelmed by darkness, Janika transforms into a monstrous form and loses control. Someone urgently questions why an event occurred a month earlier than expected. After a decisive defeat in combat training, the students shift their admiration to the cheerful girl at the center of attention. The contract between Marilda and Lucy, made possible by Lucy's frequent trips to the northern forest, caused Taylor to be defeated in a single blow. A character is introduced as the builder of a perfectly constructed napping shelter in the forest. A bruised boy is stunned to realize that someone who was supposed to have left is still present. A pink-haired girl admits she feels forgotten by the others after being found in her cozy hiding spot. After the chaos on stage, one person reflects on being ignored while another points out she was hiding all along. A withdrawn figure confesses they had hoped to remain hidden a while longer after being found. She hides her face, overwhelmed and on the verge of tears. The battered boy stares ahead in silence, his expression tense. A glowing wolf appears and delivers a prophetic request to prevent Janika from facing a similar danger. He panics, realizing someone else might also know the future. He believes that distancing himself from Janika, while others pressure her, will make him someone she can trust. A reckless summoner's failed attempt to bind a powerful spirit unleashes destructive darkness, devastating the faculty building. She stayed up late every night to study and train in magic. A girl with long pink hair smiles at those around her while privately struggling to meet everyone's expectations. A girl leans forward and smiles softly, her face marked by defeat but acceptance. A character locks eyes with another, signaling the start of a confrontation. The narrator reflects on how reassuring these words might be for her. The battered boy stands smiling, relieved as he faces the girl with the large red bow after their ordeal. A group of main characters confidently crosses the stage as the crowd erupts in applause. Behind the stage, darkness and silence signal a shift in the atmosphere. In the ruined hall, one figure stands over another, confronting her in heavy silence as she sits withdrawn beneath the harsh spotlight. The villain departs as the main characters advance. A character struggles to endure overwhelming pain, tears streaming down their face. Magical orbs hover above the balcony as the scene of the first act's completion is observed once again. A character reacts with sudden astonishment after realizing something unexpected. Surrounded by radiant spirit animals, two characters stand in awe as the hidden forms become visible for the first time. Sitting bruised and tearful, the girl lets herself feel the closure of everything she has endured. Two advanced spirit magic skills, Spirit Connection and Spirit Understanding, reach level 10. A fire spirit and a wind spirit appear, both showing clear interest in the protagonist. A powerful wind spirit of high rank is revealed. A powerful white wolf stares intently at the protagonist, signaling heightened interest. 10 days have passed since the conclusion of Janika's disciplinary committee trial. Janika admits her mistakes and states she will accept her punishment. During the first trial, all of Janika's professors and friends showed strong support for her. During the second trial, a determined young woman testifies that the accused was not acting intentionally, clearing her of charges related to the attempted murder of royalty. Lortel stepped forward to announce that the Alp Merchant Association fully compensated the restoration costs without requesting repayment. A conditional clause is added to the contract, cutting the custom fees on distributed school supplies in half as the document is stamped. The narration prepares to reveal the result of the recent events. All rewards for top students are being revoked. All trophies and awards are revoked. Entry to Ophilus Hall is banned for the next semester. A disciplinary ruling announces a 10-day probation and a 20-day suspension. The expulsion is officially revoked, marking a dramatic turning point. The group erupts in joyful celebration, overwhelmed by the emotion of their hard-earned victory. Janika sits between two worried girls, her slumped shoulders revealing the weight of her stress. The two girls in red uniforms exchange confident looks as they prepare to form an alliance. Someone off-panel expresses determination to take action. A lavish tea spread is presented on the sunlit table. Two stern girls warn a third to avoid mentioning a sensitive incident and to focus only on personal matters. The simulation ends as a girl prepares herself for what comes next. She firmly agrees, her eyes shining with determination. Someone urges Janika to move as she sits anxiously between two other girls. Someone silently reflects on the difference between liking and loving. A girl playfully asks why there is such a difference between the two. One girl anxiously questions why the unexpected topic was brought up, insisting it concerns her friend, while the group reacts with visible shock and tension. A girl with pink hair quietly confides that her friend once had a dream. A pair of hands offers a colorful bouquet of flowers. A young woman kneels in the sunlight, quietly crafting a flower crown with a gentle smile. A pink-haired girl fixes her intense gaze forward and calls for attention. Ed, wearing a formal military uniform, sits confidently on a decorated horse and calls out to Janika. Janika gently places a flower crown on Ed's head as a heartfelt gesture. Two characters run hand in hand through a field, laughing joyfully. Janika nervously tries to explain herself as the others react with surprise and concern. A nervous woman tries to gather more information by asking what else the friend said. A flustered girl abruptly remembers her responsibility and rushes away from the table, leaving another girl lost in daydreams. One girl waves goodbye while another stands frozen, bracing herself to handle the situation with extra care. Ed panics as he realizes the entire student body might discover the secret love story. Janika listens carefully as someone suggests handling the situation more simply. A woman in a suit questions the mysterious nature of liking or disliking someone. A pink-haired girl is urged to be honest about her feelings by a red-haired person, leading her to reluctantly agree with the advice. One girl urgently warns another to be cautious about discussing sensitive topics to protect their friend's reputation, and the other, startled, realizes she has narrowly prevented harmful rumors. One woman thanks the other for her advice before leaving to report her suspension and collect her thoughts. A red-haired woman confidently raises her hand at the ornate outdoor table, drawing attention to herself. A character slams their head onto the table in frustration. Someone announces their success to Anis, visibly relieved. He feels relieved after being exempted from next semester's fees due to Phenia's petition. He steps outside, carrying a box of tools and smiling as he prepares for his next task. He notices someone distractedly fidgeting with their fingers in the sunlit clearing. The protagonist decides it's time to reevaluate their relationship with Janika now that her role as the main character has ended. One student approaches another after her probation ends, initiating a greeting while holding a box and clipboard. A pink-haired girl nervously steps out from behind a tree, startling the blonde boy. A nervous girl gathers her courage to encourage the boy to express his true feelings in the quiet forest. A girl hurries away down the path with an excuse, leaving the boy standing and watching her go. The challenge proved too difficult for her to overcome. Ed silently reflects on how his actions led Janika to reveal the truth, surprised by the impact he had. A hand swiftly grabs a large knife from the box of tools. Standing in the clearing, the protagonist readies his saw and tools to begin work. A powerful strike leaves a deep slash across the wooden surface. He vents his frustration by kicking the ground near the toolbox in the sunlit clearing. A character settles into a discreet, shaded area and begins working quietly. A cryptic F is carved deeply into the wooden surface. Wood was gathered efficiently using wind blade. The protagonist stops collecting wood to check the semester results, feeling satisfied with high theory scores and above-average practical marks. A girl bursts into tears and runs away as the other students remain indifferent to her outburst. Two furious girls glare with clenched fists, silently warning the protagonist to stay away. The lumber work nears completion as someone reflects on their growing skill with wind blade. With vacation underway, the focus shifted entirely to building the hut. He returns to the trap he set and finds someone peacefully sleeping inside, completely unfazed by being caught. A senior maid arrives with a basket of herbs and mushrooms and asks about Janica. The maid reacts with confusion, tilting her head after hearing that she might hate the speaker. The lumber walls collapsed outward as one central pillar remained standing. The narrator recognizes that proper joint construction alone does not ensure stability. A flustered girl rushes past 3 students outside the bakery after unexpectedly encountering their group. 2 girls react with shock and anger as they discover something unexpected. 2 students repair tiles on the rooftop while discussing that Taylor's behavior aligns with expectations. A young man clarifies that nails should not be hammered on one side because it is reserved for the chimney. A hand carves fresh tally marks into the worn wooden surface. A knife drops and sticks into the ground near someone's foot, raising the tension. Someone steps forward decisively onto the wooden floor, heightening the tension in the room. A startled figure crashes onto the wooden floor of the dimly lit room. The empty room is inspected, revealing untouched floors, walls, and no furniture. The character considers that shutting the door will keep the glowing insects from entering, since the area is enclosed by walls and a ceiling. He leans back with a confident, satisfied look, resting his hand on his neck. A system notification appears, confirming the successful construction of a log hut and an increase in creation proficiency. He sits alone in the doorway of the cabin as the sun sets, surrounded by trees. A character firmly declares their newfound sense of belonging. A girl quietly observes from behind a tree while a boy waits calmly inside the doorway. Clenching her fists, the girl stands determinedly, ready to face the challenge ahead. A maid in a black uniform reacts with confusion, startled by something unexpected. The structure begins to collapse as he tries to secure it with a hammer and nail. The narrator reflects on discovering that proper joint construction alone did not ensure stability. A girl bursts into tears and runs away as 3 students watch and a boy stands aside holding a package. Janica suddenly runs away as soon as their eyes meet. One girl suddenly notices her hand glowing as both react in shock to a terrifying realization. While hammering nails on the rooftop, one young man remarks that Taylor seems like a good person, and the other silently acknowledges that events are following the original storyline. One character instructs the others to leave one side untouched because it's needed for the chimney. Someone carves tally marks into the wood with a sharp object, marking the passage of time. A knife clatters to the ground at someone's feet, raising the tension. Footsteps echo as someone steps purposefully into the room. Ed crashes onto the wooden floor in the dimly lit room, disoriented and startled. The group inspects the untouched room, noting the absence of damage and furniture. The scene shifts to a close-up of the wooden ceiling beams, emphasizing the quiet atmosphere. Green lights flicker ominously over the rooftop in the darkness. A blond boy pauses and enjoys a moment of quiet confidence. A new log hut is unlocked as a completed building, featuring basic walls and a ceiling. A creation is successfully completed, and proficiency in creation increases. A solitary figure sits in the cabin doorway at sunset, lost in thought. A forceful declaration interrupts the scene. A decisive declaration establishes this place as a new home. A girl nervously watches from behind a tree while a boy sits calmly with his eyes closed near the open door. A girl braces herself in the golden forest, ready to face what comes next. After completing the walls, flooring, and fireplace, the exhausted protagonist considers adding a fence. A request is made to add storage for firewood and other items. A character recoils in shock as a sudden explosion erupts overhead. One character finds another sleeping on the rooftop and reacts with irritation. A voice calls out to get Ed's attention, prompting him to turn around in surprise. A girl cheerfully waves and greets someone as she approaches along the sunset-lit path. Someone notices another person's unexpected presence and demands an explanation. A girl laughs nervously, trying to hide her unease. A character recounts discovering something shocking at a campsite in the forest. A girl questions how the other learned about the hut, and the maid nervously claims she saw it while passing by. The maid comments on how unexpectedly impressive the construction was, surprising the pink-haired girl. One girl leans in and teases the other about her curiosity, leaving her shocked and embarrassed. A character explains that it's natural to be curious about the hut and who built it. A girl reacts with intense affection, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she insists the situation is both expected and natural. A flustered girl energetically justifies her unexpected visit to the hut, while a calm boy listens and another person naps on the roof. One character enthusiastically praises the other for building a great hut, while he looks surprised and scratches his head. The pink-haired girl hesitates and admits she only knows a little about the situation. A character casually mentions that people only refer to the hut in passing without much attention. Several animal-like companions excitedly admire the shirtless man's defined muscles and veins. A stern woman in a military hat confidently explains that she rarely communicates with spirits. A pink-haired girl awkwardly admits she doesn't know how the other person lives. A girl leans in with a challenging gaze, inviting someone to investigate further. The young man casually gestures toward the log hut, downplaying its significance. A blonde girl in braids stares ahead in tense silence as she processes a critical realization. A cheerful girl celebrates with a loud, enthusiastic cheer. A girl, astonished by an impressive accomplishment, reacts energetically while another naps peacefully on the rooftop at sunset. A fierce fire erupts, consuming the wooden debris and scattered stones. Someone quietly reflects on owing others a favor while holding a steaming cup. Sitting by the campfire at night, she worries about how to repay those who helped her with tuition. He remains silent, looking away as the girl waits beside him in the fading light. Someone delivers blunt advice, insisting that if repayment is impossible, it should simply be avoided. By the campfire, one character challenges the idea of always repaying debts, surprising the other with this new perspective. She stands alone in the room, weighed down by the overwhelming sincerity of others. She chose to leave the luxurious Ophelis Hall and move to the outdated Dex Hall, despite having many supporters investing in her. She acted to reduce her sense of indebtedness to others. Janica enters the crowded dorm room, immediately feeling the weight of everyone's envious stares. She remains trapped in a cycle of unresolved problems, her struggles continuing despite temporary relief. A female character offers a place of refuge, assuring that solitude is always available if needed. One character agrees without hesitation as they sit together by the campfire. The character falls silent, lost in thought. A girl smiles warmly as she expresses her happiness. A girl encourages her companion to share his burdens if he ever feels overwhelmed while they sit by the campfire. A character contemplates the consequences of an impending event. A young woman firmly promises her support, her expression warm in the firelight. He smiles with quiet confidence as warm light falls across his face. He responds with a questioning tone, processing his emotions. Two figures sit in silence by the campfire as night settles around them. Rain pours over the dark mansion as the story approaches the beginning of Act 2. A legendary grimoire containing powerful aspectual magic is introduced, hinting at its potential to reshape the laws of nature. A hooded girl studies the floating book on the glowing pedestal, anticipating its powerful impact. A cunning young woman confidently declares her intention to seize control of the academy for profit. The narration abruptly shifts, signaling a decisive turn in the situation. Someone forcefully rejects the possibility, as the campfire burns intensely at night. Two figures sit silently by the campfire as the night sky stretches above them. A blond young man warns that the upcoming challenge will be extremely difficult. A message of encouragement appears, offering strong support to someone. An imposing building stands in the storm as the words, "The failed swordsman of Sylvania," appear, hinting at trouble ahead. Honor students at Ophelis Hall are almost guaranteed privileged lives similar to nobles. The protagonist confidently adjusts his jacket and steps forward while an attendant stands respectfully behind him outside a grand building. The panel lists exclusive benefits such as priority seating, meal freedom, personal maids, and other high-level privileges. Heavy rain fell on the southwest side of Valori as students returned to school after vacation. A carriage transports students through the rain as they head back to the academy. Several students, exhausted and soaked from the rain, return late to the Dex Hall, frustrated by the likelihood of losing points. A group finally erupts in revolt outside the Ophelis Hall, igniting tensions with a burning torch. Someone carefully reviews an official proposal concerning the commute of the Ophelis Hall students. A hand presses a wax seal onto an envelope as heavy rain falls outside. A red-haired woman confirms her suspicion as she sits pensively before a sealed envelope in the dimly lit room. A new force emerges as the narrative highlights the growing influence of the merchant. The merchant secretly allied with the representative of the inferior students to undermine both the academy and Ophelis Hall. Will Lane incites the agitated crowd, providing them with a justification to target the inferior and regular students. A sealed letter reveals a proposal to change the return deadline, challenging the unfair privilege given to certain students. The head maid of Ophelis Hall and part of the academy's administration review division had already aligned themselves with Lortel. A stern woman in a red dress steps forward, flanked by two attentive maids, establishing a commanding presence in the room. A group of young men surge forward, initiating a fierce confrontation as tensions reach their peak. A plan is being considered specifically to provoke the inferior students. A massive fire erupts in the dark room, fueling chaos as the controversy escalates. Flames engulf Ophelis Hall, destroying its luxurious art, furniture, and decor. The men scheme to have part of Ophelis Hall destroyed, aiming to worsen the academy's financial crisis. A hooded figure reveals the sage's sealed grimoire, shifting power to the elite merchant association. In desperate times, people will sacrifice anything, even their own hearts. Someone waits under the dark, rainy sky, wondering when the rain will stop. A lone figure stands at the window, silently watching the rain fall outside. Standing in the rain, the character gazes at the sky and recalls their harsh life in the slums. A woman stands alone by the rain-streaked window, silently reflecting on her conflicting feelings about the academy's overwhelming atmosphere. She confronts her reflection in the darkened mirror, haunted by the memory of living in complete darkness and filth. Evidence of conspiracy covers the desk as the girl silently contemplates the significance of each document. A harsh judgment is made about someone who is constantly insincere and untrustworthy. A girl with red hair studies her reflection in the mirror, deep in thought. Overwhelmed by self-loathing, the character desperately seeks others who share the same sense of filth and isolation. A lone figure moves through the darkness, undeterred by the brilliance surrounding Sylvania. A hooded figure hurries alone down a dim hallway, desperately hoping to find someone who understands their harsh life. A relentless search for others of the same kind continues. Despite feeling hopeless, determination never wavered. A girl stands alone by the rain-streaked window, silently overwhelmed by loneliness. The narration asserts that a person's true nature remains constant. Withdrawing from the harsh world, she shields herself behind a facade of darkness. A tense girl senses a menacing presence looming behind her in the darkness as rain falls outside. A group of students gathers outside the building at night, raising their fists and demanding equal treatment in grades. A hooded student rallies the crowd, declaring that the story is about stopping the inferior students who were turned against Lortel. A startled maid prepares to alert the chief maid as a hooded figure emerges in the doorway behind her. The narration reveals that middle bosses on the 1st to 5th floors of Ophelis Hall interfere with the main character and assist weaker students. A hooded figure seizes another character by the shirt in a tense, threatening confrontation. After being beaten up by Taylor's friends, he held a grudge and accepted a bribe from Lortel. A hooded figure ambushes a terrified maid outside a closed door at night. A character stomps down forcefully, shaking the scene with impact. A door bursts open amid the heavy rain, flooding the darkness with bright light. 3 male students are startled by an unexpected event in the dark. A determined crowd surges through the open doors of Ophelis Hall, loudly demanding better treatment. A hooded figure outlines a plan to seize the 4th floor and broadcast an announcement after the students defeat the 1st floor boss. A new group is introduced with the task of stopping the main character and his friends. A hooded figure confronts someone in the rain, accusing them of being Lortel's accomplice. A figure takes responsibility for watching over the 1st floor during the rain. Ed stands alone in the rain and reveals his true identity. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Ed struggles to process the aftermath of recent events. A question about suddenly becoming a middle boss interrupts the scene. A girl stands alone by the rain-soaked window, silently reflecting as handwritten letters lie scattered across the desk. A narrator reflects on the evidence left behind by someone's life. The panel describes a pattern of constant betrayal, suspicion, and insincerity. A young woman stares intently at her reflection, gathering her resolve. After enduring countless hardships, the narrator reveals the extent of their transformation. He faces his harsh reality, acknowledging that his core flaws remain unchanged. Someone peers intently through the glass, eyes filled with tension. Sylvania is introduced as a place filled with brightness. A lone figure strides forward through the darkness, splashing through a puddle. Someone hopes that at least one person will recognize the miserable existence of a gutter rat. A hooded figure slips swiftly and quietly down the dim hallway. A girl stands by the window on a rainy night, quietly longing for companionship. A revelation is delivered, hinting at a deeper truth. A bold declaration asserts that self never changes. Lortel consistently relied on a specific attitude to endure her harsh circumstances. A pale hand slowly reaches out and touches the rain-soaked window. Lortel secretly manipulated events from behind the scenes, maintaining control over the hidden aspects of reality. A tense girl senses danger as a shadowy figure with red eyes appears outside the window. A group of students gather in the rain, protesting against unfair grading and demanding equality at the academy. A major historical event called the Ophelis Hall Occupation Incident is introduced. A determined figure raises his fist in the rain and demands a response from unseen forces. The central conflict is introduced as the main character intervenes to stop the inferior students who were incited against Lortel. A maid recalls an alarm as a hooded figure appears in the doorway behind her. Middle bosses from the 1st to 5th floor of Ophelis Hall will oppose the main character and assist the weaker students. A masked figure suddenly seizes a shocked girl from behind. After being beaten up by Taylor's friends, the character held a grudge and was bribed by Lortel. A masked figure bursts toward the door, startling the frightened victim. A foot slams into the ground with intense force, signaling the start of a powerful action. A large, glowing doorway suddenly appears in the midst of the dark, rain-soaked scene. 3 boys recoil in shock and confusion as something alarming occurs off-screen. A crowd of protesters surges through the open doors of Ophelis Hall, demanding fair treatment. After the students clear the 1st floor, the Act 2 Phase 1 middle boss appears to fulfill a specific role. A hooded figure urges the group to seize control of the 4th floor and broadcast an announcement from the maintenance office. The antagonist's purpose is to stop the main character and his friends. A hooded figure confronts another in the rain, accusing them of being bribed by Lortel. A determined figure steps forward and takes responsibility for watching over the 1st floor. The young man stands resolutely in the rain as his full name is revealed. He silently endures the overwhelming pressure, struggling to maintain his composure. Someone urgently questions their own identity. A new and unexpected threat appears, catching everyone off guard. He realizes he has become the middle boss of Act 2. He silently battles his anxiety, sweat dripping as he tries to stay composed. The story prepares to shift back 2 days to reveal the cause of recent events. 2 days remain until the Ophelis Hall incident begins. A status window appears, revealing a detailed list of combat abilities and skills. A character kneels beside deep footprints and scattered cherries, experiencing a familiar surge of power. Ed crouches behind a tree with a bow and arrow, struggling to improve his combat skills. Struggling to improve, the character aims a bow at a deer, frustrated by their lack of progress after an entire semester and half a vacation. A character suddenly becomes alert after sensing something unusual in the camp. The maid wanders pensively through the sunlit forest, her presence quietly observed by a deer. A focused young man trains alone in the forest, practicing his boxing stances while trying to articulate his thoughts. Ed practices archery in the woods, sensing that more people are learning about his location, while an unknown figure secretly observes him. 3 notable frequent visitors are about to be introduced as magical energy fills the sky. A girl in a witch hat suddenly appears atop a glowing magic circle. One character excitedly suggests adding more features to the house, while the other listens with mild annoyance. One character urgently reaches out from a cabin window toward another who sits huddled and distressed on the porch. One character eagerly suggests unusual window ideas while the other reacts in frustration. A narrator comments that visitor repeatedly faces bad luck regarding her. A character expresses happiness while introducing the cabin. A cheerful girl holds out a basket of eggs as a gift. The narration introduces the second year's top student, renowned for her skills as a spirit sorcerer. A person enthusiastically demonstrates how to clean laundry by stepping on it in a wooden tub filled with boiled salted water. The narrator accepts her frequent visits without feeling uneasy. She smiled warmly and offered a folded cloth, her kindness deeply appreciated. One character expresses admiration and curiosity about another's impressive knowledge. A flustered girl abruptly turns away from the nervous boy and quickly changes the subject. A girl with braided hair anxiously asks how often Lucy comes to this place. A character observes that someone appears to be busy under the bright moonlit sky. A character walks determinedly past arrows embedded in the ground, unfazed by the danger. A determined red-haired girl steps forward in the shadowy woods, confronting an approaching newcomer as her reserved companion follows behind. A red-haired girl smirks with confidence as she reveals she needed help from the Golden Daughter. He realizes that the red-haired girl is secretly gathering useful allies to take control of Ophelis Hall. The protagonist decides to stay out of the situation. One character turns away as another admits she never intended to ask for this favor, making clear her plan to reject any offers. He silently considers his next move, hoping the situation will unfold as planned despite the recent setback. A blonde young man urgently demands to know why someone fainted, startling the red-haired girl. A group of students mock Ed in the hallway, loudly ridiculing his recent defeat and questioning how he could possibly have beaten Glaskin. A furious character unleashes a harsh insult, declaring someone even worse than Ed Rothstaler. A character takes a brutal punch to the face and cries out in pain. A furious boy in a red jacket knocks down another student as shocked bystanders react. A furious boy in a red tie grabs someone and confronts them about Jix's anger. A character sighs with irritation and voices distrust toward emotional people. A red-haired woman hands a key to a boy and instructs him to unlock Ophelis Hall when the other students arrive. She worries that bribing them may not prevent them from revealing her actions to the Academy's investigators. He grows uneasy, questioning others' motives and worrying about the consequences of his reputation. A student leans in at night and urges another to join forces in seeking revenge against the Academy. She firmly refuses the request. A young man firmly lays out his conditions for participating, insisting he will only play his part in moderation. A sly negotiator names her price at 20 gold coins, determined to steer the situation before rumors spread further. 2 figures seal their agreement with a firm handshake in the shadowy forest. Someone firmly announces their plan to restore order. Rain falls heavily on the rooftop as the countdown to an important event begins. Ophelis Hall was occupied before the conflict over the sage's sealed grimoire began. He studies the campfire's glow, evaluating the disastrous effects of the financial scheme on the Academy. A new faction emerges in the library to challenge the influence of the Student Association. The outcome hinges on which side Taylor decides to support between the Student Association and the Merchantry. Ed silently plans to watch events unfold and align himself with the likely victors to ensure his own survival. Someone realizes they need to hurry back to the dorms. A girl, soaked from the rain, steps inside while a boy watches her arrival. 2 people sit by a campfire under a shelter while rain falls outside, discussing the challenges of staying in the camp through all weather. As rain falls on the empty landscape, someone reflects on moving out of Ophelis Hall and preparing for the end of vacation. One character offers supplies and support, while the other quietly accepts inside the shelter as rain falls outside. He calmly reassures the other person that he has plenty of daily necessities and supplies. Ed considers the difficulty of leaving his belongings behind while a pink-haired girl listens quietly. 2 students sit by the campfire and excitedly agree to make plans for when the semester begins. 2 students sit by the campfire in the rain, quietly discussing concerns about another student's behavior. Her extraordinary powers came with a heavy cost. She constantly avoided challenges by blaming her laziness. She stands in the rain, quietly reflecting on the fate she has avoided for years. Someone reflects on her typical behavior when it rains. One person dismisses another's behavior, while the other reacts with surprise at this indifference. Someone realizes that Janica is still inside Ophelis Hall as she looks up, surprised. A warning is issued that protection runes will activate throughout Ophelis Hall if it becomes occupied. A powerful magic seals every door in the hallway, locking all students inside their rooms. Janica could escape easily, but an unexpected complication arises. One person, standing in the rain, asks another for a favor, prompting a serious exchange. One character proposes a secret meeting for the following night as they sit by the campfire in the rain. Sitting alone in the rain, the young man considers the significance of the rose garden in front of the Ophelis Hall. A girl reacts in shock as a boy promises to reveal the secret of the rose garden tomorrow. Unable to find the right words, the protagonist hesitates to explain his feelings. He quickly considers where to move her to keep her safe and out of the rain. Under the pouring rain, the girl confronts the hesitant boy, forcing him to respond anxiously. A girl with a red bow rushes out into the rain, leaving the boy behind under the shelter. He exhales in relief, letting go of the tension from the recent ordeal. The narrative foreshadows that the rain will end as the semester begins. Rain pours through the forest, signaling a change in the air. The vacation comes to an end as a solitary figure reflects in the fading light. The panel announces the outbreak of the Ophelis Hall incident, marking the beginning of a major event. A character stands in the rain outside an ornate building, reflecting on a disappointing performance. While holding a one-armed handstand, he reflects on staying calm after an unexpected confrontation. A determined figure slams their bare foot onto the ground with force, signaling decisive action. Sensing something unusual, the protagonist quickly looks toward the door in alarm. A hooded figure dashes urgently through the rain, barely visible in the shadows. The hooded figure pushes forward through the rain, eyes fixed ahead with unwavering resolve. A wary maid questions the hooded figure about the fate of the other maids. The chief maid gathers the staff in the meeting room to discuss an urgent agenda while preparations are made to block the entrance. A maid informs a hooded figure that the requested goods are ready as they walk together down a dim hallway. A character accepts the bucket and sets it aside in the dimly lit room. A hooded figure finishes setting up at the bottom of the grand staircase, a bucket beside them. As dusk falls, the imposing building looms beneath a sky filled with drifting embers, setting a foreboding tone. A crowd gathers outside Ophelis Hall at night, preparing to occupy the building. A terrified crowd rushes through the storm as chaos erupts outside the building. A crowd of outraged students protests in the rain, demanding fair treatment and equal grading. A hooded figure leads the crowd in a passionate demand for their voices to be heard. The students charge through the rain toward the ominous door. A blinding flash explodes from the doorway as it bursts open in the storm. 3 male students recoil in shock as an unexpected disturbance erupts. The group rushes through the open doors and enters Ophelis Hall. A hooded figure nervously confirms that they were bribed by someone named Lortel while speaking to a shadowy person in the rain. Someone calls out Ed Rothstahler's name, catching him off guard as he stands tense in the rain. Collapsed on the rain-soaked ground, the protagonist coughs violently and tries to speak. Ed admits he only realized the extent of his privileges after being forced to leave Ophelis Hall. A character grips the edge and forcefully declares their determination. A hooded character, visibly emotional, admits their regret for misjudging someone and expresses admiration for that person's actions. One young man orders the other to hurry upstairs as they both rush up the staircase amid the chaos. One character reluctantly decides to let Will Lane take the blame, feeling guilty as he braces himself for the consequences. The maid dashes down the hallway, fleeing in panic as her cap falls to the floor. But there is no need to stop her since anyone she might report to is still inside the meeting hall. Lortel oversees the activation of protection runes as control shifts into her hands. Magical seals activate over the doors as tension rises in the corridor. Magical runes activate as the character proceeds according to the plan. He realizes that a hidden villain has orchestrated recent events and is surprised by how bold their actions are. Someone acknowledges his competence as confident footsteps echo across the wet ground. A red-haired girl in a hooded cloak enters a shadowy room and acknowledges that leaving the task to the unseen person was a good idea. The students rush through the rain toward the large, sealed door. A door bursts open in the middle of a heavy rainstorm. 3 young men recoil in fear as something unexpected happens off-panel. The group rushes through the open doors and enters the hall. A hooded figure nervously confronts another in the rain, suspecting they have been bribed by Lortel. A tense moment unfolds as the boy's identity is revealed in the rain. A blonde character forcefully interrupts the scene with a loud cough while another struggles on the ground in distress. The boy admits that only after being expelled did he truly understand the privileges he once took for granted. A character declares their determination and slams a hand to their chest. Overwhelmed by emotion, the character admits regret for believing rumors and expresses admiration for all that was accomplished today. Amid the chaos, one young man orders the other to hurry upstairs while he stays behind to handle the situation. The blame for everything will fall on Will Lane. Ed passes a stern man in silence, his expression tense and focused. The narrator decides there is no reason to stop the maid from escaping. A maid, startled, drops her hat and flees down the hallway. All of her superiors are currently inside the meeting hall. The protection runes are now under Lortel's control because the chief maid has been captured. Footprints in the snow approach the building's entrance under the night sky. A magical interface signals the urgent activation of protection runes. The effectiveness of the protection runes safeguarding the students is being questioned. Glowing magical barriers seal the doors as anxious voices question the chaos outside. He activates glowing magical symbols with his hand, casting a spell in the dim corridor. A hidden villain is revealed to be behind the recent events. A serious-looking young man is surprised by an unexpectedly flashy display. One character praises another's abilities as they walk together. A hooded girl enters the dimly lit room with confidence as someone observes her from the foreground. A character trudges through puddles, irritated as their socks become drenched in the rain. Ed confronts someone, realizing he was being watched. Someone calls out as a cloaked girl approaches with determination through the rain. 2 figures hurry through a debris-strewn corridor, determined to complete their task before academy staff arrive. Someone steps forward in the darkness, preparing to start an important conversation. One figure confronts the other with a chilling question about taking a life, intensifying the tension between them. The young man remains silent, lost in thought as tension fills the air. The young man firmly denies having any knowledge. A red-haired girl laughs loudly, sharing a moment of amusement. A desperate boy flees down an alley with a stolen sack, pursued by an enraged man. A red-haired woman burns documents while a desperate man shields a terrified girl amid the chaos. Lortel climbs a mountain of gold coins as desperate hands reach for her, earning the title of Golden Daughter. She silently acknowledges that she is unworthy of sympathy. She quietly explains that someone seeks what they need from others. A girl confronts the tense boy from the staircase, asking if he could ever sympathize with someone like her. As rain falls outside, a somber reflection settles on the inevitability of loneliness. A young man silently reflects on how people seek out others who share their struggles in hopes of finding redemption together. A red-haired character firmly rejects the request. A stern young man confronts someone, insisting they take responsibility for their decisions. The speaker firmly rejects being identified as the person in question. Two figures face each other in silence on the grand staircase, tension palpable in the dimly lit hall. She acknowledges that her recent comment was out of character. She turns away with determination, ready to act before time runs out. Ed surveys the rec room as footsteps approach from the shadows. He slumps forward in his chair, catching his breath after the ordeal. Lortel prepares to discuss the next steps with Alice. The defense magic of Ophelis Hall goes out of control, and the command of the runes is handed over to the leader of the inferior students, escalating the current conflict. Empowered by Ophelis Hall's defense spells, the young man begins a dramatic transformation into the fourth stage boss. Ed calmly prepares for the chaos ahead, waiting for the anticipated arrival of another contender. He decides to stall by performing just well enough to buy time, planning to lose so the next phase can proceed. Rain pours over the mansion as someone justifies making a necessary sacrifice. Rain falls heavily over the deserted rose garden at night. A hooded figure arrives in a horse-drawn carriage during the rainy night, causing surprise. She hesitates under the pavilion, unsure if she should stay as someone important arrives. A handwritten note is discovered and read, raising questions about the writer's sudden departure. A girl wonders if something special has been prepared for her, her expression filled with hope and surprise. Ignoring the golden horse carriage, she stays in the rose garden pavilion, unable to sleep for 3 nights as she dwells on what Ed wanted to say. Despite her guilt, she secretly monitored Ed's actions through Marilda. She discovered that several people, including Princess Phenia and others, had been seen leaving Ed's camp that night. She reflects on her loss, feeling even more heartbroken because most of the victims were fellow female students. She sits alone under the pavilion, determined to wait for him no matter how long it takes. A tense pause interrupts the moment. A girl with braids questions if her flower hairpin was the right choice as she touches it uncertainly. The girl stands frozen in anxious silence, uncertain of what to do next. Someone rushes to return, anxiously hoping to arrive before she comes back with her new hairpin. She runs through the pouring rain toward the Ophelis Hall. 3 cloaked figures hesitate outside the academy in the rain, debating whether to enter or wait for help as they worry about the valuables inside. A furious woman scolds someone for not understanding the critical timing of using preservation magic on the herbs. 2 people stand in the rain as one anxiously urges the other to intervene, while the other nervously insists that their capable friend can handle the situation alone. A frenzied girl prepares to attack the nearby students with dangerous chemicals as panic erupts. 3 girls in hooded cloaks rush through the rain at night, urgently trying to reach their rooms. A hooded girl charges forward, threatening to force her way through anyone who tries to stop her. She glares with fierce determination, ready to confront what comes next. 3 figures confront a wounded, isolated man in the middle of a ruined hall. Ed sits alone under a harsh spotlight, tense as he is called to answer questions. A tense confrontation erupts as one character urgently demands an explanation for the other's unexpected arrival. She stands in silence, struggling to suppress her emotions. The floor is covered with footprints, revealing that many students have already entered. Someone discovers the display cabinet in disarray at the dim staircase. Ed positions himself defensively with his back to the stairs, facing 3 figures by the entrance in the debris-filled room. A confident student confronts the group with unexpected interest, leaving the others surprised and unsettled. A blonde man challenges the pink-haired girl from above, questioning if she intends to stop them. Someone urgently begins to apologize. A young man blocks the entrance and firmly warns someone not to enter. A girl grins and taunts her opponent, challenging their ability to stop her despite their high magic proficiency. A tense silence fills the dim room as the young man endures a harsh dismissal about his abilities. A group of 3 students in red uniforms confidently assess their combined strengths as they prepare for the challenge ahead. Someone notes the massive difference in power. A furious young woman demands to know Ed's motives and what is happening above. Ed sits alone in the shadows, silently lost in thought. He steps forward decisively, breaking his hesitation. Ed charges forward with determination, forcing a confrontation as 2 girls react in the background. Ed releases a powerful energy blast, destroying the obstacle ahead. Ed brings down his glowing sword, shattering the obstacle in his path. A young woman surveys the darkness, preparing for any threat. A young man prepares a basic magical attack while evaluating which opponent the mage will likely target. Someone's eyes widen in shock as they realize something alarming. The young man raises his hand toward the brilliant light, unleashing a powerful ability. A surge of green energy slices through the air as a magical attack is unleashed. A surge of green energy slices through the metal chains, shattering them apart. Sword in hand, he braces himself as a massive magical formation glows ominously overhead. He recoils in terror, eyes wide as he lies frozen by the sudden shock. Ed unleashes a fierce, high-impact kick, driving the attack forward. A magical seal suddenly activates, alerting everyone to an unexpected disturbance. A frightened young woman panics as she reacts to a sudden disturbance outside. Debris swirls as the group scrambles in shock and checks on each other's safety. Pushing through the swirling smoke, the girl forces herself forward despite clear exhaustion. Sensing danger, the protagonist's eyes narrow sharply. A powerful strike slices through green hair, scattering it dramatically through the air. A girl recoils in shock as a green energy blade slices through her hair. A red-haired girl dashes toward her glowing bag, desperately trying to retrieve it. A suspicious girl confronts someone, pressing for answers about the mysterious activity upstairs. Amidst the wreckage, a girl surveys the aftermath of the collapsed building. A girl freezes in fear as something suddenly startles her. A stash of mysterious vials and potions spills out onto the dark surface, revealing their hidden presence. A startled girl lunges toward the glowing, bandaged potion on the ground. A character activates a power with a single command. A young woman is caught in a sudden explosion of flames and recoils in shock. A violent explosion of magic fills the room as one figure attacks and another tries to defend amid the chaos. The battlefield was quickly arranged, signaling the start of an impending conflict. Amid flames and smoke, a girl realizes the danger is escalating rapidly. Amidst raging flames, one figure confronts another for withholding crucial information. A young man unleashes an overwhelming surge of magical power, surpassing normal proficiency. A girl recoils in shock as a green energy slash rips through her hair. A red-haired girl spins around and rushes toward her glowing, fallen bag. A suspicious girl confronts someone, realizing there is something happening on the floor above. A girl surveys the wreckage, silently taking in the devastation before her. A character's eye widens in terror as they react to something alarming. Several mysterious vials and potions spill out from an open bag onto the dark surface. A startled girl urgently reaches for the glowing, bandaged potion vial on the ground. A character activates a powerful ability with determination. A girl in a red jacket recoils in terror as a wave of flames engulfs her. A man and a woman confront each other in a burning, devastated room. The movement is described as effortless and smooth. Amid raging flames, a girl crouches and realizes the situation is turning dangerous. Amidst raging flames, someone confronts another for withholding crucial information. Engulfed in fierce flames, he unleashes his hidden power with unwavering resolve. The panel boldly establishes that only high-level magic is relevant in this moment. A dramatic announcement emphasizes a surge in proficiency. Two figures struggle to escape as flames engulf the shattered room. A red-haired girl, injured but resolute, declares her status as the alchemy faculty's top student, while enduring pain amid surrounding flames. They acknowledge that without magic tools or elixirs, their combat ability is almost non-existent. Surrounded by flames, the anxious student regrets not bringing a magic ring or necklace for protection. Amidst the raging fire and falling chandelier, one figure stands unfazed while another realizes the trap was deliberately set. Ed braces himself with his sword, preparing to face the ominous magical structure above. Taking advantage of the small opening, someone quickly casts a firewall. She recoils in shock as she realizes the attack was meant to target her bag. She quickly realizes that the opponent targeted the strap on purpose, not the bag itself. Ed unleashes a surge of magical energy as flames swirl around him. A hand pulls a glowing blue orb from a red jacket pocket. A determined girl summons a magical rabbit amid swirling flames as her last resort. A character activates a glowing magic circle, casting a powerful enhancement spell. A monstrous beast and a girl are overwhelmed by a massive explosion of fire. A girl in a red cape frantically tries to remember a spell to extinguish the spreading fire. A character unleashes a burst of blue energy toward the raging fire, desperately trying to stop the destruction. A powerful explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the area in blinding light. A girl in a red cape recoils in terror, screaming as she reacts to a sudden threat. A colossal surge of energy explodes across the scene, shaking everything in its path. A determined fighter swings his glowing sword forward, urging his ally to focus as they launch a magical attack. Out of breath and anxious, the girl realizes her magic theory is strong, but her combat skills are only average among the first-year students. A powerful magical barrier traps the two characters, preventing them from moving or approaching their target. A young man in red armor urgently calls out to his teammate during the heat of battle. A red-haired girl thrusts her hand forward, commanding an immediate attack. A girl desperately tries to defend herself as a monstrous beast charges at her in a burning room. A character is overwhelmed by a massive fiery explosion as the monstrous creature attacks. Pushing through his doubts, the young man charges forward with determination as flames swirl around him. With fierce energy, the character swings their arm and declares their enthusiasm. A girl sprints away as a massive explosion erupts behind her, flames consuming everything in its path. A character in a red cape shouts urgently as a giant flaming hand sweeps through the area. A menacing entity emerges, casting an ominous shadow over the area. A confident girl makes a flamboyant entrance before an explosion, holding potion bottles and greeting the others playfully. Ed unleashes a surge of green energy from his hand, preparing to strike in the midst of battle. A hand unleashes swirling green energy at a girl trapped by fire. A surge of green magic slices through the air toward the man and beast as a startled girl watches the clash unfold. A girl confidently prepares to use a glowing potion, assessing her opponent's readiness. A commanding voice orders the use of release magic. A determined girl charges through the flames and attacks with a glowing magical bottle. A sudden green energy blast interrupts by striking the glowing vial. The chemical reagent vial shatters in a burst of light and fragments. A magical reagent is activated, triggering a dramatic burst of energy and swirling colors. A girl in a red cloak focuses as she practices controlling the flow of magical energy in her hand. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of blue and orange magical energy, triggering a dramatic explosion of light. A mysterious force temporarily subdues the creations produced by magic formulas. A figure drives a weapon through a beast, unleashing a spray of blood as the confrontation escalates. A monstrous, bloodied head lies on the ground, surrounded by eerie blue sparkles. The battered young man, eyes glowing with determination, grips his sword and defiantly confronts the accusation about his inability to use magic. As tension rises, two allies urgently shout for the warrior to seize his chance and act. As flames consume the room, one figure sprints for the exit while the others struggle to recover. He bursts into the room, his face set with determination. A man suddenly hurls a large table toward another person, causing chaos in the room. Molten metal pours from the crucible in a burst of heat and light. A flag catches fire, quickly consumed by flames and sparks. A massive explosion erupts, filling the area with blinding light and energy. He stands his ground with sword drawn, confronting the massive fiery explosion. Amidst rising flames in the Ophilis Hall, one person urgently warns another that spilling oil here could cause a deadly fire. A swordsman demonstrates his ability to cut through magical and ordinary fire with an elemental slash. A character explains that the chemical reagent is only effective for a few minutes. He charges forward with a glowing sword, determined to stop the conflict before anyone gets hurt. A red-haired girl urgently calls out, trying to stop someone from leaving. Smoke swirls toward the open window, quickly escaping the darkened room. The character surveys the room and notes the deliberate absence of any flammable items. A fierce combatant charges forward, unleashing a fiery attack as a startled girl recoils in the background. A wounded young man staggers forward through the flames, struggling to stay upright. A red-haired girl screams in panic as she desperately calls out for Taylor. Battered but resolute, he draws his bow and prepares to fire amid swirling flames and energy. He charges through the burning room with his sword, closing in on his wounded enemy. A young man braces himself to deflect an incoming arrow as he charges forward. A character is suddenly startled by something unexpected. He fires a glowing, empowered arrow with forceful precision. A fiery attack misses the shocked young man and hurtles toward the two surprised girls in the hallway. A girl in a red cape recoils as a blinding beam of light erupts beneath her. A hand struggles to cast a basic magic spell as blue lightning crackles unsuccessfully. Someone shouts in alarm, their wide green eye filled with panic. A girl desperately summons blue lightning to block the incoming magical arrow. A character barely regains control of a dangerous, glowing orb crackling with blue energy. A girl channels blue energy from the glowing orb into the arrow embedded in the floor, her exhaustion evident. A powerful magical tool called the Claw Hand is introduced, capable of pulling distant small objects into reach. The character scrutinizes the arrow, trying to understand its significance. A girl realizes the arrowhead was deliberately covered with cloth, suspecting it was meant to harm someone. A girl urgently warns her ally to be careful, fearing the opponent has another trick ready. Two opponents clash as their swords spark violently in the heat of battle. Bloodied but resolute, the protagonist steadies himself to launch a decisive attack. He tenses as a critical moment approaches, reacting to the ominous noise. Someone urgently warns that immediate action is needed to avoid disaster. Engulfed in searing energy, the young man clutches his head and screams in agony as the power overwhelms him. News spreads that Clebius Nortondale has escaped. A battered and exhausted boy leans against the surface, catching his breath after surviving a tough ordeal. A man in red blasts his opponent through a wall, scattering fire and debris everywhere. Debris floats through the swirling mist as the atmosphere grows tense. A girl recoils in shock, stunned by an unexpected revelation. A bloodied young man recoils against a shattered wall, stunned after a brutal attack. Flames engulf the chaotic room as furniture is overturned in the frenzy. Ed angrily seizes the injured character by the collar and demands an explanation for their extreme actions. A frustrated girl voices her suspicion that their opponent manipulated them throughout the fight as her companions stand shaken in the aftermath. He reasons that their enemy could have ambushed them but instead revealed himself to confront them directly. Ed remains completely focused as he unleashes magical energy from his hand during the fight. A sudden sense of danger disrupts the moment. Bloodied but unyielding, the young man glares upward and challenges his aggressor. A bloodied figure recoils on the ground as a shadowy person orders him to get up. The group reacts with shock and confusion after being abruptly allowed to proceed upstairs. Rain intensifies as a scream echoes from the looming building. A wounded character glares forward, demanding to know why their opponent allowed them to win. Three students in red uniforms confront someone off-panel, questioning the suggestion to go easy on them. A furious young woman demands to know why the battered young man let their group win. He steels himself, eyes glowing with determination despite the blood on his face. The enraged girl unleashes her fury, her eyes glowing intensely. An empty corridor appears under the glow of a cold blue light. A door bursts open, breaking the silence in the dim hallway. After a sleepless night, she finally chooses the permission flower pin. A foot steps onto the patterned floor, interrupting the moment with a sense of impending change. A wounded boy lies on the ground as two girls desperately support him, while another boy approaches menacingly. A bloodied young man slowly regains consciousness on the ground after being attacked by a suspicious group. Someone ominously addresses the entire group. A furious woman with glowing red eyes demands an explanation for what has occurred. After a restless night of deliberation, she finally made her decision. A figure steps cautiously onto the wet, patterned floor, entering the room. Someone reflects on the freedom to imagine happy thoughts, even if they seem delusional. The narration emphasizes the harsh contrast between expectations and reality. An attacker charges down toward the wounded group as one girl supports the injured boy and another prepares to defend them. A bloodied figure lies on the ground after being attacked by a suspicious group. A bloodied young man looks up in shock, suddenly realizing something unexpected. Someone addresses the entire group with a commanding tone. A furious girl with glowing red eyes confronts someone in the darkness, demanding to know what they have done. A handwritten note raises suspicion as someone worries that an unexpected situation may have occurred. He reflects on his modest lifestyle and recent actions during the Glaskin hunt, while someone quietly observes him from afar. Despite his injuries, he stands confidently and inspires the girl to trust that he can solve any problem. A bloodied student is pinned against a wall by a gloved attacker after his flawed assumptions are challenged. A girl promises unwavering support, but acknowledges that help was never requested. He lured her outside and fought alone to keep her away from danger after she had already suffered because of the previous incident. Overwhelmed by recent events, the girl remembers how someone protected her from getting involved. A hand clenches with determination as red energy crackles around it, signaling a newfound resolve. Engulfed in ominous energy, the girl confronts someone with a surge of dark power. After the chaos, a worried student finds her friend safe and urgently shares that some students have seized Ophelis Hall, suspecting a hidden orchestrator behind the incident. A young woman urgently tries to stop someone's rampage by shouting and holding a glowing pink potion. A character aggressively declares that someone is an enemy, heightening the tension in the room. Someone questions the group's actions with a tense atmosphere. A girl radiating violet energy advances menacingly toward two people lying injured on the rubble-strewn ground. Bloodied and desperate, Ed surges forward through a wave of ominous energy, calling out for help. A girl with braided pink hair offers calm reassurance with a gentle smile. Two girls freeze in fear as a swirling pink light fills the room and one clutches a potion tightly. A supernatural force erupts near the window, scattering feathers through the air. Glass shatters as feathers burst through the broken window. A powerful figure summons elemental beasts that radiate intense energy. A girl with a menacing aura abruptly interrupts, her red eyes glowing with power. She realizes the enemy force includes intermediate-grade spirits of the four elements, the fluid spirit, and numerous lower-ranking spirits, forming an overwhelming battalion. Two characters retreat as they realize they cannot overcome their powerful opponent, leaving another injured amid the chaos. A figure thrusts their hand forward, channeling powerful magic toward the swirling energy. The top second-year student of the Faculty of Magic demonstrates overwhelming mastery by unleashing advanced elemental spells and summoning magical creatures. Elemental powers erupt overhead as students scramble for a way out through the shattered windows. The character reluctantly admits that the other person's point is valid. Ed's behavior alerted Taylor that something was wrong with the takeover of Ophelis Hall. A warning is issued that students could be in danger. A young man charges forward, wielding a flaming sword with fierce determination. A fiery golem battles a shadowy figure and an ice dragon in a fierce confrontation. A wounded figure grabs their cloak in pain, struggling to stay composed. Clutching his wounded shoulder, he urgently shouts for the other person to leave. A powerful burst of energy explodes forward, shattering the rocks in its path. A young man urgently delivers a critical warning to someone. Ed steps forward to confront the monster, urging his ally to proceed to the second floor as planned. Amid burning flames, one character urgently orders the others to hurry upstairs after challenging an earlier command. A red-haired girl snarls and mocks her wounded opponent, doubting their ability to stop the spirits. A red-haired girl recoils and cries out in pain after being suddenly struck. After a confrontation, the young man takes responsibility and urges caution with the chemicals. Under pressure, the red-haired girl reluctantly agrees to follow the shadowed figure's instructions while clutching the glowing potion. Three determined figures rush through swirling shadows toward a looming adversary. A girl unleashes a surge of dark energy, her glowing red eyes fixed on her target. A single, wide, glowing red eye snaps open in shock. A wounded figure stands in the midst of swirling crimson energy as a girl with a red ribbon reacts in shock. One character steps forward to take control of the situation, urging the other to move aside so they can address the aftermath and provide treatment. A bruised and scarred hand slowly rises, signaling determination despite injury. A girl tries to hide her anxiety as her eye glows ominously. Bloodied and defiant, the protagonist confronts the braided girl and demands that she back down. A character's eyes widen in shock as they realize something critical. A girl with braided hair jolts in shock. Amid a violent magical wind, one person clings to another for support and begs for the spirits to be dismissed. Someone anxiously apologizes while trying to help a struggling magical bird spirit. A surge of glowing energy blasts through the room. A hard object shatters on the ground, sending fragments and smoke into the air. Three stunned characters turn in shock as someone manages to stop her. A wounded boy urgently lifts a scared girl towards safety. A battered boy slows down, glancing back in exhaustion as he tries to catch his breath. Someone urgently calls out to the motionless figure lying inside the glowing ritual circle as flames consume the ruined room. A desperate voice calls out for Ed as a tall, illuminated tower looms in the rainy night. Two people discuss recent injuries, with one expressing concern and the other promising to be more forthcoming in the future. A worried girl comforts an injured boy in the hallway, promising to confront those who hurt him. Ed, injured but grateful, promises to be more careful as his worried companion urges him to stop getting hurt. Injured and exhausted, the protagonist reflects on completing his role as the first floor boss and prepares to focus on his camp. A bloodied character informs Ed about seeing a huge carriage while sitting in the rose garden. The protagonist recalls catching a glimpse of a mysterious object shaped like a golden crown rushing past. A group of hooded figures silently observe a golden ceremonial carriage, recognizing the symbol of the Elite Merchant Association's leader. Lortel's adoptive father, who killed her biological father, is revealed as the false boss destined to vanish after his defeat. As the struggle of the second act's final episode unfolds, a mysterious man intently examines the sage's sealed grimoire. The title, Golden King ELT, appears in bold, signifying the start of a new chapter or arc. The narration emphasizes that his arrival at the academy was earlier than anticipated. A carriage arrives in the rain as shadowy figures gather near the illuminated palace windows, hinting at unknown events unfolding. Rain pours down as several figures gather around a covered object outside a brightly lit building. A solitary figure watches the rain fall outside, lost in thought by the window. Someone confesses their heartbreak, admitting they were dumped. Two women discuss the reputation of the young master they met at the camp. One woman confides that she senses a similarity between another person and her companion during their private conversation. The girl turns away and ascends the stairs, leaving the boy standing alone after her emotional outburst. Someone urgently asks if anyone knows what he said. The young man confronts the other person, insisting they accept the consequences of their choices after being mercilessly rejected. A green-eyed woman with red hair admits a difficult truth with intense determination. A stern woman bluntly tells someone they must get used to harsh comments throughout their lives. The narration introduces the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, highlighting her 2 decades of experience. At age 15, she began her journey as an apprentice maid with no prior advantages. She eventually earned the position of manager at Ophelis Hall. A chest overflowing with gold coins highlights the heavy financial losses from a failed attempt to influence another. Lortel expresses gratitude to Alice, feeling fortunate to have her support. She realized she had found someone willing to abandon their principles for gold, just like herself. She walks alone atop a mountain of gold coins, leaving the desperate crowd behind as she seeks freedom from her solitude. A red-haired girl flees through a dark alley with a stolen sack, chased by an angry man wielding a club. A focused character outlines a plan to let the inferior student's representative seize control of the 4th floor's command room and unleash the berserk defense magic at a strategic moment. The narration reflects on how her unfortunate past and sad story led to her current predicament. She reveals that the group will unknowingly destroy Ophelis Hall from within. A woman gives a knowing smile, her confident expression hinting at hidden intentions. A secret antagonist is revealed, hinting at new dangers ahead. One character prepares to act innocent and heads toward the storage room while another quietly walks beside them down the hallway. A character in a red coat mocks someone's weakness with a scornful smirk. A gloved hand tightens on the ornate sword as a tense message is delivered. Her emotional isolation is revealed. A red-haired girl is held at sword point, reflecting on her lack of family. A white-haired woman raises a glowing sword over her tense opponent, issuing a menacing threat. A scheming figure foreshadows the impending destruction of Ophelis Hall from within. A young woman gives a sly, ominous smile as she observes the scene in silence. A new antagonist is ominously foreshadowed. A young man and a maid walk down the hallway as he prepares to head to the storage room and act unaware of the situation. The character in the red coat pauses to catch his breath. A gloved figure grips a sheathed sword and begins to address the poised woman with important news. A red-haired girl freezes as a sword is pressed to her neck. The woman raises her glowing sword and delivers a hostile warning to the anxious girl below. Rain pours over the illuminated castle tower as events move swiftly toward an impending outcome. They captured the fleeing boss from the 2nd floor and forced him to join their party. An injured maid kneels in defeat, apologizing for her failure as red magic circles glow ominously behind her and shadowy figures close in. Without her older twin sister, she was defeated by Taylor and his party. Taylor's party did not question the twin maid's presence alone. The group rushes up the stairs and arrives at the 4th floor of Ophelis Hall. He braces himself, recognizing that the greatest obstacle has always been the 1st floor. Startled by a sudden threat, the red-haired girl grips an object tightly and looks up in alarm. Several people sprint away in terror as a red glowing force threatens to overtake them. A male figure is trapped by powerful defensive magic on the 4th floor and desperately cries out for help. A crystal ball was deliberately placed in the center of the control room as part of a scheme to manipulate the magic circle control system. The self-defense magic formulas in Ophelis Hall activate to shield students from external threats. A lone figure unleashes a massive, fiery energy attack, engulfing the area in red light. A dire warning compares an unspecified situation to a child holding a loaded gun. A fierce magical blast slams into the shield as one student stands firm, protecting the others who scramble for cover behind him. Rain pours as the building shakes violently in the storm. A female character stands in a dimly lit room, alarmed by the chaos unfolding outside. A panicked young man shouts that the building is about to collapse as the room glows red with danger. A furious character shouts for the maids, demanding their presence. The Ophelis Hall students realize the situation is escalating beyond control. Shattered glass bursts through the air as someone urgently shouts for everyone to escape. A figure crashes through several windows in a fiery explosion, sending glass and energy cascading down the building. Explosions erupted across the dark structure as the situation rapidly escalated into chaos. A massive explosion erupts, scattering debris and flames across the area. Two figures in red uniforms scramble for cover in the chaos as one urgently asks for a magical reagent, and the other shouts that it will not work against the rune. A hand pours the anglerweed reagent, a fast-acting healing mixture made from anglerweed seeds and emperor clam shells. A powerful green barrier is cast, blocking all basic magic within the corridor as two figures stand ready. A determined ally urges her startled companion to trust her as she prepares to handle the surge of assisting magic surrounding them. Two students charge into the chaotic battle as one is forced ahead, clearly terrified. A masked man releases a surge of fiery magical energy from the glowing device in his chest. A crimson energy figure unleashes a fiery blast, overwhelming several opponents in a single strike. Bathed in radiant light, the young man experiences a powerful awakening. After enduring intense struggles, the character finally experiences overwhelming relief. A powerful explosion erupts, filling the area with light and force. A massive explosion engulfs the side of the building in flames. As rain pours down, an injured figure is warned by a companion not to overexert himself while carriages escape the burning building. A wounded student leans against the wall in the rain, while another shelters him under her cloak, both tense as he insists his injuries aren't serious. Bloodied and exhausted, he leans against the wall in the rain, struggling to catch his breath after the ordeal. Several hooded figures advance toward the illuminated carriage through the rain. The protagonist reflects on how the carriage's impressive exterior contrasts with the unremarkable reality within. The king arrives quietly, reviewing secret documents that suggest he has hidden intentions. An adoptive father, presented as a fake boss, is eventually betrayed and eliminated by his cunning daughter. A hand burns a letter while the narrator reveals that someone is present at the academy who should not be there. A figure under an umbrella quietly observes as two people stand together in the rain, watching someone finally emerge from a long stationary carriage. A wounded young man stares upward in shock as he recognizes someone unexpected. A maid responsible for dishes on the third floor, raised by the chief maid, steps forward in the rain. Alliances are shifting as it's revealed that Alice once worked for Lortel and Shinny was meant to be a boss, yet now Shinny is allied with Elt, Lortel's enemy. Someone suspects that Alice was bribed by Lortel rather than betrayed by Shinny. A white-haired woman looms over a red-haired person, threatening them with a glowing sword as suspicion arises about shifting allegiances. A chilling message declares that only one outcome can happen. Lortel collapses in darkness as ominous energy surrounds her. A battered figure stands in the rain, steeling herself for the political and personal battles ahead. Struggling with frustration, the man marches through the rain, burdened by the prospect of taking on yet another demanding role. Janica steadies the wounded Ed as they pause in the rain, both catching their breath after a recent ordeal. A wounded young man, tense and desperate, asks for urgent help in the rain. A bloodied young man is startled by an unexpected interruption in the rain. A determined girl stands in the rain and urgently demands guidance on what to do next. A letter addressed to the president of the Elt Merchantry burns in the shadows. A letter reveals that Lady Lortel is secretly planning to betray her allies and seize control of the elite merchantry. Lortel secretly forms an alliance to gather support against her enemy. The negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire were a ruse to lure the target to Sylvania Academy and ambush them while their headquarters faced an unexpected crisis. He reveals that he now holds the confidential document proving Lortel's plot. The character declares they will support Lady Lortel unless someone offers them more gold coins. Facing the end of her service, the chief maid reflects on her failing senses and imminent resignation. The narrator acknowledges being trapped in a difficult situation, burdened as the only person aware of a crucial truth. A tense standoff unfolds as a stern woman threatens a crouching girl with a glowing sword, knowing her next decision could change everything. A burning letter reveals a list of orphanages, and the sender warns that future gold coin donations to them will decide their next move. Rain pours over the dark forest as a crucial decision awaits. A new character is formally introduced as the chief maid at Ophelis Hall. A blade is pressed to someone's neck as the threat intensifies and a warning is issued about an imminent arrival. A white-haired woman presses a blade to the red-haired figure's neck, questioning their intentions during a tense standoff. A woman draws her sword and confronts a red-haired young man in a dimly lit hallway, declaring that she sees little difference between him and the Golden King. She quietly admits that she feels the same way, letting out a weary sigh. She stands firm as flames and smoke erupt around her in a massive explosion. The young man urgently deduces that the real culprit is someone other than the suspected individual. 3 students in red uniforms confront a woman who is holding a hostage in the dim hallway. A white-haired woman suddenly attacks with her sword, catching her red-haired opponent off guard. Several students in uniform rush to help an unconscious girl lying on the ground. A woman clenches her teeth as she quickly hatches a plan to blame someone else for the chaos. A girl cries out in alarm as another girl looms over her, and a boy watches tensely. A character recoils in shock, loudly questioning what has happened to the other person's face. In the shadows, a character with red hair smirks confidently, anticipating what comes next. He wonders what kind of expression he must be making to provoke her reaction. A girl with red hair runs desperately through a burning corridor as shadowy figures chase her. Golden King Elt approaches personally, signaling distrust and raising tension among those present. A red-haired character hurries up the staircase to contact officials and finalize the scheme to incriminate Elt for account book tampering. She quickly prepares to send the carrier pigeon and find a hiding spot, determined not to get caught. Someone rushes out, their footsteps echoing with urgency. A figure strides purposefully down the dim hallway, heading toward their destination. Someone tries to reassure themselves and urges not to feel disappointed. He admits his deep loneliness, feeling that no one in the world understands him. She calmly admits that betrayal is nothing new to her, having faced it many times before. A red-haired girl cautiously sneaks past the lamplit doorway at night. A red-haired girl struggles to contain her heartbreak, fighting back tears under the dramatic orange light. A character steps forward in the dimly lit room, breaking the silence. A determined character strides down the hallway, resolved to take action. A red-haired girl races down the hallway, desperate to reach her room before Elt. Someone prepares to send a carrier pigeon while rain falls outside the dimly lit building. A massive chandelier crashes to the floor, filling the dark room with chaos. A stern man with a glowing pendant leads a group of hooded figures into the tense, shadowy room. A man urgently tells a student to evacuate. Access to the building is restricted due to safety concerns. A wounded student blocks the group's path, refusing to let anyone pass until faculty and staff arrive. A stern man questions the bloodied young man about his motives, but the young man insists he is acting independently, referencing Sylvania's shop system. 3 individuals understand the true progression of the story. Driven by vengeance and ambition, she plots to remove Elite, avenge her childhood, and claim the merchantry's presidency. A determined figure resolves to stop Lortel and secure the sage's sealed grimoire. The mastermind behind the story's twist is revealed as the woman standing at the center. A character realizes she must go to the 5th floor, where a powerful enemy armed with a glowing sword awaits. A firm refusal interrupts the situation. 3 adventurers face a group of shadowy captors, preparing to rescue a bound girl held hostage. Amid the raging battle, the sword wielder entrusts the fallen ally to the others and charges at the enemies with renewed determination. 2 opponents unleash powerful fire attacks against each other in a heated battle. With a burst of determination, the swordsman charges forward, wielding a fiery blade as chaos erupts around him. He prepares to take responsibility for whatever threat is aimed at Ophelis Hall. Injured and tense, the man resolves to keep intruders out to ensure events in Ophelis Hall proceed as planned. A surprised young man bows on the grand staircase after recognizing the powerful leader and his escorts. The stern man proposes negotiating with the academy to ensure proper treatment. A person acknowledges new information with a serious expression. Battered and exhausted, the protagonist gathers himself in the aftermath of the fight. A menacing figure confronts someone about their allegiance to Lortel. Driven by revenge and ambition, she fixates on her plan to remove her rival and claim the merchantry's presidency. A determined figure prepares to undermine Lortel and secure the sage's sealed grimoire. At the center of the scheme, Alice is revealed as the mastermind behind the story's twist. Lortel confronts her opponent on the 5th floor, holding a glowing sword and forcing a critical decision about intervening. A firm rejection interrupts the situation. A group of students confronts shadowy enemies while a restrained girl looks on anxiously from a rope basket. Amid the chaotic clash, one fighter decides to entrust a vulnerable teammate to the group's protection and charges forward. Blazing attacks collide as one character charges forward while another unleashes a powerful blast amid the flames. Amidst roaring flames, one student charges forward and clashes weapons with an opponent, while others unleash magic in the background. A stern man glares forward with unwavering resolve, ready to confront the situation ahead. The injured man winces and cries out in pain. Someone resolves to prevent intruders from interfering with the events unfolding in Ophelis Hall. A shocked young man bows on the staircase after recognizing a powerful figure accompanied by 2 escorts. A stern man proposes negotiating with the academy to ensure fair treatment. The speaker acknowledges the information with a serious expression in the shadows. Wounded and exhausted, the character faces a grim realization after the conflict. A menacing figure confronts a smaller person, questioning their loyalty. 10 minutes earlier, a building erupted in flames. A glowing, stone-like figure bursts through the wall as 2 people watch in shock. A dirted young man surveys the chaotic aftermath in shock and dismay. A shirtless man hangs upside down in a damaged room, calmly explaining his lack of urgency while another person questions his inaction. The muscular man complains about the broken wall, questioning who would believe someone like this is a mage. 2 students acknowledge their awkward past encounter while standing before a glowing, broken wall and addressing a kneeling figure. Ed reassures Janica that she has already faced her punishment and encourages her to move on. A girl hurriedly rejects the suggestion that she and the boy beside her are dating. A flustered girl awkwardly tries to explain herself while a boy watches her with a deadpan expression and another person stands nearby. Despite his visible injuries, Ed reassures everyone that he is fine and shifts the blame to Jix for the rude question. He bows deeply in front of the 2 injured girls and apologizes. A shirtless young man questions why someone destroyed the wall just to reach him. A wounded young man urgently asks for a favor, promising to repay it later. A tall man in a fur-collared cloak urges the newcomer to speak with the academy's administration before proceeding further. A character absorbs the new information with a serious expression. A bloodied young man confronts someone in the aftermath of a struggle. A menacing figure confronts the bloodied opponent, demanding to know whose side they are on. The shadowed figure leans in and pressures the wounded young man to abandon loyalty for immediate gain. A man reveals that the girl is dangerous and untrustworthy, emphasizing his first-hand experience raising her. A tense figure attempts to bribe someone with double the gold coins and demands they move aside. The protagonist firmly rejects the offer. Ed rejects the offer, pointing out that he was never promised any gold coins. He processes the revelation with a focused expression. A determined man stands protectively over a wounded figure as hooded attackers with glowing swords close in, ignoring his attempts to reason with them. Wounded and bloodied, the protagonist focuses with unwavering determination. A covert order is given to eliminate someone without drawing attention. The protagonist swiftly evades simultaneous strikes from 2 attackers in the dark room. 2 attackers close in on the wounded protagonist, trapping him with their swords as he struggles to break free. A hooded assailant lunges at Ed with a sword as green energy erupts around them. One character reassures the other while a magical barrier forms to shield them. The young man rushes off to assess the situation, promising to return and repay the favor. 2 determined figures unleash a surge of fiery magic together. He studies the students closely, realizing they will be difficult to defeat. A commanding voice urges everyone to give their all. Armed attackers ambush 2 figures as flames erupt around them. He sprints through the blue light, racing to escape the darkness closing in. He decides to immediately find Lortel and get answers about the situation. An injured boy stands alert in the smoke as a startled girl watches him from behind a wall. A startled girl anxiously reacts after learning someone couldn't escape. A plan is made to escape through the back door. A battered boy with an eye patch urges someone to run and not fall behind. An ominous message foreshadows that all goodwill and trust are driven by hidden motives. The receptionist tries to act flirty with Lortel, hoping to coax out valuable information. The employee becomes lively and energetic whenever he receives helpful tips from Lortel. Teeny clings to her caretaker because she receives the Academy's best feed. A gold coin glints as someone skeptically considers that every act of goodwill has an underlying motive, at least in this world. Two figures race down a dark corridor as one urgently brings up a recent betrayal. Overwhelmed by regret, the red-haired character blames himself for making a serious mistake. Janica was raised with kindness and learned to treat others with the same warmth. She insists that she is different from the other girl. On that day, she presented Ed Roth-Taylor with a pivotal offer. Someone realizes they have witnessed something critical. Two figures sit together by the fire, sharing a quiet moment as one glances at the other with sincere affection. She regrets revealing all her plans to Alice, hoping for a deeper relationship. A tall woman looms over the frightened girl, threatening her with a sword in the darkness. Despite witnessing her condition, someone cautiously steps forward. A red-haired girl gazes down by the window, overwhelmed by doubt as she questions her worth and dreams. 5 distinct individuals, each surrounded by a sinister blue aura, are revealed as conspirators who were bribed to seize control of Ophelis Hall. 3 individuals join forces with Elton the Rain, signaling a new alliance. Constricted by a thick rope, the young man realizes he cannot count on support from Welaine. A wounded young man glares defiantly at his unseen opponent, bracing for what comes next. A wounded boy looks up as a girl stands over him and apologizes. Doubt and confusion overwhelm as motivations are questioned. The character retracts his offer of 20 gold coins, admitting frustration and uncertainty as the situation grows unstable. A character glares intensely, challenging the other with a sharp retort. One character urgently grabs another's wrist and pulls them away to avoid being caught. Injured but determined, one character pulls another up as they urgently attempt to escape. A startled girl looks up in alarm, reacting to an unexpected mention of goodwill and trust. A male character demands an explanation, insisting there is always a reason for their actions. A red-haired character delivers a warning with a confident smirk, emphasizing distrust. A character exposes that the merchantry headquarters is plotting to manipulate market prices, suspecting involvement from her father. A plan to manipulate the market by buying up all the armor after prices dropped is explained in a dimly lit storeroom filled with shiny armor and shields. A cloaked girl reveals she was sent to Sylvania to find a way to steal the sage's sealed grimoire for her father's urgent scheme. The wounded young man interrupts, refusing to hear any further explanation. 3 merchants repeatedly trade a cheap product among themselves to drive up its market price. The breastplate's price keeps soaring, making people worry it will soon be out of reach. Driven by urgency, the protagonist decides to make an immediate purchase. They realize that selling the products they've collected now will earn them an enormous profit. The narrator explains that manipulative trading relies on trust, warning that if merchants B and C sell the product without A's knowledge, the price will collapse. Merchant A sells off their bonds to monopolize the product, putting out at risk of losing power due to a sudden financial loss. Lortel secures control over the rights to sale by manipulating key merchants during Elite's absence from headquarters. While urgently running through a dark corridor, one character reveals their plan to use the Academy's financial turmoil to force a negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire and create an opportunity to sell the armor. A girl turns in shock, stunned by an unexpected feat. The injured protagonist steels himself, determined to quickly grasp the entire situation. They urgently discuss sending a message to headquarters using a carrier pigeon to sell the armor. A hidden messenger pigeon is prepared to deliver a critical message to the headquarters, forming the key to a covert strategy. The wounded protagonist warns his wary ally that his father is planning to capture him and expose the traitors tonight. The wounded young man stands silently in the dim room, catching his breath after the struggle. Ed gives a critical command with determination. The group moves silently through the rain, following urgent instructions to avoid detection as they approach the dark building. A diversion is set in motion as instructions are given to send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains to mislead pursuers. One character is told to survive alone for 3 days in an unfinished hut deep in the northern forest. A wounded man outlines a plan to send a coded message by pigeon, while his ally calmly confirms their group will handle the rest. Struggling to stay conscious, the wounded character narrows his focus as tension rises. 2 filthy, bruised hands seize a distressed red-haired woman, catching her off guard. A wounded young man urgently instructs a pink-haired girl to stay hidden and escape after the coast is clear. His skills are praised for being as seamless as those of a seasoned merchant ally. She realizes she can finally trust someone to handle things swiftly. A bloodied young man is jolted out of his shock as someone confronts him about his unusual behavior. A red-haired girl calls out calmly. She stares up, demanding to know why she is being helped so much. He sits in silence, bloodied and shaken after the violence. Bruised and struggling, the injured protagonist winces as he tries to respond under pressure. Someone questions the motivation behind an action. Someone quietly acknowledges an inner sense of obligation. A girl stands inside, visibly upset, while a man silently leaves through the door into the pouring rain. A female character stands tensely in the shadows as double doors swing open before her. Rain pours outside the large, ornate window, casting a somber mood over the scene. A girl with long pink hair loses her balance and falls hard to the floor. A girl struggles to steady her breathing as her heart pounds loudly in her chest. A fierce battle erupts as the two groups confront each other with swords and magic. Hooded attackers ambush a group near a burst of magical fire as chaos erupts on the first floor. A character clutches their chest, stunned by overwhelming emotions they struggle to believe. She clutches her chest in distress as she realizes her own rapid heartbeat. Rain intensifies over the dark forest as night falls. An armored figure draws a sword and confronts the person who has just emerged. A maid unexpectedly draws her sword in the rain, ready to fight. A battered man grips his shoulder in the rain, bracing himself uneasily for what he believes is the final obstacle. The injured young man stands in the rain, dismissing his opponent with a cold remark. The takeover attempt comes to a decisive end. Rain pours outside the large window as the night deepens. A girl with long pink hair suddenly falls to the floor, looking shocked. A female character stands still, overwhelmed by her racing heartbeat. A fierce battle erupts as three opponents clash with swords and magic in a decisive confrontation. Masked attackers ambush a man and two startled figures near a burst of fire on the first floor. Clutching their chests, the character reels from an overwhelming surge of emotion. Startled by the intensity of her own heartbeat, the girl clutches her chest, overcome with emotion. Rain pours relentlessly over the shadowy forest, deepening the night's tension. An armored figure confronts Ed with drawn sword, surprised to see him emerge. A stern maid draws her sword under the pouring rain, preparing to confront an unexpected threat. A battered man braces himself, questioning the difficulty of the final obstacle. The bloodied young man stands in the rain, wipes his mouth, and dismisses his opponent's attack as unimpressive. The attempted takeover is declared finished. All runes from Ophelis Hall are absorbed by the person holding the command. A female swordsman delivers a powerful magic-infused strike, showcasing her exceptional combat and magical abilities. The chief maid charges forward and unleashes a fierce attack with her glowing sword. A powerful attack erupts with a burst of energy. A determined fighter in red unleashes a powerful attack but fails to defeat Taylor McLaury. Two opponents clash with swords, each pushing forward with fierce determination. The final battle is officially announced, marking the start of a decisive confrontation. A glowing force crashes into the building, causing chaos. A sword is drawn as the building burns intensely in the background. A determined maid grips her sword in the rain, preparing to confront an unseen threat. In the pouring rain, one wounded figure faces off against an armed opponent, both locked in a tense standoff. The protagonist, battered and resolute, realizes he only has enough mana left for a few basic spells. A fierce blow lands, sending shockwaves through the area. She unleashes a powerful downward strike with her glowing purple sword, triggering a burst of magical energy. A devastating energy blast rips through the scene. A decisive blast of purple magic sends the enemy flying across the battlefield. A character recoils in disbelief as a sudden, ominous light fills the scene. A swift attack is launched, targeting the character's leg. The protagonist instantly recognizes the opponent's attack pattern as a boot slams down. A woman swiftly reaches for her throwing knives as rain pours down, readying herself for an imminent fight. A hand swiftly grabs her wrist before she can react. With a surge of energy, one character forcefully slams the other into the ground. Clutching their head, the character falters in pain as the pressure intensifies. A surge of power courses through the glowing eye as arcane symbols flare to life. A notification appears, revealing that the ability to share a skill with a twin can be used once per day. A surge of telekinesis sends several glowing daggers hurtling forward. A bloodied young man recoils as a surge of ominous purple energy erupts around him. Multiple purple energy swords pierce the bloodied young man, pinning him to the ground. With determination in his glowing eyes, he prepares to unleash his power. Startled, the protagonist recoils as sudden danger appears. Despite his injuries, the young man grips his blood-stained sword and pushes forward through the pouring rain. The character examines shallow wounds on their leg after deflecting an attack with a knife. A wounded defender stands firm in the rain, shielding an injured maid from an imminent threat. A young woman is knocked to the ground, grimacing in pain as rain pours down. A character swiftly kicks a sword into the air, deflecting the attack with a burst of sparks. The battered young man reaches his breaking point, staring ahead with unwavering resolve as rain pours down. Bloodied and desperate, he screams in anguish while clutching the motionless body in the pouring rain. A tense countdown begins as someone is about to arrive. A desperate girl forces herself forward on the ground, shouting for others to move aside so she won't disappoint Miss Alice. A tense figure predicts that Alice will lose. A girl crouches angrily in the rain and demands to know what the other person understands about her. A woman fiercely defends another's hardships as she releases a surge of magical energy from a glowing cube. A female mage unleashes a storm of powerful pink magic attacks from multiple glowing circles. A character unleashes a surge of magical energy while fiercely defending someone, demanding to know how many orphans have been saved. The boy reveals he is also an orphan and admits he knows little about her. The narration acknowledges that the failed swordsman of Sylvania provided little information about Alice's background. She fixates on her resentment, blaming someone else for the situation. Ed charges fearlessly through the explosion, pushing forward with unwavering resolve. A fierce clash erupts as a woman attacks a young man engulfed in fiery energy. A white-haired girl fiercely defends someone, insisting she owes her life to them. A character experiences a sudden realization, their eye wide with intense emotion. A young man stands his ground amid a massive explosion, shouting in anguish. The narrator reflects on the impact of the story just revealed. The injured character mutters defiantly through the pain as rain falls around them. The character pushes themselves up from the ground, ignoring the burning wreckage nearby. A distraught character, overcome with pain and betrayal, cries out against those who sided with Lortel. A tearful, dirt-streaked figure hangs their head in defeat as rain pours down. A massive explosion engulfs the building in flames and smoke. A maid lies motionless on the rain-soaked street as someone laments their ignorance of the extra stories and wonders what they can do. Kneeling in the rain, the bloodied young man silently acknowledges the countless untold stories that remain hidden. A massive explosion erupts inside the building, causing widespread destruction. Someone clenches their fist in the rain while reflecting on Alice's history of rescuing orphans and weighing her actions. A maid lies motionless and bloodied in a dark room after a violent incident. A determined figure rushes out into the rain, unwavering in their resolve and goal. Bloodied and resolute, the young man steels himself with a single goal: survival. A notification appears, announcing that Shani, who is responsible for the dishes, has been incapacitated. A system notification appears, signaling the successful acquisition of a new skill. A survival skill called Pain Endurance activates, delaying exhaustion and pain as the protagonist reacts in shock. A stone smashes through the window, scattering glass across the room. A battered young man kneels by the moonlit window, catching his breath after a violent struggle. The bloodied character stares forward, processing a grim realization in the shadows. The scene displays luxurious wooden furniture and carefully arranged decorations. The desk overflows with paperwork while books are organized neatly on nearby shelves. He stands alone in the shadowy office, quietly reflecting by the moonlit window. A bird perches inside a golden cage as a sharp sound breaks the silence of the dimly lit room. A hand quickly writes a message explaining that Elt is in Sylvania and will need 3 days to return to headquarters. An instruction appears on the screen to sell all of the acquired gear. A carrier pigeon flies through the stormy night, tasked with delivering a message that could seal Elite's fate. Blood drips onto a boot in the foggy darkness. A wounded young man pushes through the dark forest, struggling to stay on his feet as he clutches his injured arm. Lortel narrowly avoided capture by Elite thanks to unexpected help and timely events. A carriage speeds through the rain, fleeing the Arkan Mountains under the cover of night. Elite is forced to give chase. A carrier pigeon speeds through the rainy night, carrying a message that will finalize Eld's resignation before any confession can change the outcome. The injured young man realizes something is wrong as he approaches the hut and notices an unexpected situation. A hooded girl confronts a bloodied, kneeling boy in the dark forest. Ed reels in shock, struggling to process the unexpected revelation. The hooded figure exposes a glowing sword, preparing to face the formidable Golden Daughter. Only the 5 individuals bribed by Lortel know she is the secret mastermind. A character assesses the shifting alliances, deciding that with Elite gone, Alice must depend on Lortel while planning to secure Shani and Kelly's loyalty and buy off Will Lane. One character contemplates another's unpredictable nature, realizing that their actions cannot be influenced by money. Injured and alone in the shadowy forest, he realizes he could be eliminated here without anyone noticing. Lortel Ketchum is revealed as the secret mastermind, willing to use and discard anyone for her goals as she moves through the darkness with a glowing dagger. A dramatic declaration is made, labeling someone as a villain. A wounded young man strains to think clearly as he clutches his injured arm, desperate to survive. A wounded man stands his ground as a hooded woman confronts him with a blood-stained dagger. A hand seizes a glowing sword, signaling the start of a confrontation. A character reacts with shock to a sudden event. A gloved hand swiftly draws a shining sword, ready for action. A character frantically presses down on a bleeding wound as panic fills the night. A wounded young man stands in shock as someone urgently treats his injuries under the moonlight. 2 figures approach a bonfire in front of a cabin at night, with one supporting the other after the rain has stopped. She invites the other person to sit closer and share the warmth of the fire. The next opponent is introduced as the formidable Golden Daughter, Lortel. Only the 5 people Lortel bribed know she is the secret mastermind. With Elt gone, Alice has no choice but to depend entirely on Lortel. 2 characters are assigned to follow Alice as the group prepares for their next move. Lortel ponders why Ed remains unaffected by her wealth and influence. Someone fears being abandoned in the remote woods. Ed, injured but defiant, stands ready to confront a hooded figure in the moonlit forest. A hidden figure prepares to commit a secret crime without being seen. A hooded woman advances through the dark forest, gripping her dagger and preparing to strike. A looming threat is revealed as it's hinted that any human she encounters will be eliminated. A dramatic statement confirms the presence of a true villain. Clutching his wounded side, he struggles to think clearly as he fights to stay conscious. A wounded man faces off against a woman who threatens him with a knife. A tense moment unfolds as a hand grips a sword, ready for action. He stiffens in shock as a sudden realization strikes him. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to draw it. Desperately pressing on the wound, one character tries to stop another's severe bleeding. A bloodied Ed lies on the ground as someone anxiously tends to his injuries. As the rain ends, one figure helps another through the forest toward a bonfire beside a cabin. A red-haired girl invites everyone to sit by the fire and warm up together. By the campfire, Lortel insists that explain if he followed the plan. They discuss the horseman's willingness to risk his life for a diversion, raising suspicions about how such loyalty was obtained. A tense conversation unfolds by the fire as one person reveals their plan to gain control over the elite merchant association. A confident girl boasts about owing a favor, trying to cheer up the person she's speaking to. A red-haired character mocks the lack of excitement in Ed's response as they sit by the campfire. A character smiles with sly confidence as the fiery glow highlights her intent. Someone expresses gratitude to Ed off-screen. Two people sit by the campfire as one expresses heartfelt gratitude, and the other reminds them about the promised payment. Someone initiates a serious conversation by asking if there is any unfinished business, and whether it involves Alice. The red-haired character quietly shifts the conversation to ask about Janica. Two people sit by the fire and talk sincerely about their respect for a kind and considerate senior. He responds to the challenge with calm confidence. A character pauses in silence, exhaling softly while holding a drink. She admits she isn't as kind as she may seem. A massive impact tears through the area, blasting debris across Ophelis Hall. After receiving a report from a subordinate, Elt leaves the area, showing no interest in Ophelis Hall as armed guards remain at their posts. Struggling in the fight against the mercenaries, one character braces to intervene. Instead of fighting the mercenaries, he desperately restrains his own comrade as chaos erupts around them. Janica unleashes a surge of overwhelming spirit power, forcing others back with its intensity. He rushed forward to stop her before anyone got hurt, but she demanded to know what was wrong. She confronts him directly, causing others nearby to whisper anxiously. A girl pauses in silence as a glowing white bird rests on her shoulder. A red-eyed girl denies being angry while gripping a glowing bird and smiling menacingly. Unable to attend class due to a ruined uniform, the protagonist receives a spare uniform and hears about the incident. A figure is overwhelmed by a surge of destructive red energy as a glowing artifact radiates power from their chest. The chief maid sits bound and silent, refusing to answer any questions. A critical character blocks Lortel from leaving the stage. The plan succeeded, but everyone waited anxiously for news from the carrier pigeon. Weary and sore, the protagonist takes a moment to recover by the stream after the exhausting incident. A character acknowledges the difficulty of physical labor but resolves to push through and complete the task. A status window appears, revealing the protagonist's intermediate crafting abilities and available skill slots. Now that advanced crafting skill slots are available, acquiring new skills becomes the main focus. A character reviews their skill status screen and firmly decides which abilities to master next. Two types of magical technology are introduced: Spirit Formula Infusion for spirit sorcery, and Magic Engineering for crafting tools and weapons. A character explains that mastering Spirit Formula artifacts and disassembling advanced magical items unlocks new skills in magic engineering. While considering his strategy for forming a spirit contract, Ed turns as Janica cheerfully greets him after the rain. A girl takes a break on a rock in the woods, reassuring a boy who checks if she is alright after helping him. A character makes a playful face, eyes closed and lighthearted expression. A girl with red eyes anxiously asks about Lortel's condition. A girl with pink hair sits tensely by the cabin and explains that someone is resting inside. The Ophelis Hall takeover has ended, but unresolved tasks remain. Persuasion of the former chief maid sets the stage for negotiating the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire. For 3 days, she waits anxiously in the cabin for a reply from the elite merchant company's headquarters. She wrestles with her conflicting emotions, feeling frustrated but unable to hate the situation. Someone reflects on the impact of being with Ed Rothstaler. He chops wood with intense focus as someone watches from the cabin window. She reflects on how his selfless kindness makes her feel safe. She realizes she is experiencing a feeling that seems normal for everyone else but unfamiliar to her. Lortel reflects on how her harsh life on the streets makes this moment invaluable to her. Janica laughs while teasing Ed and holding his jacket. She seethes with frustration, envying the abundance of kindness others receive. A menacing figure issues an ultimatum, demanding that someone be surrendered. A confident woman asserts her readiness to lead the fight for him. A scheming woman relishes the advantage of living together for 3 days, already plotting her next move. A woman envisions burying the cabin in gold as she schemes her next move. She debates whether helping with tuition is a good idea, considering her own lack of money. A red-haired girl, visibly flustered, reluctantly offers help while insisting it is not out of kindness. She slams her head against the wall in embarrassment as a scoreboard reveals her number of boyfriends is 0. Someone off-panel asks if the other person can move, checking on their condition. A red-haired girl confronts someone for taking her spot and notices something unusual. A girl in a witch hat steps into the sunlit room, catching the red-haired girl off guard. Someone is surprised to find another person relaxing in a sunlit spot on the floor. A girl in a witch hat screams in frustration, pressing her hands forward as she expresses her anguish. Someone apologizes for waking another person and explains that someone with red hair has sneaked into the cabin. A red-haired woman reassures someone that she has handled the situation and encourages them to return to sleep. A red-haired girl confronts someone about another person's frequent visits, pressing for answers. A new rival is introduced, described as unpredictable and troublesome, while she sleeps peacefully despite her scratches. Under the glow of sunset, someone resolves to settle the score within 3 days. Morning arrives at the sunlit cabin, marking the start of day 2. A cheerful girl excitedly calls out to Ed from her bunk bed, ignoring someone else's wishes. A cheerful girl greets Lortel outside on a warm morning, eager for some time alone with Ed. A weary girl inside notices a new arrival at the window, while a boy outside focuses on stacking bricks. A character narrows her gaze, intensely studying the scene before her. One girl sleeps soundly on the floor while another sits nearby, sighing about how rarely this happens. After finishing the task, the young man breathes a sigh of relief. A new crafting recipe for handmade bricks is unlocked, detailing the process and difficulty. Crafting is finished, raising proficiency and unlocking the stonemasonry skill as a stone brick appears. A newly crafted brick fireplace is introduced, described as functional but not very sturdy due to its mud-sealed joints. The fireplace is finally completed, and crafting proficiency increases. Someone comments on the unique aroma of the steaming skewers and confidently identifies basil as an ingredient. The group reviews their progress around the campfire, agreeing that things are on track but emphasizing the need to stay vigilant as they tackle their remaining tasks. A composed merchant offers to pay compensation with either gold coins or goods. They begin brainstorming possible solutions, immediately considering construction materials. One character questions the presence of excess magic engineering equipment, while the other listens in silence. The character pauses to mentally review the inventory for available spares. Ed asks Janica for a favor, catching her by surprise. Someone asks for help with learning spirit magic and hopes to contract with a lower spirit. A confident girl enthusiastically takes charge, declaring herself the teacher to a surprised boy. Ed tries to connect with the spirit bird as magical energy swirls around him, following instructions from the others. Ed is surprised as he begins to hear the spirit bird's faint voice while another character explains the need to strengthen his spirit connection. A magical bird urgently highlights the man's overwhelming responsibilities, emphasizing that he has no time for magic training due to dwindling supplies and pressing construction work. A female character urgently channels a powerful spell, her hands glowing with magic. Two anxious students discuss overhearing news about the weekly report meeting. A nervous girl clasps her hands as she confronts an anxious boy, both caught in an uncomfortable silence. A confident girl interrupts the tense boy with a pointed question, putting him on the spot. Two people negotiate over the price and quantity of leftover magic engineering equipment. A red-haired woman teases another character about selling assets at a discount, downplaying the situation. A green-eyed character with red hair studies the scene with intense focus. The negotiator proposes a regular meeting at the Merchant Association, offering discounted prices and suggesting they share tea and conversation each visit. While one girl insists that Ed deserves a free favor, the other refuses and defends her professional standards as Ed eats quietly. He defends himself against accusations and quickly shifts his focus to pursuing magic engineering and spirit magic. A group of students gathers tensely around the campfire as a new arrival addresses the others. The new arrival apologizes for showing up unexpectedly during the tense situation. Belle Maya bows her head and regretfully delivers bad news. A red-haired woman urgently delivers a message from the former chief maid. The character quickly reviews the inventory in their mind, deciding to check for spare items immediately. Ed sits on the bench and seriously asks Janica for a favor, catching her by surprise. Someone requests assistance with learning spirit magic and hopes to form a contract with a lower spirit. A confident girl declares she will quickly help the surprised boy form a contract with an intermediate-level spirit. A glowing spirit bird appears as the group attempts a spirit connection, with one character focusing and another giving urgent instructions. Ed manages to hear the spirit bird faintly as a girl explains that improving his spirit connection is necessary, but she predicts he will advance quickly. A magical creature urgently argues that, due to the man's demanding daily routine and pressing responsibilities, he has little time for magic training. A girl channels a surge of green energy as she brings her glowing hands together, unleashing a powerful spell. A nervous girl asks a stressed boy if he heard about the weekly report meeting as he responds uncertainly. A nervous girl pleads for forgiveness while the boy stands frozen in awkward silence. A confident woman interrupts the conversation, leaning in as the young man looks startled and anxious. A negotiation takes place over the supply and pricing of surplus magic engineering equipment. A red-haired woman laughs and playfully teases about selling assets at a discount. The green-eyed character locks eyes with unwavering determination, fully focused on what lies ahead. One character proposes a recurring business arrangement at a discounted price, suggesting they meet every 3 days to discuss details over tea, while the other reacts with surprise and interest. Two girls argue about whether the boy calmly eating should get something for free, while one insists on sticking to business. One character accuses another of lying, prompting a shocked protest. A new era begins as magic engineering combines with spirit magic. A student approaches the campfire and calls out to another, drawing the attention of the group. A character apologizes for their sudden arrival during a tense moment. A woman bows her head under a spotlight as she apologetically delivers troubling news. A red-haired girl with heterochromia announces that there is a message from the former chief maid. Someone initiates a conversation, asking what needs to be discussed. A red-haired girl urgently warns someone to keep the top-secret information to themselves. One character leans in and whispers a secret to another. One girl leans in to whisper that someone likes Ed Roth-Taylor, while the other listens intently. A woman debates whether she should feign surprise to appear polite. One girl reassures her distressed friend while discussing concern over another friend's choices. A worried girl notes that Janica has recently started mentioning a certain name. Lortel is questioned about her recent absences and her connection to another missing student. A maid opens the curtain as a girl in red reflects on the confusing dynamics between Ed and Janica. A girl wonders if someone is heartless, manipulative, or simply too overwhelmed by their circumstances to care about dating. Two girls walk outside as one expresses disbelief and discomfort about someone else's supposed good luck. A red-haired woman makes a sly remark while standing confidently outdoors. Belle sits anxiously on the bench as someone addresses her, causing her to tense up. A girl in a witch hat lounges on the rooftop, mistaken for a cat. A dark-haired woman clutches her head in frustration as she admits feeling unwell when asked by a blonde companion in the quiet forest. A red-haired woman leans forward and urges the other person to reveal what they wanted to say. Someone arrives to deliver an important message to Lady Lortel. A maid announces that the message is from the former chief maid, Alice. A bonfire burns brightly, pushing back the darkness of night. Janica leaves the area as Belle carries Lucy away. Ed prepares to move at night while considering the risks of Lortel's exposure and checking his repaired uniform. A messenger letter arrives confirming the proposal to depose the chairman has passed and Ed's dismissal is imminent. She lights a fire and considers that her father is making a final, desperate stand at the Merchant Association headquarters, leaving her and the others in Sylvania out of his concern. Two wary figures strategize by the campfire, weighing the risk of hidden threats and uncertain alliances. A piece of paper burns in the flames as the immediate threat is dealt with. A woman realizes she is trapped by a manipulative scheme as she holds a letter and listens to the explanation. A hidden alliance is revealed as a hand examines the parchment delivered by Belmaya. The document detailed the orphanages she funded, their annual expenses, and methods for ongoing support. Overwhelmed by relentless work and worsening health, she was ignored by the academy until she could no longer care for the orphanage. A white-haired woman risks everything in a high-stakes bet, unnoticed by others as she faces a glowing sword held over her. Her followers realized what she was going through as she broke down in tears. While holding a letter, the character reflects on how an ally's support is only guaranteed by his apparent victory, and is surprised by the unexpected message. Under dim light, the character silently studies the situation with focused intensity. Sitting by the fire, the girl quietly reflects on the harsh consequences of making mistakes. Someone privately admits that exposing their role as the mastermind would bring no benefit, while holding a burning letter. She decides to cooperate, feeling a sense of relief as she holds the envelope by the firelight. One character prepares to leave while confirming that the other will visit the Merchant Association's branch next week to finalize the contract. A burning torch is handed over in the darkness to prepare for the night ahead. In the darkness, one character confronts another with a torch, prompting a tense silence. Under the night sky, the two pause as one questions the other's hesitation, while the topic unexpectedly shifts to his height. A girl stands alone at dusk, weighing the risk she must take to win. Someone fixes a probing gaze on Ed, demanding an answer. Someone twists a red tie while explaining that human relationships revolve around push and pull. By the fire, a red-haired girl tidies the blonde boy's clothes as they discuss the importance of appearance at Sylvania Academy. Someone suddenly grabs the glowing red tie in surprise. Two characters stand in tense silence, confronting each other at close range. Two characters share a kiss by the campfire under the night sky. Two people suddenly close the distance between them, creating a tense atmosphere. A red-haired girl fondly recalls the delicious raspberries they shared that evening, smiling warmly at her companion. A tense exchange unfolds at night as one figure warns the other not to overstep boundaries. A red-haired woman confidently proposes changing their dynamic while holding a torch in the dark. A girl leads the way with a torch through the dark forest as a boy follows cautiously behind her. Ed watches as someone with a torch runs away into the darkness of the forest. A sudden explosion erupts in the dark forest as the cautious protagonist keeps his distance from the main scenario characters. A frustrated young man realizes that nothing in life is going as planned. Someone sits by the campfire at night, reflecting on the unchanged beauty of the stars, moon, and surrounding sounds. The protagonist senses that the course of events is increasingly veering off track. A character stands by the campfire, overwhelmed by a growing sense of unease as the story pulls him in. The narrator reflects on a strategy to observe events passively from the sidelines. Ed firmly states that he only acts on what he deems necessary and insists he has no greed. He soon realizes that the plan he thought would be simple is far more difficult and risky than expected. Summer ended quietly. The season changes as autumn arrives. Brown leaves drift gently through the bright sky under a colorful arc. A massive, blazing tail sweeps through the air with tremendous force. A girl sits under a tree with her magical beast companions, brooding after hearing that the red-haired girl kissed the young master. A worried girl insists they must act immediately as she urgently addresses Lady Janica beside a glowing magical bird. A character comments on the impressive and manipulative behavior of a red-haired youth, while a golden, dragon-like creature watches slyly from behind a rock. A distressed girl urgently questions the dragon-like creature about Ed's reaction. He remained completely unmoved as she kissed him, surprising everyone with his cold reaction. A dragon grimaces while reacting to the cold behavior shown towards someone. A girl reacts with visible relief after hearing rumors that the fallen noble is uninterested in another character. A general observation is made about men being better at taking action than defending. Janica recalls in alarm as a fiery outburst erupts, intensifying the chaos around her romantic troubles. The spirit animals urge Janica to take action and not miss her chance with him. A lively conversation erupts as the dragon encourages someone to join in an exciting adventure with the young master, while the blue bear appears nervous. A girl sits quietly, lost in thought as she mutters about eating. Someone sits in awkward silence, watching as two dragon-like creatures move closer to each other. A hand carefully offers a steaming spoonful of medicine to someone just out of view. Inside the warmly lit cabin, one person gently feeds their weakened, cloaked companion with a spoon. A character is suddenly overwhelmed by a mysterious supernatural force. Someone complains loudly about the unpleasant taste of something. One character notes the lack of spices limits cooking, decides to postpone improving their skills, and reacts to the other's playful teasing about being a taste tester. A status screen appears, revealing a detailed summary of life skill levels and abilities. A character explains that improving only one stat lowers efficiency, so all key stats should be increased evenly for better living skill proficiency. Someone admits feeling overwhelmed by a busy schedule while the clock tower looms over the academy. The narration establishes a shift in routine now that school has begun. He calculates that he can only spend 5 or 6 hours on survival activities each day, even with less sleep. He worries about optimizing his survival tactics to ensure the scenario is progressing as planned. A male character attentively watches key students sparring in the academy training yard. A male student practices sword strikes on a training dummy while a supportive girl encourages him. The princess stands ready as she prepares to closely observe the coming conflict with Lortel. Clarice is scheduled to enroll next year, so there is no immediate concern about her. The tense atmosphere intensifies as Lortel is watched warily, every move feeling risky. Despite the early dismissal, the plan to obtain the sage's sealed grimoire moves forward. A character strides forward with determination, reflecting on their recent need for more time. Someone resolves to start checking the faculty building. A young man arrives at the academy entrance, standing confidently as he surveys the imposing building ahead. The next major threat of the second act is about to be revealed. He quietly acknowledges the new information, deep in thought. Professor Glass discovers that a hidden mastermind is behind the Ophelis Hall takeover. A tense realization grips the blonde character as determination flashes in their anxious eyes. The scenario's progress is being evaluated. The narrator remains vigilant, continually monitoring important students. A blonde character quietly watches as two people train with wooden swords in the courtyard. The narrator observes that Taylor, who is in the combat faculty, is making good progress despite not being seen often. A determined student smashes the ornate training dummy with a powerful sword strike as an excited onlooker watches. Isla continues to support her companion in his efforts. Princess Phinia stands confidently at the front of her group, showing no signs of difficulty. A tense confrontation begins as one character prepares to carefully observe the other's actions. Someone confirms that Clarice will enroll next year, assuring there is nothing to worry about. Lortel is being watched closely as tension fills the air. Eld's early dismissal creates uncertainty about her future behavior. A red-haired girl waves goodbye to two people near an ornate door. Despite recent events, the scheme to obtain the sage's sealed grimoire continues. The narrator reflects on needing more time lately. Someone steps purposefully onto the sunlit stone floor, entering the scene with determination. A young man arrives at the academy and pauses to gather his resolve. Sunlight streams through the grand window, revealing the academy's impressive exterior. He listens carefully and acknowledges the new information. He realizes that someone has been secretly orchestrating the Ophelis Hall takeover. A dramatic announcement introduces a new figure to the scene. The male character listens intently and acknowledges the information with a calm response. A man studies a document and realizes a secret mastermind is behind the Ophelis Hall takeover. A woman with glasses affirms someone's intuition in the classroom. A man removes his glasses and warns not to overlook the important things. A menacing boy pressures a frightened girl to deliver the thesis on divine science by tomorrow morning. The scene shifts to a grand faculty building named Ophelis Hall. Materials related to the Ophelis Hall incident are delivered to the assistant professor's office. An exhausted woman leans back in her chair, relieved as the other quietly manages the paperwork nearby. A blonde woman with glasses carefully reviews a document, deep in thought. Exhausted, the protagonist reviews the case files, questioning whether further involvement is necessary. A blonde girl with glasses studies something closely, lost in thought. Suspicion grows as something feels wrong. A boy in a red suit is formally introduced to the group. As the apology is offered for forgetting the contract, Ed stands confused and distant, silently processing the situation. A welcoming gesture is extended at the Elite Merchant Association as tea and refreshments are offered. The two discuss picking up the prepared magic engineering equipment at the counter, while the woman comments on the man's work attire. A red-haired woman nervously asks for feedback on her appearance as she holds a document and adjusts her hair. A blonde boy looks up and questions if there is an important appointment. A red-haired young woman blushes and nervously tucks her hair behind her ear, clearly flustered. The red-haired woman awkwardly laughs and deflects the question, appearing uneasy. They discuss the nearly finished cabin and the need for affordable furniture, noting that the available options are too expensive. A merchant firmly refuses to give away items for free, citing professional ethics. A young woman confidently shatters a wooden chair with blue magic, challenging her companion's woodworking skills. A worried young man receives disappointing news that an item is now unsellable and will be discarded. Ed quietly expresses his gratitude while sipping tea. She pauses, lost in silent reflection. Someone scrutinizes another person's unchanging expression, questioning their lack of reaction. A hand slams forcefully onto the table, breaking the tense silence. A red-haired woman leans in close to a blonde man as he looks up at her, holding a teacup and preparing to speak. Two characters kiss passionately by the fire after making the decisive move. A woman boldly confesses her romantic interest while touching the man's chest, leaving him visibly surprised. A red-haired woman admits she is only helping out of self-interest while addressing someone's unspoken question. The young man calmly explains that he avoids conflicts he cannot win, even as he observes the other's indifferent attitude. Someone hints at a promise or intention for the future. The red-haired woman grabs the blonde man's tie and pulls him close, her emotions barely restrained as tension fills the room. A confident woman smirks knowingly, unfazed by the situation. A stern command is issued forbidding anyone from revealing their feelings. Students gather and move through the academy courtyard as the day begins. A character raises a staff with determination, signaling the start of decisive action. A cheerful girl raises her staff and announces the start of the lesson to the seated boy. A hand channels a surge of fiery magic as the staff descends above the swirling flames. A pink-haired girl demonstrates how to channel magic by forming a glowing fireball in her hands. The character confirms decisively with a sharp, resolute glance. A character channels intense energy, forming a massive fireball in their hands. A figure unleashes a massive burst of blazing energy, filling the scene with explosive intensity. A radiant, otherworldly figure appears above outstretched hands, greeting the young master with a display of magic. A lively fire spirit proudly announces the formation of a contract. A glowing spirit enthusiastically lists the rounds it completed to qualify as a contracted spirit, while a stunned student listens. A determined individual confidently proclaims their unmatched magical performance and strong connection with low-rank spirits. A fiery creature stands atop a human hand and passionately swears to serve with unwavering devotion. A character remembers forming a close bond with a spirit-type bird while riding together by the riverbank. Sensing a shift in the situation, the character quickly realizes something is different from before. A pink-haired girl summons a fiery spirit in her palm and presents it to a serious blonde boy, explaining her choice based on the spirit's magic power efficiency. Two animal-like creatures race to escape as an explosion erupts behind them. A towering, dragon-like figure erupts from the flames and bellows a command, driving everyone forward. A nervous person hurriedly hands a small dragon-like creature to someone else. A character cradles a glowing spirit, learning to control the intense heat and magical power from their connection. One character nervously asks if adjusting the level of connection changes the firepower, while another finds the terminology amusing. A character is suddenly struck by a crucial realization, their expression filled with shock. A radiant creature, gripped tightly, urgently requests orders while offering itself as a portable heater. A magical interface presents information about the fire spirit's abilities and shows an empty slot for another spirit. A glowing status screen reveals that intermediate magic can now be learned, along with new spirit abilities. A survival tool is praised for its usefulness as one character expresses happiness at seeing another look less exhausted. One character enthusiastically offers to provide intensive training and support, including lessons on connection, senses, and spirit combat, while preparing resources and a training room for practice. A pink-haired girl abruptly stops speaking and covers her mouth in surprise. Two characters stand close together as one hesitantly starts a serious conversation. The girl with pink hair boasts about her busy schedule, while the boy in the red cloak listens. A girl is overwhelmed as spirit-like figures pressure her to teach spirit magic. Overwhelmed by the truth, she admits her agreement as tears well in her eyes. Someone apologizes to Janica. A boy offers money in gratitude, startling the pink-haired girl. One character refuses to accept money, insisting the other should save it instead. A blonde character confronts someone about feeling hurt by their emotional distance. A surprised character questions why the other person is denying having asked for compensation first. A startled girl reacts anxiously, demanding to know why everyone is acting strangely. One character awkwardly shares advice received from a friend, while the other calmly agrees. The girl firmly clarifies that her behavior is not the same with everyone as she looks down at the seated boy. A meeting at the combat training ground is arranged for next time. A cheerful student offers help and rushes off to morning class, leaving another standing outside the academy building. Ed awkwardly waves goodbye while holding a glowing bat-like creature. An advanced crafting skill slot is used as the advanced magic engineering skill is acquired. He quickly analyzes the simple magic engineering supplies and masters an advanced skill. A surge of magical energy ignites the fireplace in an instant. Ed prepares to light the fireplace, planning to use it for warmth if he runs out of mana. Feeling secure in his stable surroundings, he takes a moment to enjoy the peace by the fireplace. He exhales in relief, finally free from the weight that had been pressing on him. Ed notices the late hour as he looks out at the crescent moon from the cabin window. The protagonist prepares to inspect the traps before moving forward. Someone arrives late at night and hesitates, regretting their decision to come after work. A woman walks alone through the dark forest, suspecting there is a hidden mastermind behind the incident and considering Ed as the likely culprit. With Taylor excluded as the case solver, suspicion focuses solely on Ed. A girl pauses in the dark forest, realizing her search may be futile if no one is around at night. A girl recoils in shock as her cracked glasses reflect her sudden realization. A wolf's severed head hurtles through the air, spraying blood across the dark scene. A man slips through the night carrying an unconscious girl and a bloodied, bound object, while a shocked onlooker hides behind a tree. A young woman with glasses whirls around, startled by an unexpected disturbance. A powerful figure gathers immense magical energy, preparing for a formidable challenge. Someone urgently calls out for Lucy Merrill as a girl bows her head in distress. A girl with glasses realizes her suspicion was correct, her expression tense and intense. A crucial realization strikes as the true mastermind behind the Ophalil's Hall takeover is uncovered. Under the full moon, Ed stands over his defeated opponent, asserting his dominance. A startled girl with glasses spins around in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. A cloaked figure channels intense magical energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A girl with long light hair collapses in exhaustion, her head hanging in defeat. A character realizes her suspicion was correct, her determination intensifying. The protagonist realizes the true mastermind behind the Ophelish Hall takeover incident. Ed stands beneath the full moon, gripping a bloodied rope as someone calls out his name after the confrontation. A shocked girl sees someone dragging a bloody, bound body under the moonlight. A girl with long, light hair stands silently with her head bowed as someone recognizes her. Hiding behind the wall, the girl realizes she has a knack for solving mysteries. Smoke billows from the damaged chimney, signaling that something is wrong. At night, someone drags a tied-up deer toward the campfire while being secretly watched from behind a tree. An animal desperately fights to escape as a rope holds its leg in place. The female character in the red cloak forcefully hurls a tied pouch into the dark woods. A character walks thoughtfully by the cabin at night, unaware that someone is secretly watching from behind a tree. A young woman with glasses watches intently from the shadows, her focus unwavering as she assesses the situation. Moving cautiously through the firelight, the tense figure approaches the shelter to attempt a careful rescue. A hand slowly reaches toward the girl's ankles in an attempt to free her without making a sound. A hand releases a surge of bright blue energy, unleashing a powerful attack. A girl with glasses recoils in shock as her hand glows with an unexpected light. A startled girl in a cape confronts another girl by the campfire, demanding to know her identity. A nervous woman with glasses hurriedly introduces herself as the assistant professor. Startled by a sudden revelation, the character's eye widens in shock behind their glasses. A shocked girl watches as a hooded figure disappears back into the dark forest. A figure with glowing purple eyes hides in the shadows, gripping a large blade. A mysterious woman with piercing purple eyes steps into view, silently observing the scene from beneath her shadowed hat. A girl enveloped in swirling magical energy descends from the sky as a stunned figure watches from below. A girl with glasses stands alert and senses something unusual near the stacked branches. She confirms her suspicion as she glances upward, her expression resolute. A book and a glowing orb slam onto the desk as someone urgently calls out a name. A determined young woman demands information about a student who was expelled from his family. A stern man dismisses others as talentless while a frustrated woman tries to involve the professor in the conversation. A character frantically explains that Ed completely overpowered Lucy and tries to recount her investigation, but is interrupted for being too scattered. A young woman boldly admits to using forbidden memory magic on the first floor of Ophelis Hall without permission. One character presents a glowing magical orb while the other calmly explains that he has already prepared a written defense, insisting there were extenuating circumstances. A young man sits in the shadows, radiating an intense and calculating presence. A young man stands in a spotlight, striking a dramatic pose as if revealing himself as the mastermind. A woman questions the man about his involvement in moving the unconscious girl, pressing him for details. A stern man examines documents at his desk as a blonde woman leans in, both intently focused on a mysterious orb between them. A frustrated woman demands an apology letter and explanation before turning away with resignation. Alerted by something, the protagonist quickly glances to the side. Ed fails to stop the group as they quickly move past him, leaving him defeated. Two students with exceptional talents stand ready alongside their companion, confronting a threat on the ground. Against all expectations, he unleashes a surge of hidden power to confront the overwhelming threat. A character's eye widens in shock as a sudden realization strikes. A man studies a glowing magical orb while consulting his book. A massive explosion rips through the forest, launching smoke and debris into the air. An ornate sword crashes into the ground, unleashing a fiery explosion. A new ceremonial dagger imbued with explosion magic is successfully crafted, increasing crafting proficiency and unlocking its powerful abilities. He admires the engraved dagger, feeling a sense of pride as he reflects on how far he has come. The caster tests the enchanted equipment and notes its increasing efficiency with continued use. Ed receives enthusiastic praise for his recent progress, marking a joyful moment. Ed lifts the frantic creature and demands an explanation for its behavior. A distressed character pleads for guidance, desperate to understand and correct their mistakes. A startled character immediately responds after being called. Ed leans forward and firmly tells the other person to drop the formalities. The narration explains that some spirits have left their physical forms and become low-ranking entities. A character reflects on how low-ranking spirits seek to improve their status by forming contracts with powerful spirit sorcerers like Janica. Ed suspiciously questions the creature about the contract, pressing for the real reason behind its eagerness. Ed demands answers from the small, glowing creature in the forest clearing. A small bat-like creature breaks down and admits her loyalty is driven by selfish ambition rather than pure respect. A young man explains that the magic contract will help him grow much faster than other low-ranking spirits. The young man demands more information as he paces through the forest. Rumors about a strong authoritarian temperament at the academy are discussed as someone explains their actions to appease it. One character acknowledges and empathizes with another's situation. Frustrated by his struggles, the protagonist vents about the harsh attitudes and rigid hierarchy among spirits as he walks down the forest path with a small spirit creature on his shoulder. As they walk through the forest, one character reassures the other, who anxiously insists on maintaining a formal tone. The protagonist acknowledges that his combat skills are improving slowly. An axe crashes down, splitting a log cleanly on the stump. He assesses his improved strength while standing by the chopped wood in the clearing. The storage is fully supplied, ensuring there's no need to sleep outside hungry anymore. Ed studies late into the night, determined to master his classes through relentless memorization and practice. A character reflects on enduring relentless hardship each day. A character notes clear improvement since the beginning and calls out for someone. Startled by a sudden call, he looks up in shock. A girl urgently tries to snap someone out of their daze, her voice filled with alarm. One character apologizes for being distracted and advises the other to prioritize their health over hard work. He blocks out distractions and mentally prepares for the challenge ahead. A young man examines 3 sealed letters he received, each promising important news. He prepares to read the 3rd letter, realizing it holds proof that the story's course has drastically changed. The negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire intensifies as the academy and the merchant groups confront each other. Due to Elite's downfall, the original client lost their chance to acquire the sage's sealed grimoire. The involvement of the family had triggered a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elite Merchant Association, and the Roth-Taylor family. Krapin Rothstaler tried to use the sage's sealed grimoire to pursue eternal life, but when his plan failed, he became directly involved in the negotiations. An unstoppable boss appears before the castle, signaling a dire new threat. A shadowy figure resolves to exclude someone from the unfolding events, marking their target with a bold red X. He considers the dangerous implications of someone powerful obtaining the sage's sealed grimoire. A troubling realization dawns that winning the game may be impossible despite having extra information. A letter exposes Krapin Rothtaler's actions and raises suspicions about them. He discovers that the letter includes an invitation addressed to him. Suspense builds as the sender of the letter is about to be revealed. The messenger returns from the northern woods and reports that the letter has been delivered as instructed. A character offers praise while holding a cup. A man urgently informs a composed woman that Sylvania's finances are in crisis. A figure reveals that if the Academy's grimoire isn't protected, it risks being sold by the merchantry, prompting a secret request for help. She wonders how Krapin Rothtaler learned about the negotiation and decided to join. A knight speculates to a woman in the Academy courtyard that a boy may have reported an incident to regain recognition and return to his family. The armored man dismisses the conversation with clear skepticism as the blonde woman listens intently. A confident woman approaches the group and boldly asks to join the princess for tea despite her low status. A character reacts with surprise to Lortel's unexpected action. Two women confront each other at an outdoor table, as one questions the other's intentions and receives a calm defense in response. The man considers that Krapin Rothstaler's involvement in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire is likely due to his father's influence rather than Ed. A girl reacts with shock after hearing unexpected news. She explains that her father's plan to obtain the sage's sealed grimoire remains unchanged despite his loss of position. A calculating young woman questions the true motives behind the Elb merchantry and the Rothstaler family's apparent rivalry over the sage's sealed grimoire. A character firmly refuses to sell the grimoire to the Rothstaler family. She decides to keep her distance from her father's business connections. A blonde woman demands to know why she is being told confidential information about the Elb merchantry. An unseen character justifies forming an alliance by reasoning that their enemy's enemy can be considered a friend. A red-haired woman proposes a mutually beneficial deal at the table, offering to help keep the Rothstaler family in check in exchange for the grimoire. A red-haired girl expresses concern for her senior, explaining that she stepped in to help him. The blonde woman argues that it would be unfair to associate him with the Rothstaler family since he is already living a separate life. She questions Lortel's unusual concern for someone else and considers the boy's usefulness. Someone considers using personal appeals, authority, and commands to gain assistance. The speaker contemplates what will happen if he remains silent. A suited figure calmly reaches for a teacup on the table. One character challenges the other with a critical question, increasing the tension between them. A young woman resolves to manipulate someone to achieve her goal. A hand grips a trembling coffee cup as tension fills the air. One woman admits her strategy is to deceive and exploit, slumping over the table while the other listens. A blonde female character reacts in shock to an unexpected event. The red-haired woman laughs and sarcastically challenges the accusation as she sits at the table with a cup in hand. Someone considers using personal requests, authority, and commands to persuade another person. The speaker contemplates what will happen if the other person continues to remain silent. A hand rests on the table, quietly holding a cup in a moment of calm reflection. One woman urgently asks what will happen if he doesn't follow through, while the other listens in silence. She decides to use someone to achieve her goal. A hand trembles while tightly gripping a coffee cup, causing the liquid to ripple. Slumping over the table, the red-haired woman admits her strategy is to deceive and exploit. A blonde girl recoils in shock, her eye wide with alarm. The red-haired woman mocks the accusation with a smug expression, confidently holding her cup. A character questions whether the plan involves deception and exploitation. She pauses to catch her breath, visibly exhausted. A red-haired woman scoffs at an accusation, her tone mocking as she grips her cup. An armored man angrily confronts a red-haired girl for speaking disrespectfully in front of the princess. A red-hooded girl proposes a temporary alliance and offers advice to the seated blonde girl, while a man stands watchfully nearby. A woman in a red hood issues a chilling warning about the dangers of manipulation. An angry man demands that the princess punish the blonde woman, but she calmly refuses. She tries to make sense of the unexpected moves in the grimoire bidding. A princess grows cautious as she realizes someone refuses to show her proper respect, marking that person as a potential threat. A solitary figure in a red hooded cloak walks away down the sunlit street, lost in thoughts of someone they hope to see again. Someone internally wrestles with uncertainty and self-doubt. A red-haired woman recoils in shock, visibly stunned by unexpected news. Ed and his companion sit across from Lortel, initiating an uneasy conversation after a period of separation. The Elp Company Sylvania branch is introduced. Two girls argue over the lack of enough tea, settling instead for cold water. Someone confidently confirms the statement with determination. Two characters divide the drinks at the table, while another sits in the background, visibly upset. A red-haired girl reminds her companion to take the magic engineering equipment. A character discovers a shelf packed with glowing crystals, potions, and strange instruments, reacting with shock at the sight. One girl confronts another about giving away pristine merchandise for free, questioning her ethics as a merchant, while holding a glowing orb. A pair of hands opens a secret compartment in the golden orb to reveal its hidden value. Someone points out numerous defects in the items, causing surprise. One girl angrily accuses the other of acting on purpose, while the other calmly insists her actions were meant to help someone else. Inside the cozy shop, the protagonist hesitates about accepting another free item, while the merchant reassures him that regular contract renewals are enough. Two girls argue about ending a contract while a boy sits silently at the table. He struggles to process his feelings while thinking about Ed's situation. Overwhelmed by his workload, the protagonist drifts in a sensation like floating underwater. The character strategizes their next move, deciding to prioritize immediate concerns while keeping watch on the rival who interfered in the battle for the grimoire. A mattress is being crafted underwater using magic, filled with feathers or assorted fabrics to make it fluffy. The character mentally reviews tasks, deciding to prepare the fawn and clean the cabin. Submerged and still, he silently contemplates recent events as bubbles drift upward. Someone urgently calls out for the unconscious boy as he floats underwater. Two young women urgently call out for someone in distress as blue magical light fills the scene. A grand building stands under the clear blue sky, introducing the new setting. A moment of self-realization interrupts the silence. She recalls his steady leadership during the camp and the Glaskin raid. Ed stands battered but determined, defying the rumors about his focus and Lortel's warning. She questions her previous judgment and prepares to verify her suspicions one last time. A royal summons is issued, commanding someone to visit the residence. A composed woman learns from her attendant that the expected visitor will not be arriving soon. A tense man in armor questions why a royal command has been refused. She reacts in alarm upon hearing that someone has collapsed from overwork. A system message reveals the dangerous symptoms of the exhaustion status effect. A warning urges someone to get enough rest to recover from their condition. The young man clutches his side and struggles to endure the pain. Struggling to breathe, the character endures overwhelming discomfort as their body reacts intensely. One character sleeps soundly on top of another in a warmly lit cabin as the other lies awake, surprised. A light-haired character sleep talks about food while resting peacefully. He lies awake, startled and sweating, as the girl sleeping on his chest begins muttering in her sleep. A shadowy figure easily lifts the unnaturally light, motionless girl over the railing, raising doubts about her humanity. Realizing that the other person appears normal, the protagonist concludes that his body is suffering a total physical breakdown. The character inspects the cabin and notices a new blanket, wondering if it came from the elite merchant group. A drowsy girl wakes up in bed and complains about being hungry, prompting another person to question her eating and sleeping habits. A surge of green energy bursts from a hand as magic is awakened. A girl uses magic to diagnose the boy's condition, explaining that his mana is severely distorted from months of overtraining and learning spirit magic. After waking up, he reflects on how uneventful things were while he slept. He admits the effort to stay cautious was exhausting, but necessary. A sudden warning leaves the startled character frozen in shock. Lucy channels green energy over the bedridden figure, determined to prevent another loss to illness. A woman uses healing magic on a man lying in bed as he expresses his gratitude. A girl notices someone waking up and immediately addresses him. Ed explains that he started a fire outside because he was unsure about using the cabin's stove. A girl uses green healing magic on a boy lying in bed while a caped man observes from the doorway. One person climbs onto the bed where a blonde individual lies, just as a figure in a red cloak enters the room carrying firewood and catches them in the act. A surge of energy erupts from the rooftop, blasting skyward with explosive force. A distressed young man questions how many times this situation has happened. One character questions their assumptions about local relationship customs while another listens quietly with firewood in hand. A startled young man demands to know why someone has appeared before him. The group discusses the absence of others and notes the change in season as a pot simmers over the fire. A caring hand offers a spoonful of soup to someone who looks relieved to receive it. A sick character grimaces uncomfortably as another tries to feed them from a bowl. A nonchalant character calmly restates a strict rule about no women while an irritated woman glares at him from behind. A blonde young man reveals that students from the alchemy faculty secretly mass-produced mandragoras, which led to an accident. A powerful slash brings down the plant-like creature, signaling the end of the threat. After defeating the monster in the underground tunnel, Ed calmly discusses how he and another student resolved the incident without issue. After regaining consciousness, the weary character realizes that the only major event left is the upcoming struggle for the grimoire. After 10 days of unconsciousness, the character suddenly awakens, startled by the news. One young man informs the other that their companions are absent due to separate obligations at the academy and an upcoming negotiation. He realizes he has been unconscious for 10 days instead of just 1 or 2. A tense character initiates a serious conversation. He urgently decides to send a message to Lortel, determined to act without delay. A fierce battle begins as contenders vie for the sage's sealed grimoire. A composed blonde woman is formally introduced as a key figure in the ongoing conflict. Lortel Ketchum, the leader of the elite merchantry, is introduced as she sits confidently in a luxurious chair. A man strides forward, breaking away from the path set by the original story. The patriarch of the Duke family Rostaler displays the golden signet ring on his chest. A confident man with long hair makes a dramatic entrance, introduced ominously. A major event is announced as the final boss of Act 4 is revealed. He quietly drinks from a large wooden cup. A majestic castle stands beneath the bright sunlight, introducing the setting. A blonde woman in a formal uniform expresses relief at seeing someone healthy while dining at an elegant table. A person begins to apologize while cutting steak at the dining table. A young man sits dejectedly outside a grand building, holding a letter confirming his disownment. A composed woman reassures the person across the table, while a maid stands quietly behind her. A composed young man introduces himself as Krapen Rothstaler, revealing he shares the same bloodline as Ed Rothstaler. The attendants demonstrate their deep respect as they serve the composed figure seated before them. Someone internally realizes they can perceive the truth behind another's facade. A sinister man radiates menace as he reveals his threatening presence, shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. A composed woman introduces the guest from the Alt Trading Company as the others listen intently. A composed young woman bows at the dining table and introduces herself respectfully. A red-haired woman confidently reveals that her group chases profit wherever it can be found. She acknowledges the new information with a serious expression. Negotiations begin for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire. A list of urgent tasks is reviewed, including assembling a negotiation team, lunch, checking the sage's sealed grimoire, and confirming the purchase method. A parchment is shown as the rules explain that each participant writes down their proposed bid price. The auction for the sage's grimoire begins as attendees prepare to place their bids in the opulent hall. The Academy secretly arranges to sell a valuable book to address its financial troubles. The narration explains that the principal devised a clever plan. The princess formally asserts her authority over the auction, while the vice principal's proxy prepares to conduct the event. A confident narrator announces that the method is extremely simple. Several figures gather tensely around the glowing artifact as a pivotal moment unfolds. She anticipated the trading method and investigated similar book exchanges to prepare. 3 powerful and rare magical books are displayed, each described with unique abilities and high prices. The group silently assesses the unique qualities and potential uses of the mysterious subject, with one listener likely concealing valuable insights. She confidently reveals her impressive memory of book prices and transaction records. A hand pauses over the paper, hesitating before making a decisive move. Crapin Rothtailor is announced as the winner, while a serious character writes at the desk. A composed woman confirms receipt of the bid and thanks the 2 maids for their input in the grand room. 2 people carefully analyze the auction document, focusing on how to outbid their opponent. She confidently declares her focus on pursuing any opportunity that promises profit. Lortel is unlikely to bid above 8,100 coins, since spending more would make reselling the book unprofitable. The auctioneer prepares to reveal the bid amounts, with the grimoire set to go to Crapin if he outbids Lortel's maximum offer. The auctioneer announces a new highest bid of 8,500 Flen gold coins as an auction paper is held up. The focus shifts to a determined bidder as the motive behind the high offer is questioned. A character is stunned upon discovering the price is 9,400 coins. The woman announces that the sage's sealed grimoire will be purchased through the Alt Trading Company, revealing her motives were not about profit. He firmly announces the decision to return. A group heads to a private room for a contract signing while a silver-haired woman observes them with suspicion. A female character recoils in shock as she suddenly realizes a disturbing possibility. Lortel confidently declares an alliance with the princess, revealing her true intentions. A cloaked figure hides their face while questioning if the scroll must be kept away from someone dangerous like Crapin. A hooded figure secretly watches as 2 women walk through the ornate room, while one of them reflects on suspicions about Crapin and the lack of evidence even with royal authority. Someone suspects that Lortel is being manipulated by an unknown mastermind to oppose Crapin Rothtailor. A red-haired woman calmly clarifies that the connection between her senior and the Rothtailor family is only speculation. After being disowned and left to survive alone, he worked so relentlessly that he eventually collapsed from exhaustion. He resisted the Rothtailor family's darkness until the end. A young man's identity is declared with intensity as he stands determined. A man in armor rushes to help a distressed young woman who clutches her head in anguish. Overcome with guilt, the princess questions how she could have led someone to ruin. The misunderstanding creates an unexpected opportunity. A character reviews a lucrative transaction contract on the table, confirming the sale between the Academy and a trading company. A red-haired woman calculates her profits as she plans to resell the grimoire for nearly 900 coins and gain. A red-haired girl reacts in alarm as she realizes something critical. One character criticizes the other for carelessly offering a favor in exchange for the grimoire's purchase certificate. A red-haired woman confidently presents a tempting deal, offering a free pass for Ed at a low price. A girl lies on the bed, determined to do anything. She promises she will do anything. Her outrageous expression is so shocking that the princess would be utterly scandalized. Lortel emerges as the winner. 2 men sit by the campfire, quietly discussing Lortel's reaction after delivering the letter and reflecting on her motives. He reflects on the consequences of his actions, feeling uneasy about what will happen next. Someone urgently announces that Ed has regained consciousness. A massive explosion tears through the mountainside, scattering debris and filling the sky with smoke. A breathless student rushes over from the faculty building to find 2 classmates talking, quickly explaining she has finished her classes and apologizing for causing concern. A pink-haired girl nervously apologizes and quickly denies causing trouble. A frustrated girl yanks on a boy's cheek and scolds him for his embarrassing behavior around the academy. A girl waves and gives a playful warning as a large bear-costumed figure holds a struggling boy. A small creature peeks curiously from behind the girl's back as she remains unaware. Beside the campfire, one character begs desperately for death while the other looks on in shock. A distraught animal-like character tearfully explains they accepted mana from someone else to avoid interfering. After waking from a 10-day coma, the protagonist discusses the understandable concern it caused. A character is stunned after realizing there are only 10 days left. A spoiled animal carcass lies abandoned, swarmed by flies inside the wooden structure. A character notices the fishing nets are broken due to lack of maintenance. He realizes he has lost all his food supplies and must start over. A wary character confronts someone about their reckless intentions. One character offers to help the other with hunting or woodworking before the next exam. He reassures the others that handling work as it comes will lead to everything working out. A figure pauses in the forest, suddenly realizing something while observing the freshly built shelter. A barricade made of wooden spears and branches is set up, blocking the way forward. A recent event is being recalled as mysterious creatures watch from the shadows above. Alone and penniless, he endures a cold night in the forest beneath a flimsy wooden shelter, exposed to insects and isolation. Despite the tedious obstacles, one character acknowledges overcoming many challenges and surviving up to this point. With renewed confidence, he reassures himself that everything will work out. The girl notices how exhausted the blonde boy appears. The girl is urged to seize the opportunity while her rival is distracted with negotiations. The wolf-like creature gives serious advice about adopting cunning tactics to achieve romantic success. One character sharply criticizes another's outfit and insists it needs to be fixed. A girl sits by the pond, feeling embarrassed about her appearance. A pink-haired girl expresses satisfaction with the plan and turns her attention towards something unexpected. Janica receives advice to subtly display her practical side and starts tying her hair up as suggested. A wind spirit encourages someone to make progress in their romantic pursuit, while being humorously introduced as a dating expert with no experience. A girl reacts with surprise when asked about her progress. Someone demands answers from Janica, breaking the silence with urgency. A girl is confronted about her motives for helping at the camp and nervously insists she had no plan. A monstrous creature with glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. A distressed bird howls loudly as other birds scatter in alarm. A distraught girl shouts in frustration, overwhelmed by the fear of missing a rare opportunity, as she watches someone rapidly improve. A shadowy, monstrous figure confronts the cattered girl as she urgently defends her strategy. The girl stops short as she comes face to face with a towering blue creature, startled by its sudden appearance. Someone acknowledges progress while standing in a tranquil, sunlit forest. Night has fallen over the quiet cabin and flickering campfire. Someone remarks that the stew made by Janica was much better than the one made by Jix. Determined to recover, the man stands in the sunlit doorway and prepares to move forward. A young man lies in bed, struggling as his headache and fever return. A disoriented character wakes up, confused by his surroundings. A girl quietly enters the warmly lit room to check on someone who looks exhausted. A blushing girl with pink hair peeks around the door, amused to find someone still lingering. A large bird howls mournfully, startling the other birds into flight. A distressed girl passionately argues about the rarity and urgency of someone's rapid progress. A girl anxiously argues her risky strategy to a looming, shadowy beast crackling with energy. A startled girl confronts a mystical wolf that suddenly appears before her. Someone quietly observes the peaceful forest surroundings. Night falls quietly over the campsite as firelight flickers beside the cabin. Someone compliments the stew for its great taste. A cauldron simmers over an open fire as something mysterious cooks inside. A creation is revealed to be far superior to what Jix made. The narrator resolves to concentrate on recovering. A lone figure opens the door and steps into the blinding light outside. Determined to move forward, the protagonist decides to stop appearing exhausted after all the support he has received. Morning sunlight streams into the room as the character sleeps peacefully in bed. He slowly regains consciousness, looking around in confusion. Someone quietly enters the dim room and notices that Ed looks tired. A blushing girl peeks playfully around the doorway, surprised to see someone still there. A character notices another's exhaustion while standing in the doorway. A worried girl hides behind the door, confronting someone about why they stayed. A girl with braided pink hair peeks around the door with a sly smile. One character sits upright in bed while another quickly drops to the floor, causing an awkward misunderstanding between them. He urges the other person to stop pretending everything is fine, revealing his own struggle. One character offers reassurance to another, acknowledging the difficulty and exhaustion of their demanding schedule. One person sits on the ground in distress while another stands beside them in silent support. A girl warmly comforts someone who looks exhausted, praising their effort. Alarmed, the blonde character urgently tries to stop the situation from escalating. A red-haired girl urges someone to admit they've been struggling so they can finally rest. He lies in bed, exhausted, while the girl with the red bow stays by his side. A character exhales in relief, releasing the tension from the previous moment. He lies still, eyes closed, quietly resting in the warm light. One character rests quietly in bed while another leans on him, expressing exhaustion and seeking comfort. Sunlight fills the cabin as a new morning begins. A young man sits on the bed and takes a deep breath, recovering from recent tension. A character reacts in shock to something unexpected. A pink-haired girl sleeps soundly on the bed while a brown-haired boy sits beside her, silently watching. A character struggles to suppress a laugh, barely containing their amusement. He finally lets his guard down and laughs with relief. A character confidently declares they have fully recovered. A skill status screen reveals the protagonist's various life skills and advanced crafting abilities. An advanced skill interface appears, revealing newly acquired magic engineering abilities and several collected crafting formulas. The narrator reflects on falling short of their intended progress over the past 10 days. A young man pauses to catch his breath, wiping sweat from his brow as he takes a brief break. Advanced crafting in magic engineering significantly boosts core stats and offers greater versatility than general skills. While reassembling magical engineering items at his desk, he realizes self-study alone has clear limits to growth. Obtaining magic engineering product recipes is difficult without participating in main scenario quests. One student tests their skills with a practice sword while another quietly observes, noting Taylor's lack of interest in magic engineering. The character explains that creating useful magic engineering products is delayed by the lack of necessary materials, which only become available in later stages. A character reflects on how their circumstances differ and questions what someone else is thinking. Someone declares they have an ally capable of acquiring any materials from anywhere in the world. One character reassures the other about their recovery, expressing relief after a period of worry. One character steps forward and admits they are actually suffering from chronic fatigue despite appearing healthy. A red-haired girl complains about how difficult it was to restore her hair and skin. Two people sit together in the northern forest, preparing to discuss something important. The woman announces her plan to rename and restructure the trading company, outlining the need for help with management and operations. He nervously admits that he is basically a co-executive. A red-haired woman leans forward with a confident smirk, proposing a bold idea. A woman proposes a lucrative partnership, offering personal shares and suggesting a close working relationship, while the man listens thoughtfully. One character becomes flustered as the other leans in playfully during their awkward conversation. One character questions the other about the lengths they've gone for them, creating a tense pause in the quiet forest. A red-haired character pulls her hood over her face, defensively confronting someone who startled her. A girl in a red hood confides her insecurities to a blonde-haired man as they sit together on a bench beneath the autumn trees. He admits that he wants to keep their relationship strictly professional. A hidden speaker insists that the other person is unaware of something important. A girl stands alone atop a mountain of gold coins while desperate hands reach up from below. A hooded woman assures someone that she will never betray them. One person promises to stay by the other side no matter what hardships come. A character reflects with sorrow on decades-long friendships, overcome by emotion. Lortel reflects on the many wealthy and powerful merchants she has seen rise and fall. He sits in silent worry, gripped by the fear that danger could one day befall someone he cares about. The red-haired character delivers a confident and precise statement. A red-haired woman pleads for someone to stay by her side, her expression openly vulnerable. The protagonist anxiously calls out to Lortel. One character slumps in embarrassment, while another laughs and teases them for failing to keep a straight face. One character admits feeling nervous and playfully asks if the other felt protective. She deliberately acts timid to sway the other's emotions. Someone pauses by the river, reflecting on their disappointment. She quietly admits that her earlier statement was only partly true. Two people sit together in uneasy silence on a stone bench in the quiet, autumn forest. A young man, sweating and resolute, firmly declares his intention to stay at the academy until he graduates. She struggles to maintain her composure, silently fighting back her emotions. She considers her uncertain future after graduation with a sly, calculating smirk. Someone expresses patience about waiting for another person to graduate. A hooded figure confronts the blonde-haired person, making it clear that refusal is not an option. The protagonist considers using a free pass while examining the card. A red-haired girl in a hooded cloak embraces someone after a long separation. Overwhelmed by anxiety and regret, he worries about the consequences of his recent actions. A nervous woman clutches a letter while reflecting on the danger they just faced, as a blonde man sits pensively nearby. A commanding presence asserts control over someone in the scene. A red-haired girl confidently hands over a folded letter, hesitating to say something she had planned for later. A distressed character reflects on how an unexpected encounter nearly exposed their true identity and ruined their plan. Clutching the money bag, the girl hesitates to return the remaining change, worried it would be awkward to face him again. A girl in a red hood hesitates as she approaches the secluded hut, considering whether to leave something inside. A door creaks open, revealing a pitch-black room. Someone off-panel wonders if Ed went to the river. A pink-haired woman relaxes outdoors and decides to prepare a snack before someone returns. A pink-haired girl reacts in shock as she is suddenly surprised by a red-haired girl at sunset. One character confronts another about emerging from the river, intensifying the tension between them. Two characters glare at each other as lightning crackles between them, signaling an imminent clash. A concerned voice scolds Ed about his poor diet and urges him to eat better at dinner and stay hydrated. While Ed chops wood outside, his worried spirit companion begs him to stay healthy so their contract can continue. One character apologizes and tries to comfort the small, crying creature after it was scolded. The narrator acknowledges having enough food and firewood thanks to help from others. With new funds secured, the protagonist prepares to furnish his place. The protagonist remembers receiving 3 letters before collapsing from exhaustion. A hand receives a warning letter advising caution about Elt's potential actions. A secret letter from Princess Fenia reveals information about Krapen's movements. A sealed letter from the Academy arrives, and the sender is completely unexpected. A stern man surrounded by ominous purple energy is introduced as the one who requested a private conversation after the conference. Overcome by exhaustion, the motionless figure drifts underwater, unable to respond to the mysterious summons. The final antagonist stands ready, unleashing powerful magic as the climactic battle of Act 2 begins. A hooded figure approaches the Academy, intent on reviving Sylvania through forbidden aspectual magic researched by a legendary sage. Sylvania Academy unknowingly aided the scheme by selling the sage's sealed grimoire. Desperate to change fate, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and began a forbidden ritual to force Sylvania's spirit into the unconscious girl's body. A man with glasses reflects intensely on the chaos unfolding around him. A young man charges into the underground waterway, slicing through deadly traps to reach the hidden laboratory. Professor Glass falls from the top of the magic tower after his plan collapses. A solitary figure plunges from the illuminated tower, his ambitions ending in a sudden fall. A man stands in shadow, silently recalling someone's final words. A mysterious ornate book floats in an ominous pink glow, revealing its presence. The Glass Conquest War begins with the transfer of the Sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula, to a new owner. Professor Glass kidnaps Taylor's friend, Isla, setting the events in motion. A terrified girl recoils on the ground, backing away as someone approaches. A figure confronts the demon behind bars as someone angrily blames them for the terrifying situation. A girl breaks down in fear, recoiling and shouting in anger. Ed pauses in the dim room as someone confronts him about his harsh behavior. Both captives acknowledge they were kidnapped as they sit behind the prison bars. Breathing heavily, the protagonist struggles to recover from intense exertion. The final battle of the Glass Conquest War is about to begin. A tearful girl recoils in fear and screams out in anguish. Someone confronts Ed about his harsh attitude as he glances back with a tense expression. Both captives sit behind bars, acknowledging that they were kidnapped. Someone suddenly reveals that they were also kidnapped. Ed struggles to catch his breath, sweating in the tense atmosphere. The final battle begins as the Glass Conquest War is announced. He admits that he was also kidnapped. Sweating in the shadows, he admits his plan has gone awry. A solitary log cabin sits beneath the clear sky, introducing a peaceful setting. Examining the intricate device, the character reflects on how completing overdue tasks came at the cost of valuable training time. With the Glass Conquest War approaching, the young man worries about his untrained magic engineering skills and his lack of blueprints and materials. A shocked character suddenly realizes something crucial. A glowing magical device is activated to increase magic engineering stats. The 4 battle stages of the Glass Conquest War are revealed as the final scene of Act 2 approaches. The most challenging phase is revealed to be the secret laboratory, where enchanted books and furniture float ominously in the shadows. The Spirit Library's boss is revealed to be an overwhelmingly powerful obstacle, nearly impossible to defeat without the Sword Saint's form. The protagonist shifts his attention from the other character's dilemma to uncovering the secrets within the Spirit Library. A collection of valuable magic engineering blueprints is revealed, containing over a dozen designs. 2 blueprints for legendary-grade magic engineering items are revealed. He warns that proceeding will be dangerous. He rethinks his approach, deciding not to enter alone as someone nearby lightens the mood. 2 students from other classes are announced to join class next semester, highlighting the impressive talent this year. A man at the podium assures the audience that new arrivals will not disrupt the class. 3 students quietly consider the small and selective size of Class A, noting its limited enrollment and irregular supervision. A student comments on someone's weak combat skills but remarkable talent for aspectual magic. He questions whether the criteria for Class A are based solely on talent. A determined character encourages students by saying that effort can lead to surprising growth. He questions whether his actions are undermining and dismissing the efforts of others, feeling anxious and uncertain. Someone firmly rejects a proposal, their response hanging in the empty scene. A stern lecturer warns 3 students that giving false confidence and inadequate support can ruin a person's future. A weary student recalls researching the academic faculty before arriving at Sylvania. A young man reflects that someone's rigid focus on talent likely stems from concern for his daughter. A man reassures a young girl, showing unwavering belief in her abilities despite her being an average mage. Muri interprets the gesture as Professor Glass's faith in him rather than her father's trust. Driven by that faith, she entered a monster raid at a young age, standing bravely before a towering, menacing creature. A hand cautiously reaches out to check if the unmoving person is still alive. A desperate man violently seizes another person by the hair in the shadows. A rumor spreads that Professor Glass has become obsessed with proven talent. He spent most of his time at Sylvania Academy researching aspectual magic. A young man removes his glasses, reflecting on Professor Glass's true motives beyond aspectual magic. The legend of the greatest sage is introduced as the most talented in history. A hooded woman appears before a massive, glowing clockwork device, gripping her staff as the atmosphere grows tense. A red-haired girl considers that someone is bringing Isla into Class A for research on aspectual magic and also mentions Lord Telketchum. He hesitates and chooses not to reveal what he was about to say. The man postpones the discussion about the sage's sealed grimoire until tomorrow, acknowledging its importance for aspectual magic research. A red-haired girl anticipates the imminent ceremony to claim the sage's sealed grimoire, dismissing any interference as useless. The instructor signals the end of the lesson as the students remain seated in the lecture hall. The ceremony to connect with the sage's sealed grimoire is about to begin. Sitting at his desk, the young man carefully plans the next step of the operation. He charges after Taylor through the course, determined to reach Isla before it's too late. Someone declares their intent to gather any remaining items. A list of essential items is presented in preparation for the next steps. A plan is set to seize all the magic engineering items from the Spirit Library during Phase 3. 2 powerful magical artifacts, Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass, are introduced with descriptions of their abilities. The narrator warns that the effects of the items seem suspiciously overpowered. He decides to take the rare items for himself, knowing they won't benefit Taylor due to the difficulty of crafting them early. He plans to check on Taylor's progress in Phase 5 before returning to camp. He stands firm, declaring that the plan is now complete. He explains that the Glass Conquest War starts on the day of the Sage's Sealed Grimoire Connection ceremony, and suggests searching the underground waterway together. Despite the dark and narrow setting, the girl appears unexpectedly enthusiastic, showing concern that leaves the observer feeling a bit guilty. A blonde boy quickly turns as someone calls out to him. A student receives a summons from Professor Glass as the professor delivers an urgent message. Despite the upcoming connection ceremony, someone wonders why he is taking time out of his busy schedule. He hesitates before giving a reluctant agreement. A character recalls failing to respond to a call after collapsing from exhaustion. Someone arrives at an important building, expecting a significant meeting. Someone is startled by an unexpected arrival at Professor Glass's office. A girl in a red cape braces herself defensively, startled and uneasy as tension rises in the dark setting. A fierce magical attack surges across the room as the confrontation escalates. A girl unexpectedly releases a burst of magical energy from her hands. He reels in shock, realizing that Isla's unexpected presence contradicts the timeline of her supposed kidnapping. He anxiously wonders why he was summoned. A sudden realization sparks suspense as the impossible is questioned. Ed forcefully slams a stack of papers onto the desk as someone nearby watches anxiously. A sudden commotion scatters research records, notes, and grimoires through the library. The narrator confirms that the future remains unchanged. Ed's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something alarming. A hand forcefully slams a dossier with Ed Rothstahler's photo onto the table, signaling the start of an investigation. A single concern dominates the scene. Someone anxiously wonders if Assistant Professor Claire reported her observations about him. He stares ahead in shock, anxiety etched across his face as tension mounts. He worries that Professor Glass may have discovered his actions in Ophelie's hall. Someone demands to know how the current topic is connected to the situation. A character's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something terrifying. A determined figure brandishes a glowing knife while another cowers in fear behind him. The door bursts open, interrupting the moment with urgency. A stern man in a formal uniform enters the room, his presence immediately commanding attention. A terrified girl in a red cape runs toward a student for help as another student chases her with a dagger. A surge of purple energy gathers as he channels his power with unwavering focus. A wave of dark magic erupts from the mysterious figure as someone screams in terror nearby. A hand releases a surge of purple energy into a complex magic circle, activating a powerful spell. A girl is suddenly suspended in midair, helplessly trapped by a powerful time prison spell. A character channels a formidable magical force, unleashing a powerful spell as glowing glyphs swirl around his extended hand. A young man desperately reaches upward as a glowing dagger plummets toward him. A robed character shouts forcefully, seizing everyone's attention. A character's eyes widen in shock as a sudden realization strikes. Ed leaps back just in time to avoid a massive fiery explosion erupting in front of him. Under intense scrutiny, the young man quickly recognizes his opponent's sharp understanding of the situation. A commanding figure confronts a mysterious presence, questioning how quickly the research materials were scanned while wielding powerful magic. The restrained figure questions the need for such extreme measures, pointing out that only a demonstration of aspectual magic affinity should be necessary. A determined young man insists he won't reveal anything and clarifies that his actions serve his own purpose. A desperate plea for an explanation interrupts the tense standoff. Ed leans against the wall, exhausted and trying to catch his breath after a stressful moment. She struggles to process his vague request, frustration building as she questions his intentions. A character hesitates, urging not to judge someone too severely. A young man weighs the risks of escaping, realizing that doing so would only draw unwanted attention from his professor and disrupt the current plan. The protagonist worries that being kidnapped here would result in being confined with someone else in a secret lab. A character describes a shortcut that allows immediate progression to Phase 3. A character hesitates, weighing whether to make a drastic decision. Ed sits alone in the shadows, tense and visibly uneasy as he reacts to a sudden sound. With a sudden spark of curiosity, he reacts, his violet eye gleaming behind his glasses. A tense confrontation escalates as the student on the desk directly challenges the shadowy figure, demanding to know if they plan to fight back or have devised a strategy. A commanding mage extends his hand and channels powerful purple energy to initiate a magical pact. A powerful time-based spell activates as energy surges around the determined figure. Papers scatter across the sunlit room, signaling sudden urgency. A dark-cloaked figure imprisons a man inside a crackling magical sphere. Someone reviews an academic record and is impressed by the achievements despite a difficult lifestyle. Someone marvels at the extraordinary effort and relentless pace of another person's daily life. Two professors examine a glowing crystal ball as they debate the surprising academic record of a student. Three people watch as one sits alone in the rec room, their confidence in his combat skills shaken by what they perceive as a weak approach. A narrator explains that relying on analysis and every available tactic is the strategy of the weak. Energy crackles around him as he harnesses the power earned through relentless effort. Two young men confront each other in tense silence, their connection highlighted by a glowing pink energy as one recalls a lost part of his past. A determined young woman promises her father that she will achieve greatness and bring honor to their family. A character silently struggles with inner turmoil, their face tense and shadowed. A masked man confronts an opponent as a fierce magical creature bursts forth aggressively. A mysterious pink object shoots across the sky above the large building. A powerful energy blast hurtles across the sky toward the mountains. The scene shifts to a small cabin standing alone in a forest clearing. A girl carefully cools a steaming ladle of soup before tasting it. A girl with pink hair stirs a pot over the fire and notes that Ed is running late. The group silently assesses the lone figure's combat skills, noting both his talent and his apparent vulnerability. A decisive principle is proclaimed, emphasizing the importance of using every available method. A surge of crackling energy surrounds the protagonist as he activates his power. Two men stand locked in a tense magical standoff, connected by a glowing pink current in the darkness. A young woman makes a heartfelt promise to her father, determined to bring honor to his name. He struggles with inner turmoil, his face tense and shadowed in silence. A masked man braces himself behind a desk as a magical creature lunges at him. A mysterious comet-like object streaks across the sky above the grand building. A massive energy projectile hurtles toward the ground, crackling with power. The scene shifts to a small wooden cabin standing alone in a forest clearing. A character carefully tastes the soup from a steaming ladle. A girl waits by the stove, cooking and noticing that someone is running late. The magic travelogue of the southern continent concludes. While writing with a quill, the protagonist reflects that his travels have shown him how little he truly knows about magic, making the title of Archmage feel unearned. A character reflects on the lasting memory of a departed mentor and the turbulent times they shared. A character reflects on how their grief from losing their master has faded into a distant memory. Longing persists through the passage of time as an elderly man quietly reads with a child resting on his lap. An older man stands lost in thought, struggling with regret over past losses. A desperate resolve forms to defy reality for one last glimpse of Sylvania. A grieving figure clings to another for comfort, determined to grow stronger after a painful loss. A shadowy figure pulls down their hat, steeling themselves with newfound resolve. A girl in a witch hat stands solemnly beside a bedridden man, dedicating the final sentence of a book to him. A girl tearfully clutches the magic travelogue of the southern continent. Under dramatic lighting, a girl sits alone on the rooftop, quietly longing for someone who has accepted their fate. A girl sits on the rooftop at sunset, quietly reflecting on whether the pain of loss ever truly disappears. She clings to the small pouch, trying to ease her longing. A character sheepishly reveals an almost empty sack, admitting they forgot to fill it. She narrows her gaze, intensely analyzing the situation. A magic projectile hurtles down from the sky toward the camp as a girl with pink hair stands alert, and another girl observes from a rooftop. A glowing creature hesitates as it prepares to reveal something important to the wary girl surrounded by ominous energy. A young woman in a witch hat recoils in shock, nervously sweating as she faces something unexpected. In the grand conference room, the secretive ceremony to transfer the sage's grimoire begins as key figures take their seats. Elite scholars and merchants assemble in a grand hall for a high-stakes exchange around a glowing artifact. Attention centers on the confident acting head of Elk Company as she is introduced among the group leaders. The headmaster of Sylvania Academy makes an imposing entrance in the grand hall. She notices that he is about the same age and has a similar presence. Crapen Rostaler is introduced, exuding a sinister and unsettling aura. After the negotiation ended, he approached and asked for the sage's grimoire. A pivotal question arises about surrendering the sage's scroll to Creephin. He weighs the risk of exposing his lie as he faces the armored figures, aware that the plan was never meant to be subtle. A red-haired woman confidently announces a price of 12,000 coins to the man seated across from her. Without hesitation, the deal is accepted and the purchase proceeds immediately. A composed woman reveals that Elt has hired mercenaries and is moving towards Sylvania. A character issues a stern warning to ensure that nothing goes wrong this time, dismissing any concern for the unpleasant man involved. He realized the information about Elite was valuable and secured a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete, signaling that everything was ready for the next step. A man announces the transfer of scroll connection rights as he gestures for a red-haired woman to step forward and accept the responsibility. A character asserts control over both the trading profit and the purchase certificate. A hand reaches out and firmly rests on the glowing, ornate book. A red-haired girl grins slyly as she looks down, her expression full of mischief. A major privilege related to Ed is dramatically announced. A swirling mass of dark energy rapidly spreads across the area. A group is suddenly swept up by a powerful, glowing magical vortex. A monstrous figure surges with pink energy, unleashing its power from within a glowing summoning circle. A red-haired girl spots the grimoire as a blue-cloaked man struggles to block a monstrous magical attack. A hand raises a glowing magical book as swirling energy gathers around it. A purple aura crackles around the mage as he channels energy from a glowing spell book, while another figure watches him intently. A violent surge of purple magic engulfs the long-haired character, sending shockwaves through the chaos. The girl panics as she realizes Ed has disappeared, shattering her plans. The story continues smoothly even though Ed Rothstaler is not present. The decisive glass subjugation battle begins as Act 2 reaches its final scene. A hidden laboratory filled with floating books is revealed as someone urgently calls out for Ed. A distraught girl yells at the boy outside her cell, expressing her hatred and confusion at his presence. Glast is expected to have taken the grimoire by now. Ed endures harsh insults in a tense confrontation, remaining resolute as he commands silence. A mysterious figure warns the group to stop yelling or risk waking the monster trapped in the underground waterway. A masked researcher warns the group that they narrowly avoided being used in experiments only because of an external intervention. Behind the prison bars, one character interrogates the anxious girl, noting her unexpected composure. Inside the cell, one character warns the captives that they will be watched closely during the investigation. They plan to wait for the subjugation squad to arrive and create a distraction. The library lies in ruins, cleared of any obstacles. A figure plans to collect all the replica magic engineering recipes from the floating magic books to complete their operation. A troubled boy hesitates in the hallway, voicing his unease about how suspiciously easy things seem. A powerful realization strikes as the need to be with her becomes clear. A terrified girl warns that she will scream if anyone comes closer. Backed against the wall, he threatens to bite his tongue if anyone comes closer, desperately trying to keep the situation from escalating. A girl defensively crosses her arms and insists she has no intention of causing harm. The narrator reflects on having a positive impression of Isla after experiencing events from another perspective. Two characters clash in a dark, barred room as one angrily accuses the other of lying about his identity and insists they wait for help. A teary-eyed girl confronts someone, demanding to know if they have the right to say his name. The girl, visibly upset but resolute, challenges the doubt directed at her. A young man earnestly pleads for trust, assuring that rescue is on the way despite past misunderstandings. A girl stares in shock as she processes an unexpected apology. The exhausted character pauses to catch his breath in the dim space. Someone urgently asks if Ed is alright after a troubling incident. A magical bat anxiously checks the protagonist for injuries and side effects from the recent magic encounter. A distressed spirit creature appears and apologizes for not arriving sooner, as it is gently held by someone. A character happily reunites with a small spirit creature while another reacts in shock nearby. A student surprises a classmate by revealing the ability to control a cheerful spirit companion, prompting both amazement and defensive reactions. A girl urgently suggests using a spirit to send a rescue request to a staff member or professor. He decides against taking any risky actions to avoid complicating the situation. A figure steps forward and firmly assures the anxious young master that there is nothing to fear. Holding the yellow creature tightly, the young man insists he is highly trained in emergency reporting and recounts his difficult 2-day journey through monsters and researchers to reach this point. Janica stands radiating overwhelming anger, her furious expression dominating the scene. She considers enlisting the help of the merchant and the witch, believing their support would give them a huge advantage. A cheerful character tries to reassure the group by insisting they will be rescued and encourages everyone to stay calm. Ed furiously seizes the small orange creature, confronting it with an intimidating glare. He steels himself for what comes next, his resolve clear as the orange creature waits beside him. A glowing creature smashes through the bars as two shocked humans recoil in fear. The masked figure desperately shouts to be released from the confined space. A frightened prisoner clings to the bars, begging to be released while the young man outside warns him to stay quiet or risk waking the demon nearby. A masked villain threatens that if not released, the student will be the one in danger. A hooded figure warns the prisoner not to ramble as they approach the cell. Two anxious students argue in their cell, frustrated by the uncertainty of their rescue. Two ornate keys tied together by a string are revealed. A glowing bat-like creature delivers a key to the person standing by the prison cell. A hand urgently thrusts a set of keys forward as the onlooker internally fumes over an unexpected sacrifice. They force open the locked gate and glance back nervously as they escape. A startled girl behind prison bars spots someone unexpected approaching her cell. A young man in a red cloak asserts control over the interrogation, demanding strict yes or no answers from the person behind the prison bars. One character urgently tells the other to betray him if necessary to ensure her safety in the dangerous room. He refuses to listen as the girl pleads with him from behind the prison bars. With his eye glowing intensely, he demands a clear answer. A girl in a dark cell nervously agrees to something while clutching the prison bars. A character steps forward and orders someone to be quiet and remain still. Ed charges down the corridor, ready to take control of the situation. Unexpected developments are about to unfold. A detailed raid guide outlines objectives, enemies, allies, and strategies for chasing the boss through multiple phases. He evaluates his increased stats and information advantage, confident that he can handle any minor complications. The speaker recognizes that some challenges will require assistance beyond their own abilities. He charges forward, determined to handle the situation if new allies appear. The speaker suggests seeking help from the merchant and the witch who often visits the camp, emphasizing their importance even to experienced players. Unable to find a way to defeat the overwhelming enemy, the figure stands resolute against the encroaching threat. Lucy succumbs to the overwhelming dark magic, fully embracing her corrupted power. The narrator explains that the situation only occurs intentionally and was ignored as a result. A series of warnings outlines the enemies, dangers, and critical choices needed to avoid triggering a bad ending during the next phase. A close-up reveals a character smirking with smug confidence, signaling a shift in intent. Ed charges forward, crackling with energy and ready to confront his opponent. Someone urgently resolves to prevent Lucy from arriving. A forceful warning fills the panel, urging someone to stay away. A piercing sound rings out from the clock tower and echoes across the city. A young man pauses his workout and looks over, ready to respond to someone approaching. A battered young man staggers through the doorway, desperately begging for help. With urgency, the protagonist insists they must rescue Isla. After losing track of the target, the group prepares to pursue him into the underground waterway, following a new set of objectives. A red-haired character confidently recalls the route through Triz Hall for the scenario's final chapter. A secret entrance to the underground waterway is revealed as a pink-haired girl stands ready to proceed. A mysterious library filled with towering bookshelves appears. Ed enters the dimly lit research center, cautiously surveying the dungeon-like corridor lined with barred cells. The exploration continues deeper into the laboratory as the unfamiliar path is retraced in reverse. Two figures observe the caged monster, relieved that the creatures remain confined this time. The narration warns that future encounters between Lucy and Professor Glass will inevitably end badly. A female mage urgently channels powerful purple magic to prevent a looming threat. Ed secretly watches from behind the partially open door, tense and alert. A glowing spirit activates a magical barrier to block entry into the library as a wary young man approaches. A powerful banshee appears, guarding the spirit library with an intense, commanding presence. Hiding behind a desk, the character carefully watches the patrol move past, confident in anticipating her route. A powerful figure radiates determination, poised to give Taylor a crucial experience. A character stresses that future enemies will be unbeatable without mastering the swordsman form, making rigorous training essential. The story warns that the future scenarios will be more difficult to overcome. The panel outlines the main objectives, challenges, and strategies for pursuing the hidden professor and navigating the underground waterway quest. Several important figures, both allies and enemies, appear to play pivotal roles in the protagonist's journey to gain essential skills and experience. A decisive choice is made to take only what is necessary. A hand quickly grabs the thunderclap generator from the shelf, preparing for a covert escape. A spectral figure watches as a young man studies a magical tome in the dim library, preparing to research the next artifact. A character silently vows to return once the ordeal is over, their eyes filled with determination. Several glowing artifacts are revealed on the display shelves, hinting at their hidden value. Ed crouches behind cover, waiting for the right moment to make his escape as he receives guidance from the spectral girl. Bookshelves shatter as an unseen force tears through the room, sending debris flying. Ed glances upward, startled by a sudden earthquake and an unfamiliar surge of blue light. Ed unleashes a powerful burst of blue energy while a glowing bat-like creature hovers nearby. Startled, the protagonist suddenly realizes something alarming. A stunned figure stands before a towering blue apparition and a glowing bat-like creature, frozen in shock. A panicked figure sprints away as a glowing bat-like creature shrieks in pursuit. 30 minutes before the earthquake, tension builds as the scene shifts to a grand building under an ominous sky. A man in a suit is suddenly attacked and writhes in pain as purple flames consume him. A colossal purple energy golem looms over and overwhelms the shadowed character. A massive ice golem radiating blue energy bursts onto the scene. A figure smashes through the massive ice barrier with overwhelming force. A woman reacts with disbelief to the theft of the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel. Amid shattered stone and swirling blue energy, two figures clash over the fate of the grimoire and the dangers posed by Professor Glass. A man leans forward and prepares to reveal the truth about the three major taboos. A warning is issued about the grave consequences of wielding forbidden powers. A mysterious figure unleashes forbidden powers, invoking immortality, resurrection, and time travel as a magical clock pulses below. In a lavish chamber, one figure confronts another about the use of forbidden magic to resurrect the dead, escalating the tension between them. Someone silently admits their curiosity. A figure recalls the legendary sage's belief that talented individuals drive the world forward. Muri died after being pushed forward by her father, who overestimated her abilities. Ed wonders aloud who Professor Glass would choose to resurrect if he has mastered the magic to bring back the dead. A red-haired girl stands frozen in shock, unable to speak. A frantic figure rushes into the grand room to report an urgent crisis to the principal. Earlier, one person was seen pursuing another into the underground waterway as the hallway burned. One adult announces that a grimoire has been stolen and students, including a first-year named Isla Triss, have been kidnapped, leaving the others in shock. A red-haired girl quickly turns, startled by the unexpected announcement of a second-year magic faculty student. A shocked character realizes that Ed has been kidnapped and senses unusual thumping and vibrations. The headmaster prepares to unleash his magic, determined to retrieve the sage's grimoire and rescue the captive. Ignoring the advice to wait, the red-haired woman grabs binoculars and rushes forward. A red-haired girl uses binoculars to confirm that the tremors are coming from the entrance to the underground waterway. A massive dragon engulfs the forest in flames with its fiery breath. A pink-haired girl freezes in shock, tightly gripping a glowing yellow object. A startled man requests permission to join the red-haired woman in the ornate room. Someone steps forward onto the rug, visibly annoyed. A hooded figure resolves to retrieve the grimoire after witnessing the principal's indifference. A determined woman orders the group to reduce their negotiation team and follow her down the hall. A new combatant enters the battle. A combat alchemist gains recognition from the alchemy faculty. The top student from the third-year alchemy department stands confidently, recognized for her exceptional combat skills that rival those of the combat faculty. Although top students from the alchemy faculty often sought her guidance, Dorothy did not stand out during her first year. Two figures step through an open doorway into a bright new future. Dorothy believed in Professor Glass. The young man clutches the ornate book, his determined actions hiding an unknown motive. With unwavering determination, she prepared to guard the entrance to the underground waterway as requested. A distressed girl protests the professor's harsh treatment as magical energy flickers around her. A massive, fiery beast looms over a cowering figure as flames rage around them. A woman demands an answer as flames roar behind her. A furious girl demands to know Ed's location as flames rage around her. A girl recoils in terror, gasping and exhaling sharply as fear overtakes her. The girl hesitates between the blue panther and the fiery dragon, uncertain which direction to take. One girl struggles to recall a complicated sequence of directions while another collapses on the floor from exhaustion. A startled girl discovers a collapsed student and worries she might be the cause. A girl prepares to cover someone with a cloth, showing concern. A determined girl pins someone to the ground as a menacing group led by a red-haired woman advances from the shadows. A top student is singled out and reacts uneasily, a tear rolling down her cheek. The narration emphasizes that Sylvania's ace possesses unmatched power. Kneeling on the ground, she summons powerful spectral beasts to protect Ed at any cost. A tense question interrupts the moment, raising uncertainty about the consequences if she succeeds. A relieved girl rushes to embrace the exhausted boy, assuring him that she has come to rescue him and inviting him to return to camp together. After being rescued, he expresses gratitude for the help he received during his difficult ordeal. One character proposes marriage to the other while they walk arm in arm through a sunlit field. Lortel loses her composure and shouts in frustration, while others watch her emotional reaction to Ed. A red-haired girl urgently informs a shocked silver-haired girl that someone has been rescued but is injured and waiting at the camp. With fierce determination, she resolves to eliminate her rival and save Ed herself. She demands an explanation, her eyes glowing red as she glares intensely. She races to the scene, baffled by how Ed was rescued before anyone else arrived and determined to find out who intervened without her noticing. One character, usually inattentive, becomes unusually perceptive when the topic involves another. Two girls argue near a magical barrier as one confronts the other about secretly using company employees to rescue someone. A red-haired character silently worries about the risky decision to involve untrained people in combat, fearing for Ed's safety. Lucy ignores the request for help, yawns, and walks away without getting involved. One character confesses his loneliness while the other listens in silence. Tension rises as one character reluctantly agrees to cooperate, questioning if any other competitors remain. Someone instructs the group to remain in place and wait. The conversation ended abruptly as no further discussion was necessary. The two girls split up and begin searching opposite sides of the dark waterway. The group shifts focus to planning a rescue for Ed, who is currently in danger. A woman in a red hooded cloak leads her group through a shadowy alley while another woman moves ahead alone. A red-haired woman in a hood charges forward with determination, ready to act. A girl charges forward with fierce determination. A dramatic proclamation foreshadows the selection of a pivotal individual. Someone urgently insists that Ed must come first. A glowing spirit materializes above as the protagonist watches in astonishment, with a fiery creature beside him. The ground trembles violently as Ed and a startled creature brace themselves for danger. A magical book erupts with blue energy, shattering the floor beneath it. A blinding blue blast erupts, hurling one figure backward while a small creature recoils in terror. Sensing a greater danger, the protagonist braces himself against an unseen force. A female character collapses as a surge of blue energy overwhelms her. The figure tightens their grip and concentrates intensely. A young woman in a witch hat sits alone amid the debris, quietly crying under the pale blue light. The character collapses under a powerful blue force as debris scatters around. A girl appears and casually offers to help because she is bored. Two girls split up and head in opposite directions along the waterway, watched by a group in the shadows. A woman in a red hood leads her group through a dim corridor while another girl moves ahead, distancing herself from them. The red-haired girl dashes forward with determination, urgency clear in her expression. A determined girl charges forward at high speed, fist clenched. A pivotal prophecy or promise is emphatically declared, signaling a major turning point. A rescue mission becomes the new objective. The crowd erupts in support as Ed is declared the top choice. A glowing apparition materializes before the protagonist, who stands frozen with his dragon companion at his side. The ground suddenly shakes, causing panic. Ed, sweating and alarmed, sprints forward as a glowing bat-like creature hovers behind him in shock. A tense challenge is issued, demanding someone to step forward first. A rescue mission is being set in motion. The urgency escalates as the possibility of danger is questioned. A mysterious, glowing object erupts through the cracked surface, releasing a surge of blue energy. A character is violently thrown backward by a blinding magical explosion as a shocked creature witnesses the chaos. Sensing a greater danger, the protagonist anxiously looks up as an ominous glow fills the air. A character collapses in a surge of glowing blue energy. A figure braces for action, concentrating intensely as energy gathers between their gloved hands. A girl in a witch hat sits alone amidst rubble, quietly crying. A glowing blue figure crashes to the ground amid the shattered debris. A girl with short hair arrives and casually offers to help. Two figures stand on a balcony, surveying the city as the sun rises. Two men debate whether to intervene as they watch students face a dangerous challenge, weighing the risks against the chance for growth. A pensive man in authority questions whether the students at Sylvania Academy are being pushed too hard during its greatest era. Two young men firmly clasp hands, acknowledging each other's strength and achievements. A determined girl rushes forward with a tired boy following behind her as they push ahead toward their goals. The character clenches their fist around a shattered object, sensing an ominous warning. Imminent challenges are about to begin. With determination, he resolves to make the challenge so intense that only the most talented would even have a chance. Smoke drifts from the cabin's chimney as a quiet morning begins in the forest. A massive blast has ripped through the forest, leaving a smoldering hole and scorched debris. A massive black hole rips open in the hillside, shattering the ground and unleashing a destructive force. A destructive force has left a massive, smoking crater in the shattered landscape. A colossal serpent-like creature emerges from the darkness. A surge of dark energy bursts through the ornate room, shattering the ceiling. A glowing blue figure suddenly appears and reaches out, calling for attention. A frustrated boy covers his face with his hand, overwhelmed by the situation. A young girl in a witch hat asks if there are any jerkies left. A weary girl slumps to the ground and declares she wants to find a place to nap, while a frustrated boy covers his face nearby. A hand seizes the girl's shoulder, abruptly stopping her as she turns in surprise. The mission status is uncertain as Janica and Lortel are likely already in the underground waterway. Two figures race through the underground waterway, determined to reach their goal. The scenario is being evaluated to determine if skipping one boss will impact the overall outcome, given the progress so far. A tense warning is given that if the solemn girl meets Glass, a disastrous event will begin. Someone prepares to make a drastic choice to prevent a looming disaster. A serious character declares that another must stay by their side, prompting a surprised reaction. He struggles to cope with overwhelming stress. A pink-haired girl sits quietly beside someone, offering silent support during a difficult moment. One character expresses heartfelt gratitude for another's reassuring presence, while the other distractedly asks if any snacks remain. Ed urgently demands cooperation so they can escape the underground waterway together. One person offers to help the other escape the underground waterway but insists on finishing personal tasks first. Looking uneasy, the protagonist reluctantly agrees while the other person waits in silence. Someone prepares to make a personal request. One character holds another close in a protective embrace. Rushing through the darkness, one character carries another on his back as they make their escape. The protagonist quickly decides to escape by moving in reverse. The protagonist prepares to gather information from the library and seek out allies for the next phase of the plan. The protagonist steels himself and resolves to escape. A mysterious voice calls out into the empty, shadowy building at night. Dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness above the bookshelf. A swarm of red-eyed bats surges forward, launching an aggressive attack. A hand unleashes a surge of fire magic from a glowing magic circle. A figure is blasted backward by a violent eruption of flames and demonic shapes. Proficiency in both elemental magic and mana resonance increases. A character braces against a cascade of golden energy as monsters unleash a powerful EXP explosion. A witch-like figure charges forward, unleashing a fire attack that engulfs the snarling monsters. A concealment spell is detected in the corridor, recognized by its magical resonance and unique qualities. A girl channels spiritual energy, her confidence clear as blue energy swirls around her. She steadies herself, pushing aside distractions to prepare for what comes next. Lortel is struck by a sudden realization. She resolved to help someone with pure intentions. She stands by the stone wall, overcome by emotions that cannot be bought. A red-haired girl tenses as she senses a familiar, unsettling presence nearby. She suddenly feels her heartbeat race, startled by the intense sensation. A girl is violently thrown backward as a surge of blue energy explodes through the area, scattering debris. A pink-haired girl is caught off guard as she notices someone's unexpected arrival. A character exhales in relief, letting out a sigh. Standing in a blue-lit cell, he admits to being kidnapped while clutching a set of glowing, ornate cubes. One character urgently asks another for help carrying a bundle of advanced crafting formula scrolls, shocking their companion with the discovery. A red-haired girl anxiously questions if Ed was in grave danger. He hesitates, anxiety clear on his face as he begins to voice his doubts. Someone escapes while carrying an unconscious girl, then reacts with alarm as her name is suddenly shouted. Alarmed by the severity of the situation, the pink-haired character realizes the imminent danger. One character boldly claims to have taken the lead in pursuing a relationship with Ed, criticizing another for being too hesitant. Struggling to catch his breath, he ran through the dark forest with a torch, nearly starting a fire. She seethes with jealousy as she wonders how he can act so casually with another girl in front of her. She firmly requests to reserve the crafting scrolls and offers favorable deals in gratitude for past help. A young woman steels herself and prepares to assert control over the situation. One character leans in, pleading for trust, while the other reacts with visible shock. Visibly agitated, the red-haired woman reacts sharply to an unreasonable demand. A female character confides her trust and gratitude to someone, her expression revealing vulnerability. A red-haired girl awkwardly offers several scrolls and asks if a receipt is needed. Overwhelmed by frustration, the character finally admits his own weakness. Ed urgently calls out to the proxy president in the corridor, startling her as she holds a bundle of scrolls. An out-of-breath man rushes into the corridor and urgently warns the others about a serious problem. A deserted stone tunnel looms ahead, setting a tense and ominous atmosphere. A tense warning is issued to keep everyone alert. The group charges down the dark corridor, following their determined leaders toward the threat. The top first-year combat student hesitates, nervously suggesting they turn back instead of moving forward. Two students argue intensely about whether to risk saving their classmates. One young man desperately pleads for help to save someone, while the other reacts in discomfort. One student firmly encourages his hesitant classmate to stay committed, emphasizing the importance of supporting Isla. A figure thrusts a hand forward, urgently directing attention to something ahead. A girl senses something up ahead and points forward with a hopeful expression. A confident girl warns that a formidable opponent awaits ahead. A lone figure points ahead into the shadowy hallway, signaling a cautious advance into the darkness. A hand directs a sudden explosion that erupts and illuminates the darkness. Cornered by the roaring dragon and surrounded by fire, the desperate figure pleads frantically for mercy. One character lies unconscious on the ground while another, surrounded by flames, hesitates and tries to remember the correct path. A character suddenly reacts with surprise to something unexpected. A girl confidently greets the group with her magical beasts as someone lies defeated on the ground. A mysterious figure suddenly appears in the alley, catching everyone off guard as one character readies a glowing orb. Paralyzed by fear, the girl's judgment falters, setting the stage for dangerous misunderstandings. The group rallies for an all-out attack, weapons crackling with energy as they prepare to charge. A nervous girl glances around anxiously as the unconscious professor lies on the ground, worried that others blame her for what happened. Two distressed characters argue as one tries to push past the other, desperate to save someone despite the risks. He abruptly interrupts, commanding everyone to stop. A group braces themselves as a massive flaming beast emerges in the stone chamber. Ed stands battered but resolute as someone yells his name, signaling a pivotal confrontation. One character frantically checks the other for injuries in the dimly lit corridor. Two students crouch together in the darkness, bracing themselves as a tense threat approaches. A girl sleeps against his back while he silently contemplates his fighting style. Relying on basic magic and some archery, he managed to fend off 3 much stronger opponents alone. A fiery dragon erupts as 3 allies unleash their combined power amidst the flames. The character realizes that Ed's recent growth has made the situation much more difficult to handle. A masked figure towers over the protagonist, forcing him to evaluate his slim chances of victory. He declares zero with unwavering determination, his face illuminated by a dark purple aura. A hand grips a shoulder with urgency, escalating the tension in the moment. Someone gives a direct order for Taylor to proceed. One character forcefully pins another against the wall and urgently orders them to pursue someone. A group of 6 stands ready in the corridor as they prepare to begin their mission. Ed firmly assigns responsibility for managing the scenario. A hooded figure advances through the dark forest, determined to manage any unpredictable threats ahead. He resolves to track down Elt and immediately sets out. One character seizes another by the collar and delivers a menacing warning about someone waiting. A character urgently receives the order to catch Glass. A group of students advances cautiously down a dimly lit underground corridor, alert for any danger. With unwavering resolve, he steels himself for the confrontation ahead. A cloaked figure unleashes a powerful, ghostly blue aura in the moonlit forest. A man steels himself for an impending challenge as darkness swirls around him. A mission to catch Elt is about to begin. An anxious informant announces that mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elt have arrived on Arkan Island, escalating the situation. The mid-boss of the second episode is swiftly defeated, leaving no chance for recovery. Elt, once called the Golden King, lost his power at an unexpected time and in an unexpected way. As a result, he managed to escape, altering the outcome from the original story. She calmly anticipated the counterattack that was being planned. A girl in a red hood commands the negotiation team to follow her, as she realizes someone exploited a loophole. A man urgently warns that the trading company's location is defenseless, and insists they must go there quickly with the magical tools and formulas he obtained. A figure reaches into a cloak to reveal a glowing scroll and several mysterious items while considering the most important tool for survival. A foreboding message hints at the importance of knowing the future. The glass subjugation battle begins as the scenario reaches its critical stage. The plan remains to follow the original storyline. A focused man studies an important document, contemplating the significance of Elt as the mid-boss of Episode 2. The decision is made to include the character in Episode 2, following the original story. A character firmly announces their intention to take down Elite. A man in a red cloak gives urgent instructions about the rescue and urges Ed to get more information from Isla afterward. Caught off guard, the character reacts with sudden shock. He must resolve the scenario himself after mastering all unique skills and completing his growth. The protagonist prepares to confront a powerful opponent in the final scenario. The underground waterway presents numerous unresolved challenges ahead. The magic tower will soon rise and bombard the sky with destructive spells. A powerful magical barrier is activated as energy surges through the towering structures. The narration warns that difficult trials are coming, suggesting they may be too much for ordinary willpower. A tense silence hangs between the two as one person watches the other warily. A worried young man receives encouragement before facing his next challenge. A group rushes toward the closed gate in the tunnel, while 2 figures remain behind in the shadows. Someone realizes the enemy is planning to attack the trading company. Several figures race through a dark tunnel to warn the academy about the mercenary invasion. Ed urgently pulls Janica along as they race through the corridor without stopping. She demands a rematch with unwavering determination. Ignoring the warning shouted from behind, he rushes urgently through the dark tunnel. 2 tense figures hurry through a dim stone corridor, urgently debating the risk of confronting a powerful enemy so soon after a narrow escape. A pink-haired girl urgently tells someone to stay out of the elite company's business, reminding them they recently collapsed from overwork. Someone passionately declares their desire to prevent further harm. He silently grapples with the burden of handling a major threat himself, unable to admit his true feelings. In a shadowy alley, one person carries an unconscious companion while another voices suspicion about being dragged into the situation. The protagonist agrees with Janica's assessment. One girl confesses her guilt about dragging Ed into danger, while the other listens quietly. 2 girls stand face to face, each masking their tension with a sly smile. He refuses to rest, determined to address the urgent situation involving Ortel. 2 women confront each other, and one reacts with shock as the other refuses to back down. One girl furiously demands an explanation from Ed, while another stands behind her with a smug expression, dismissing the situation. The group races down the corridor, urgently escaping while one member carries another. Someone insists that the matter is personal and requires their own involvement. Nervously sweating, he struggles to justify himself before hesitantly agreeing. She confronts him, insisting that if Lortel loses control, his access to magical engineering supplies will be in jeopardy too. He pauses in silence, deep in thought. Ed acknowledges Janica's intelligence as the group reflects on the situation. A character pauses to gather his thoughts, preparing to address a pressing matter. Several figures stand behind a barricade of collapsed rubble, surveying the chaotic aftermath in the tunnel. A character lies on the ground, reflecting bitterly on the harsh and heartless treatment received in the situation. One student confronts another while a third examines the body on the ground. A frantic girl chases after a distressed boy, desperately insisting on her innocence while another girl mocks them from behind. The group hurries toward the glowing exit, planning to seek help from the academy staff waiting at the entrance. The shattered remains of the wooden structure rest quietly in the water, revealing the aftermath of destruction. 3 wounded figures lie unconscious on the ground after the battle. The red-haired girl acknowledges her opponent's unexpected speed while her companions and an older man watch tensely. A masked man stands over the defeated figures beside an overturned cart under the moonlight. A man calmly reveals that he taught someone how to hide evidence in the company's records. A stern man pressures an older informer into revealing the group's location, prompting a fearful apology. A pink-haired woman reflects on how long it took her to master a convincing smile. A cold man threatens to torture the suspect, lamenting that the only evidence is a confession. Surrounded by shadowy figures, Ed unleashes a fierce surge of dark power as his eyes glow red. Blades of energy slice through the air in a powerful attack. He drives his sword down in a burst of blue energy, forcing both opponents back. A glowing sword crashes down in a surge of blue energy and sparks. A powerful magic barrier stops the attack as one character defends while another clings to her for safety. A red-haired girl confronts her opponent, while casting a defensive spell. Three shadowy figures discuss the professor's escape with the sage's grimoire, dismissing any need for comparisons to previous events. The hooded archer draws his bow with renewed determination, ready to release his shot. A group prepares to confront the continent's most elite mercenaries as they advance into the moonlit forest clearing. A man makes it clear he only cares about Lortel's survival, disregarding everyone else. Hooded assailants swiftly move into position, preparing to strike with their glowing weapons. Two figures stand together at night, watching as streaks of light fall ominously from the sky. One person carries an unconscious girl, while another urgently casts a spell to help them escape. A glowing spear hurtles toward his face, forcing him to react instantly. A determined protector conjures a glowing barrier to shield himself and the unconscious girl on his back from a barrage of arrows. A magical green bird forms a swirling shield of energy around the mage as he activates his defense magic. Two figures charge forward together, pushing through bursts of magical energy as chaos erupts around them. A girl urgently warns her ally about the enemy's coordinated movements as magical energy glows around her. He thanks Janica but suddenly reacts with surprise. A character remarks that spirit sorcerers are always difficult to deal with. A bearded man tightens his grip on the strap, hesitating before sharing what's on his mind. A serious man presents a critical diagram, insisting that this time is different from before. A legendary magical urn called Belarus's Prejudice is revealed, capable of suppressing surrounding mana for 10 minutes. A determined character explains that although Belarus's Prejudice is single-use, each sheet costs dozens of gold coins. A character examines the glowing vial, analyzing the effects of the night butterfly flower reagent. A powerful surge of advanced magic fills the air as the confrontation escalates. The narration explains that the ability requires time to activate, and its preparations are easily noticed. Surrounded by armed mercenaries at night, a man urgently prepares to activate a dangerous magical item despite being outnumbered. The entire group, composed only of mages, launches a coordinated magical assault. A girl urgently warns the group that their opponent knows their powers and that if his device is activated, they are in serious danger. A powerful ice spell erupts, restraining several armed figures as a tense confrontation escalates. He forces a strained smile as he convinces himself that enduring this hardship is better than dying. He acknowledges that even a minor villain can cause major changes, admitting he is no different. A character considers how the survival of a mid-boss could significantly alter the course of events. The next antagonist, the Golden King Elite, is introduced as the mid-boss of Episode 2. A villain who murdered Lortel's parents is ultimately betrayed by her and removed from power. He stopped at nothing to secure his own glory and prosperity, cementing his reputation as a true villain. The protagonist acknowledges a lack of animosity despite the circumstances. Elp continues to obstruct their progress. A masked figure leads an armed group through the dark forest, channeling a surge of magical energy for an imminent attack. Magical energy erupts as a group clashes with armed enemies and ice spikes burst from the ground during a fierce nighttime battle. A determined figure admits responsibility for his choices, insisting his actions stem from personal motivation rather than confidence in handling the consequences. The young man asserts control over his own story, refusing to let anyone else define it. An injured person steps cautiously onto the slick, blue surface. A drowsy girl yawns as someone off-panel calls her name. Annoyed by the commotion, the character complains about the noise. He suddenly realizes something critical, his eyes wide with shock. A powerful force erupts from the central figure, forcing everyone nearby to recoil. A figure unleashes a surge of purple energy, forcefully driving back the hooded attackers near the mysterious gate. A foreboding title introduces the character known as the Slothful. A witch unleashes a surge of ominous magic as her eyes glow with power. The narrator firmly decides not to yield. The narrator admits uncertainty about being prepared for the consequences of their actions. A figure kneels purposefully on the ground as blue light floods the scene, heightening the tension. A young man urgently commands someone to wake up. The narrator asserts control over the unfolding events. The injured person pushes forward, ignoring the pain in their ankle. A girl in a large hat yawns and rubs her eyes while resting her hand on another person's shoulder. A character expresses irritation at the surrounding noise. He abruptly realizes something critical, his eyes widening in shock. Silhouetted figures brace themselves as shadowy attackers approach the blinding portal. A fierce magical burst erupts as the central figure drives back the advancing hooded assailants. A dramatic title introduces Lucy as the Slothful. A witch unleashes a surge of ominous purple energy, preparing to act. A legendary book titled Glock's Travelogue, authored by the Archmage Glock in his final years, is introduced. The legendary book was created in a modest cabin that contrasted with its author's renowned status. Almost no one knew of this presence. An elderly man urges the girl to remain humble and keep learning, regardless of her natural talent and magical gifts. One character playfully hangs upside down, while another warns about the isolation that comes with great power, then abruptly stops. A girl demands a promise of 3 things as she looks up with curiosity. An elderly man solemnly warns the listener to avoid taking any lives or becoming involved in violence. The narration sets the expectation to live as a student during the time at Sylvania. A witch stands her ground as purple magical energy gathers around her, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. Elt has assembled a formidable group, as most of the mercenaries present are seasoned veterans. Years of surviving near death in mercenary life prove formidable strength. Armor-clad, the figure swiftly prepares for battle, instincts sharpening as danger approaches. A surge of magical energy warns of imminent danger. A young woman in a witch hat blocks the path and confronts her armed opponent with a surge of purple magic. A furious command erupts as he demands everyone to move immediately. Alarmed by a mysterious magic, the protagonist realizes that most younger mercenaries lack the instinct needed to survive this threat. A determined warrior lunges forward and unleashes a powerful sword strike at a shadowy, cloaked opponent. A young woman in a witch's hat withdraws in silence, her face shadowed by melancholy as purple energy glows behind her. She prepares to cast a spell, though she rarely relies on magic. A witch-like girl hurls a surge of magic that blasts the swordsman backward. A character releases a powerful burst of compressed mana energy, creating a surge of physical force. A hooded figure unleashes a violent burst of purple energy at a frightened opponent. A man struggles to endure as he waits for a mysterious power to activate. A character glares intensely and confronts the group's leader. Intense purple energy surges as the character prepares to unleash a powerful attack. A hand forcefully grabs someone's shoulder in the tense, dramatic light. A witch unleashes a powerful magical attack at a startled man while her companion stands supportively behind her. Ed, visibly exhausted, tries to offer advice despite his fatigue. Sensing a sudden tremor, the protagonist realizes that something far more dangerous than an earthquake is occurring. A surge of purple lightning crashes down on the Gothic building, filling the night with a menacing glow. 7 brilliant stars align in a perfect line across the dark purple sky, signaling the beginning of a mysterious prophecy. A surge of advanced aspectual magic erupts, violently distorting the environment. A massive wave of pink magical energy crashes down, engulfing the building in destruction. A student in a cape stands before the looming magic tower, preparing for the decisive battle of Episode 2. With sharp, focused eyes, the protagonist quickly evaluates the unfolding situation. A young man stands victorious over the defeated monster, having gained new skills from the battle in the underground waterway. The group gathers with determination as the protagonist prepares a glowing sword, ready to confront the enemy together. The magic realm descends as several glowing towers emerge beneath a swirling, ominous sky, confirming the scenario follows its original course. A narrator explains that this magic is completely foreign and unlike any other. Even the Academy's top students struggle to understand the situation, their anxiety clear as they stand confused. A mysterious figure descends above, startling the student as questions about the magic towers roll her eyes. A girl prepares to unleash a powerful spell as swirling energy gathers around the magical towers. She reveals the possibility of resurrecting the dead, causing tension to rise. After the incident, someone slowly regains consciousness, signaling the beginning of the epilogue. On the rooftop at night, an exhausted girl sits with 2 shadowed figures as the group discusses how recent events have deviated from the expected scenario. A warning is given about the consequences of waking her early in Phase 1. A cornered professor reluctantly offers a deal to bring another person into the group as magical energy crackles between them. A hooded figure stands before a glowing magic circle as the subject of a resurrection ritual is revealed. Archmage Glock descends into the scene, emanating a menacing presence. This moment reveals that Lucy becomes an enemy. The player's party is completely defeated, resulting in bad ending 27. A figure leaps to shield another as a dark, menacing shadow spreads across the ground before them. Lucy slowly disappears into the underground waterway. The text reveals that Lucy Merrill was never supposed to lose in Episode 2, hinting at a significant divergence from the original events. After countless hours of effort, even the most dedicated players ultimately gave up hope. It was declared that Lucy could not be defeated. An older mage performs a powerful ritual to stabilize the disrupted scenario as 2 younger characters react to the magic. A surge of energy crackles around a clenched fist, signaling a sudden shift in power. A man unleashes the power of a legendary magic item capable of altering even fixed bad endings. A powerful artifact activates, suppressing all mana in the area for 10 minutes. A surge of purple magical energy engulfs 3 characters as a powerful attack is unleashed. A desperate man, surrounded by glowing purple energy, urges someone to act immediately. A hooded figure charges forward with a glowing sword, aiming a sudden attack at the unsuspecting person in the red cloak. A hooded attacker brings down a glowing sword while declaring that magic can no longer be used. A powerful wind spell is unleashed as the caster focuses intensely. A shadowed figure descends swiftly, unleashing a powerful sword strike that sends a burst of energy surging below. Ed steps forward, declaring his critical role in the unfolding events. A middle-aged man stands frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. The man is stunned as the legendary magic item's overwhelming suppression fails. A glowing figure rises from the magical vessel as the man looks on. A figure channels powerful magical energy into a glowing bucket. One character steps forward and volunteers to clear the way. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of intense purple energy, causing the ground below to shatter. Crackling with energy, she announces her intention to leave. A kneeling man recoils as he faces a figure radiating overwhelming power. Sensing imminent danger, the character's instincts sharpen as tension fills the air. A girl surrounded by shadow and crackling purple lightning gathers her magical power, ready to strike. A solitary figure sits alone in a dimly lit room, lost in thought. A dire warning about impending death is delivered. A hand surges with crackling purple energy, gathering power for a devastating attack. A figure unleashes a surge of crackling purple energy, demanding answers. A man holds a glowing sword to another's neck, warning him that death is possible. A shadowy figure confronts the group with a deadly warning, channeling purple energy as tension rises. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat issues a strict order not to kill anyone. A grave warning is given to avoid any actions that might lead to bloodshed. An elderly man quietly watches over a sleeping child, concerned for their well-being. The young man channels his energy, eyes fixed ahead with unwavering resolve. A gloved hand reaches forward as a spell is about to be cast. The character in the witch hat agrees to the request and turns away in a glow of purple light. One character questions the other's decision to leave, but she turns away, intent on going somewhere alone. A wary figure questions whether the decision will lead to regret, surprised to have received a response. A cloaked young man faces a levitating, purple energy-wielding figure as their confrontation begins in the nighttime park. He stands frozen in silence, beads of sweat revealing his anxiety. She pauses in silence, lost in deep thought. A somber woman stands by a frail man's bedside, holding an ornate book as a heavy truth is acknowledged. Clutching a book, the character stands in determined resolve to become stronger. Clutching the closed book to their chest, the character silently dedicates its last sentence to someone who changed their life forever. An elderly man calls out softly, his face illuminated by a warm golden glow. In the shadows, a character stares ahead with fierce determination, silently planning their next move. She refuses with determination, her expression tense against the glowing shapes behind her. A surge of magical energy engulfs Lucy, causing her to vanish above the glowing tower while the observer watches helplessly. All survivors complete their retreat across the lake as the leader prepares to return. He sprints up the hill, leaving the decision about the subdued elite for later. A stern woman decides to hand the unconscious captive over to the trading company, expecting their associate to handle the situation. Exhausted and breathless, he braces himself against the railing after hurrying to the top of the building. The story begins at Trix Hall, the main setting for this episode. A mysterious figure steals the sage's grimoire, prompting a tense pursuit. After receiving treatment for his injuries, the protagonist unexpectedly returns to the academy. The protagonist stands before the partially open doors, preparing to enter the next stage of the episode. The narrator declares that everything from the secret laboratory to this point has gone exactly as planned. A hand pushes open the glowing double doors, revealing an intense purple light and unveiling a hidden place. A lone figure stands beneath the glowing towers, contemplating the end of their journey. Among the student center buildings destroyed was Glock Hall. Someone walks down a dimly lit corridor, reflecting on receiving this semester's scholarship from the Glock Scholarship Foundation. He gave all his accumulated wealth to Sylvania Academy. The pair quietly search the academy, uncovering evidence that someone's presence still lingers. He scans the area and realizes the person he expected is not there. Two figures stand at a vantage point, silently surveying the entire academy below. She reflects quietly on what the academy means to her. A glowing figure is swallowed by swirling energy above the magic tower as the protagonist watches intently. Lucy suddenly disappears, leaving the narrator alone. All 57 people have evacuated safely, and the boats retreat across the lake as the observer awaits the leader's return. Ed pushes himself uphill toward the glowing city as dusk falls, with a small flying creature close by. The group considers their options for dealing with the subdued elite. A stern woman decides to hand the unconscious captive over to L Trading Company, expecting most of the work to be handled. She resolves to personally end her conflict with him. He reflects on feeling drained after pushing himself too hard while already exhausted. Exhausted and breathing heavily, he leans against the banister to recover. The Grand Trix Hall is introduced. A powerful grimoire is stolen, and a relentless pursuit begins. The academy staff tended to the wounded as others move through the dimly lit hall. The double doors crack open, flooding the area with an intense blue-white light. The narrator reflects on unintentionally moving backward through the stages of the episode. The plan from the secret laboratory to this point has unfolded without a hitch. A hand pushes open the glowing door, unleashing a surge of blinding light and energy. A cloaked figure stands beneath the glowing towers, silently acknowledging that the journey is about to end. Janica destroyed several student center buildings, including Glock Hall. A determined figure steps into the scene, moving with purpose under tense lighting. Two figures soar side by side through the glowing night sky, moving forward with determination. With unwavering determination, the character steels himself for the challenge ahead. Two cloaked figures silently survey the glowing, magical city beneath the purple full moon. The narration shifts to focus on Lucy's point of view. The academy is introduced with a sense of importance. A young woman stands silently, deep in thought as purple light casts a somber mood around her. Two figures confront a city pulsing with dangerous magical energy. Off-screen voices discuss whether there is any jerky left. He sighs in frustration as he insists he has nothing left, growing weary of repeating himself. One person finds another sitting alone at sunset, and they begin to talk about the past. Two students sit on a high ledge, silently reflecting on past pain and the danger below. The protagonist leans forward, demanding an explanation. A character reflects and reveals that their reasoning was unexpectedly simple. A somber young woman quietly reflects on how much time has passed. The protagonist acknowledges that trying to bring back the old man with magic would only delay the inevitable, since he had already accepted his fate. The students walk together, discussing the risks and disrespect involved in using forbidden magic to resurrect the legendary Archmage. One figure admits that the desire to revive someone was driven by selfishness, while another listens in silence before the glowing magic expires. A girl in a wide-brimmed hat begins a tense conversation, directly addressing Lucy. Ed anxiously checks if the other person is alright. Ed questions whether Lucy's sudden decision to revive Glock is driven by genuine intent, or simply a passing whim as she hovers above him. A dire warning suggests that another change of mind could lead to disaster. He calls out urgently, determined to intervene. Despite the tense situation, the character feels resigned as he anticipates another request for jerky. One figure, struggling to stand, asks the other for support as they face a glowing barrier and looming magical cannons. He sits beside the railing, suspicious of her motives. A surge of pink energy erupts from the magical tower, revealing the true purpose behind the mysterious power. A man channels powerful resurrection magic, his hands glowing with intense magenta energy as the future of aspectual magic is questioned. A character silently reflects on the inevitability of loss and the need to heal with what remains. Tears stream down her face as she comes to a painful realization. The character pauses, lost in silent contemplation. He sat in silence, deep in thought. Two figures stand together, silently watching the magic tower stretch into the star-filled night sky. Magical energy illuminates the night sky as someone silently admires the spectacle. A massive mechanical giant emerges, activated to defend the offering. The group braces themselves on the glowing, cracked floor as they face the encroaching purple energy. An ancient weapon forged by glass using aspectual magic is introduced. A girl in a red cloak collapses against a glowing red background. A massive surge of dark magical energy erupts from the center of the glowing ritual circle. A figure with a glowing eye releases a surge of dark magic from their hand. A dramatic announcement signals the beginning of the final phase. A surge of dark energy engulfs the area as Ed recoils in alarm. A mechanical figure releases a devastating burst of pink energy, unleashing an explosive attack. A massive surge of purple and white energy erupts, scattering debris in all directions. A massive, glowing magical hand materializes above a character who raises his arms amid the shattered crystals. He urgently urges someone to move forward, reaching out in a tense, green-lit moment. A shadowy figure suddenly ambushes a cloaked individual from above, attacking with a sword. With his fist glowing with energy, the protagonist charges forward to launch a powerful attack. He curses his nearsightedness in frustration. A furious figure unleashes a lightning-charged sword attack at the person below, driven by desperate rage. The figure admits he can no longer see anything without his glasses. He processes a critical revelation, his eyes wide with alarm behind his glasses. The situation remains unchanged. Someone sits alone at a large desk in the lab, studying an ancient grimoire. A man methodically reviews magical texts and academic materials at his cluttered desk. A young man sits alone at his desk, deep in thought as he reflects on his actions. The view beyond the ornate windows shifts as the surroundings transform. Snow falls outside as a first-year elemental studies student visits the private study again. A girl arrives at the doorway, determined to start studying intermediate magic early. Rain pours heavily outside the grand window, setting a somber atmosphere. He notices the rain beginning to fall and reacts with quiet contemplation. A flustered woman nervously begs for forgiveness in the dimly lit room. Sunlight streams through the stained glass window, filling the room with a calm atmosphere. A student quietly reads at his desk as sunlight filters in and the wind stirs outside. Someone prepares tea as news spreads that the highest-ranking dean is away on business. The man continues his routine of stopping by the office for tea, even after becoming principal. While exhaustion weighs on him, the protagonist works through a stack of paperwork at his desk, joined by two silent figures. A character holds a closed diary, lost in thoughts of painful memories. A hand grips the glowing book as its magic threatens to fade away. Wounded and desperate, the young man unleashes a powerful spell as a glowing, enchanted book hovers above him. A shadowy figure fires a burst of violet energy at someone who desperately reaches out. A glowing force slices the sword in half. A glowing sword slices through the target, releasing a surge of pink energy. A new ability, small-scale time travel, is revealed. A man channels powerful magic through a glowing circle, driven by painful memories. A desperate command is issued as a single, intense eye glares with raw emotion. A desperate character unleashes a powerful magical attack at a figure trapped within a glowing energy field. The group recoils in shock as glowing crystal pillars suddenly appear before them. An armored figure releases a surge of magical energy from within a glowing glyph. A powerful time-based spell erupts, trapping three opponents inside a glowing magical prison. He steels himself, eyes glowing with determination as he focuses intently on the situation. A sudden magical attack erupts, forcing someone to urgently dodge while another shouts a warning. Ed instinctively raises his hand to shield himself as a burst of radiant energy surges toward him. He channels a surge of energy through his dagger, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Bloodied but resolute, the man glares downward, enduring after the fight. Bruised and silent, the protagonist endures his pain, lost in thought. Blood streaming down his face, he struggles to remain conscious as his vision blurs. A sense of awakening stirs in the darkness. A girl stands beneath a harsh light, hinting at a significant loss with an unsettling smile. He steels his resolve, eyes sharp with determination. A powerful purple energy beam slices cleanly through a row of massive black stones. In a tense, glowing space, Ed grips his dagger and catches his breath, preparing for a confrontation. A man unleashes a surge of purple energy as he confronts a towering mechanical figure, determined to overturn reality. A golden mechanical figure unleashes a powerful blast of energy from its chest. A massive burst of magical energy erupts from the figure's chest, flooding the area with intense light. A massive armored figure crashes to the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion of golden energy and debris. Bloodied and desperate, he braces himself against a sudden, fiery attack. The character suddenly realizes something alarming, their face tense with anxiety. A white-haired young man unleashes a powerful, fiery sword technique. The armored figure is hit directly by the intense energy blast. Time suddenly reverses as the clockwork mechanism spins backward. The attacker lunges at the two terrified girls, even though they are frozen in time. A battered young man defiantly declares his determination to keep fighting, even at great personal cost, as intense purple energy surrounds him. Bleeding and surrounded by glowing magical symbols, the protagonist endures intense pain from a magical attack. A mage hurls an intermediate ice spear spell at his target with fierce determination. A character urgently unleashes a powerful spell, signaling the start of a critical attack. 4 characters combine their magic in a synchronized attack, empowered by music from a glowing lute. A wounded young man stares upward, questioning if he has reached his limit. The protagonist freezes as he processes a sudden, devastating revelation. An armored hand releases a massive fiery explosion, engulfing the area in destructive force. A character launches into the air with force, leaving smoke trails behind. Amid a fiery explosion and collapsing machinery, one character shields an unconscious girl from harm. 2 figures step forward through swirling pink mist. The character pauses to catch his breath as purple mist swirls around his feet. The beaten character bows their head and admits defeat. A figure steps forward with purpose against a glowing violet backdrop. A figure plummets backward from the glowing structure into the night sky. A figure is violently blasted from the top of the glowing magical tower amid a surge of energy. A battered man stands engulfed in a surge of ominous purple energy as his transformation intensifies. The wounded man confesses his longing as he looks up, overcome by emotion. A shadowy figure in a suit descends dramatically into the dark, ominous scene. A male figure is swept up by glowing magical circles as he is transported away by a powerful spell. A powerful spell erupts as a radiant pink magical circle bursts with energy. A glowing magic circle activates in the dark forest. A figure enveloped in magic energy teleports beside a tree under the night sky. A bloodied young man staggers away from danger, realizing he escaped far too late. He realizes that, according to the original story, his fate was always sealed. A character confronts an intruder and declares that Professor Glass will die here. A stern young man confronts someone about breaking curfew as he stands over a shattered reflective surface. A lone figure plunges backward from the glowing building into the night. A figure is violently expelled from the glowing, energy-charged tower. A wounded man is engulfed in a surge of ominous purple energy as he unleashes a hidden power. A bloodied man with glasses struggles to express how much he misses someone. Someone calls out from Yuri in a somber moment. A menacing figure looms overhead, confronting someone with a threatening presence. A man is pulled backward through a glowing magical portal crackling with intense pink energy. A powerful spell activates as a glowing magic circle bursts with pink energy. A glowing pink magic circle appears in the dark forest clearing. A glowing figure suddenly materializes beneath the large tree in a burst of pink light. A bloodied young man leans against a tree, struggling to stay conscious as he catches his breath. Despite his efforts, he failed to escape in time. A cloaked figure kneels at night, channeling energy into a large tree. A character notices someone unexpected and demands to know how they arrived. A young man confronts someone for being out after curfew in the shadowy forest. An hour earlier, a magical tower unleashed a surge of violent, glowing energy and lightning. With the mercenaries sent away and all threats contained, the situation is now under control. Alarmed, she remembers the plan and hurries to check if Ed is safe after his visit to Triggs Hall. Ed and his companion acknowledge the cautious arrival of another student in the dimly lit setting. A girl in a hat is suddenly grabbed by the arm, leaving her visibly shocked. One character urgently warns of danger as another turns back in surprise. 2 women emerge from the building, one supporting the other, while 3 people watch them from the foreground. One girl breaks down in tears while another quickly moves to support her. 2 startled girls scream in fear while a confused blonde boy looks on. A girl leaps forward as a massive fiery beast rises behind her, urgently calling out to someone. She asks to investigate the magic tower that uses aspectual magic. Janica listens as the spirits update her on Ed's activities. The mission is to protect the northern forest where the spirits reside. A few days earlier, something significant began to unfold. A surge of powerful magic energy erupts from the tower deep within the northern forest. The dragon confidently reveals that the source of the aspectual magic is obvious. A mysterious building in the northern forest pulses with magical energy as someone questions what Professor Glass has been doing there. He hesitates near the doorway, weighing whether to step in as a group of anxious girls gathers nearby. A fierce magical attack shakes the group as a tense fighter braces himself with a glowing weapon, contemplating the scale of the threat. His potential to shape future events is immense. Magical towers erupt with pink energy, lighting up the night sky. A failed attempt to confirm the truth leaves the barrier shattered. A severely injured man slumps against a tree at night and questions if someone is out past their curfew. 2 startled girls confront someone who has appeared unexpectedly at night. A wounded young man, bleeding from his mouth, responds bitterly when questioned about looking up at the moon. Injured and deep in thought, the protagonist admits to feeling worthless and mocks himself. A bloodied figure slumps against a tree at dusk, admitting defeat as a student stands over him. He reflects on how his relationship with Abel influenced the outcome and doubts Abel's suitability as principal. One character admits he underestimated the other, who demands to know the reason for her kidnapping. A shadowed figure admits that their plan to exploit another's talents failed when the target collapsed from exhaustion. The two hurry up the stairs as one explains that the other had already escaped before help could arrive. Wounded and alone, he accepts his suffering as punishment for his past actions but hesitates as doubt lingers. A woman reflects on the years she spent with her daughter, her expression heavy with sorrow as blood stains her neck. Two characters quietly reflect on the significance of 17 years as they discuss the past. One character questions another about their history with Assistant Professor Claire. One character kneels beside a bloodied companion, trying to comfort him as he succumbs to his injuries. He recalls encountering Assistant Professor Claire on his way here. A battered character breaks down in despair, tears streaming down his face. A cheerful girl explains that Professor Glass tends to dislike everyone at first sight. A girl vents her frustration to a boy, listing all the reasons she finds another person impossible to like. The character interrupts the conversation to emphasize a crucial point. A legendary scholar's reputation is emphasized. She clenches her fist and looks up, struggling to process the difficult realization sparked by recent words. The girl admits she is unsure of the professor's intentions but insists he is an important mentor to her. He reflects on his reckless decisions that put students in danger and acknowledges how far he has strayed. Alone and deep in thought, he quietly reflects on his life. Bloodied and battered, he stands in the darkness, refusing to accept a lonely fate. A young woman kneels on the floor, overwhelmed as she gathers scattered books and papers. Despite her dedication, the top student of the alchemy department was still regarded as untalented. A strict supervisor evaluates the student's abilities while simultaneously dismissing those deemed talentless. A stern man silently implies that his daughter holds significant value as he sits behind a desk covered in documents. Memories of the departed linger among those left behind. The narrative highlights how the main figure is regarded differently, being seen as a mentor by some and as a colleague by others. A blood-stained hand drops broken glasses onto the ground. A bloodied hand clings tightly to a weapon as blood pools beneath it. Ed lies defeated and helpless on the ground, unable to defend himself. The injured character endures the pain in silence, unwavering. An injured character recalls seeing the spirit library before using Descent of the Magical Realm. Ed confronts the shadowed figure about the stolen legendary rank crafting formulas, suspecting there is a deeper motive behind their actions. A bloodied hand drives an ornate dagger into an enemy, asserting dominance in the fight. The wounded character is forced to take responsibility for the aftermath, as the other coldly insists the consequences are self-inflicted. A wounded figure hands over a glowing key, entrusting ownership of the library to the stunned young man. The injured man questions the recipient's reaction after handing over the key. A weakened figure urgently reveals there is a secret safe hidden beneath the desk Reina guarded and warns to handle it before the Academy's investigation begins. Bloodied and struggling to breathe, the protagonist desperately calls out for Lucy. A voice urges awareness of the surroundings. The group stands alert in the glowing forest, bracing themselves as they confront an unknown threat. A terrified figure realizes the danger as blood splatters near their wide, fearful eye. A wounded figure lowers his head in resignation, quietly admitting the other's wisdom. Someone wonders what expression Lucy had at that moment. A hand seizes another person's shirt, escalating the tension between them. A gravely wounded young man slumps over, losing consciousness in the aftermath of the battle. A mortally wounded man lies lifeless beneath the moonlit Zelkova tree, his body undisturbed in the quiet night. The group stands in silence, observing the aftermath as a figure lies motionless on the ground. Several serious incidents are listed, highlighting a pattern of unfortunate involvement. A character's name is dramatically revealed in a tense moment. After enduring the same story all night, he stands looking serious and exhausted. A stern man interrogates the escapee about the kidnapping and their encounter with the group during the escape. An older man questions Ed about escaping alone and leaving another kidnapped victim behind as Ed explains the rescue events described in his report. One character explains a previous conflict to another, emphasizing that trust was lacking during a critical moment. A character sternly interrupts another's attempt to explain their actions. A character directly confronts someone with open suspicion. The older man questions the younger man's story, expressing suspicion about the repeated coincidences. Two characters confront each other by the flames, exchanging sharp remarks and subtle accusations. A character slams their hand down and brings up the Ophelis Hall incident along with the recent event. A serious student acknowledges the harm caused by the Academy's negligence. He realizes with alarm that the report being reviewed is not the one he wrote. A surprised student receives his report card and learns he has been recognized for his hard work. Someone reluctantly admits agreement. The young man is caught off guard when he learns the Academy plans to reward him. Ed steps confidently out of the ornate doorway, drawing everyone's attention. One character apologizes for causing worry and checks if the other is hurt, but the other reassures them that everything is fine. A girl with an eye patch looks up in surprise as a glowing bird-like creature lands on her shoulder. A pink-haired girl nervously admits she was hurt while saving someone, prompting a shocked reaction. A worried student nervously asks another about the exact location and nature of her injury while a glowing green spirit hovers nearby. One character confesses a sudden realization to another, who reacts with surprise. A girl admits she has relied too much on someone else's efforts and now regrets that this has led to them getting hurt. A shadowed figure reflects on the regret revealed in Professor Glass's final moments. One character, visibly emotional, admits feeling like a burden and expresses gratitude, while the other reacts in confusion. One character apologizes for causing harm and urges distance, but the other quickly admits to lying about being hurt and apologizes in return. A girl with braided pink hair leans forward and asks if the other girl's dorm is Dex Hall. A girl anxiously prepares to reveal surprising news about the next semester. A girl reacts with excitement and surprise upon hearing the news about moving to the Dex Hall. The recent events concluded swiftly despite their intensity. The protagonist exhales in relief, reflecting on the successful conclusion of the episode. An older man urges someone to leave behind their solitary wandering and embrace a normal student life. Permission is granted to move into the academy dormitories. A plan is made to set up fences and grow annual edible plants for better survival. A weary figure reinforces the hut, but a sense of futility hangs in the air. A cloaked figure stands at the cabin entrance, preparing to leave behind their days of camping. Startled by a sudden bright slash and swirling debris, he quickly turns to face the impending danger. A girl suddenly falls from above as a boy reacts in surprise below her. A young woman is startled on the ground as someone suddenly recognizes her. The storage room is stocked with neatly stacked firewood. A shadowy figure moves quietly toward the wooden door, careful not to make a sound. The young man pauses in the doorway, realizing his time living alone in the cabin has come to an end. Sensing sudden danger, he whirls around in alarm as light and leaves swirl through the tense air. A girl in a nightgown loses her balance and falls backward as a surprised boy in a school uniform looks up at her. A startled girl urgently calls out for Lucy as she lies on the ground, wide-eyed. Clouds gather over the hills and forest as someone wonders if it will rain. The character realizes they are not on Arkan Island, but in the northern Ramelin mountain range. A young woman questions why she is dreaming about her childhood. A girl with long white hair approaches a small cottage in the forest, lost in memories of the past. Someone prepares to confront the old man, heightening the tension in the room. A white-haired girl reacts in shock to something unexpected. A solitary figure sits in a shadowy attic, surrounded by cobwebs and broken windows. She hesitates in the shadowy room, suddenly sensing something disturbing. A mysterious figure steps into the light, their presence casting an ominous atmosphere over the scene. A furious apparition confronts someone with a haunting accusation, demanding to know why they didn't intervene. The scene ominously introduces the concept of a nightmare. A girl stands silently with her eyes closed, her expression solemn in the darkness. A girl with pale hair stares ahead silently, lost in her own troubled thoughts. A maid energetically urges the sleepy girl in bed to get up and prepare for school. A maid anxiously observes as a long-haired woman slowly sits up in bed, both silent in the tense morning light. A girl unleashes high-level spatial magic, energy swirling intensely around her hand. A towering pillar of magical energy bursts into the sky above the northern forest. A barefoot character with a wounded foot steps onto the sunlit rooftop, determined to continue forward. Ed walks toward the barefoot woman standing on the rooftop as sunlight fills the scene. A girl with white hair and purple eyes leans gently against someone's shoulder, feeling a wave of relief. A girl gazes upward, quietly wondering if it will rain. The character realizes that her time living alone at the campsite has come to an end. A massive burst of energy explodes through the trees, sending debris flying. A girl, caught off guard and lying on the ground, complains about how unpredictable cats are while someone leans over her. A girl realizes that when she tries to get close, others act distant, but when she loses interest, they suddenly become clingy. A young man in a red cloak thoughtfully explains his approach to dealing with cats. A man in a red cloak walks into the cabin, leaving the white-haired woman sitting alone outside. A relaxed young man explains that ignoring cat-type spirit familiars will make them approach you first. Two students laugh together as one jokes about the unexpected difficulty of the monster ecology class. Students attend a well-liked lecture, with one quietly observing while others enjoy themselves and achieve good grades. The narrator reflects confidently on having unmatched notes in every subject. The session ends as the protagonist closes his book and signals everyone to wrap up. Ed looks up, startled by the unexpected request to come to the office. Someone introduces the Academy's scholarship program as the grand building stands under a clear sky. A female character explains the academic contribution system and encourages Ed to take advantage of the opportunity. A serious young man asks about his responsibilities as a snake-like creature quietly advises him. An assistant frantically sorts through a mountain of paperwork, overwhelmed by tasks previously managed by someone else. A serious young woman juggles multiple academic responsibilities, preparing for evaluations, society agendas, and an upcoming class assignment test. A character advises moderation in dealing with the incoming freshman, while the blonde young man listens attentively. He realizes that a potential rival will also be among the freshmen. A character reaches toward the floating book, instantly recognizing the surge of powerful magic in the air. A red-haired woman apathetically levitates a glowing book with magic while sitting at her desk. A character hesitates, questioning whether selling the item to Krapin is truly the right choice. Realizing Ed's desperate plea, the character deduces that he never wanted Krapin to obtain the grimoire. A red-haired character desperately tries to stop the decision, arguing about the money invested in the item. Determined to act without hesitation, the red-haired girl resolves to be more ruthless as she reads the letter. A determined figure offers to do anything in exchange for the sage's grimoire purchase certificate. A girl is left speechless, her eyes wide with shock as she reacts to the unexpected offer. A red-haired girl grins as she quickly scribbles out a plan at her desk. A stressed student hurriedly signs a special winter break class notice, worried about who will run the class in the professor's absence. A red-haired girl exhales deeply, relieved that the end of the semester means she no longer has to worry about the camp. Someone quietly writes a note, reflecting that there likely won't be any immediate changes for Lucy. A red-haired woman stares anxiously at a pen in her trembling hand, startled by its unexpected appearance. Sitting alone at the grand desk, she questions the uneasy feeling gnawing at her. Someone announces that the firewood supply is running low. Ed reacts with shock and disbelief to unexpected news. A character addresses concerns about a firewood shortage for the coming winter while another sits nearby, playfully holding a stick. Lucy, looking tired, unexpectedly questions someone about their lack of hunting and comments on her own unusual initiative. Inside the cabin, someone reflects on neglecting camp management and considers heading to the deck's hall. Ed pauses and looks back as someone urgently calls out to him. A cheerful girl waves energetically, explaining that classes ended early due to a cancellation and she came here to rest. One student explains the need to visit the camp frequently before winter break makes it unavailable. A white-haired character quietly reflects on how much they will miss the camp as their time there comes to an end. A cheerful girl encourages the boy to reach out for help if he moves, reminding him of his responsibilities. A hand grips the ornate key, preparing to unlock the secret vault in the library. A hand reveals a sealed envelope and an ornate key. Someone receives and examines an application form for Dex Hall, considering the importance of submitting it early. A document is exchanged as both prepare to work together. A pink-haired girl begins to explain the application process but suddenly stops, startled by something unexpected. Two startled students rush forward as someone suddenly collapses in front of them. Bare feet grip the ground as someone braces for a tense confrontation. A startled girl in a witch hat throws her hands up, urgently trying to stop something as a concerned young man watches from behind. A panicked girl in a witch hat lunges forward, desperately trying to stop someone from taking something. On this day, everything began to change as the protagonist realized something was different. Someone praises Ed's steady progress as the clear sky stretches above the sunlit trees. One character praises another's impressive progress as magical energy crackles in the air. A worried girl delivers an unexpectedly positive evaluation of someone's rapid magical progress. A worried girl asks if she did something wrong while another stands hidden behind a tree, clutching her hat. A fatigued girl, still in pajamas, quietly stands by the wall after sneaking out of the dormitory early in the morning. A character grasps the glowing book and realizes their magic power has increased. Ed stands surrounded by blue magical energy and prepares to cast intermediate magic. Ed calmly reads a book while an electrocuted figure lies unconscious at his feet, subdued by lightning. A bewildered observer silently watches as one girl leads an expressionless man across the room while another clings anxiously to his shoulders. One girl nervously apologizes as another growls at her, while a stern observer watches the confrontation unfold. She struggles to hide her fear as she glares upward, teeth clenched in distress. Exhausted from a day of practice, the protagonist struggles to grasp the basics of intermediate magic. Ed looks up from his book, startled by someone calling out to him. One character holds an ornate key and announces his intention to leave, while another looks on with concern. Worried about the freezing night, the character inspects the fireplace and considers moving into the Dex building for safety. The male character in the red cloak adjusts his tie, determined to leave only after completing his work. A startled character reacts as someone abruptly calls out to them. A tense silence fills the room as the white-haired girl in a nightgown fixes her gaze on the person sitting before her. She invites the other person to move forward together. One girl nervously apologizes as another growls in anger, while a boy watches the confrontation with a stern expression. A girl in a witch's hat recoils in pain, struggling to keep her composure. The character realizes that mastering intermediate magic is proving more difficult than expected. The protagonist rests quietly on the bed with a book covering his face, enjoying a peaceful moment in the sunlight. Exhausted from constant practice, the character admits frustration at failing to master the basics. He looks up from his book, startled by the sudden interruption. A determined young man stands before a somber girl, declaring his need to leave as he holds a large ornate key. He considers checking the campfire and fireplace to avoid freezing at night and thinks about moving into the DX building for safety. The young man readies himself to leave, insisting he will go only after finishing his work. A character stares intensely and abruptly calls out to someone, prompting a surprised reaction. A white-haired girl sits in tense silence, gazing down at someone off-panel. She invites the other person to go with her. A thick red rope hangs tightly around a tree as the sun sets, creating a tense atmosphere. A thick rope drops through the broken ceiling as light pours in. Ed clings to a rope among the ruins and demands to know why someone followed him to this dangerous place. One character climbs down a rope into the cavern as another descends beside them using magic, offering to help. The solitary figure abandons the rope and walks away. Gripping the rope tightly, the protagonist prepares to descend into the chamber, while a ghostly figure silently watches nearby. Surveying the mechanical cubes and the golden gear-shaped device, the character decides to return several times to transport everything. He opens a large, dusty book in the dimly lit library, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A young man uncovers a secret safe hidden beneath the floor. A hand inserts a glowing key into a matching lock, questioning why it was kept until the very end. The two charge forward through the flames, pushing past the intense heat. Someone reels in shock upon discovering a hidden secret. Two figures climb a rope toward the outside, pushing through exhaustion as they near their escape. Weary from exhaustion, the protagonist waits anxiously for the delivery of crucial magic engineering materials. Exhausted from climbing the rope inside the steep pit, one character pauses to rest while the other floats nearby, unaffected. A girl in a witch hat demands an explanation as magical energy swirls around her. A legendary artifact, Glass's golden phoenix ring, is unveiled. A magical ability is described that alters the timeline and brings future magic into the present, highlighting its crafting difficulty. A hand reveals a glowing, ornate golden ring, drawing attention to its significance. Engulfed in swirling flames, the protagonist realizes he could theoretically harness advanced magic from his future self right now. He weighs the risks of using borrowed magic, knowing it could leave him unable to fight for some time. A determined figure prepares to activate the ring's power, realizing it can only be used one way in battle. Cornered and desperate, the figure prepares to unleash a hidden power as a last resort. Janica demonstrates her ability to command numerous elemental spirits through her immense magical power. Ed explains that beginner spirit sorcerers struggle to communicate with spirits due to their limited magic capacity. The protagonist considers how increasing his maximum magic capacity could improve his situation. A character weighs the risks of making a contract with a powerful spirit while examining a glowing ring. She grows uneasy as she questions why he wasted time on that instead of doing something more important. Ed grips the rope with determination, signaling he is ready to move on from the past. Clutching the object tightly, the character insists nothing in the entire library is more valuable than what they hold. A clenched fist presses against the wall as the words about the sin of promoting ambiguous talent linger in the air. A determined man smashes the glowing barrier in the stone wall with his magical staff, breaking through the limit of maximum magic capacity. An injured young man realizes that Professor Glass secretly researched magic engineering items and concealed his work until the very end. He presented the gift to his daughter with heartfelt care. Someone speaks under the cloudy, starlit night sky. A character reflects on how losing a small sleeve button unexpectedly made wearing the shirt uncomfortable. One character admits to enduring a long period of suffering while another quietly responds. A character sits alone under a tree at night, reflecting on the significance of what was lost. The tense character admits he followed the other person to ask a question. One character demands to know if the other plans to go to Dex Hall. A silver-haired girl begs someone not to leave, her expression vulnerable and pleading. He reacts tensely, struggling to process the difficult words just spoken. The scene shifts to a grand building as the narrator maintains a neutral mindset. A crucial decision is presented between entering Dex Hall or continuing camp life. Struggling to catch his breath in the freezing air, the young man realizes that surviving outdoors in winter is far harsher than staying in Dex Hall. A character lowers their head in thought, acknowledging the explanation. She notices the clouds gathering and senses that rain is coming. A character rejects the idea that another person's judgment is always correct. Ed urgently stops any action, insisting it is not the right time as he sits beneath the glowing magical sigil. A young woman in a witch hat stands alone, lost in thought under the somber light. A character foresees that rainwater will soon fall from the sky. A warning is issued that the rain will not arrive without purpose. Two figures quietly observe the starry night sky as the rainy period ends. A female character in a large hat interrupts the conversation with a determined look. Overwhelmed by his responsibilities, Ed asks for help gathering firewood for the winter. He calmly points out that they are running low on firewood. A shocked character is knocked backward as an obscured figure moves in front. Crescent-shaped blades streak through the snowy night sky. Standing in the snowy night, one figure expresses he has fully adapted to camp life and considers further improving their surroundings while another presses him with repeated questions. A young man is suddenly threatened with a sword at his neck, cutting his conversation short. He stares intently, silently assessing the situation. The exhausted protagonist collapses into the snow as the second act comes to an end. A dramatic announcement signals the start of the third act, warning that the upcoming trials will become even more challenging. Two rival groups confront each other in the library as the struggle for the student council presidency intensifies. New rivals and main characters arrive at the school, setting the stage for a fierce competition to see who will emerge victorious. Lucy Merrill is revealed as the final boss, unleashing a surge of dark magical energy. A character stares cautiously into the shadows, silently assessing the situation. He pushes aside his worries and prepares himself for what comes next. He stands beneath the snowy sky and resolves that they will both live well and healthily. After witnessing Lucy's heartfelt expression, the realization of her true feelings became undeniable. A shovel pierces the snowy ground, exposing the soil underneath. Standing outside the snow-covered cabin, he braces himself for the extra work that winter brings. Despite his decision to avoid overexertion, he heads out to take on the school scholarship student task. Firewood is stacked neatly as preparations for supplies continue. The provisions are quickly prepared and stored thanks to the cold weather. The issue of tuition has been resolved, allowing the character to finally relax without strict daily schedules. One character stands by the bedside, unable to sleep, while another rests peacefully. One character stands in the doorway, having decided not to force the other outside, knowing magical protection keeps her safe from the cold. The character exhales in the cold, wrestling with uncertain feelings. He walks alone through the snowy clearing toward the cabin, determined to take advantage of this rare opportunity. A hand lifts the glowing ring, signaling the start of the next move. A clenched fist surges with fiery energy as a powerful attack is unleashed. Someone demands attention in a tense moment. Golden energy erupts around him as he summons the power of Marilda. A character announces they are leaving to attend to a school scholarship student task. A stack of firewood sits neatly beneath the wooden bench. The narration explains that the cold weather helps preserve things well. Sausages and a large ham are arranged on the shelf, indicating preparations for a meal. With the tuition problem solved, there is no longer any need to manage every hour of the day so strictly. A blonde girl sleeps soundly on the bed while a brown-haired boy quietly watches her. A caped man steps through the doorway into the light, leaving an unconscious woman behind. The narration points out that Lucy is shielded from the cold by her protection magic. He pauses to catch his breath, exhausted from the cold. Ed arrives at a remote log cabin in the snowy forest. The protagonist steels himself, realizing this is the crucial moment to take a risk. The protagonist prepares to activate the glowing ring, signaling the start of his next move. A clenched fist bursts into flames, unleashing a surge of power. Someone demands attention with a forceful question, heightening the tension. A surge of energy erupts as the protagonist summons a powerful force. A vast, snow-covered estate surrounded by gardens comes into view, highlighting the Academy's impressive scale. A bakery terrace is introduced, evoking memories of its renowned refreshments and floral atmosphere. An exclusive refreshment set from Laplace Bakery, usually fully booked, is introduced. A girl teases her companion about using bait to call them out, prompting a flustered response. A red-haired girl warns her friend that she is becoming dangerously infatuated with Ed Roth Taylor. Two girls interrogate a calm girl at the table, demanding to know how she discovered their secret. Someone reflects on the deep sense of loss they experienced at the beginning. After reconsidering Ed's character, one girl urgently points out a new problem as tension rises between the group. One student aggressively questions the other about their feelings, demanding a direct answer. One student hesitantly admits that being near the other feels comfortable rather than exciting, triggering a tense reaction. A worried girl learns she is heading toward the 13th bad ending in her relationship. One character recoils in frustration as another clings to him, urging him to provoke desire. Frustrated, the girl slumps as she realizes her feelings make her nothing more than a follower, while two spirits mockingly cheer her on. Two characters arm wrestle at the table, while a third anxiously thinks about needing a solution before leaving for winter break. A calm young woman thoughtfully shares strategic relationship advice over tea. Ed Roth Taylor's assessment changed mainly because of Clara's influence, as he is the person Janica likes. The narrator considers the positive opinions shared by Belle, the Academy workers, and friends about him. Everyone at the Academy now places their trust in him. A composed woman at the table calmly expresses her differing viewpoint. A girl is scolded by the librarian for failing to return something on time, leaving her embarrassed. A woman frantically struggles to organize the scattered papers on her cluttered desk. While enjoying her pastry, the girl reflects on the professor's praise for Professor Claire's abilities. She advanced in her studies by learning from Fleurban, Glast, and many esteemed scholars. Noticing someone struggling with a heavy load, the protagonist quickly offers to help. Assistant Professor Claire is recognized for her exceptional academic abilities. Despite being terrible at work, she managed to handle all of her important tasks. She politely declines the offer of help and expresses her gratitude. A confident second-year student strides through the hallway with a stack of documents, recognized by the Academy staff as the greatest advisor. The lab remains spotless thanks to the diligent cleaning efforts of the assistant. A thick stack of personal information, gathered from various locations without raising suspicion, is set down on the desk. Very few people besides Janica and Clara knew her real appearance. Annis quietly prepares herself, reflecting on the complexities of human relationships. With only 20 minutes before the professor returned, she hurried to analyze all the documents about Ed Rothstaler at her desk. She schemes the document, dismissing basic facts about the Rothstaler family and focusing instead on Ed's personal history. Crapin Rothtaler became Lord the year his son was born, and named him official heir at age 2, shaping his arrogant personality. A character critically reviews another's early upbringing and poor academic performance. After her admission, she managed both student TA duties and a scholarship to support herself due to her family's instability. She relied on her resourcefulness and determination, modeling herself after a successful upperclassman while developing her own strategies for survival. A book reveals that Ed is the second child in the powerful Rothtaler family, which holds significant influence in the Kloll Empire. Someone analyzes the young man's background, concluding that he was raised without financial difficulties but influenced by controlling beliefs. A character critically evaluates the male student's lack of talent and confidence while speculating about his personal preferences. The protagonist analyzes the young man's personality and motives, noting his preference for admiration, avoidance of responsibility, and recent changes due to difficult circumstances. The explanation concludes by emphasizing its simplicity. She wonders if she should start practicing. A cheerful woman enters with 2 bags and invites everyone to eat pastries before getting back to work. In a cozy, book-filled room, one person ties the other's hair and expresses gratitude for the freshly prepared black tea and anticipated snacks. A startled woman recoils as she accidentally spills a hot drink on the library floor. A girl anxiously worries about the consequences of her latest mistake. Someone quickly checks if the other person is hurt after a sudden surprise. One girl expresses relief that the other is unharmed. A girl with glasses suddenly spots someone unexpected and is visibly shocked. He takes off his uniform cape and feels relieved after a tiring break. The maid acknowledges that taking on an extra uniform makes little difference to her workload and notes that the person she serves owes many favors. Blonde hair was discovered on Lady Lucy's clothes during recent washing, raising suspicions. A woman explains her suspicions to the anxious listener, revealing evidence of another person's presence. The woman questions the reason for being addressed so formally, wondering about her life outside her role as a maid. The two have an awkward conversation about whether to use formal or informal speech. He feels uneasy about speaking informally to a higher-ranked worker at the academy. Someone reflects with frustration on another person's stubbornness. One character respectfully initiates a formal conversation, acknowledging the other's demanding responsibilities as chief maid. One character advises another to speak more casually, noting he has many people to manage. A woman advises that overthinking can be burdensome and emphasizes that the final decision is yours. Ophelis Hall stands fully restored as the workplace returns to normal. 2 students observe the academy's complete restoration as they reflect on the preparations for the incoming class. A blonde-haired male student announces that one of the 7 new students has already started moving in. A girl confronts someone, revealing she knows about Tanya Roth-Taylor. He braces himself nervously, anticipating his younger sister's imminent arrival. One person reveals plans to visit their hometown during the break and questions whether the librarian is also leaving. While practicing a one-handed handstand outside, the protagonist wonders if someone will stay at camp for the entire break. Ed studies by the campfire while discussing his plans to advance his magic skills and the challenges of rapid improvement. A tired young man stands by the campfire as someone questions if he pushed his magic too far again. He pauses, deep in thought, wrestling with an inner dilemma. One character checks on the weakened blonde man, who admits he cannot use magic for a while due to exhaustion. A man calmly removes his shirt, preparing for a confrontation and displaying his indifference. One character explains that someone intends to bring another person to apologize for a misunderstanding. A character closes a book and refuses to share personal information or accept an apology. One young man calmly explains to the other that he feels indifferent rather than upset as they sit by the campfire. One character acknowledges Jigsa's skill at keeping secrets. A character offers a payment pouch and asks for help before the other leaves. A student surveys the chaotic basement library and explains the urgent need for help organizing it. Ed declines the money pouch and asks about the other person's plans for the library. One character lists the other's growing responsibilities, including surviving camp, training in magic, spirit magic, archery, and now taking on magic engineering alongside starting work at the academy. Someone offers cautious encouragement, urging another to stay strong and succeed. A hand reviews an ambitious winter break to-do list and prepares for the scholarship student work scheduled for tomorrow. A welcome is extended to the arriving scholarship students at the academy. An exhausted woman struggles to finish paperwork after staying awake for 44 hours to meet the academy syllabus deadline. A voice begins to explain their actions, leaving the statement unfinished. 3 students stand before a seated figure, as one of them prepares to deliver an important message on her behalf. A student explains that their responsibilities include preparing for the new student's class assignment exam and supervising on the day of the test. The narrator explains that this exam was an annual event conducted by Professor Glass. A shadowy figure confidently anticipates the outcome of an event that will be overseen by Assistant Professor Claire, hinting at prior knowledge. A character announces that the event's location has changed and assigns someone to collect the necessary equipment. A young man assigns a task by handing a document to another person. Someone realizes that Clara and Janica have missed an important detail as a woman approaches Ed in the hallway. A student observes Ed closely, planning to use their collaboration as a chance to evaluate his true character. A woman devises a strategy to seduce someone by tailoring her approach based on research. A confident young woman assigns a field survey and insists on company. A concerned observer questions the shirtless young man about pushing his magic to the limit after detecting no magical presence. He shields his eyes and cautiously surveys his surroundings. Someone notices a possible fever and questions if the other person is actually sick. A shirtless young man admits that he won't be able to use magic for some time, while another character listens with concern. A man turns away and removes his shirt, preparing for a confrontation. Someone finds it easy to justify their actions because the other person always agrees without question. In a dim stone-walled room, one person informs the other that Isla plans to bring Taylor to apologize for a recent misunderstanding. A character in a red jacket firmly refuses to reveal his cabin location and declines an apology request. One of the young men calmly explains that he feels no anger or need for an apology, clarifying his indifference during their campfire conversation. Someone acknowledges another's skill at keeping secrets. A pouch of payment is offered in exchange for help before leaving. In the dim basement library filled with clutter, one person explains the urgent need for help organizing the chaotic space while another sits nearby, looking exhausted. A young man refuses the money pouch, stating he considers this training, and asks what the other intends to do with the library. 2 students talk by the campfire as one questions how the other manages so many responsibilities, including starting work at the academy soon. Someone offers stern encouragement, urging another to stay strong and succeed. A person writes out an ambitious list of goals to accomplish during winter break. The person plans to check their tasks and prepare for academy scholarship work tomorrow. Scholarship students arrive at the academy as they are welcomed at the entrance. An exhausted assistant professor struggles to finish her academy work after staying awake for 44 hours. Someone begins to declare an important decision. The young man asserts that he will handle important communications as the teaching assistant. A student outlines the responsibilities of preparing for and supervising the upcoming class assignment exam for new students. The exam, once annually administered by Professor Glass, is about to take place. A shadowy figure unleashes mysterious magic, confident in already knowing the outcome. A young man explains the change in location for a mission and instructs another person to collect the requested equipment. A young man assigns a task and hands over a document to another person. A female character approaches Ed in the hallway and points out that there is something Clara and Janica are overlooking. A student observes that many girls surround Ed Rothtaylor and decides to use their collaboration as a chance to test his character. After reviewing her research, she confidently prepares to seduce him, determined to see if he will fall for her. A task is assigned for someone to join a field survey. A young woman enters confidently, holding a thick book and smiling warmly. The scene shifts to a snowy mountain landscape labeled as Academy Northwest, Oran Mountain. A character warns that the snowy mountain path is dangerous and students could get hurt by slipping. One character, visibly exhausted, suggests taking a break while the other remains composed in the snowy landscape. A girl in a red cloak thanks another character and admits she had misunderstood them before. A blonde-haired boy reflects on how well he knows Janica and admits their closeness. Two girls angrily confront someone, expressing suspicion and protectiveness over a friend. Someone dismisses the issue and makes it clear they are unconcerned. He studies the document closely, preparing to address the next task. Ed acknowledges the other person's hard work as a student TA and offers supportive encouragement. Someone reassures another by accepting the situation calmly. A confident girl greets the newcomer with a slight smile and a clenched fist. A person expresses gratitude for support before cautiously bringing up another's excommunication from their family. Two students walk side by side, quietly sharing their experiences of enduring personal hardships to remain at the school. A young woman stands alone in the snow, reflecting on her prolonged loneliness. Ed observes and reflects on another person's impressive self-sufficiency and survival skills. He reassures the solemn girl, acknowledging her resilience but sensing something troubling about her. A gloved hand pulls a red cloth as someone responds with laughter and thanks. A young woman pauses and glances back with a gentle, blushing smile, clasping her hands behind her back. A startled character suddenly loses balance on the snowy ground. A young man swiftly catches a girl as she trips over a stone and apologizes. Spotting something unusual in the snow, the character crouches down to examine a stone. The girl becomes flustered and tries to calm herself as she stands beside the calm young man. A blond young man receives instructions to sit and wait while someone leaves briefly. Someone silently questions whether the reliable appearance is genuine or just an act. A woman silently reflects on her uncertain situation beneath the tree. She reflects on deliberately blending maturity and innocence to seem relatable and gain favor. He orchestrates a series of encounters, culminating in a staged accident, to ensure his plan progresses smoothly. A young woman pauses, realizing she may have become too absorbed in her thoughts. Blushing and self-conscious, the girl awkwardly tries to explain her actions. A woman clings closely to a man, evaluating his surprising strength as he supports her. Ed reviews the document efficiently, impressing the onlooker with his unexpected competence. A character examines someone's appearance with a critical gaze. Ed's quiet confidence draws admiration. A girl blushes and shyly raises her hand near her mouth, displaying her affection. She realizes the truth with determination. She realizes he manipulates women to make them fall for him. A resolute figure asserts his individuality with unwavering confidence. Breathing heavily, the character tries to recover from exhaustion. A solitary figure pauses to admire the breathtaking mountain landscape, momentarily forgetting their worries. Ed sits in silence, struggling to find answers to problems that seem unsolvable. A notorious young woman is introduced with a reputation as a villainess. He reflects on how those words perfectly capture her character. A young woman demonstrates her natural talent for political strategy and deception. She sets her sights on becoming the Academy's first student council president and prepares to gather influential allies. Tanya moves into the dorms ahead of everyone else to secure her status before the semester begins. The narrator reflects on initially believing they could prepare for her. He stands atop the rocky hill, realizing a new obstacle awaits. Ed braces himself for a tense confrontation, uncertain of how he will be received. A confident young man steps forward, drawing everyone's attention as he makes his entrance. Someone makes a powerful declaration in a moment of defiance. One character reflects on the brief appearance and mysterious disappearance of a villain whose fate was never fully explained. He notes that there are no clues because the person in question was merely an extra. Standing alone on the snowy cliff, he struggles to figure out how to deal with the problem and understand Ed Rothstailer's thinking. A character delivers a harsh insult, showing clear contempt. A tense figure watches the palace closely from the shadows inside. Three outstanding young women are introduced: a princess of the Klol Empire, an executive from a top trading company, and a gifted spirit sorcerer displaying her magic. Several legendary figures are introduced, including a student alchemist who created the elixir of engraving, a beast commanding the northern vegetation region, and the sword demon of Nortondale. The narration hints at the existence of a formidable warrior capable of using the swordsman form. A legendary mage, rumored to have received the Archmage's blessing, steps forward surrounded by magical energy. A person hurries toward the noble gathering, filled with excitement and anticipation. A carriage pulls up to the academy, where a woman in red welcomes the new arrival and gives instructions about their room and luggage. A poised figure steps forward and instructs the newcomers to complete the entrance procedures with the attendants. One woman informs the other of a necessary stop, and her companion bows in agreement. She prepares to begin her journey at Sylvania, the place she has long desired to attend. The narration condemns Ed Rothstailer for disgracing the family name. A blonde girl stands with arms crossed in front of the carriage, defiantly facing the situation, while another girl bows in the background. Someone silently vows to eliminate an adversary. The intense young woman is introduced as the villainous Tanya Rothstailer, second daughter of the Rothstailer Duchy. A gloved hand holds a letter offering encouragement and support. Someone commands another to appear in their place. A confident figure urges the other to strengthen their position. A determined girl presses a letter to her chest and promises to meet her father's expectations before leaving for Sylvania. Sylvania Academy is introduced as a place devoted to learning, despite differences in how people are treated. Even the princess must respect professors as her superiors in matters of learning. A composed woman instructs someone off-panel to respect their seniors regardless of nobility. The speaker briefly mentions a notorious family outcast, emphasizing the tension surrounding his reputation. She acknowledges her long history with him and expresses empathy for his difficult experiences. A blonde girl opens up about her past while guiding the conversation forward. A blonde woman harshly criticizes the family heir for lacking refinement and being chosen solely due to age. While harsh criticisms echo in his mind, the protagonist sits inside, reading and reflecting on his perceived shortcomings. A character reflects on how quickly someone caused trouble at Sylvania after barely being accepted. A seated figure tests the other's awareness while exchanging remarks over tea. A nervous girl hesitates as she struggles to turn her attempt at conversation into actual dialogue. A character warns to be cautious around new acquaintances they introduce. A composed figure warns that respect is crucial, especially when dealing with formidable individuals in negotiations. A character recalls a secretive encounter involving the sage's sealed grimoire but hesitates to share more. A girl sits alone under an ominous red light as she receives a tense warning. A female character confronts someone directly, her green eye glowing with suspicion. A glowing red serpent coils menacingly around the determined girl as she stands her ground. A startled girl tenses on the sofa, anxiously reacting to the rising tension. A character challenges the other with a smug, provocative remark, heightening the tension. A red-haired woman smirks with intrigue as she reacts to a surprising revelation. A tense silence falls as a significant encounter involving the sage's sealed grimoire is briefly mentioned but quickly dismissed. A blonde girl sits in ominous red light as she receives a foreboding message. She fixes her intense gaze and demands to know what is wrong. A girl struggles against the grip of a glowing red serpent as someone orders her to keep talking. A blonde girl anxiously asks if someone is upset, reacting nervously on the couch. A girl smirks and taunts the other person with a challenging question. A red-haired woman smirks as she observes something that catches her interest. A character reviews a handwritten to-do list outlining their goals for winter break. A character obtains new mid-rank magic spells as glowing notifications appear while gripping a magic book. The protagonist stands outside under the porch, reflecting on how he obtained a book from the professor's library without worrying about a due date. The protagonist reflects on having completed most of the scholarship's student work on the first day. A hand reaches out and ignites the campfire, signaling determination to press on. Amid the rubble, he activates magic with a glowing hand while holding an open book. Unable to use magic, the character strides forward while reflecting on their efforts to master its theory. Ed notices a figure hidden under the blanket and reflects on how he has become accustomed to her surprising appearances. Someone tries to wake the sleeping girl to ask her to light the fire. He effortlessly carries her as she sleeps. One character urgently points toward the magical explosion, directing the group's attention. A girl in a witch hat firmly announces that she will stay outside, clinging to the blonde young man. She accepts the task with quiet determination. Two people sit by a campfire in the snowy forest as one notices the scent of perfume. Two students share a warm embrace after a long day spent working together at the academy. One student urgently checks if the other is feeling unwell as tension rises near the fire. A character warns that being sick could be deadly. A confident figure extends a glowing hand toward another's chest, preparing to release twisted magic. A hand slowly reaches toward the man in the suit as tension hangs in the snowy air. Two students confront the aftermath of a reckless decision in a tense, wintry setting. Ed encourages someone by saying they could become much stronger after winter ends. A character nervously asks if they can make an unusual request, prompting a surprised reaction from another. A girl looks up with hopeful eyes and asks for a head pat. A calm figure reads by the campfire, gently comforting a resting companion. A girl with white hair enjoys a gentle head pat, smiling contentedly. A surprised young man turns as someone addresses him after a long time. One character approaches another in a wintry setting to discuss a previous favor, prompting a direct question about the reason for the visit. A red-haired girl nervously starts to bring up another topic. He looks down, book in hand, and asks her a question that catches her off guard. The speaker finishes explaining and states that the objective is simple. A determined woman recruits others to help her take revenge, promising a reward. An offer is made to share valuable family antiques, prompting an enthusiastic reaction. Two students exchange playful taunts, each refusing to back down. A girl confronts someone, demanding to know if they are Tanya Roth-Taylor. A surge of mysterious power ignites in her glowing purple eyes. A young man assesses his well-trained body as he senses the flow of magic within himself. One character confronts another about being Ed's younger sister, and the claim is reluctantly confirmed. A tense girl processes unsettling news as she faces a boy in a red cloak. A character smirks confidently, exuding self-assurance. A cheerful young man in a red cape announces the arrival of Ed's younger sister. One character carefully receives a mysterious mechanical orb with a glowing purple core from another. A student hands a mandatory magic engineering item to another student in the courtyard, explaining its use for magic resonance training. One student asks if the elemental studies notes were brought, and the other confirms, explaining they almost threw them away. Someone gathers and distributes class materials, ensuring nothing important is left behind. Two characters stand together, visibly relieved after the recent tension. A nervous girl anxiously asks if her offer about Ed was understood. The boy explains that it's normal for siblings to clash and suggests that misunderstandings are inevitable given their personalities. Someone urgently warns that the ship is about to depart. A cheerful student introduces himself to a flustered girl struggling with heavy luggage. A young man reassures the person off-panel that they are close and predicts their success, drawing a comparison to their brother. A distressed young woman is held in place as someone presses a strange device to her neck, threatening her to ensure compliance. Two characters wave and cheer each other on while another collapses under the weight of a heavy crate. A startled girl looks up in shock as something unexpected happens nearby. The scene shifts to the faculty building, highlighting the location of Claire's office. A silhouette seated at a desk receives praise while documents and scrolls lie scattered nearby. A girl jolts in surprise at her desk while someone else watches her closely. A young woman anxiously anticipates the outcome of the new student's class assignment exam, hoping for a peaceful break. One woman praises another's impressive stamina as the exhausted girl slumps over a desk. A frustrated woman sorts through paperwork, dissatisfied with the poor quality of work from the scholarship students, and redoing their tasks herself. Despite all expectations, one individual stood out as fundamentally different. He efficiently identified and resolved logistical issues for the upcoming exam, such as closing entrances and addressing dangerous paths. She silently reflects on how someone truly earned their respected reputation. A woman leans forward and questions the younger woman about Ed's personality. A cautious young woman urges secrecy as she admits to secretly following someone during the Ophilus Hall incident investigation. A man drags a deer into a well-equipped camp at night, while another figure observes from behind a tree. A girl expresses her admiration for a classmate's relentless effort and remarkable academic improvement, noting even the professor's recognition. She reflects in amazement on how someone managed to contract with a spirit through hard work and determination. She notices evidence of someone's practical skills being unusually advanced. The narration highlights the stark contrast between a sheltered noble upbringing and other ways of life. One woman gently points out that she and Ed share more similarities than expected, prompting the other to reflect. She hesitates, considering the man's character and concluding he is not bad. The protagonist decides not to let others influence their advice to Janica. After meeting him in person, the observer finds no faults and acknowledges his honest and hardworking nature. A character internally questions whether another is truly just a decent man. The narration highlights that the young man is admired for his looks, humility, and the respect he receives from an assistant professor. Someone silently admires Ed's gentle demeanor and well-kept appearance. One girl leans in with concern as the other looks disoriented and on the verge of being sick. A character slams their hands on the table, heightening the tension in the room. A character throws open the window, causing papers to fly everywhere as another panics. A concerned figure reaches out as they check if Anis has pushed herself too far. Realizing imminent danger, a distressed character leans against a desk in the sunlit library. A young woman recoils in shock as she witnesses something alarming. She stares ahead in horror, covering her mouth as a surge of fear grips her. She reacts with disbelief upon learning that Ed managed to contract with a spirit on his own. Someone reflects on the spirit's impressive talents and reliability in assisting with the connection. A girl in a red cloak considers how she can report everything to Janica. Overcome by despair, the character collapses into tears, clutching their face. Someone calls out to Anis, drawing everyone's attention to her. A cheerful girl suggests going out for snacks after finishing work. A blonde girl urgently calls out for someone in the sunlit study as papers scatter around her. A girl sits quietly under the glowing tree, reflecting on the failover family's values of harmony and coexistence. A girl sits quietly beneath a tree at night, watching a glowing bat-like creature as she reflects on what made her stand out. She was never lonely, which allowed her to form many true friendships. Despite her efforts, worry for others weighed heavily on her mind. A blonde girl with a large bow greets a red-haired figure near a glowing butterfly at dusk. A nervous girl, out of breath, tries to introduce herself. Janica Failover is introduced as the most outstanding and popular student among the incoming third years. One girl urges another to recruit a crucial ally, while a red serpent looms ominously nearby. Amidst the raging fire, a character desperately checks if Janica is okay. A startled girl tries to reassure her worried companion. Janica unleashes a torrent of magical fire, summoning a towering demon as flames engulf the area. A girl is overwhelmed by emotion as she stands in the middle of raging flames. Janica Failover stands out as the most talented and recognized student among the incoming third years. One character leans in to pressure the other into recruiting an important ally, while the nervous listener thanks her. Amid roaring flames, one figure desperately calls out to another trapped in the fire. A startled girl reacts with shock as she receives unexpected reassurance. Janica unleashes a massive fire spirit, her demeanor transformed by fierce determination. Surrounded by raging flames, the girl stands frozen in despair, overwhelmed by the weight of others' words. Most of the requested production materials have been secured, but acquiring the legendary rank materials remains a challenge. A steaming drink is poured as someone remarks on the scarcity of certain items in winter. Two students share a quiet moment by the campfire, expressing gratitude as one pours a drink and reassures the other. The young man questions why the visitor made the effort to come instead of resting, noting the distance. A red-haired girl reassures someone as she takes a moment to rest with a warm drink. A shattered crescent moon hangs in the night sky, its former shape barely visible. Time passes quickly amid ongoing chaos. A quiet riverbank in winter sets the stage for a reflection on how people experience tranquility differently. A to-do list is prepared, outlining essential tasks for surviving the harsh winter break. A young woman sits quietly, lost in thought as she looks into her mug. A tranquil winter scene sets a reflective mood as silence fills the path. A red-haired girl hesitates nervously as she starts to speak. One character sits by the fire reading while another unexpectedly falls asleep with her head on his lap. A surprised young man hesitantly responds to the question, suggesting that winter is the answer. One character anxiously questions her own judgment, while the other listens silently by the fire. The young man questions if there is a deeper reason for the meeting beyond discussing magic engineering items. A girl confronts someone with a smug expression while displaying a glowing, digital-looking book. A character acknowledges that someone else has achieved a victory. A hand summons a glowing, digital book in midair. A hand hurls a glowing envelope into the air, setting events into motion. A red-haired girl smiles and playfully holds up an envelope. The anxious protagonist begs for help to secure the sage's sealed grimoire at the auction, while a peaceful girl rests nearby. The two sit by the fire, negotiating the price of assistance as tension builds between them. One character expresses concern about not overburdening the other with a difficult favor. A cloaked figure demands allegiance from a startled young man who shields an unconscious girl. The rivalry between the two groups escalates as the official confrontation begins. Sensing the situation, she begins to strategize and plan her next move. Princess Phinia is revealed as Lortel's destined enemy. She is destined to rise as student council president, seize control of the academy, and use her power to uncover the Rothstaler family's secrets in the fourth act. Two characters discuss the looming possibility that everyone at the academy will soon be forced to choose a side. One character earnestly asks the other to stand by their side if a critical moment arises, holding their hand by the fire. The main character stands between two competitors, preparing to announce the winner. A red-haired girl walks past a blonde boy sitting by the fire as she comments that her support may not matter much, but his reputation at the academy is improving. He reacts with disappointment after being told his support is meaningless because he is just a student. She dismisses the concern, insisting that political meaning is irrelevant. One girl voices her concern about the situation as they sit by the campfire. Two cloaked figures stand by the fire as one confidently accepts the task and tosses an envelope aside. A letter is swiftly consumed by fire in the darkness. A character suddenly notices a crucial detail, their eye-widening intense realization. A cunning girl intently devises a new scheme, her captivating expression hinting at her resourcefulness. A character smirks in the shadows, clearly plotting their next move. A girl smiles softly beneath the crescent moon, her relief and happiness clear in the gentle light. It was a peaceful winter day with no classes or student duties at the academy. Despite wanting to sleep in, he wakes up early out of habit and stretches outside. Someone asks for help lighting a fire, and another person reluctantly agrees. A character reflects on a lingering concern after a long conversation by the campfire last night. Two people sit by the campfire as one raises concerns about the other's younger sister possibly preparing something against him. A red-haired woman intimidates a nervous blonde girl while boasting about introducing her to others. She prepares to meet everyone, walking toward the tree as the others watch. A warning is given that someone will seek out the listener tomorrow morning to reprimand them. A determined girl steps forward from the shadows, revealing herself as the biological younger sister of the body's original owner. Someone reflects on the mysterious nature of their relationship with another person. She braces herself and prepares to face the challenge ahead. Sitting by the fire, the man admits he is powerless as the others watch in silence. A group approaches the man by the campfire, and one of them nervously greets him after a long absence. A nervous character hesitantly offers a present. A girl with blonde hair looks down nervously, struggling to hide her discomfort. A sense of unease grows as the narrator observes an unnamed character's hidden fear. It is revealed that she has no ill intentions. A character suddenly realizes something crucial that happened while at the estate. A bold declaration of self-worth fills the scene. A blonde girl gives an energetic public apology to a flustered young man who covers his face in embarrassment. A blonde girl freezes in shock, visibly sweating as she reacts fearfully to hearing Ed Rothstaler's name. A furious figure hurls a plate of food to the ground, rejecting it as unworthy for the next in line to be Rothtaler's lord. A blonde girl delivers a veiled compliment, while assessing her companion's composure at the table. Bathed in a menacing purple glow, he pins the terrified woman to the floor with his foot, exuding absolute dominance. A red-haired woman collapses onto the table in pain, knocking over her food. A girl hesitates to eat as her hand trembles, holding the fork near her mouth. A frightened girl begs for the situation to stop as she cries out in distress. A young man kicks another to the ground during an upscale dinner, leaving a nearby woman in shock. A tense confrontation unfolds as someone questions the young woman's feelings and loyalty toward the group. A young man stands beneath a sinister purple aura, threatening Tanya with a malicious grin. Ed accepts the box with a grateful smile. A character receives a brooch, expresses gratitude, and acknowledges being excommunicated from the family. A nervous girl hesitates before being firmly told to wait by the fire. Supplies run low as one character instructs the others not to worry about the girl and to help her get seated by the fire. Two people exchange information about their experiences at the academy while others listen around the campfire. The protagonist admits that very few people truly know him, revealing his sense of isolation. Someone abruptly asks if Janica is the one, putting her under immediate pressure, as the adults react tensely. Ed smiles and praises the girl's kindness while Janica, overjoyed, energetically hugs her. A girl summons a massive fire lizard spirit and uses it to overpower the workers. The girl frantically defends her earlier encounter, insisting the woman was kind and merely wished her luck, while the boy questions her about the appearance of a high-level spirit. He realizes the story about the high-level spirit was just a rumor he imagined, leaving him uneasy about his assumptions. The narrator reflects on how Tanya's current awkwardness contrasts with their memory of her personality. Someone addresses Tanya, causing her to react nervously and startled. He insists he's doing his best despite the consequences of being excommunicated. One person offers a mug while apologizing for past mistakes. A boy encourages someone to run for student council president and offers support, while handing over a warm drink. Someone offers encouragement with a simple wish for good luck. A character firmly states that Tanya will not become the president. A blonde girl is stunned as she processes the realization that Tanya, though a villain, is her first blood relative. A strong sense of attachment is declared, regardless of her actions. A girl recoils in shock, her eyes wide as she struggles to process what just happened. The narrator silently contemplates the uncertain future of his relationship as he observes her unreadable expression. Breathing heavily, the character regains composure after nearly losing control. A resolute girl rushes around the corner, determined to confront someone she distrusts. A girl barely survives a supernatural inferno after provoking a terrifying force. Janica stands resolute, her loyalty unwavering as she commits to following the human. 3 elite students stand ready, one channeling magical energy as they prepare for what comes next. The academy announces the arrival of the top student, a legendary genius mage, as she steps forward and conjures a brilliant magic sigil. A hand pushes open the door as someone prepares to enter a room where secrets are unlikely to stay hidden. A woman in a witch's hat hesitates at the doorway, noticing someone nearby. 2 girls search for someone by checking the neighboring doors in the dormitory hallway. A narrator harshly singles out a human for being unsophisticated and inelegant. A cautious figure questions if the surprise girl is the younger sister. The figure steps forward cautiously, heightening the tension in the air. A girl in a witch hat reassures the taller girl by gently placing her hand on her shoulder. Janica pauses in the doorway, eyeing the shadowy figure ahead with caution. A character unleashes hidden power as their eye glows with intensity. Even the prestigious Ophelis Hall dormitory has its own challenges. A girl gazes up at the grand door, admiring the golden nameplate that marks it as belonging to the top students. A character discovers the door to room 302, revealing it belongs to Lucy Merrill. A terrified girl with cat ears recoils from the ornate double doors. A dramatic revelation questions whether the legendary genius mage was actually Lucy Merrill. Adjusting to the new environment proves challenging and confusing. A girl in a witch hat reassures the taller girl by offering help if she struggles with anything. A blonde girl in a red cape is startled as a dark-haired figure suddenly steps into the room. A surge of mysterious purple energy fills the character's eye as tension mounts. A girl with long blonde hair stands before an ornate, glowing door, studying the plaque above it. A plaque on the wall introduces room 302 as belonging to Lucy Merrill. A nervous young woman hesitates in front of the ornate doors, visibly anxious about what awaits inside. The name Lucy Merrill is suddenly revealed, shifting everyone's attention. Confusion intensifies as the clock tower looms under the bright sky. Someone boldly asks to be introduced to a boy in the rose garden as the sun sets. A determined young woman insists on finding a handsome, tall, and distinguished student, pressing the staff member for suggestions. A girl nervously faces a personal question about her dating experience as the sun sets behind her. One girl hurriedly apologizes for assuming the other isn't interested in dating, while her companion reacts with surprise. A girl thoughtfully points out that someone is quite similar to the incoming third year, Ed. A character freezes in shock, unable to respond. Under pressure, the young woman nervously admits the truth to the other person in the sunlit garden. She reflects on her recent meeting, realizing they share unexpected similarities despite his negative reputation. Someone nervously asks if the other person has feelings for Ed. Someone firmly decides to accept the truth. She quietly realizes her own attraction and takes it as a reassuring sign that Janica has chosen well. Someone resolves to suppress their emotions to avoid complications. 2 girls review documents together, discussing the significance of detecting a problem early. A character examines profiles of boys, planning to find a new love interest and make their relationship public. A character reacts with alarm upon realizing her feelings might have been discovered. A dark-haired girl rebukes someone for their insensitive plan to replace another person. Someone reflects on dating a new person in an attempt to move on from past feelings. A character nervously admits to having unexpectedly encountered Janica while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday. 2 girls pass each other in the hallway without speaking, both appearing uncomfortable and tense. She anxiously admits she must supervise the class assignment exam with Ed next year, feeling guilty about Janica. Someone tries to downplay the situation, causing another character to react in shock. A startled woman reacts anxiously to an unexpected suggestion outdoors. One girl earnestly praises another for her kindness and acknowledges the protective support she has received from her friends. One woman questions whether being seen as too perfect might actually be a flaw as they discuss Janica's attitude in the garden. One girl confides her gratitude while the other offers silent comfort. She thoughtfully suggests that showing vulnerability can be appealing and inspire a protective instinct. 2 characters devise a plan to manipulate someone's feelings by targeting his instinct to protect others. After receiving encouragement, the narrator organizes their thoughts and begins to let go of guilt. One woman sits outside, offering comfort to another as she thinks of Janica. A character wipes away a tear and manages a gentle smile. Someone deduces that the cabin is the likely place to find her during difficult times. A startled woman in the snowy, firelit forest reacts as a man suddenly approaches her at night. He considers expanding the storage and living room but realizes he must prioritize preparations for winter. A girl with a red ribbon sits quietly by the campfire, lost in thought. He pauses, lost in silent contemplation. A hand pours liquid into a wooden mug. Snow continues to fall as one person stands watch over another, both seeking warmth by the campfire. By the firelight, he reassures his hesitant companion to speak if she has any concerns. One character refuses to share important information, leaving the two sitting in uneasy silence by the campfire. A girl with braided hair reassures someone that they don't have to do it. One character reaches out to gently comfort another, startling her as she holds a steaming cup. Someone reflects on how challenging academy life is for Janika, who appears anxious and cornered. He hesitates, unable to dismiss her easily. Two people sit close together, enduring the cold as winter persists. Two people sit together under a blanket, quietly watching the snowy sunset as winter begins to fade. The narrator recalls that the father often left for palace business. The peaceful Roththaler residence was shaken after the death of its heir and eldest daughter. A new heir seized control, casting an intense and mysterious presence over all. A young man asserts his dominance by pressing his foot on a terrified figure, radiating power and contempt. A girl glares downward, resenting the heir's power. A man raises his glowing magical weapon and taunts the woman standing defiantly before him. A character exults over Arwen's defeat while reaching for an ornate dagger beside a fallen figure. One character grabs another by the collar and declares that if he dies, she will become the heir. In a moment of desperation, she demands to be stabbed, urging immediate action. A girl sits on the ground, laughing maniacally beside a decorated dagger. Overwhelmed by memories, she struggles to catch her breath. Haunted by memories of oppression, he endures the intense, condescending gaze that has overshadowed half his life. Unable to save the family or the estate, the girl kneels in defeat among the mournful figures. A disgraced student is expelled from an academy, left stunned on the ground with an excommunication notice among scattered belongings. With the other excommunicated, the focus shifts to proving oneself. A determined girl drafts her strategy for the crucial upcoming student council president elections. An important exam for class assignments is announced at the academy under the night sky. The day for new students to receive their class assignments begins. A young woman urgently warns someone to stay away as she glances back, clutching her bag in the snowy outdoors. The young woman firmly warns the confused boy to keep his distance as they walk together in uniform. The instructor finishes explaining the exam and prompts the students to begin their preparations. A group of students climbs Oren Mountain, pushing themselves through the class assignment exam. With the main professor absent, the assistant professor steps in to supervise the exam, bringing noticeable changes to the process. The exam now features easily found magic stones on the mountain instead of the previously difficult-to-find magic marbles. He evaluates the red gems, noting their abundance and minimal impact on point totals. The altar of substitution appears, signaling that anyone can reach a class by placing the required item upon it. Two figures, radiating intensity in the shadows, clarify that only those with exceptional skill can belong to the A class. Students are forced to fight terrifying monsters during the brutal Oren Mountain survival exam, where only the survivors can form a class. After the entrance exam, no new students managed to join the A class at the academy this year. He quietly acknowledges that events are unfolding as originally intended. 3 students race urgently down the corridor, knowing that missing class is crucial for the unfolding scenario. A sly girl quietly celebrates her decision to stay silent about the professor's challenge, while a cautious boy observes her from behind a tree. He reflects that despite the brutal nature of the survival exam, there are no actual fatalities among the new students. The training will involve battling imaginary monsters generated by the vision disc. A magical disc activates and summons spectral monsters onto a glowing circle as preparations for safety are completed. A character walks outside with a glowing vision disc, explaining that its power to summon powerful apparitions makes the class extremely rare. The narrator acknowledges the effort of someone taking responsibility for important objects alone. A girl struggles to carry a heavy bag until someone offers to help, relieving her burden. Ed leans forward and demands the object with an outstretched hand. A young woman forces a nervous smile as she reacts to the tense atmosphere. A startled girl loses her balance, and a nearby boy quickly moves to catch her. A warning is shouted as someone slips off the edge of a cracked stone step. He clutches his side tightly, struggling to endure the pain. He quickly catches her as she collapses into his arms. Sensing imminent danger, the protagonist freezes in fear. A determined figure hurls a glowing purple disc down the snowy stone steps. A gloved hand quickly grabs the mysterious mechanical disc. A gloved hand quickly draws a purple mechanical device. A character urgently warns about the risk of breaking the glowing purple disc. He narrowly avoids disaster and breathes a sigh of relief as the semester is about to begin. A hand lifts a mysterious purple and gold disc for closer inspection. An ornate artifact shatters violently in midair, scattering pieces across the scene. A character bursts forward at high speed, leaving blue energy trails behind. A dark-haired boy drops the shattered remains of a purple artifact in front of a girl being supported by another on the snowy steps. Standing at the edge of the cliff, one student questions the group's next move as uncertainty fills the air. One student rushes toward another who is gasping and engulfed in a strange light. A sense of impending trouble interrupts the previously smooth progress. A blond boy in a school uniform reaches out assertively, demanding something. A girl responds with an awkward, silent smile, clearly feeling nervous. A girl slips and shouts as a boy quickly reaches out to catch her. Someone shouts a warning as another person slips off a cracked step. He grips his side tightly, fighting through the pain. He catches her as she falls, their faces inches apart in a charged moment. Sensing imminent danger, the character's eyes widen in fear. Ed races up the snowy stone stairs, closely pursued by a mysterious figure. A gloved hand snatches the high-tech purple disc. A gloved hand reveals a mysterious purple object, heightening the tension. A worried young man warns others to be careful with the fragile device. Ed exhales in relief as he gently holds Janica, offering her comfort. A hand seizes the glowing, ornate disc as tension fills the air. The ornate relic shatters violently in midair. Blue liquid splatters abruptly across the scene. Shards of a purple artifact scatter between the characters as one helps another up the snowy steps. One student reaches out for guidance as another is helped to her feet on the snowy cliff. Purple energy glows between his hands as he rushes to help the coughing girl. A pivotal change is about to occur. A sense of unease builds as events progress too smoothly. During the joint combat training last year, a struggling student picked up a sword for the first time and unleashed a burst of power in a fierce clash. After defeating Lucy, the protagonist gains the attention of everyone around. The shocked boy witnesses a catastrophic explosion as the scenario spirals out of control. Janika's unstable power erupts as she begins her rapid transformation. The joint combat training begins as participants ready themselves in the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Talented first-year students fiercely challenge renowned upperclassmen in intense magical combat training. The first-year students abandon all restraint and unleash every tactic at their disposal to win as the matches erupt into chaos. A hand grips the wooden sword with determination. Ed stands victorious as his opponent collapses after a powerful attack. After a year of steady improvement, his strength is finally recognized by everyone. The girl who had been concealing her identity reveals herself and intently watches as the act concludes, marking a turning point for Taylor. A powerful new ally emerges, whose abilities are essential for the next stage of the plan and the looming confrontation. As soldiers with wings close in around the magical pillar, Ed urgently supports the injured girl to keep the scenario on track. Elite first-year students erupt into a wild, uncontrollable magical assault as chaos engulfs the scene. The reason no new students enter a class is revealed to be the strict influence of Assistant Professor Claire. A destroyed exam mechanism lies broken on a snowy tree stump. The group discovers that the circuit is broken and realizes it must be sent for separate repairs, causing frustration after all their hard work. 5 students pause to catch their breath around a tree stump in the snowy forest, clearly exhausted from their efforts. A woman in a red cloak apologizes for her mistake, visibly anxious. A troubled character realizes that apologizing will not fix the broken magic engineering item, and worries about the imbalance caused by too many A-class students. The determined character insists they can resolve the situation, causing surprise in the other. A startled character urgently reacts to an unexpected situation. A dark-haired character grabs a blonde character in shock after hearing an unexpected confession. The class assignment exam is introduced at the snowy Oran Mountain entrance, signaling the start of a new challenge. She reflects that meeting noble classmates was a significant moment for her. 3 students in identical uniforms bow together, emphasizing the school's disregard for social rank. A red butterfly brooch, symbolizing the foundation of the Telos Order, is revealed. Clarice receives respectful bows but calmly asks everyone to set aside the formalities. One student urges the others to relax and ignore strict etiquette, but the group remains tense and uneasy. A white-haired character offers a respectful greeting to Saintess Clarice. A blonde girl confidently introduces herself as the next head of the Rothstaler family, prompting a surprised reaction from the other character. One girl recalls that she baptized the current patriarch when she was very young, describing it as a great honor for her family. A young woman confidently announces her intention to be baptized when she becomes an adult. The white-haired girl closes her eyes and smiles confidently, expressing her anticipation to Tanya. The character plans to use a public meeting with the Saintess to gain an advantage in the student council president elections. A group of students stare in shock as a bright object shoots upward from the distant forest. Fireworks burst overhead as the event officially begins. Students walk purposefully toward their assigned exam locations, each faculty heading to a different destination. A determined girl leads a group as they rush forward to get into class. Elite student privileges include tuition exemption, access to exclusive facilities, and widespread recognition. Clutching the glowing stone, the student dashes forward, determined to reach the altar before anyone else. 2 students sprint down the hallway as one urgently signals the other to stop talking and run. 2 figures in red cloaks race through the snow toward the summit as one desperately urges the other to stop. A hand seizes a glowing red gem as the overwhelming number of threats becomes clear. She moves cautiously through the forest with the gem, staying alert for possible traps. A girl screams in terror as something suddenly frightens her. A girl falls to her knees in defeat as someone grips a glowing red gem in the foreground. A blonde girl notices someone taking off their shoes and quickly offers to call staff in case of injury. The character hurriedly denies the accusation, visibly anxious. One character impulsively jumps barefoot into the snow while another reacts with surprise. A girl looks up, expressing her heartfelt wish with excitement and wonder. A girl narrows her eyes in alarm as she suddenly recognizes someone's hidden identity. A cheerful girl introduces herself as the second daughter of Rothstaler, while another girl looks on with concern. A girl enthusiastically praises Rothtaler's reputation and high status. A girl with red eyes sharply interrupts the conversation to challenge what was said. A stern young woman asserts that even prominent families can eventually produce disgraceful members. The speaker reflects on Ed's apparent change at the camp and expresses uncertainty about his true character. A sinister young man reveals that his deep-seated fear remains despite his menacing confidence. Someone hesitantly expresses doubt about another person's character. 2 girls walk through the snow as one nervously explains her rural background and tries to show respect. A hesitant sound escapes as someone begins to respond. A cheerful girl introduces Sylvania. A nervous girl introduces herself and apologizes for her inexperience while another listens attentively. A nervous student asks to speak informally, then quickly shifts focus to the urgency of the exam. One girl laughs off the importance of grades while the other grows increasingly frustrated by her nonchalant attitude. One person grabs another's hand firmly, making it clear they have no interest in the exam. One student eagerly pulls another along, offering help in hopes of growing closer. One girl excitedly hugs another, celebrating their new friendship, while the other warns her to be careful around important people. The conversation ends awkwardly as the group prepares to leave the quiet, snowy forest. A red-haired competitor sprints uphill, determined to secure first place as he pushes toward the summit. An exhausted youth gasps for air as a menacing, shadowy figure engulfs him in a surge of red energy. A furious attacker launches a vicious assault, driving their opponent to scream in agony. Startled by the sudden appearance of a dark-haired figure, Ed collapses to the ground in shock. A character clenches their fist and denounces the senior's disgraceful actions. The character tests their strength and is surprised by how easy the task feels. A frantic man clings desperately to a calm blonde-haired young man, crying out in frustration. The young man warns that others will be affected as well. A massive bolt of blue lightning crashes into the forest, unleashing explosive energy. A determined upperclassman prepares to block the new students with crackling blue energy, setting a challenge for them to prove their worth. A young woman accepts responsibility for the situation and promises to do her best. A character assigns responsibility for safety in flight to another who demonstrates mastery of flight magic. A weary woman debates staying awake to finish the necessary paperwork before the exam concludes. The group reviews their assigned tasks and questions one member about their role. One character reassures the others that he will stay with them. Ed steps forward and prepares to defend the glowing altar. A girl anxiously asks if he will be okay since he can't feel magic properly right now. He calmly announces that he has a plan. A furious winged attacker launches an assault from above, but Ed stands unfazed amid the chaos. A magical item's description reveals the vision disc can summon apparitions of powerful beings, but notes it is damaged and less effective. A character examines the damaged, glowing vision disc and realizes it will be difficult to repair. A hand examines a high-quality magic stone, noting its considerable value and the exceptional standards of the academy. A determined figure channels energy into the altar of substitution, preparing to extract and recharge magic from a mystical item. He quietly acknowledges the glowing creature on his shoulder, sensing their connection slowly returning. A cloth sack filled with magic stones is prepared as stalling tactics by time. A determined man stands guard, ready to block anyone from passing through the entrance. A character steadies themselves with a slow, calming breath. The protagonist issues a confident challenge, declaring readiness as energy gathers around him. The young man focuses intently as he starts to devise a strategy. A shadowy winged attacker lunges with fury, but the cloaked young man remains calm and unbothered. The vision disc is introduced, revealing its ability to summon powerful apparitions but noting its damaged condition limits its full potential. A hand seizes the mysterious purple and gold disc. A hand presents a valuable magic stone filled with powerful energy. The high quality of the magic stones used in the exam is recognized as typical for Sylvania. The protagonist activates the altar of substitution to extract magic from an item and begins recharging his magic. The protagonist reunites with the spirit companion, attempting to communicate despite not fully understanding it yet. A plan is set in motion for two individuals to create a diversion. A sack filled with magic stones is revealed on the ground. The protagonist steps forward into the swirling magical energy, advancing toward his goal. A character exhales slowly, preparing to face the next challenge. Blue energy swirls around him as he issues a powerful challenge. Preparations are finished, marking the start of the next phase. Two battered figures collapse in the snow as one desperately urges the others to run. Two girls stand together in the smoky, red-lit area, tense and uneasy as one nervously tries to explain her mood. A menacing figure unleashes a terrifying presence, causing two girls to scream in fear during the confrontation. A massive explosion erupts in the background as a girl stares ahead in shock. A tense girl senses unfamiliar magic at the northern entrance while two others hurry away in the background. Three figures sprint away as someone shouts for them to run, while another pursuer orders them to stop. Annis is recognized as a top teaching assistant with exceptional skills in both practical and academic fields. She prepares to fight, but her abilities in the field are only slightly above average for her year. A somber-faced woman reluctantly allows someone to pass. A young man hovers a glowing red gem in his hand, demonstrating his magical power as dust and debris swirl around him. While his sister had to work hard to excel in alchemy, he quickly became the youngest Magic Society researcher and can easily use mid-level magic. Ed's remarkable intelligence is emphasized. A calm character reassures someone about their own talents while mentioning a top student candidate. The character clarifies his feelings and urges the other person to proceed. The boy turns and walks away through the snow while the girl stands behind, looking troubled. A character clenches his trembling fist, struggling to suppress his emotions in tense silence. A girl throws the broken magic item in frustration as another person steps in to take control of the chaotic situation. He remains calm and takes charge of the conversation, guiding it in a productive direction. A wounded girl admits she failed to stop a new student from reaching the northern entrance to the altar. A young woman struggles to hold back her tears, clutching her cape in distress. The protagonist prepares to meet his first visitor, signaling the start of an important encounter. A white-haired young man blocks the path to the altar and declares he won't allow the other character to complete the exam by placing the magic stone. A weary student approaches another outside, questioning the strange exam method. One character questions the outcome of defeating their opponent and offering the magic stone, while the other dismisses the concern as irrelevant. A composed character expresses cautious optimism about an alternative being prepared. Two figures in red capes confront each other in the snow with a mysterious mechanical device between them. The character carefully observes the unfamiliar object's changed color, suspecting it might be a more advanced version, and prepares to react. A young man inspects the area around a magic circle, noticing faint magical residue and a used magic stone. The narrator realizes that using a magic stone on the first visitor reveals the opponent's low mana reserves. A young man effortlessly displays his magical power, dismissing the situation as unworthy of his attention. Unfazed by the situation, he charges up a fierce, fiery attack while already planning his next meal. A powerful magic user launches a mid-rank particle explosion into the sky, unleashing a fiery blast. A determined fighter prepares to strike, warning that only by predicting his movements can an opponent evade the attack. A young man in a red cloak swiftly dodges a fiery attack, revealing his combat experience. A character prepares to launch a powerful fire magic attack. A hand unleashes a burst of fire downward, signaling the ignition of a powerful spell. Amidst the blazing flames, a lone figure charges forward and strikes with a sword. A young man is suddenly engulfed by swirling flames. A large flame fills the area as one person carefully evaluates another's impressive display of magic. A character freezes in shock, eyes wide as they witness something astonishing. A massive torrent of fire erupts as a character unleashes a devastating attack. A massive explosion collides with a magical barrier, halting the attack. Surrounded by swirling flames and energy shields, the blue-haired character coldly dismisses their opponent as worthless. The speaker confidently asserts that no level of ignition can penetrate their defense magic. Battles between mages are usually determined by the amount of mana each possesses. A determined student unleashes a burst of fire at an unflinching opponent as their heads hover above potion bottles labeled -100. Calmly analyzing his opponent's weaknesses, the blue-haired character prepares a magical attack, confident that the other will falter once his mana is depleted. A female character is shocked as a name is suddenly revealed. A fiery attacker slams into the glowing barrier, demonstrating that the shield can block magic but not physical blows. A male fighter lands a powerful blow on his surprised opponent as energy bursts around them. A fierce blow sends the opponent reeling, blood spraying as the attacker taunts about facing more than just mages. A boy glares up through the flames, defiantly challenging someone's authority as a mage. A pink-haired character quickly leaps back to evade a fiery attack as another's foot strikes the ground. A wounded character stares in disbelief, demanding to know how someone survived the fire. He channels his focus and unleashes a mid-rank ice spell. A character unleashes a powerful burst of fire magic with a sweeping arm gesture. Steam fills the area as a character braces for a familiar trick to be repeated. A character unleashes a swirling orb of elemental energy, revealing mastery over multiple elements. A figure unleashes a powerful burst of fire magic toward a distant target. A figure steps through the raging flames, radiating overwhelming power. A magical notification grants temporary immunity to flames as the blessing of recovery activates. A determined figure pushes through the raging flames, completely unaffected by the fire. A glowing blue shield appears just in time to block a knife attack. Reeling in shock and fear, the bruised character tries to process the sudden appearance of the threat. A character is stunned as a sudden realization hits. A white-haired character lunges forward and hurls a red magical dagger, forcing the blue-haired character to block with a glowing hexagonal barrier. A rune-engraved sword unleashes a surge of red energy, detonating in a powerful magical explosion. A lone figure is hurled upward by the force of the explosion. A massive explosion tears through the landscape, unleashing destructive force across the area. A shadowy figure emerges from the smoke, making a dramatic entrance amid the debris. Wounded and frustrated, the young man realizes his opponent can cast basic magic faster than he can. The true nature of the magic is revealed as a spirit formula instead of explosion magic. The narrator realizes the reason behind his ability to withstand scorch unprotected. A hidden spirit with powerful recovery magic is revealed from within the flames. Adds and used spells, spirit magic, and magic engineering items are highlighted as untapped resources. Amidst the snow and debris, a wounded character catches her breath after a difficult struggle. A young man stands firmly, holding a glowing dagger as tension fills the room. The suited figure collapses in defeat, dropping the red gemstone. One character stands over a fallen opponent as magical gems scatter through the swirling dust. A masked figure unleashes a blue magical attack as a glowing magic circle appears beneath a calm opponent. A mage conjures a powerful ice spear, preparing to unleash a high-level spell. He charges forward, crackling with blue energy as he launches into action. A furious girl with purple hair punches a boy with brown hair in the face. A powerful punch sends one character flying through the air. Despite being struck, the young man remains unfazed, knowing his opponent's punch lacks any real power. A surge of blinding energy erupts, filling the scene with chaos. A character is suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of intense energy. A fierce wind barrier activates, ready to repel any sudden attack. A massive beam of energy erupts upward, shaking the entire area. The figure unleashes a devastating green energy beam that explodes upward with immense force. A shadowy figure claims dominance by sitting atop a jagged ice throne as mist and debris swirl around. Injured and struggling to stay conscious, the young man clutches his glowing wound as smoke swirls around him. Red crystals shatter on the ground as one character collapses in defeat before another's imposing stance. One character admits defeat. A character receives praise for landing a decisive blow while gripping the hilt of their sword. Amid swirling smoke and debris, a figure steps forward and demands to know the other's name. Ed stands calmly as his bloodied opponent lies defeated at his feet. A gravely injured person weakly calls out for Ed, barely clinging to consciousness. A young man steps forward as his identity is announced to the crowd. A man with glowing wings ascends into the sky, handing an unconscious person over to his ally amid the ruins. As the carriage speeds through the snowy landscape, one passenger asks another why they joined the magic faculty. One character expresses concern that the other has sacrificed significant opportunities for their sake. He downplays the importance of being the top student, admitting he might have excelled in alchemy but not in the combat faculty. A student is violently knocked back as the competition for the top spot in the combat facility intensifies with the arrival of the second years. A masked character struggles to withstand a powerful, glowing attack as debris flies through the air. A male character reels in shock, trying to comprehend the sudden event. A student anxiously checks if their holy magic caused harm, urging the others to continue the exam while they handle the situation. A desperate character urgently checks on an unconscious companion slumped against a damaged wall. The protagonist struggles to find a way to defend against an overwhelming attack. With only 20 minutes left in the exam, the countdown begins as someone struggles to catch their breath. Two schoolgirls confront an unknown presence while one exclaims in shock. Amidst fallen students in the devastated arena, a lone figure announces the start of the final exam. A figure remembers being the source of fear in the past, his eyes wide and expression distressed. A wounded young man, defiant and intense, orders his opponent to surrender. A character receives praise for landing a decisive blow, gripping their sword with pride. Amid swirling smoke in the devastated area, someone demands to know the other's name. Amid swirling debris, Ed stands victorious while his bloodied opponent lies defeated at his feet. An injured character struggles to call out for help. A young man stands with determination as he introduces himself. A winged figure ascends rapidly through swirling debris, carrying an unconscious person to safety while assigning the enemy to an ally below. A carriage moves quickly across the snowy terrain as someone asks a question about joining the magic faculty. One character expresses concern that the other gave up valuable opportunities for their sake. He calmly admits that he never cared about being the top student, and acknowledges his strengths lie more in alchemy than in combat. A student is blasted by a powerful golden attack as the arrival of new second years is announced. A dramatic statement foreshadows an important revelation. Ed staggers as a powerful force slams into him, scattering yellow energy and debris. A dramatic title card reveals the name Nortondale, marking a significant location in the story. With unwavering determination, the characters steels themselves for decisive action. A student anxiously checks if their magic caused any harm and urges the others to continue the exam. Overwhelming frustration fills the moment. A desperate character checks on an injured ally slumped against a cracked wall. Someone catches their breath under the calm sky. Two girls in matching uniforms urgently move forward, holding hands as one reacts in shock to a sudden revelation. A central figure announces the final exam as defeated students lie scattered in the aftermath of battle. Once feared, he now faces the consequences of his reputation. The battered young man stands his ground and demands the enemy surrender. The Saintess Clarice is introduced as having two dreams. An elder man imparts a lesson about the true source of nobility to a kneeling listener before a radiant stained glass window. A serene girl stands in prayer, guided to empty her mind as feathers and light surround her. A foreboding message hints at an impending revelation. A character silently weighs the agony of living without purpose against the finality of death. A character's eye glows with a red light, revealing a surge of mysterious power. A figure plays guitar and sings a thoughtful song while overlooking the illuminated city, as another person quietly listens behind. A vast sunlit wheat field stretches beneath a vibrant sky, introducing a new setting. Cows graze peacefully in a lush field as music drifts over the tranquil landscape of Pulin and Crete. The grand academic city of Oldek and the scholarly land of Sylvania come into view, marked by red roofs and turquoise pools. Beyond the reddish sands of the Drestia Desert, the lawless city of Cohelton looms in the distance. A hand strums a glowing, ornate instrument, filling the air with an ethereal melody. A serene woman is introduced as the guardian of the holy fire. After leaving the order, she began singing beneath a woman's window each night. A young girl dreams longingly of the world her only friend described to her. Someone contemplates the value of living a normal life filled with routine classes, friendships, and love under the starry night sky. Two figures stand together by the window as one confides a personal truth. After leaving the order, Adele joins Sylvania as the importance of love is explained. During vacations, she continued to travel around the world. After Adele left, she visited the places she had dreamed about every night. She imagines herself finding companionship and leaving behind her lonely journey. A stern man warns the young woman to keep her identity secret and always carry the magic engineering item. A young woman, holding a ring to her chest, confidently explains that her disguise is effective but insists on staying cautious as an older man reassures her. Arriving at the academy as instructed by the order served as an effective way to change course. Clarice sits unnoticed on a bench by the faculty building, quietly savoring her solitude. Two girls play and laugh together, enjoying a rare moment of carefree happiness in Sylvania. The narrator dismisses the idea of anyone considering Kylie as the Saintess. Everyone except one person is forced to surrender as the Saintess is revealed. Two students realize in shock that the person from the last exam is actually Tanya's brother and a member of the Rothstaler family. Injured but determined, he asks his opponent to leave peacefully, warning of consequences if they refuse. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of green energy, forcing two others to recoil as he calls them forward. Two girls are knocked back in pain as a surge of green energy slams into them. A student unleashes a display of spirit magic far surpassing even those who have trained their entire lives. A powerful spirit beast is summoned within a swirling magical vortex. A massive spectral wolf spirit bursts forth behind the young man as onlookers react in shock. Two girls freeze in fear as ominous energy intensifies around them. A powerful spirit is summoned, triggering a wave of fear and memories among the onlookers. A character steels themselves, refusing to give in. A furious man holds a knife to a terrified woman's throat, refusing to walk away. A girl stands firm in the glow of magic, refusing to give up. A confident figure declares that higher status brings greater responsibility. A boot slams down as green energy swirls, revealing a sudden surge of powerful magic. A girl quickly realizes the menacing wolf charging at her is only an illusion. A powerful spirit wolf summons swirling mystical energy. Two girls plummet helplessly toward a monstrous claw as swirling energy engulfs them. A desperate character struggles to withstand a powerful green energy force. A character's eyes widen as he suddenly realizes something crucial. A battered young man summons a powerful, glowing wolf spirit that fills the air with swirling energy. Two girls in red capes are hurled violently into the snowy ground as explosive impacts erupt around them. A battered girl realizes the man before her is Tanya's brother while recalling Kylie's fascination with noblemen. A calm, confident character prepares to reveal a crucial shift in the situation. The battered young man is revealed to be the notorious son of Rothstaler. A sharp-eyed woman cynically reflects that even prestigious families can produce terrible individuals over time. A blonde girl glares fiercely, overwhelmed by intense hatred for her adversary. One girl quickly instructs the other to target the main body as planned while dust swirls around them. A battered girl with glowing red eyes volunteers to act as bait, insisting she won't die easily. A worried girl questions if taking the exam is worth the risk of serious injury. One girl confronts another with a forceful accusation as magical energy flares around her. A girl with a scratched face turns back and acknowledges the first friendship she made at the academy. She hesitates, reconsidering the strange statement instead of dismissing it outright. A menacing combat faculty senior charges toward the group with fierce energy. A mysterious glow suddenly deflects the attack, leaving the masked character stunned and questioning if a hidden power was involved. Kylie unexpectedly steps to the front, leading the group with newfound courage. One girl flees in panic, crying out as another leaps after her. A young figure stands firm as a colossal spectral wolf and another shadowy presence appear, radiating powerful magical energy. A massive spectral wolf materializes, releasing a swirling mist of magical energy. A character's eyes widen in shock as they react to a sudden, threatening attack. A massive, glowing wolf surges forward, unleashing a crackling attack against the cloaked figure surrounded by golden light. A powerful magical blessing is described, offering automatic protection against hostile threats. A monstrous wolf unleashes a deafening howl as energy swirls around it. A girl, surrounded by a glowing yellow aura, braces herself against a massive, swirling energy attack. A girl is hurled through the air by a violent explosion, desperately defending herself with a glowing barrier. Ed stands amidst the smoke and debris, defiantly demanding if that was all his opponent had. A battered figure glares ahead, refusing to surrender as green energy flickers around him. A determined girl unleashes swirling green magic as a bruised boy watches amid flying debris. A surge of green magic blasts one character backward in a sudden, forceful attack. A lone figure unleashes a powerful burst of green energy in a decisive attack. Battered but determined, he channels a surge of energy as power swirls around him. A startled girl catches her breath as she realizes someone has vanished amid the swirling debris. A swirling surge of energy and lightning reveals the vision disc. A girl unleashes a powerful burst of blue energy, shattering the ground beneath her. Magical arrows suddenly streak across the chaotic battlefield. A terrified young woman freezes in shock as she faces an unexpected threat. A battered young man draws a magical bow and fires a warning shot to demonstrate his newfound skill. Someone reacts with shock upon seeing arrows made of magic. A character is struck by a sudden, shocking realization. A powerful blue wolf spirit materializes above as a determined figure strides forward, surrounded by swirling energy. A frightened girl collapses to her knees, gasping for breath as she recalls a haunting memory, with a glowing red gem lying nearby. He reflects on his painful memories, realizing that nothing has changed since his youth. A girl collapses to her knees, surrounded by motionless bodies as she struggles against overwhelming odds. Overwhelmed by helplessness, he breaks down in tears. A character reacts with shock and emotion after receiving unexpected compassion. A battered pair of hands places a glowing red gem on the table, signaling the start of a difficult confrontation. Ed kneels beside the shocked character, confronting them with a revelation as a spectral blue beast looms overhead. A character admits they were wrong and acknowledges the other's bravery for not fleeing, even when confronted by a vision. A character realizes their perception of Tanya has changed. Bloodied and resolute, he stands amid swirling energy, recognizing both another's hidden side and his own transformation. The injured young man releases a burst of blue magical energy from his weapon as a warning. A character reels in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. A towering spectral wolf spirit materializes as Ed strides forward, energy swirling around him. A name is revealed with dramatic emphasis, signaling a direct confrontation. A girl kneels on the ground, gasping for breath as she anxiously watches a glowing red gem. Overwhelmed by emotion, he breaks down in tears. A girl kneels in despair, overwhelmed by the helplessness of her situation as shadowy figures lie scattered around her. Overcome by grief, the character breaks down in tears. A character's eyes well up as they react with surprise to unexpected kindness. A battered figure places a glowing red gem on the table, firmly declaring that personal ties will not affect the challenge ahead. Ed crouches protectively beside his stunned ally as mystical beasts and surging energy threaten them. One character acknowledges the other's bravery for standing firm instead of fleeing, even in the face of a daunting vision. He admits that his perception of Tanya has changed. The battered young man quietly acknowledges another's hidden nature as embers glow around him. A sudden declaration signals a major transformation in the situation. A wounded hand firmly places a glowing red gem on the table, signaling a refusal to show favoritism despite personal ties. Amidst swirling magical chaos, one character challenges another's reaction as a menacing beast looms overhead. A character acknowledges another's bravery, admitting they were wrong after witnessing their determination in the face of danger. A character experiences a sudden shift in perspective while noticing the glowing belt. The injured young man acknowledges a newfound side to himself as he smiles in the fading light. A battered girl realizes her struggle was against an illusion as her opponent acknowledges her determination. A devastated girl breaks down in tears, struggling to speak through her sobs. Ed, wounded and confused, questions whether failing to enter Class A is truly worth feeling so devastated. A frightened girl shields her companion and warns the approaching threat to stay back as chaos unfolds around them. Two frightened girls huddle together, as one frantically warns of serious consequences if anyone attacks or antagonizes them. The exam ends as several students urgently respond to a classmate's collapse and prepare for upcoming elections. A girl starts to cry in confusion as she notices something strange about her voice after the exam ends. The transformation magic begins to unravel as she clings anxiously to the person beside her. A powerful magical blast hurls a character backward as a glowing artifact reveals a crucial memory. A girl receives a vital magic engineering item and holds it close as an older man instructs her to keep it with her at all times. A girl starts to praise someone but suddenly stops, surprised by something unexpected. She realizes her secret and school life are in danger of being exposed. A glowing creature urgently snatches the magical ring from the bloodied hand. The battered young man returns the mysterious ring to the tense girl. Startled, the girl clutches a golden medallion and quickly responds to someone nearby. Bloodied and battered, the protagonist brushes past three worried girls and insists he is fine despite his injuries. The class assignment exam concluded as everything was restored to its original order. A girl urgently reaches out to stop a cloaked boy as a small but significant gap forms between them. A menacing masked figure with glowing red eyes appears behind the startled group as the atmosphere grows tense. A girl is stunned as she realizes someone just addressed her with unexpected formality. One character urges another to rest while the group prepares to handle the aftermath. A boy receives urgent instructions to support someone and nervously agrees to help. A character scans the massive pyramid at sunset, uncertain if they just saw someone moving. A speech bubble appears, posing an unexpected question to the reader. A young man gazes upward, expressing awe at the timeless beauty of the sky. As the sunset paints the sky in brilliant colors, a character dismisses the idea that beauty is subjective by insisting that no one could deny its magnificence. A glowing wind spirit appears above the building and criticizes how humans fail to appreciate their short lives. An injured young man lies motionless on the ground while a spirit fox silently contemplates the emptiness of a monotonous existence. The narrator acknowledges that someone matches Janika's description of being a chatterbox. Exhausted and bleeding, the injured character pushes back against criticism, showing stubborn defiance despite his condition. A supportive girl urges someone to find a kind and reliable companion for emotional growth. As Ed lies injured on the floor, a glowing bat-like creature clarifies that Marilda and Janika are simply close and not bound by a contract. The glowing blue spirit cat scolds the exhausted student for ignoring important advice. The narration explains that Mug and Marilda's relationship differs from the superior-subordinate dynamic seen with Tarkan. Bleeding on the ground, the protagonist mocks his situation as a startled orange creature hovers nearby. One person sits silently by the fire, avoiding eye contact, while the other watches with growing concern. Ed, wounded and exhausted, listens as the mystical fox-like creature refuses to reveal Janika's secret. The mystical wolf-like creature reassures the listener that enduring winter is necessary for Janika's growth and understanding. A glowing wolf-like figure encourages perseverance through hardship beneath the magical twilight sky. Exhausted, the protagonist discusses the high mana cost of maintaining the magical fox's efficient form. Bloodied and serious, the protagonist questions the mystical creature about its ability to change forms. A towering, spectral wolf radiates swirling energy as its transformation is observed with curiosity about its efficiency. Ed slumps against the glowing obelisk, enduring a barrage of energy blasts as someone mocks his inability to sense the mana stone. A mystical spirit reveals it has been secretly helping with the control of mana. Injured and exhausted, the protagonist struggles to rise after a crushing defeat. A towering obelisk crackles with blue energy as the sun sets. As dusk falls, the young man climbs the building, struggling with his limits and questioning the mysterious source of power aiding him. A battered hand clings to the edge as the speaker reels from the shock of someone else forming a contract with Marilda. One character checks on their exhausted companion, worried that this is not a safe place to rest. Ed stands beside the seated figure, insisting he's not there to rest as the other questions his reason for staying. A white-haired girl in a witch hat confesses her discomfort with being alone in the tent. After a difficult experience, Ed takes a walk and reflects on his misfortune. She reaches the altar of substitution, marking the final stage of the third act. Armored apostles descend on Arkan Island to condemn the distrustful saintess as suspicion and darkness deepen in the holy city. Obeying the archbishop's orders, various powerful factions, including the Royal Guard Army, Mercenary Union, Cathedral Knights, and Academy officials, advance together under determined leadership. Multiple groups, including the main character's raid party and the principal, unite and direct their swords toward a single target as the conflict reaches its peak. A girl is determined to protect Arkan Island. A lone figure channels immense energy atop the platform, acting on her master's final will as the crowd watches. Unfazed by harsh labels, she stood firm and met the world with unwavering defiance. Lucy unleashes a surge of powerful energy as her awakening shakes the environment. A devastating magical attack overwhelms the main characters and takes down more than half of the raid party on Arkan Island. Her stamina depleted, the wounded woman collapses as blood bursts from her chest. A powerful, glowing slash surges forward, striking the female opponent with overwhelming force. She is defeated by Taylor, who has mastered the final swordsman form. A cloaked figure falls to the ground, wounded and surrounded by smoke and blood. After the truth comes out, everyone understands why she tried to kill the god's apostles. A bloodied girl lies wounded as others realize too late that she was misunderstood. She kept her feelings hidden, choosing silence until the very end. He refuses to stop her, but rejects the idea of sacrificing her for the scenario. One character admits he cannot bring himself to act ruthlessly as they sit together on the crystal platform overlooking the snowy forest at sunset. Someone reflects that allowing events to unfold as they are may not lead to a bad outcome. A weakened elder asks the young woman in the witch's hat to help Sylvania Academy if it ever faces a challenge it cannot overcome alone. Overwhelmed by grief, she clutches the ornate book, weighed down by the burden her dying master left behind. Two battered figures sit together at dusk, preparing themselves for the difficult battles ahead in Act 3. One character reaches out and begins to reveal something they have just discovered, heightening the tension between them. Battered and alone, he carries the unconscious figure through the fading light, admitting his loneliness. A bloodied figure stares ahead with unwavering determination, silently vowing to accomplish a crucial goal. One character explains the importance of informing the other whenever leaving the hut. Someone returns from an unpleasant visit, eager to leave the place behind. Annis cheerfully hands over a wrapped present, surprising the recipient. It is revealed that Clara belongs to a prominent Viscount family. A cheerful woman receives a purple gift box in the garden and expresses how peaceful and at home she feels. She eagerly prepares to reunite with her academy friends for a tea party. A cheerful girl rushes ahead, eager to meet her friends and share the blueberry pie she brought. A figure clutches their chest as purple energy and dark particles erupt from their body. A girl examines the fabric in her hands, stunned by an unexpected discovery. Someone reflects on disappointment as the blueberry pie fails to meet expectations. Tension fills the room as one person sits uncomfortably at the desk while the others remain silent and distant. The narration highlights that these two often bicker playfully, but it is always harmless. Overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere, the young woman hesitates as she considers making a joke to break the silence. One character hesitantly tries to break the silence while the girl with braided hair remains unresponsive. A startled character turns toward the masked figure standing rigidly at the table. A girl glares forward in disbelief as she confronts someone about receiving a hug from it. A cheerful girl stretches and basks in the peaceful garden as a woman presents her with a purple box. A cheerful girl eagerly prepares to reunite with her academy friends for a tea party. A cheerful girl eagerly rushes ahead to meet her friends, excited to share news and the blueberry pie she brought, while another woman stands in the background holding a box. Someone desperately presses their hands against a bleeding wound, struggling to stop the blood. A girl freezes in shock, clutching a cloth tightly as she stares downward. The scene shifts to a calm sky filled with scattered clouds. The character anxiously waits for a response from the silent group. 3 students sit tensely around a desk as the atmosphere grows hostile after a suspected fight. 2 girls tease each other in a light-hearted exchange. Someone is overwhelmed by the intense and unfamiliar atmosphere. A young woman freezes in fear, overwhelmed by a shocking revelation. A nervous girl tries to start a conversation with a stoic classmate whose eyes are hidden. A startled boy urgently calls out to a masked girl, catching her off guard. A girl reacts with shock and jealousy after hearing someone receive a hug from Ed. A detailed character stat sheet displays Ed's age, grade, achievements, and core attributes. A sturdy wooden wind-blocking wall, reinforced with twine and mud, stands ready as a newly completed invention. He realizes that his current items no longer boost his stats or production skills, prompting him to consider new ways to progress. He braces himself against the strong wind and exhales in relief, glad to be prepared. A figure in dark clothing expresses relief at seeing Ed healthy as he sits wearily on a wooden raft. A new academy policy restricts leaving the dorms during snowstorms unless absolutely necessary. A frightened captive pleads for help as her captors tighten surveillance and organize a rotating watch to prevent her escape. Kneeling on the wooden boards, the protagonist shares information, while 2 others observe him thoughtfully outside the snow-covered structure. One character kneels on the ground and insists on using formal speech, while another reacts with visible annoyance. A blue-haired girl questions whether someone can survive a week-long snowstorm. A concerned figure examines the wooden wind blocker panels and questions their effectiveness against the harsh conditions. A character sets up a safeguard to protect their supplies. The protagonist secures the hut's roof with twine, fastening it tightly to the ground to prevent any damage. A pile of blood-stained hunting tools and traps lies gathered on the wooden floor inside the hut. Plans are made to focus on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library during the snowstorm. A young man calmly assures someone that he has another place to stay, easing their concerns. A composed woman reassures a worried girl in her arms while a boy observes the scene quietly. A woman reveals a new concern while holding a weakened girl in her arms. The woman hesitates but continues to comfort the unwell girl, her worry growing. A girl hesitates, her voice trembling as she begins to confess her feelings. Ed sits tensely at the table as the high-stakes trial begins. A jealous girl confronts someone after learning they received a hug from Ed. Two students spot a mysterious figure in the sunlit hall and react with shock. A female character recoils in shock, sweat forming as she stares downward in silence. One student shyly admits to flirting, while the other reacts with shock in the grand hall. He apologizes and admits he never trusted him. A young woman admits she was suspicious and tried to assess his intentions. A pink-haired girl hurriedly reassures her friend that she is not interested in the person they are worried about. A young woman vents her anger, listing all the reasons she dislikes another person. A girl with pink braids tearfully defends Ed against harsh criticism. Two girls confront a boy at the table as tension builds in the room. Two girls bow and apologize to the serious girl sitting at the table. A character slams their fist on the table, demanding to know why Anis acted without permission and expressing how worried they have been. Struggling with overwhelming emotions, she confesses her pain and doubts about her place in the friendship. One character gently reassures another, offering comfort about her significance to someone else. One girl boldly accuses the other of being more than just a friend to someone, prompting a tense reaction. A character stares ahead in amazement, overcome by the sudden realization of his own significance. A teary-eyed girl admits her discomfort with judging someone but gratefully acknowledges that it was done for her sake. Two girls hug as a nearby boy expresses relief after confirming there are no romantic feelings for Ed. The character narrows her gaze, sharpening her focus as she notices something important. Anis blushes and responds shyly while hugging someone. One girl nervously tries to resolve a misunderstanding while another offers comfort, and a third listens awkwardly. One character rushes away while the others wave her off. A cautious girl turns as a taller figure approaches her in the grand hall, proposing a plan. She immediately rejects the demand to introduce someone to a man. Someone suggests coming up with a more adventurous idea. A determined girl grabs a shocked boy by the shoulders and boldly confesses her feelings, leaving him stunned. One girl nervously blocks another's gaze in the sunlit hall, flustered by the unexpected attention. Overwhelmed by guilt, a girl tearfully confesses that her feelings have faded while separated and that everything will change once the break and her scholarship work at the academy end. A loud announcement about the academy scholarship student startles a female student as confetti falls around her. A cheerful woman announces that the two students will continue as assistants, prompting a lively celebration in the room. Janica praises Ed for his hard work and explains that his role as a student assistant comes with extra benefits. A girl is visibly alarmed as she receives an unsettling suggestion to continue working closely together. A status screen appears, announcing that intermediate magic can now be learned. A digital interface reveals the protagonist's current spirit slots, highlighting a high-level wind spirit and several empty slots. One character advises another to form a contract with a mid-level spirit as they gather around a campfire near bear traps. Two people share a quiet moment as one recalls a previous visit to the camp. A character is suddenly reminded of a significant moment from the past. A girl frantically tries to remember an important detail while another character watches her in confusion. He reflects on how being around someone unexpected helps him relax. The narrator reflects that Janica is their only friend in their year. Ed admits he used a trick after being questioned about handling a high-level spirit. A legendary magic engineering tool, the Golden Phoenix Ring, is revealed. By the campfire, one character confides details about Professor Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring and outlines future plans to another attentive listener. One character explains that the other cannot use magic or make a contract with a mid-level spirit until their abilities return next semester. A cheerful girl congratulates him on forming a contract with a high-level spirit, calling it his second birthday among spirit sorcerers. Two students discuss their plans to stay and study in the spirit library until the snowstorm passes. Two students discuss the upcoming student council president elections and the attention the top student is receiving while one maintains neutrality. Janica is surprised as she realizes her achievement does not bring her special attention, since she has always respected the other candidates. While examining the damaged gauntlet, the protagonist discusses his sister's ambition in the elections with the blonde girl. A pink-haired girl nervously asks if the other person is close with his sister, and he responds hesitantly. A man admits to being blood-related despite his excommunication as a woman approaches him by the fire with a box. A frustrated girl insists they will inevitably remain in each other's lives while the boy reacts with visible disbelief. One character openly admits his feelings about another, prompting the other to react nervously by clarifying the nature of their relationship. Two characters tightly grasp each other's hands as flames flicker behind them. A girl anxiously asks what Tanya would like as a gift or food. A blonde-haired boy is confronted about Tanya and quickly insists he did nothing. He pauses, lost in thought as the moment grows tense. Overwhelmed by guilt, she breaks down and confesses after failing to lie. He dismisses the situation with a calm smile as the sunset glows behind him. A snowstorm approaches as an announcement is made that leaving the building will be restricted except for special reasons. Haunted by recent memories, someone grips a golden ornament tightly, unable to forget what happened days ago. A shadowy upperclassman unleashes a terrifying aura, his presence intensified by the apparition of a massive spectral wolf. A young woman is suddenly gripped by an intense sense of discomfort. A girl realizes she may have witnessed something unsettling and questions if her eyes deceived her. The wounded young man returns a crescent-shaped ornament to the girl, reminding her to keep track of her belongings. She worries that her secret might be discovered despite her efforts to live a normal academy life. The narration emphasizes the importance of maintaining conditions to support the efforts of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. A girl fears her secret will be exposed if anyone discovers her true identity. Two students argue in the hallway as one mocks the other's failure to reach the altar, prompting a flustered defense. Two students exchange rumors about a notorious senior who reportedly built a hut in the northern forest and lives there. The next destination is revealed to be a hut in the northern forest. A hand seizes the golden ornament with determination, racing against the approaching snowstorm and the constraints it will bring. A girl with long light hair throws open the doors as a surge of magical wind bursts outward. A girl, shivering in the cold, admits her overwhelming fear of Ed Rothtaylor, the darkness, and the bitter cold. A girl sits beneath a vibrant sky, playing a stringed instrument as a sense of peace fills the moment. A window shatters violently as snow swirls outside in the tense night. A girl with silver blue hair dashes urgently through the snow toward the fortress gate. A determined hand activates the glowing golden artifact, unleashing a surge of energy. A figure releases a massive burst of golden energy, shaking the city. The young man steels his resolve, determined not to lose the freedom he fought for. A desperate figure rushes through the snowy city night, determined to meet someone important. A lone figure races through the snow-covered town as a blizzard rages. A looming threat signals imminent danger. A hand forcefully slams a golden, crescent-shaped artifact onto the table. The narration foreshadows the end of the snowstorm and the start of a new semester. The narrator worries about missing the opportunity to silence him or take further action. A silver-haired girl throws open the doors and unleashes a surge of magical energy into the night. The character pushes forward through the snowstorm, pausing to catch their breath. A foreboding theme is introduced, hinting at Ed Rothtaylor, darkness, and bitter cold. A young woman quietly plays a string instrument in peaceful solitude, reflecting on how colorless surroundings can dull one's perception of the world. A sudden impact shatters the window, scattering debris into the night. A silver-haired girl sprints through the snow toward the looming gates, her cry piercing the cold air. A determined hand seizes the glowing golden circlet. A lone figure unleashes a massive burst of golden energy, filling the area with blinding light. A young woman unleashes her inner power as golden energy swirls around her. With urgent resolve, the character insists on meeting an important person. A girl in a cape dashes through the snowy city streets as the night swirls around her. The story introduces the title, The Saintess Clarice. Against a plain background, a lone figure races through the snow-covered city streets, desperate to escape. A sudden warning signals imminent danger. A wave of distress dominates the scene. The narrator reveals that their eyes have already adjusted to the darkness. He acknowledges his lifelong connection to darkness, his blood-splattered face and glowing eyes revealing the depth of his torment. A character recalls their most vivid memory. A wounded young man collapses and coughs painfully, recalling how his brother supported him when everyone else turned away. A character recalls stabbing an opponent through the heart with a bloodied sword. One bloodied character delivers what may be his final words to his opponent in a tense confrontation. A blonde woman with glasses turns around and questions if someone is being recruited by another lab. A dark-haired young man recoils in shock, visibly distressed. Struggling to regain his composure, the dazed student hesitantly brings up the topic of the student assistant position. Wounded and exhausted, the protagonist confesses his regret over being a burden during the last ordeal. One character expresses uncertainty about his current situation, while another questions whether he is considering offers from elsewhere. A character hesitantly admits uncertainty when pressured about their ability to complete a task. She urges the other person to act without hesitation. He stands frozen in anxious silence, visibly unsettled by the situation. Someone accepts a decision as snow falls outside the window, revealing a distant castle and mountains. Pushing his frail body to its absolute limits, he reflects on the grueling training endured. During the break, the main focus was on training. An advanced crafting skill panel appears, displaying detailed statistics for spirit formula infusion. The character reviews their status screen, realizing they have achieved specialization in magic engineering and spirit formula infusion. The protagonist decides to dedicate the next week to refining two highlighted abilities for better future use. A young man pulls a rope in the shadowy library, triggering an unknown mechanism. He reflects on giving money for magical cleanup, surprised that the books were organized as well. A hand moves along the organized bookshelf as the character silently searches for clues, recalling the secrecy of the information shared. Two students clean the large library together, using magic to levitate a bookshelf. A determined figure reaches for a book, ready to begin an efficient study session. Two legendary magical artifacts with powerful abilities are introduced. A list of magical tools appears, setting the stage for what comes next. He decides to repeatedly craft items to improve his magic engineering skill and plans to create rare items once he gains enough experience. The character quickly prepares to use the tools after reviewing the ingredients. A bundled figure slips quietly through the shadows, staying hidden from sight. He pauses while packing his books, startled by something unexpected. He suddenly realizes he left the tools back at the hut. Collapsing in the snow from exhaustion, the protagonist urges to go back. A determined figure strides into the snowy forest, ready for action. A solitary figure steps out into the swirling snow, leaving the confinement of blank walls behind. Snow falls quietly over the landscape as the world's natural beauty is contemplated. A girl frantically searches through the blizzard, unable to find what she's looking for. Trudging through the snowy forest, the character follows the river downstream in search of the hut. Amid swirling snow, she pumps her fist with excitement, eager for the adventure ahead. Her exceptional holy magic surpasses that of other talented mages. A powerful protective enchantment is revealed, ensuring that any harm directed at the target will be reflected back with double force. A girl pushes forward through the blizzard toward the cabin, protected from any danger she might encounter. She fears Ed, suspecting he may have been baptized by the Telos Order as the Rothtailor successor, while he unleashes powerful magic. A restriction of holy magic is revealed, preventing it from affecting those baptized by the Order. Someone silently questions why a baptized person would target the Saintess, suspecting Ed might know the answer. A frustrated person tugs at the locked door, but it refuses to open. A figure stands over a bleeding opponent in the snowy doorway as a scream echoes. Blood seeps across the floor next to a toppled metal container. A character jolts in shock, eyes wide as something unexpected comes into view. A character's eyes widen in panic as they realize imminent danger. A monstrous beast lunges at a terrified girl as she screams in panic. A blood-stained sheet is discovered hanging in the dim room beside a sword. Blood pours across the floor from a spilled container. A terrified woman stumbles back, panicking as she finds herself trapped in a nightmarish, red-lit place. Startled by unexpected footsteps, the girl whirls around in alarm. The girl freezes in shock as she discovers a blood-stained floor beneath a table holding a crown and a blood-stained cloth. A violent crash shatters the window as chaos erupts inside. A cloaked figure appears in the midst of a raging snowstorm, eyes glowing through the darkness. A massive beast crashes through the ceiling as a figure below recoils in alarm. A frightened girl hides in the shadows as a menacing figure closes in on her. A gloved hand reaches for the corrupted crown resting on the smoky surface. A terrified girl hides in the shadows as a blood-stained saw blade crashes down nearby. A hooded figure silently opens a chest in the darkness, searching through its contents. A shadowy figure lifts a blood-stained knife, preparing to attack under the red light. A girl stifles a hiccup as she panics in fear. A lone figure in a tattered cloak stands frozen in fear in the dark alleyway. A figure silently grips the surface in the shadows near the staircase, heightening the tension. A tense confrontation erupts as a figure demands to know the identity of the shadowy intruder wielding a blood-stained blade. A character recoils in terror, eyes wide with shock. A startled young man in a dark hood looks up in sudden recognition. A girl is suddenly blasted by a surge of energy, recoiling in shock and pain. A powerful holy magic skill called Divine Explosion is activated, ready to nullify enemy magic and deal physical damage. A character is struck by a powerful force and cries out in shock. Books explode outward as magical lightning and smoke fill the air. An imposing figure with glowing eyes emerges from the swirling smoke and debris. A bloodied figure collapses amid debris as another character panics, overwhelmed by guilt. A character collapses to their knees, overcome by distress and regret. A horrified character stares at a bloodied corpse, realizing someone has been killed. A remorseful character kneels in prayer, tearfully confessing their sins. Overcome by guilt, the girl breaks down and confesses her sins. A gloved hand seizes someone by the collar in the darkness. A furious figure, radiating power, looms over a terrified person during a tense confrontation. A young girl recoils in terror as a ghostly figure suddenly appears beside her. Bloodied and relentless, one figure attacks while the other is knocked backward in terror. Bloodied and barely conscious, the battered figure struggles to remain standing under the harsh red light. Amidst a raging snowstorm, someone urgently delegates a critical task concerning the report. Two women quickly coordinate a search while ensuring enough staff remain to manage the premises. Belle, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, knows Kylie's true identity as she was entrusted with this secret by the Order. The chief maid stands firm and composed before the glowing doorway, unfazed by the tense situation. She quietly prepared to act in secret, mindful of the Saintess's holy magic. A determined woman steps into the snowy night, instructing her subordinate to watch over the students while she searches for a missing person. A young woman rushes through the snowstorm to urgently report that someone has gone to the northern forest. Startled, the girl realizes she is in the northern forest. A man stands confidently as several women gaze at him with admiration. A man and a woman are stranded together in a snow-covered cabin, forced to rely on each other while waiting for rescue during a relentless storm. A shocked girl witnesses two people embracing by the fireplace. Startled by the unexpected address, the maid reacts anxiously in the swirling snow. A character rushes forward, kicking up snow with each urgent step. A woman frantically searches through the snowstorm, urging others to find the missing person before it's too late. She resolves to handle the situation discreetly. A girl anxiously fidgets with the fluffy ends of her collar ribbon. A woman strides into the snowy night to search for a missing student, instructing her colleague to protect the others. A young woman rushes through the snow to report that Miss Kylie was seen heading toward the northern forest. A girl suddenly realizes the northern forest's significance, her expression turning to shock. The protagonist stands confidently as several women, each smiling brightly, are shown admiring him from glowing portraits. A man and woman take shelter in an isolated cabin, forced to rely on each other while a snowstorm rages outside. Two people embrace by the fireplace while a third person watches in shock and distress. A maid recoils in shock upon seeing the chief maid appear outside in the swirling snow. A figure strides forcefully through the blizzard, sending snow flying with each step. A young woman urgently searches through the snowstorm for the missing people. A dramatic title card announces the arrival of the Saintess. An urgent warning reveals that someone is in immediate danger. An expressionless man is seen in the northern forest, carrying the bloodied corpse of a beast over his shoulder. Rumors had already begun to spread among the students. Belle presses onward through the blizzard, holding a magical flame high. A determined spellcaster hurls a fireball at the snow-covered cabin in the night. Snow covers several freshly dug graves in the bleak, empty landscape. He stands confidently among a group of admiring women, demonstrating his reliability and earning their trust through his considerate actions. The narrator reflects anxiously on the possibility of relationships becoming even more complicated. A woman, overwhelmed by anxiety, clutches her head and hesitates at the door, troubled by a secret about someone's hidden identity. A character steps into the room and immediately notices evidence of suspicious activity. A startled girl lifts a chair defensively as a bandaged young man confronts the newcomer at the doorway. An anxious girl nervously asks for an explanation. A character urges that they must leave the cabin soon to avoid getting trapped by the intensifying snowstorm. One character asserts that it's unwise to leave Ophely's hall unattended, prompting another to nervously agree while a third cowers on the floor. Ed, battered and weary, faces a tense confrontation as someone looms over him with a raised wooden object. A bloodied young man hesitantly accepts an ornate ring from a silver-haired woman, uncertain about her intentions. He apologizes nervously, worried that his secret might be exposed as suspicion grows. A woman lowers the chair in relief while another woman and an injured man sit nearby in the warmly lit room. One girl recoils in shock while another furiously lifts a chair to attack. The injured young man calmly reveals that he recognized the other person's identity as soon as the spell was undone. A girl nervously lowers the chair after being asked to put it down. He remains determined to stick to his plan and avoid any involvement with the main characters. Clarice unleashes a desperate surge of magical energy, threatening to change the course of events. A visibly injured figure calmly reveals to the anxious person gripping a chair that their secret identity is known, easing the tension in the dimly lit room. A nervous girl processes unexpected information, visibly anxious as she looks up. Janica urgently interrupts, gripping her weapon as tension rises between the two. A red-eyed girl questions what others think of her life in the forest, and wonders if they can guess how she truly lives. Anxious and tense, the group surveys the aftermath of violence, focusing on the grim scene with blood and a bound, injured figure. The narration compares different perspectives on freedom, highlighting that it has both positive and negative sides. The man apologizes for his actions toward the saintess, expressing regret. The narration introduces the concept of the dark side of freedom. A wounded figure admits to having crossed the line, explaining his actions to the two women in the dimly lit room. The injured young man firmly orders everyone else to leave. Two women walk together through the snowy night on their mission, one reassuring the other not to worry about the inconvenience. Two figures press forward through the snow, determined by thoughts of warmth and a hearty meal awaiting them. He enters the dark, snowy hut carrying a blood-stained sack, bracing himself for the grim reality inside. A man stands in the snow, blocking the path of the incoming students and stirring unexpected thoughts. A girl stands alone among scattered sheet music, mourning the loss of her freedom. Someone steps forward through the snow, convinced that seeking freedom here was the right choice. A girl stands in the snow, expressing that she has found someone she can respect. Two young women face each other in the snow, tension rising as a mysterious flame burns between them. Belle suddenly stops and looks worried as she realizes something important in the snowy night. Two figures make their way through a snowy forest at night, while one silently worries about what the other is thinking. New flowers begin to bloom on the tree branch as the scene turns calm. A reflective narration emphasizes the unexpected arrival and special nature of spring. Someone arrives at Laplace Bakery with the intention of conducting business rather than enjoying tea. Two people discuss the timing of an inventory inspection while negotiating their plans at the table. A nervous chef welcomes the guests, as one of them calmly enjoys tea. At a bakery table, one person boasts about the thrill of holding a monopoly while another points out that only he seems to be enjoying it, as a frustrated chef looks on. A red-haired woman calmly defends herself against an accusation while sipping tea at the table. Taking advantage of the distribution error caused by the snowstorm, the chef smugly claims all the surplus supplies for himself. The chef angrily reveals that all the orders were cancelled just before the delivery date, suspecting it was a deceptive scheme. A red-haired woman calmly criticizes the attempt to monopolize valuable food products, insisting that people need morals and ethics. A desperate chef begs the woman to persuade her colleagues as she calmly sips her tea. A red-haired woman urgently tries to explain a problem while holding a cup. One student invites another to walk to class, but the offer is dismissed with a cold response. The group gathers by the fountain as the leader explains they must manage with limited resources due to the snowstorm cutting off supplies. A confident boy brushes off a classmate's teasing as they walk together through the academy. A confident woman assures her companion that she can handle the finances for the trading company. A character jolts in surprise, eyes wide as something unexpected catches their attention. He realizes he forgot his textbook and decides to run to the library to borrow one. A red-haired girl questions why someone doesn't just buy the item since it isn't expensive. Clutching several thick textbooks, the character realizes that the cost is quite high for an ordinary student. A red-haired girl anxiously clutches a small pouch, uncertain of what to do next. A red-haired girl nervously refuses an offer while clutching her coin pouch in front of a calm blonde boy. A student comments on the approaching student council elections and asks if the other plans to run. One student expresses ambition to lead the student council and offers support if the other decides to run. Ed refuses the offer, admits there is no guarantee of securing the position, and is asked about his sister's situation. A red-haired woman leans in to voice her frustration about getting involved with Princess Fenial while hinting at an unresolved issue with Tanya. A girl considers the overwhelming odds against another student's bid for the presidency despite her prestigious background. He considers the current situation and concludes that Princess Fenia is the most likely candidate to become president. At the podium, she desperately pleads for votes, willing to do anything to gain support. Unable to catch up, she loses by a wide margin in the vote. A red-haired girl questions a blonde young man about his allegiance, and he admits he favors someone else over the princess. A red-haired girl expresses relief that the listener does not share the common admiration for Princess Phinia. Blushing and looking down, the girl shyly admits her feelings. A blushing girl admits her jealousy while holding someone's hand. The two characters stand close, sharing an intimate, affectionate gaze. A blushing girl leans into a stoic boy's chest, asking if she should check his heartbeat. The atmosphere grows tense as one character questions the other's cold behavior, seeking to understand what went wrong. He firmly rejects the idea of dating anyone before graduation. An anxious girl questions what will happen after graduation as someone gently comforts her. He gently pats her head as they share a quiet moment beneath the bright sky. A red-haired woman smirks as she reveals that graduation is approaching and hints she has learned something important. As they walk beneath the cherry blossoms, one character playfully teases the other about repeatedly rejecting her advances. He considers the difficulty and risks of making it to graduation. The protagonist stands ready to confront the final boss as the city burns around them. A group of students walks together beneath the cherry blossoms, determined to graduate. Two influential figures step forward, preparing to support the main character in a crucial moment. To defeat the final boss, he must grow as intended by the scenario and form friendships. The class placements proceed without issue as one girl nervously tries to conceal her identity, while another reacts in surprise. The decision is made that Phinia will become the council president, despite sympathy for Tanya. He stands quietly, confident that everything will soon return to normal. A girl sits alone on the bed, lost in thought as sunlight streams through the window. Someone grips the bedsheet tightly, feeling anxious as the situation spirals out of control. She hesitates and admits she doesn't want to run for the council position. The scene shifts to a girl's bedroom. A tense standoff unfolds as the white-haired girl stands firm while the brown-haired girl menacingly closes in behind her. Phinia, representing the royal family, is tasked with supporting the main character. The final boss, the sacred lance dragon, has been defeated. Two people walk together under falling cherry blossoms, sharing a joyful moment. Taylor must develop as planned and form friendships to progress. Two girls in red uniforms rush beneath the cherry trees as one urgently calls out and the other stumbles in surprise. Standing calmly beneath the clear sky, the protagonist feels at peace as petals drift around him. Someone calls out to the princess as a blonde woman sits pensively on the bed. A tense hand clutches the bedsheet, betraying deep uncertainty. She admits she doesn't want to run for the council position. The scene shifts to the bedroom. The focus narrows dramatically to a single girl. Overwhelmed by responsibility, he vents his frustration at being singled out for the task. A young man collapses in anguish, questioning why he has been singled out for this suffering while a letter lies in the dim light before him. A dual request form appears, and the protagonist reacts with surprise to the challenge. Ed sits at his desk and tells the nearby student that he wants to learn from her. A character firmly rejects a superficial explanation while pressing their hand onto a closed book. A determined man stands tall and declares his desire to prove his worth. The confident student acknowledges his top ranking but downplays its significance because he is only a first year. A duel is announced against the strongest students and faculty from both the combat and magic departments. Ed calmly explains that there is a specific order to follow. A frustrated student laments that his request to the top combat student has been ignored. A determined student outlines his plan to challenge the top alchemy student in a duel and reveals his intention to issue another duel request soon. A serious student is told he is now the technical top student of the second year, causing him to question why he was chosen next. The speaker confronts the antagonist, accusing them of planning to defeat her before targeting others. A stern man challenges the younger man's confidence, making it clear that overcoming him will not be easy. The character forcefully denies a misunderstanding while gripping a medallion. One man in a red cloak blocks the other's path and warns him not to approach his intended targets. A character delivers a blunt warning that defeating Clebius is impossible. A stern man challenges his opponent to perceive reality correctly before attempting to defeat him. A young man in a red cloak stands outside, realizing a new complication with a troubled expression. A young man in a red uniform thanks someone for their help with the library while raising his hand in greeting. News spreads that the top first-year student is challenging high-achieving classmates to duels, and one may be directed at the protagonist. The young man considers the upcoming challenges that will occur from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Wade quickly secured the top student position among the first years with his exceptional swordsmanship and prestigious background. Unsatisfied, he challenges his seniors and defeats each of them with ease. Already exhausted before the fight began, the battered young man collapses to his knees amid swirling smoke. Despite the unfair circumstances, the outcome remained a defeat. The rampage was finally halted when someone who had grown stronger over the year intervened. Two students discuss the upcoming welcoming festival, but one declines the invitation due to other plans. Two people exchange farewells as cherry blossom petals drift across the sky. Walking through the bustling corridor, the character feels unexpectedly energized by the lively atmosphere of the school. As the new semester begins, he moves forward with renewed energy. A male student pauses on the campus path, second-guessing whether he should have shared more information. A realization surfaces as someone recalls they are in the same grade. Princess Phinia sits at her desk, visibly troubled and lost in thought. A determined student announces their plan to challenge Ed, while another quietly listens in the background. An anxious girl listens intently, realizing she is overhearing an important conversation. A student calls out to get his attention in the classroom, prompting him to look up from his reading. She reacts sharply, instantly recognizing the importance of his name. The young man decides to wait and gather more information before revealing anything. The weather grows warmer, marking the arrival of a new season. A blue butterfly drifts above the sunlit forest canopy. The character pauses in the sunlit forest, quietly taking in the peaceful spring scenery as a blue butterfly lands gently on their face. A girl in a witch hat shoos butterflies away as she relaxes on the rooftop. A woman encourages a boy about his improved spirit contract abilities while another girl quietly observes from the roof. Janica stands confidently in front of the chalkboard, taking on a teacher-like role as she shows off her accomplishments from the past year. The narrator reflects that what sounded cute to them was perceived as dignified by someone else. One character claps and playfully credits their willingness to participate to the confident teacher standing by the chalkboard. A young man meditates under a pounding waterfall in a rocky gorge, training to form a contract with a mid-rank spirit. Standing in the field, he explains that forming a contract requires finding a spirit with a compatible mana flow. A character reflects on his past spirit contract and suggests considering a new spirit outside the fire or wind elements. The narrator considers the advantage of finding a spirit with an element they can already control. A challenge is noted in adapting to different situations due to the limitations of elemental responses. He considers expanding his elemental skills after realizing how challenging it will be to match the versatility he observes. A cloaked figure reaches out to connect with a glowing wolf spirit in the forest. Ed closes his eyes and channels mana into them, preparing for the magical connection. He channels his inner strength, eyes blazing with determination. A girl proudly presents her selection of mid-rank spirits to a boy seated nearby. A character marvels at the ability to stay focused despite being surrounded by numerous spirits. A cheerful girl boasts about her ability to connect with everyone while a snake coils around her arm. Surrounded by magical beasts, the hesitant protagonist struggles to choose one. A water spirit appears and spreads its radiant wings, surrounded by sparkling bubbles. A small spirit evaluates the situation while someone questions its authority due to its low rank. A glowing bat-like creature appears as one character anxiously wonders if they have gone too far. Ed tries to change the subject by suggesting they move on to the next spirit while feeling embarrassed. A lively festival welcomes the incoming students as they gather in the brightly lit hall. The top student is absent for personal reasons, so the spirit lesson shifts focus to Ed. The announcement of unexpected student absences shocks Lucy Merrill and the others present. The faculty grew concerned that the festival might not be enjoyable. The arrival of a new figure draws the students' attention and energizes the atmosphere despite the absence of the top students. A blonde girl in a red uniform calmly moves a chess piece, displaying focused determination. The nobles hesitate and avoid speaking, clearly intimidated by the presence of royalty. A decisive move ends the chess game as victory is claimed. The legacy of the Collymore family as elite swordsmen and royal loyalists is introduced. A young man in a red uniform moves his chess piece and acknowledges his opponent's skill. After analyzing the game, the speaker notes that hesitation following a sacrificed pawn allowed them to avoid defeat. Two students debate the difference between real military tactics and chess as they play in front of an attentive audience. A girl admits she may have misjudged her own ability to read people. The protagonist pauses, surprised, as he reflects on the advice that one cannot always be right. Ed is forced to kneel between two guards as his exile is declared a grave mistake. The woman confidently dismisses the issue as a minor inconvenience. Despite his injuries, he rescued Janica and established a home in the forest. As time goes on, he becomes consumed by a surge of fiery power while another version of himself watches in silence. His power intensified, filling the area with an overwhelming presence as he prepared to confront his enemies. A young man stands confidently as golden light radiates behind him, signaling a surge of newfound power. She realizes that as his influence increases at the school, the consequences of her earlier mistake worsen. He reflects on his mistakes and realizes that avoiding problems will only hold him back. A character asserts that everyone here must prioritize learning above class or status. Someone expresses gratitude for the assistance received. A confident character challenges their opponent to another round by restarting the chess game. A girl acknowledges she must face her past as she pauses over a chessboard, while two others watch in silence. The plan is to resolve matters within 4 days before heading to the hut in the northern forest. Two characters sit by a campfire at night, enjoying a quiet conversation over mugs. A hand in a red sleeve accidentally knocks over white game pieces, disrupting the board. A girl urgently reaches for the glowing blue orbs as time continues toward the third day. A stone pedestal crashes to the ground and breaks apart with force. News of Ed Rossdale's death spreads ominously. A powerful realization strikes as a determined golden eye fills the panel. Someone expresses gratitude for the help they received. A confident young woman challenges her opponent to another game by preparing a chess piece on the board. A young woman pauses over the chessboard, admitting she can no longer avoid facing her past mistakes as two observers watch in silence. After planning to resolve matters in 4 days, the next destination is the hut in the northern forest. Two characters sit by the campfire at night, beginning an open conversation. A hand pauses over the chessboard as realization strikes. A young woman anxiously reaches under the table for a shining object. A massive stone pedestal crashes to the ground and shatters, sending debris flying. News of Ed Rossdale's death spreads. Under a bright sky, someone writes a letter to their father while the imperial castle stands tall. At a brightly lit desk, someone writes a formal letter with determination to uphold their family honor while adjusting to life at the academy. One student struggles to keep pace with the demanding school environment as another quietly sleeps beside her in class. The central student quietly reflects on her determination to become the youngest student council president despite fierce competition. As negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire approach, the protagonist observes Lortel skillfully commanding the merchant scene while feeling uncertain about representing the family. Someone hesitates before revealing difficult information. A painful judgment is delivered, reminding the person of their family's shame and embarrassment. A young man, now determined and hardworking, stands transformed from who he once was. A girl admits she might be misremembering her childhood due to her young age. A character recalls a vivid childhood dream of wandering flower-filled hills behind a former home. Walking up a sunlit path, the protagonist remembers holding hands with two people amidst the scent of flowers. A child realizes that the reliable support in the past was their father. The narration wonders if Ed's behavior was different when Arwen was alive. The narration suggests he may not have changed, but simply returned to his original self. A gloved hand reads a heartfelt letter by candlelight, a sword resting nearby. A powerful warning announces that even minor contact with the seal of deadly poison causes excruciating pain and death. A gloved figure carefully examines an inscribed sword and a mysterious letter under dramatic light. The composed leader summarizes recent political actions, confirming responses and ongoing negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire. A man stands before two kneeling figures in a grand hallway, expressing concern about whether she can manage the burden alone. A figure presents a ceremonial sword to two kneeling individuals, selecting a trusted vassal for an important task. A rule is explained regarding sending a family's vassal to Sylvania. A hooded figure explains that the academy has approved the arrangement and instructs the other to leave. Hooded figures enter the throne room where a shadowy figure waits on the throne. A gloved hand seizes a pulsating, red heart. A shocked young man stares uneasily at his monstrous, glowing red arm covered in eyes. A focused figure channels powerful magic, activating a spell to reveal the effects of their actions. A character unleashes a powerful surge of purple mana despite the high cost. The presence of absolute power is recognized, filling the scene with awe. Two figures grapple fiercely at the edge of a rain-soaked cliff, each struggling for control amid looming danger. In pouring rain, one combatant drives a glowing weapon into the other, delivering a fatal blow. A bloodied young man collapses in agony, coughing up blood in the rain. A girl with pink hair screams and rushes forward as someone is struck by a glowing purple weapon, blood scattering in the rain. A bloodied young man lunges in a frenzied attack, sending blood flying as chaos erupts. A bloodied hand reaches up through the rain as another desperately tries to grasp it. A girl clings to the cliff's edge in pouring rain, desperately reaching out and calling for help. A solitary figure stands in the rain with her back turned, facing the storm in silence. A girl glares with intense fury, her red eyes radiating lethal hostility in the ominous light. A tense figure peers into a cursed orb, unsettled by the ominous vision within. A somber figure stares at the glowing orb, accepting the necessity of a difficult sacrifice. Dawn breaks over the quiet manor as a new day begins. A girl stands defiant as a magical barrier withstands an attack, shocking everyone. An approval rating chart reveals investigation results for the president candidates. The princess stands confidently in the spotlight, drawing admiration from the crowd. Slumping in her chair, the girl realizes she has no chance of winning if Princess Phinia enters the race. The character exhales deeply and decides to give up after acknowledging the gap between reality and hope. A cheerful student greets a surprised classmate outside the school building. A female character expresses concern about someone's class experience and suggests meeting for tea with another person. A group of students gathers in the hallway, reacting excitedly as the academy's strongest student appears. A confident executive arranges a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade and receives a greeting from someone in the room. A surprised student recognizes the renowned magical genius as she casually greets the group. Three excited students admire Tanya's impressive connections in the grand hallway. A blonde girl blushes and admires another's dignity, wishing she could be as composed. A cheerful mentor encourages students to rest and promises that continued effort will make them outstanding. The group enthusiastically vows to work hard in the coming days to achieve greatness. A sudden noise draws attention to the ornate wooden door. She stands quietly by the doors, reflecting on how her status at the academy has rapidly increased. A distressed young woman protests her innocence, overwhelmed by the situation. Ed stands protectively in front of his younger sister, his fist bleeding as she wonders if her treatment is due to their family connection. A girl crouches against the wall, overwhelmed by guilt as she questions her own actions. A girl reels in shock, clutching her face as she struggles to comprehend the disaster. A startled character is grabbed and silenced by a hand over their mouth. A massive ornate door swings open, filling the room with blinding light. Two older men warmly greet a young girl after a long separation. The two older men enter and offer encouragement to the girl, relieved they can help. An experienced advisor offers to collect market data and investigate the trading company's finances for upcoming negotiations. A silver-haired man offers to handle election strategy while the other focuses on studies, but help is declined. A young woman shares that new information has emerged this morning as she considers its implications. News breaks that Princess Phinia will not participate in the elections, leaving everyone stunned. Two students discuss the recent Imperial Secretary's announcement, uncertain if the decision is final. The protagonist silently observes the arrival of the fourth act's final boss. He is widely recognized as the benevolent patriarch of the family due to his flawless leadership. Only the princess senses darkness surrounding him as she stands her ground against his menacing presence. A new ally emerges as the most reliable leader. The next confrontation will target Sylvania Academy, raising the stakes. A girl suddenly realizes something important as she grows more confident. A worried classmate confronts the seated student, insisting she can't stand seeing him hurt and left in the dark again. A girl with twin braids promises to help, showing determination and support. A character relaxes and suggests that Princess Phinia would make a good student council president. A girl wonders why the princess refuses to support Tanya despite their strained relationship. A girl boldly leans toward a boy in public while another person teases them about their behavior. A confident young man interrupts to reveal why the princess isn't running. The flustered young man recoils as the animated girl blurts a shocking, suggestive comment. A lone figure in a wolf pelt draws a glowing arrow, preparing to strike with unwavering resolve. The alpha wolf remains unmoved as the person who caused its pack's death stands ready with a weapon. She remains steadfast as an arrow is aimed directly at her. An intense eye narrows as power gathers, preparing for decisive action. A character observes the female figure's defeated expression, recognizing her deep loss of confidence. A character in a red cloak prepares to leave, mentioning tomorrow's reign and noting that Zacchaeus has heightened senses. The princess no longer harbors hostility toward the Rothstaler family. He hesitates, overwhelmed by uncertainty about his next move. Someone reacts with surprise upon hearing good news. A cheerful girl excitedly proposes training a mid-rank water spirit at the Northern Cliffs if it rains tomorrow. After elemental studies class, the character quietly reflects on what to do next. A character smiles silently, exuding quiet confidence. The young man expresses his gratitude with a warm smile. The group decides to focus on the tasks they can handle right now. The protagonist sharply reacts to something off-panel, tension visible in his expression as dynamic sound effects fill the scene. A girl lounges on the rooftop, quietly wondering if rain is coming. A white-haired character recoils in shock as a sudden flash of light erupts. A young girl jumps over a log in front of a cabin. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat snaps her fingers to cast a spell. A campfire crackles in a peaceful forest clearing. Ed carefully observes a campfire from behind a tree, staying hidden in the forest. A character approaches the cabin while another relaxes by the campfire, marking the arrival of spring. He realizes that the rain will make it more difficult to leave. Rain falls as she lies curled on the bench, overcome with sadness. Rain begins to fall, threatening to extinguish the campfire. Rain puts out the campfire, leaving the area cold and dark. A hooded figure surveys the massive crater in the rain, carefully taking in the scene. A cloaked figure arrives at the remote northern coast, observing the wide, empty cliffs while rain falls and a glowing companion rests on his shoulder. Standing in the rain, the protagonist affirms that forming a contract with the mid-rank water spirit was an excellent decision for training the water spirit formula. In pouring rain, a hooded figure confronts an armed opponent, while ordering their companion to stay quiet. A hooded figure readies a glowing blue arrow as two strangers approach Ed in the rain. The next stage of the Krapen showdown, featuring middle bosses, is announced. Two men appear in the rain as the vassals responsible for darkness within the Rothtaler family are introduced. A lone figure trudges through the rain along the isolated northern coast, noting the vast emptiness and remoteness of the cliffs. A hooded young man stands in the rain, reflecting on his decision to contract with a mid-rank water spirit. A tense confrontation unfolds in the rain as one character brandishes a glowing weapon while another urgently calls for silence. A cloaked figure aims a glowing bow at the two approaching strangers, ready to confront them. A new chapter title, KDEC and NOX, signals the start of the next encounter. A sinister man prepares to strike with a glowing, enchanted dagger as rain and energy swirl around him. The narrative highlights the lifelong dedication of veterans within the Rothstaler family's history. Two cloaked figures radiate blue energy in the rain as one brandishes a cursed dagger. A young man in a hood prepares to fire a glowing arrow in the rain, uneasy about Krapen's men arriving on Arkan Island. Ed stands in the rain-soaked forest, aiming his glowing bow at the two men approaching him. Two intimidating men arrive in the rain to deliver a message under Lord Krapen's orders. A character reveals their intention to assassinate the target. The character steals his resolve in pouring rain, ready to face what comes next. Two figures kneel in the rain, begging Ed for forgiveness as he watches with his sword resting across his shoulders. A mysterious figure reveals an assassination was planned using a poison blade against the one who seized the estate. Flashbacks show the subject once stood out at the academy, displaying confidence, determination, and strong abilities in youth. He accepts his role as heir with unwavering determination. Two older men kneel in rain, pleading for the former heir to restore Rothtaler family honor. In pouring rain, a determined figure readies his glowing staff to confront two approaching adversaries. A resolute figure confronts their opponent in pouring rain, gripping a glowing weapon and demanding the truth. Two cloaked men bow in rain, acknowledging the young master's growth. A green-haired knight unleashes a powerful sword strike, sending arcs of wind slicing toward his opponent. A surge of energy bursts through the scene. He draws his bowstring and takes aim, ready to release an arrow through the rain. The protagonist is caught off guard by an unexpected event. A fierce magical attack erupts as one figure cowers defensively below. One character slams the ground with explosive force, sending another crashing backward. A surge of blue energy bursts from the sword as the protagonist strikes forward with a powerful magical attack. A man is struck in the chest by a powerful blue energy attack and drops his weapon as rain pours. The vassals responsible for darkness within the Rothtaler family are revealed. In pouring rain, one man ambushes another with a glowing dagger as his opponent defends with a flaming weapon. A frightened young woman hides under a table as someone recalls the traumatic incident where she lost vision in one eye. A woman collapses face first onto the dining table, overcome by panic. Engulfed in flames, an older man charges forward and throws a powerful punch as he desperately calls out for his daughter. A massive surge of fiery energy erupts as a determined figure launches a powerful attack. He suddenly remembers an important event. The young man rejects the idea of seeking revenge as he confronts swirling energies around him. A determined figure confronts their opponent with a flaming weapon, warning that vengeance only leads to emptiness. A fierce battle erupts as one character unleashes a fiery attack and the other blocks it with magical energy. A stern man taunts his opponent, warning that blocking the enchanted mace is impossible. A man dodges a flaming mace as his opponent warns that a single hit will be fatal. Amid pouring rain, two opponents clash with flaming weapons as one taunts the other about being slowed by a cumbersome bow. A figure steps forcefully through muddy rain, criticizing someone's lack of awareness. Ed braces himself, prepared to confront the shadowy opponent in rain. A furious attacker charges through rain with a flaming mace, cornering his opponent with no escape. With flames searing his skin, the character asserts his unwavering awareness. A sword slashes through the air, sending blood spraying across the scene. A man screams in agony as he is stabbed from behind with a glowing dagger in pouring rain. A man shouts in panic through pouring rain, reacting urgently. A bloodied weapon tears free from a wound, wrenched by sudden magical force in pouring rain. He counters the attack with basic shield magic and lures his opponents closer. A gloved hand forcefully plunges a glowing dagger into wet earth as rain pours. A character speaks the word with intensity, raising the tension. A devastating explosion engulfs the enemy as Ed charges forward with his dagger. A man charges through smoke, attacking with glowing dagger as he shouts in fury. Blue energy projectiles surge through smoke, scattering debris in their path. A masked man is struck and wounded by a glowing blue sword in pouring rain. Amid the explosion and pouring rain, a man recoils in shock as his opponent attacks through the blast. In Rain and Flames, the protagonist activates a powerful recovery blessing granting temporary immunity to fire. A resolute man blocks a fierce attack with magical daggers and taunts his opponent in rain. A determined figure unleashes a final, powerful energy attack. A lone figure unleashes a massive surge of glowing energy. A violent storm rages as darkness engulfs the night. Ed, bloodied and determined, confronts his wounded opponent and acknowledges Nox was used as a shield to protect vital points. A powerful figure launches a final attack on the wounded young man in pouring rain. A spectral beast lunges at the terrified man from behind as heavy rain pours. A masked man collapses in rain as his glowing sword slips from his grasp. A devastating blue energy blast slams into ground with overwhelming force. A majestic water spirit materializes from swirling water. Engulfed in raging blue aura, the man screams in agony as he struggles against overwhelming energy surging through his blades. A bloodied hand reaches desperately for the cursed sword as another figure approaches in rain. A man thrashes underwater, panicking as he fights to breathe. A wounded hand seizes the glowing, rune-covered sword as rain streams down. A bloodied figure drives a glowing sword through monstrous shadow, stopping it. Despite injuries, the bloodied knight struggles to remain conscious while raising a glowing dagger in rain. Ed is caught off guard and badly injured by an unforeseen event. A magical blade suddenly slashes toward a stunned young man in pouring rain. A surge of blue energy erupts, catching Ed off guard and leaving him visibly shocked. A sudden attack is deflected as a powerful wind shield activates, blowing the enemy away. A devastating green energy blast erupts on the battlefield, engulfing two figures at its center. Two figures charge at each other through raging storm, preparing to clash. Blood streams down his face as he struggles to stay conscious after injury. A bloodied man is struck in the forehead by glowing purple sword, receiving fatal blow. A bloody giant staggers forward as a blue aura figure crushes his head from behind. Bloodied and exhausted, the protagonist stands in rain as a spectral beast subdues a defeated enemy. A man collapses on rain-soaked ground, overcome by pain. The wounded man struggles to stay conscious, trembling as he endures pain. The bloodied young man pauses in rain, catching his breath after a difficult fight. Kneeling and battered, the man pleads for suffering to end quickly. A man recoils in shock as rain and blood stream down his face. A bloodied man presses a glowing purple dagger to his opponent's abdomen as rain pours. A battered man, drenched in rain, realizes his death is inevitable but contemplates fighting back. Someone refuses to surrender, choosing to face death instead. A wounded man stands in rain, realizing he must let go of revenge to free himself. Ed coldly stabs the wounded man with glowing purple dagger, delivering deadly reward for loyalty. A bloodied figure desperately activates a cursed dagger glowing with ominous purple energy. In pouring rain, one character drives glowing purple blade into opponent as both reel from violent impact. Wounded and bleeding, the protagonist collapses in rain, struggling to breathe. A girl rushes through rain, arriving hurriedly and apologizing for being late. Ed's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something critical in pouring rain. A figure is struck and sent tumbling off the ledge by an attacker in pouring rain. A gravely injured character collapses in rain, blood streaming from their mouth after brutal defeat. A terrified girl rushes forward through rain as bloodied figure raises glowing purple weapon. Ed, bloodied but undeterred, lunges forward with desperation as a scream echoes nearby. Two hands slip apart in rain as one figure falls, unable to hold on. A girl with braids reaches out desperately over edge, shouting for someone as rain pours. A girl stands alone in rain, back turned as she faces empty street. A bloodied man collapses to knees in rain, overwhelmed by pain and frustration. Realizing he has been seen, wounded protagonist panics as weakened body threatens to give out. Blood and bubbles swirl as terrified eye widens in panic during life-threatening struggle. A swirling magical barrier erupts around girl as man watches in shock. A seasoned knight is stunned by sight beyond anything he has experienced. A mysterious, powerful entity materializes inside blazing magical circle. A lone girl begins legendary ceremony to summon highest level spirit. The girl unleashes a surge of dangerous power, shocking others with her unique ability. An experienced knight stands frozen, overwhelmed by event beyond anything witnessed. A radiant entity of immense power is summoned within glowing magic circle. A powerful summoning ceremony of highest level spirit is about to begin. A lone figure approaches center of crackling, lightning-filled magical ritual. A girl unleashes forbidden power, turning to face others with intense, glowing red eyes. A massive magic circle activates, filling area with blinding light and swirling energy. A character examines powerful magic circle, pondering how many could grasp its true meaning. Overwhelmed by emotion, someone unleashes surge of grief and fury. A blinding beam of energy erupts as two figures stand at its center, unleashing cataclysmic attack while another lies incapacitated nearby. A colossal dragon's shadow emerges amid violent, lightning-filled storm. A powerful figure is revealed as responsible for burning down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. The highest rank fire spirit, Teorphus, is introduced. A monstrous shadow emerges from a violent surge of light and lightning. A colossal demonic hand emerges, threatening to incinerate entire northern forest with overwhelming power. A massive magic circle appears and glows above the sky. A bloodied man stands frozen in shock as he realizes danger closing in. A lone figure faces immense surge of magical energy as powerful force approaches. A girl unleashes deadly warning as energy crackles around her and debris shatters. A terrified, injured man gasps and chokes as smoke or energy swirls around him. A man writhes in agony as violent red aura engulfs him and dark energy overtakes his body. A wounded figure is suddenly engulfed by violent surge of green energy. A massive, glowing wolf lunges forward as someone recoils in terror and a scream urges everyone to run. A wounded man, surrounded by swirling energy, urges others to escape as he struggles to stay conscious. Despite injuries, the man urgently commands someone to report everything witnessed as spectral wolf looms overhead. A menacing spectral wolf materializes as someone demands to know what Marilda is doing. A girl with glowing red eyes shouts and blasts dark energy, forcing others to move. A girl confronts massive spectral wolf as magical energy swirls around them. A mystical blue wolf confronts the girl, prompting her to stay calm and analyze the situation. A girl realizes in shock she was not summoned by the person she expected. Rain lashes the empty shoreline as a storm rages through the night. A wounded hand thrusts out of water in pouring rain, desperately clawing for survival. Two students walk outside and discuss progress and effort in recent magic engineering training. Ed closely inspects glowing artifact, trying to uncover its secrets. Ed enters room carrying box of books and documents, preparing to present findings. A battered figure claws out of river, rain pouring as they struggle onto bank. A legendary magical hourglass shatters on ground after being used to reverse time and heal all damage. Gravely injured but determined, young man survives fall by reversing injuries and releasing deadly poison seal. Severely wounded man struggles to stay conscious as cold rain and salt water worsen injuries. Struggling to process chaos after summoning help atop cliff, exhausted figure trudges away through rain, uncertain if things improved. A legendary magic engineering tool, Delheim's Hourglass, is revealed despite its forbidden status in third act. A solitary figure trudges through rain, burdened by regret after sacrificing something valuable far sooner than expected. A bloodied young man stands alone in rain, clutching wounded arm and declaring survival. A monstrous, eye-covered hand lunges at recoiling character as they struggle against relentless magic. Despite defeating immediate opponents, protagonist realizes Krapen's relentless magic will render victory meaningless. In pouring rain, one character fatally stabs another, forcing a tragic turning point. A young woman analyzes her situation, realizing temporary safety because enemy believes she is doomed. Two men discuss difficulty of sending vassals to Arkan Island and consider what justification would suffice, while girl with large bow listens anxiously. Urgent tasks remain to assist with elections and negotiate over Sage's sealed grimoire before departure. A wounded man decides to feign defeat and wait out grimoire negotiations and elections to increase survival chances. Injured figure tries to push up but finds body unresponsive. A wounded figure collapses in rain as flaming beast towers over them, signaling overwhelming defeat. Exhausted and bloodied, young man kneels on rainy ground, relieved to have survived and been found. A wounded young man, breathless and shaken, manages to express gratitude. Blood seeps into water as he struggles to breathe, panic flooding wide eyes. Two figures lie motionless on rain-soaked ground, blood pooling as white cloak flutters nearby. Two gravely wounded figures collapse together on rain-soaked ground after violent encounter. A gravely injured figure collapses into another's arms and apologizes through tears as rain pours. A bloodied figure clings desperately to another in pouring rain. A wounded figure collapses on rain-soaked beach, barely conscious as waves crash nearby. Rain drenches shadowy figure obscured by darkness. Two figures slip into cave to avoid being seen while discussing importance of staying hidden until elections. One character offers to bring daily necessities and reassures the other, who responds with gratitude and slight hesitation. One character, injured and weary, sits by fire inside cave while another supports him. A flustered girl quickly apologizes and pulls away after realizing she was hugging surprised boy by campfire. One character, flustered by own words, tries to take back confession while curling up in embarrassment by campfire as other silently watches. Rain pours down as protagonist stands silently, eyes glowing with determination. Two people rest by campfire at cave entrance, acknowledging work ahead despite finding temporary shelter from rain. Rain pours heavily over roof of wooden building, setting somber atmosphere. She sits alone in rain, quietly practicing active waiting. She experiences deep sense of inner peace as she reflects quietly. He quietly inspects extinguished campfire and tests strength of wooden reinforcements. He quickly gathers soaked laundry and tools, moving them under tent as heavy rain pours. Lucy greets him at hut as he arrives, brushing off rain from clothes. He sits at desk to read magic engineering book while she dozes off by fire. A girl rests peacefully by fireplace as rain falls outside. A female character suddenly senses unusual mana presence and scent of blood. A female character is interrupted as she reacts with irritation. One character gently thanks another for protecting house while she rests on his lap. A character silently assesses situation, their gaze sharp and contemplative. A girl in witch hat leaps off ledge into rain, yawning as she descends. A stunned character realizes identity of unexpected opponent. An injured man pleads for help and reveals allegiance while being carried through rain. A wounded man urgently explains how he tripped in forest and comrade was attacked by wild animal. Dominant figure spares terrified opponent's life. A surge of ominous energy erupts through treetops beneath glowing purple sky. A menacing figure demands answers from shadowed captive, promising mercy only for honesty. A cursed sword radiates deadly energy as it is revealed on wet ground. A hooded investigator studies rare, glowing seal in rain, frustrated that such incidents always happen during his shift. Examining drained seal of deadly poison, investigator concludes it has been used and victim, having fallen from cliff, will be difficult to recover. One figure steadies injured companion in rain, quickly assessing precarious situation. Arriving to offer help with spirit sorcery, visitor finds Ed collapsing from stab wound. A hooded figure admits what happened, standing in rain with head bowed. A shaken witness confirms culprits are Roth Taylor's vassals, named Kadek and Knox, as group questions her in rain. A hooded man stands in rain, deciding to consult High Dean about Roth Taylors at dawn. He scans surroundings with wary, focused eyes as rain falls across face. Two cloaked figures notice mysterious student approaching through rain. Two cloaked figures freeze as dark apparition suddenly appears in rain. One character urgently calls out in rain as group is caught off guard. A cloaked girl urgently reveals she has caught murderers and promises to explain everything at camp. Two vassals arrive and are identified as Kadek and Knox. A figure in red sleeves seizes sword on rain-soaked, fractured ground. A fist surges with purple lightning as magical energy is unleashed amid storm. A figure unleashes surge of purple energy as someone frantically calls out to her. Three figures are hurled backward as powerful surge of purple energy erupts. A man urgently commands group to pursue someone escaping. Janica urgently signals for someone to hurry through rain. A calm man unleashes devastating attack, overwhelming screaming opponent with crackling energy. A cloaked figure aggressively confronts another, exposing allegiance to Roth Taylor family. A masked witch channels dangerous purple energy through staff as storm intensifies. A bloody man urgently defends group's presence, insisting they have official permission to help. A blonde girl pauses and turns, reacting warily to unexpected presence. A fist crackling with purple energy crashes down in burst of power. A violent burst of purple energy explodes inside building, scattering debris in all directions. A witch releases surge of dark magic, causing debris to scatter around her. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, a menacing figure demands to know someone's location. Janica urges everyone to act quickly despite tense situation. As crackling purple energy surges, one man unleashes powerful attack while the other screams in pain. One figure interrogates the other about hidden allegiance while overpowering them amid swirling purple energy and rain. A masked witch unleashes surge of dark magic, calling out a name into the storm. A bloodied man urgently insists that his group is assisting Tanya Roth Taylor with official permission from Academy. A blonde girl with large bow pauses, looking back with hesitation. A fist surges with purple energy and slams down in powerful attack. A violent surge of purple energy explodes within building, tearing through everything nearby. A female witch unleashes surge of dark magic as debris and purple energy swirl around her. A furious figure radiates ominous energy while demanding to know someone's whereabouts. A female figure in witch hat unleashes surge of crackling purple energy, scattering debris around her. A girl radiating dark energy confronts someone and demands to know Tanya Roth Taylor's whereabouts. A female character's eyes glow purple as she glares, unleashing surge of ominous energy. A group of cloaked figures confronts mysterious purple creature in rain, bewildered by situation. A glowing cube crackles with energy as it floats above outstretched hand, signaling activation of powerful artifact. Three figures unleash powerful magic as they float in rain, surrounded by glowing blue circles and swirling purple energy. A hooded girl unleashes blue lightning from glowing chest as rain pours and others watch tensely behind her. A figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, eyes glowing intensely in pouring rain. A hand slams down on enchanted box, unleashing surge of purple energy. A girl recoils in shock as rain pours under eerie purple light. A powerful figure commands subordinate to bring target. A menacing figure radiates dark power and commands someone to bring Tanya. A massive explosion tears through Grand Hall, sending debris flying. Two figures stand amid smoke and debris, acknowledging end of intense battle. A red-haired girl sits on ground surrounded by swirling debris, glaring upward and refusing to admit defeat after being taunted. A young man, confident after recent success, commends teammate but reminds everyone that his challenge against second years is not over. Ed delivers sharp observation while leaning against pillar, drawing other characters' attention. A young man in red outfit pauses in silence, exhaling with eyes closed. The boy stands victorious with sword as defeated top alchemy student kneels before him, surrounded by astonished onlookers. Two rivals face off, each assessing other's strength as tension builds. A character jolts in shock, eyes wide as something unexpected happens. Debris crashes into hall as anxious soldiers panic and chaos erupts. A violent surge of dark energy erupts inside building. Someone steps forward onto wooden floor with determination, signaling dramatic entrance. Two characters race down hallway as lead abruptly rejects original plan. He warns that it's already too late as situation escalates around him. A hooded woman quickly conjures magical barrier to shield herself in pouring rain. A powerful time spell activates, instantly freezing everyone in place as magical rings trap them under rain. A remarkable individual instantly copies complex magic after seeing it once. A commanding figure, surrounded by swirling purple energy, orders someone to bring Tanya Roth-Taylor. Surrounded by intense magical energy, he urgently calls for Lucy and Meryl. Amid swirling smoke, a maid urgently leads cloaked figure down hallway. 3 people hurry down hallway, alarmed by news that even head maid has fallen victim as uncertainty spreads about Lady Lucy's claims. A young man is stunned as he learns about reported death of a third-year magic student. A character steps forward, entering room with determination. 2 figures race down hallway as they realize assassin is linked to Roth-Taylor family, raising suspicion about possible connection to Tanya Roth-Taylor. A sudden threat emerges in hallway, prompting both to turn in alarm. He insists others move ahead without him as situation grows more dangerous. A man urgently yells at frightened woman, insisting she evacuate instead of seeking revenge. A determined young man urges others to evacuate first as he prepares to stay behind. Darkness spreads menacingly through hallway, signaling imminent threat. A young man bursts through debris with forceful kick, pressing forward. A character silently confirms suspicion with tense, alert expression. 5 minutes after first loud noise, collapsed wall was discovered, but no one had seen Tanya Roth-Taylor and door remained locked. He cautiously opens large container, searching for any sign of someone hiding inside. A terrified girl collapses to floor, panicking as shadowy figure looms over her. Despite evidence implicating Tanya, investigator struggles to make sense of situation. Several students react with surprise and excitement as Tanya's reputation and life at academy improve. Tanya's involvement in assassination is questioned despite apparent dislike for Ed. A tense silence fills air as person remains unmoved, expression hidden in shadow. Someone demands honest answer from Tanya, heightening tension. A furious character demands to know if someone ordered Ed's assassination. A distressed character sobs and desperately insists on innocence. Realizing escalating threat, boy sees that if nothing changes, Tanya will die. Overwhelmed by grief, injured young man mourns Ed's death in silence. The wounded young man stands tall, refusing to yield after battle. He struggles to make sense of overwhelming confusion surrounding him. He hesitates, gripping garment as he considers whether to stay uninvolved. The young man instructs someone to remain inside while he prepares to handle situation. Someone warns that venturing into square could be fatal as gravely injured girl lies on ground, possibly dying. A hairband floats in swirling green energy as narrative hints that Lucy is about to commit violent act. A character gathers green energy and prepares to intervene to stop Lucy. The protagonist fiercely reprimands interruption, his eye glowing with intensity. The group decides to follow Lucy's plan instead of risking everything to protect Tanya. A young man firmly announces decision to send Tanya to Lucy. A young man firmly announces that he will trust his own judgment. A tearful girl recoils in shock as she glimpses something alarming through narrow opening. A tense atmosphere settles as someone firmly grips weapon's hilt, preparing for imminent conflict. The determined character announces he will take Tanya by force to achieve his goal. A magic bow gathers swirling orange energy, preparing to unleash its power. Fiery beams surge from colossal magic circle as 3 figures unleash devastating attack on city below. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing area in fire and debris. A female character lies petrified and lifeless on rain-soaked ground. A terrified character recoils as another narrowly dodges deadly attack in pouring rain. A female character collapses to ground in rain, completely exhausted. A third-year alchemy student is introduced as top performer in her faculty, standing confidently with arms crossed. A panicked student realizes even top performer has succumbed to crisis. A massive magical sigil forms overhead as Ed stands unfazed in rain, watching shadowy figure levitate within it. A female magic user unleashes surge of purple lightning, filling scene with intense energy. A masked figure runs away in terror as purple magical attack strikes someone in sky. A distressed character flees through pouring rain, cursing misfortune and lack of peace. Someone forcefully stomps onto wet stone pavement, breaking tense silence. A lone figure crashes onto rain-soaked stone path in front of pavilion. The lone figure desperately reaches upward toward glowing barrier, sword strapped to back. Collapsing in rain beside sword, exhausted figure curses in frustration over terrifying ordeal. Someone finds person collapsed face down on wet ground and confronts them angrily. Standing in rain, one character explains they used all reagents during sparring and needs to go to lab for more. 3 top students form magical barrier as they prepare to confront monster. A girl urgently tells group they must survive for at least 30 minutes until help arrives. A girl urges injured companion to escape to faculty building once he regains strength as she stands protectively in rain. Someone urgently orders others to summon any academy workers nearby. A girl lifts hand and unleashes powerful spell as massive magical sigil glows overhead in rain. Caught off guard, character reels back in fear as rain pours down. He takes powerful punch, grimacing as rain pours down. A character collapses to rain-soaked ground, overcome by frustration and self-loathing. The figure kneels in rain, cursing himself in defeat. Rain pours heavily as sky turns dark. A girl rushes to warn injured man by campfire that academy workers and another threat are approaching as giant flaming beast appears nearby. One character anxiously tells other that Lucy discovered truth before explanation could be given, leaving them uncertain about what will happen next. Someone learns she went to Ophelis Hall to find Tanya, prompting tense reaction. A battered man collapses to knees in rain, struggling to breathe as fiery light surrounds him. A battered, rain-soaked young man lowers head and accepts challenge with determination. The battered young man pushes himself forward, determined to handle situation alone. Two injured and anxious characters discuss uncertain consequences of someone learning truth before they could explain. A battered hand clenches into fist as character reacts to news about someone heading to Ophelis Hall. A battered man collapses to one knee in rain, struggling to stay conscious. The wounded young man accepts challenge despite injuries. Ed pushes himself forward through flames, ignoring injuries. Someone decides to take action personally. A rainstorm engulfs cabin, drenching surrounding trees. An older man tends to sick girl who lies feverish and sweating in bed. An older man earnestly urges someone to remember feeling as he imparts important advice. A girl lies sick in bed as someone checks her forehead and reassures her that fever and injuries will gradually decrease. But something is missing. Grandfather says that the time when you collapse with a fever or the moment of injury will be very rare. And she will meet countless people who spend their entire lives striving for this. A powerful magical explosion engulfs several figures in Heart of City. A character is shocked upon hearing that someone will not be brought. A shrouded figure, surrounded by swirling dark energy, prepares to unleash her power in defiance. A determined girl gathers her magic, resolved to track down her target. A lone figure unleashes a surge of violet magic beneath glowing magical circle. A lone figure unleashes massive surge of purple energy as others watch in awe. A figure steps forward onto rain-soaked ground, surrounded by glowing purple aura. A determined figure bursts through rain, confronting several shadowy opponents as dramatic clash begins. A character internally reflects on inability to feel pain. A solitary figure stands in rain, quietly reflecting as memories begin to fade. The protagonist stands in rain, declaring resentment toward old man who deceived him. A determined figure steps onto glowing rune stone, activating magic trap. A massive explosion tears through rain-soaked city street. Rain pours down as smoke and debris fill air in aftermath of explosion. She stands firm in rain, frustrated that her plan has failed. A girl struggles through rain, noticing rapidly cast unfamiliar magic as she catches breath. A determined woman in wide-brimmed hat unleashes surge of purple magic to force path through rain. A girl with pink hair is knocked back as surge of dark energy slams into her. Bleeding from mouth in rain, character reveals attack was not magic but pure mana. Surrounded by crackling purple energy in rain, one girl calmly unleashes overwhelming mana while the other, tense and watchful, realizes true source of problem. A woman stands in rain, confidently explaining how alchemists differ from mages as purple magic glows in hand. A character is stunned by sudden flash of purple lightning. A figure channels powerful mana in rain, transforming it into energy as another person cowers nearby among scattered magical items. A red-haired woman reveals a red quartz reagent, ready to harness its powerful mana. A hooded figure harnesses another's mana to activate network of magic devices as energy surges through rain-soaked ground. Several magical devices and artifacts are listed. A cloaked figure prepares to unleash spell that will drain all mana in area. A woman breaks down in rain, overwhelmed by fear that everything she has created will soon be destroyed. A maid urgently guides students through smoke-filled chaos, ensuring everyone evacuates quickly. A defiant red-haired girl unleashes powerful magical barrier in pouring rain, challenging opponent to break through. A girl in witch hat unleashes surge of magical power, sending artifacts and energy swirling around her. A magical device crackles with red energy as it overloads from excess mana. A character freezes in panic, eyes wide with terror as they witness something shocking. A girl in pointed hat unleashes devastating magical attack, blasting through ranks of enemies. The process of determining how much mana is needed to overload all magic engineering items begins. A bloodied girl stands frozen in rain as she processes unsettling truth that her idea holds no academic value. A female mage unleashes overwhelming surge of mana, emphasizing that such power would make anyone unstoppable. Authorities apprehend head maid, several elite students, and high-ranking maids, while group stands outside in rain. An injured woman struggles to stay conscious in pouring rain as time slips away. A girl in witch hat walks away in rain while another girl struggles on ground behind her. In pouring rain, one person grabs another's wrist to stop them from leaving. A desperate girl clings to someone's leg in rain, surrounded by scattered magical objects as tension mounts. A character stands in rain, questioning if their actions align with Ed's wishes. One girl walks away in rain as another desperately clings to her leg, surrounded by scattered belongings. A hand unleashes surge of magical power, forming glowing purple seal in air. A determined girl summons powerful magic in rain, preparing to make crucial decision after meeting Tanya. A sudden magical blast crashes through rain, catching one character off guard and forcing desperate reaction. A wild-eyed character stands in rain, grinning as he admits he has lost his mind. A young man stands in rain and blocks intruders' advance with sword. A menacing figure raises large sword over motionless girl, while another cloaked observer watches in rain. A hand releases surge of vibrant purple magical energy. A powerful burst of purple energy erupts from characters' hands. A girl in witch hat unleashes powerful wave of dark magic, sending debris flying through rain. The battered student staggers in rain, barely conscious after devastating defeat. A woman in witch hat gathers magical energy in hand, ready to cast spell as rain pours. He steels himself to pursue objective, ready to use force if necessary. A powerful figure demands release of frightened girl while confronting armed opponent. A figure steps forward assertively, drawing rapier as tension escalates. A masked attacker lunges with sword, forcing Ed to defend himself. A fighter dives from above and unleashes relentless barrage of sword strikes against defending opponent. A character jolts back, eyes wide with shock at sudden turn of events. Blindingly fast, a character unleashes powerful dual sword technique, surprising everyone. A fierce young man unleashes powerful, beast-inspired sword technique surrounded by red energy. He blocks powerful sword strike, sparks scattering from intense clash. A white-haired character blocks powerful attack with sword, sending sparks flying. Sparks fly as one character lunges with fierce sword strike while other blocks attack. He spots flaw in opponent's stance and prepares to exploit weakness. A shadowy figure brings down glowing weapon with explosive force, claiming victory. Ed barely dodges deadly attack as red energy bursts around him. A fierce wind-based attack erupts from protagonist's arm, slicing forward with intense force. A gloved fighter blocks glowing green sword strike in midair. Ed slams opponent into ground with overwhelming force. A character in red and black is violently knocked back amid flying debris and shockwaves. A battered figure struggles on ground as their opponent taunts them to continue. Kneeling in rubble with sword in hand, defeated man lets out mocking laugh as other watches from behind. A man, electrified by thrill of combat, declares eagerness to face powerful opponent. A frenzied attacker in red swings sword down at dark-haired figure from behind. A dark-haired young man mocks defeated opponent with look of contempt. Two opponents collide with swords, each pushing for dominance in fierce battle. Someone criticizes another for only being motivated to fight when they believe they can win. Two opponents clash swords in sudden, heated confrontation. Amid fierce sword clash, one fighter admits he isn't top magic student and points to someone stronger. A furious fighter blocks weapon strike with sparks flying, accusing opponent of being coward. Swords collide as two opponents engage in fierce, close-quarters fight. Caught off guard by sudden red light, protagonist recoils in shock. A raging figure charges forward, unleashing powerful attack with weapon crackling with energy. An exhausted armored figure is held at sword point, struggling to catch breath. Pinned against wall by glowing sword, injured young man desperately questions what he could have done against overwhelming foe. Amid swirling dust, one man recoils with hands up while another holds him at sword point. A voice declares firm warning, setting clear boundary. Young man steps forward and confronts opponent with sword raised. Rubble bursts through crumbling wall as shocked character watches chaos unfold. A cloaked figure watches as building collapses in pouring rain. Pride is revealed as downfall claiming more warriors than any other cause. A rain-soaked figure pauses in street, tense and wary after hearing warning. The narrator explains boldly advancing with unwavering confidence is considered virtue. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes emerges through smoke and rain, exuding threatening aura. A bloodied, armored figure grips sword in rain and prepares for confrontation. Clutching bleeding wound, man staggers through rain, struggling to remain standing. A grave warning interrupts scene, hinting at serious consequences ahead. A lone figure stands motionless in rain as blood pools at feet. A terrified girl stands frozen in rain, unable to escape as blood drips from mouth. A bloodied hand grips sword tightly, pushing onward despite pain and loss. A frenzied figure unleashes surge of dark energy, gripping cursed sword as red aura swirls around him. Engulfed in furious red aura, he unleashes overwhelming power as his eyes glow with rage. A powerful declaration of unwavering resolve dominates scene. Despite ability to escape quickly, hesitation lingers. A terrified girl stands frozen in rain, witnessing something horrifying. A character closely examines hand as it firmly grips sword. A bloodied hand grips cursed sword tightly as red energy swirls around, pushing forward despite pain. A shadowy figure unleashes surge of dark energy through sword, filling scene with ominous power. A bloodied figure radiates intense red energy as he unleashes dark, furious power. A powerful declaration of unwavering resolve fills scene. A male character unleashes torrent of dark energy while gripping massive, cursed sword. A bloodied figure glares forward, unleashing surge of dark power. A red-haired girl recoils in fear as she recognizes ominous presence of Clebius amid swirling red energy and rain. A young witch unleashes powerful fire spell despite pouring rain. A blazing pillar of fire erupts from bow, unleashed as powerful magical attack. A devastating magical attack engulfs area in massive fiery explosion. A massive explosion erupts as two figures escape from blast, driven by promise to avoid killing. A character stands in rain and asserts unwavering confidence. Character realizes attack is not enough to defeat monster looming above. Character reels in shock as her opponent suddenly accelerates in rain. A sudden enemy attack is repelled by blast of wind magic, forcing assailant back. A wounded character unleashes desperate, powerful attack as energy bursts around him. A monstrous creature hurls massive burst of energy at silhouetted figure wielding sword. A bloodied, red-eyed figure charges forward with explosive force through raging flames. A relentless fighter unleashes furious, bloody strike as more blood spills across already blood-stained body. Clebius's condition is critical as he could have fainted from blood loss at any moment. As injuries worsened and blood poured, wild surge of mana intensified around sword and body. A fierce battle erupts as one figure unleashes devastating surge of red and purple energy at other. Character recoils in alarm as powerful wave of ominous energy surges toward him. A massive sword surges with violent, dark energy as cursed power is unleashed. A young woman unleashes Nortondale family's forbidden power as menacing. Red entity erupts behind her. A furious character unleashes powerful, red energy attack. A hand surges with crackling purple energy as powerful magic is unleashed. Amid pouring rain, two combatants clash as magical symbols flare and blood sprays from brutal hit. A fist surges with crackling purple energy, unleashing wave of magical power. A massive burst of purple magical energy engulfs character, knocking them back amid glowing arcane symbols. A character is suddenly stunned by unexpected and alarming sight. Engulfed in raging flames, character erupts with furious scream as power surges uncontrollably around him. A surge of purple energy erupts as determined figure unleashes powerful magical attack. A red glowing swordsman and purple clad witch collide in violent surge of magical energy as rain pours around them. A girl in witch's hat releases massive surge of purple magical energy into air. A devastating surge of purple energy erupts, ripping violently through area. A wounded figure collapses to ground in pouring rain, struggling to stay conscious. Blood surges violently around body as forbidden magic draws power from user's wounds. Surrounded by hostile onlookers, Ed endures barrage of angry accusations after being blamed for another death. After forbidden from inheriting by own family, young man receives reassurance and comfort. A young man confidently addresses Clebius, challenging him. A hand erupts with swirling dark energy and blood as sinister power is unleashed. Bathed in red energy, character's intense expression signals awakening of immense power. Surge of dark power courses through him as his eye glows ominously. A blood-soaked figure unleashes forbidden blood swordsmanship, radiating violent red energy. A powerful new enemy called the Sword Demon appears. Bloodied and defiant, he faces harsh truth even as ominous red energy surrounds him in rain. A hand crackling with magical energy is raised as powerful spell is unleashed. A bloodied figure staggers below as overwhelming force descends, unleashing true power. A surge of high-level lightning magic crashes down as spell divine punishment is cast. Two figures sprint down dark, debris-strewn hallway, pushing urgently toward their destination. Startled by unexpected instructions, he quickly reacts. A woman stands before ornate doors, telling someone they can escape through door at end of hallway. A mysterious woman with red hair appears dramatically, her confident gaze fixed forward. A hostile figure confronts group, remarking on blocked roads and hinting that Tanya owes safety to companions' help. Someone calls out to girl standing anxiously in shadowy hallway. A girl with sly smile speaks cryptically about Ed, hinting she knows more than she reveals. Two anxious figures hurry through smoky hallway as one demands to know what other would have done if only Tanya had been present. A tense silence fills moment as character holds back from speaking. A girl barely restrains herself from attacking as she turns back with menacing glare. A man threatens to torture cornered woman for information while protecting frightened girl behind him. A frightened girl desperately denies being responsible as shadowy figure tries to calm her. One character reluctantly admits defeat and challenges other to proceed. He freezes in shock, gripping sword tightly as fear paralyzes him. Ed stands protectively in front of frightened girl, preparing to defend her from approaching danger in shadowy corridor. Hostility from this girl signaled start of new conflict. A mysterious woman warns that something unknown may lurk behind closed door. Frozen with uncertainty, boy anxiously contemplates next move as storm rages outside. A bolt of lightning splits stormy sky as danger grows more intense. A girl breaks down in rain, unable to hold back tears as she begs for it to stop. A probing question interrupts silence, highlighting internal struggle. Battered and burned, injured figure kneels in rain, gripping sword as he endures relentless wave of high-level magic. A bloodied figure's red eye glows in rain as surge of dark power begins to awaken. An older boy reassures younger boy, placing hand on his shoulder and telling him not to blame himself. A boy anxiously looks up as someone reassures him that what he's experiencing is not a curse. A family member describes how ancestor used extraordinary power to defend family. As two people stand before fierce painting of legendary battle, someone is encouraged to use their power to become hero. A monstrous, bloodied hand surges with red energy as someone recoils in terror. Fueled by rage, Ed charges forward with sword, unleashing berserk attack. A legend spreads that Nortondale family harbors sword demon as lightning splits stormy night. Surrounded by fire and chaos, figure engulfed in red aura charges forward and strikes down shadowy enemies with powerful sword attack. Young man loses control and slaughters opponent in frenzy, drenching area in blood. A menacing figure unleashes surge of swirling red energy, casting aside notion of morality. A blood-soaked figure erupts in violent assault, unleashing chaos on everything nearby. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down, violently hurling two bloodied figures through air. Two figures collide in midair, one releasing surge of blue lightning while other counters with swirling red energy and blood. A bloody, demonic figure is blasted backward by powerful blue-white attack. A figure unleashes dramatic surge of blue lightning energy, filling scene with intense power. He glares ahead with unwavering resolve, ready to face coming challenge. He steels himself, determination burning in eyes as tension mounts. A girl freezes in shock as she sees something terrifying illuminated by red glow and rain. A figure charges through smoke and rain, unleashing lightning-infused attack against monstrous opponent. Crackling with lightning and resolve, wounded young man realizes he can use newfound power to become hero. Ed's rage erupts as he unleashes dark power, his blood-splattered face and glowing red eyes signaling violent transformation. Bloodied and struggling to stay conscious, protagonist coughs and kneels on ground after brutal fight. Two battered figures grapple desperately for control of blood-stained sword in dim, grimy room. Wounded character solemnly tells his killer that he can forgive them for what happened. A bloodied fist tightens as speaker struggles to hold back. The wounded young man collapses while uttering final words and clutching battered helmet. A traumatized boy stands alone, haunted by violence endured. Wounded and cornered, he curses in frustration as weapon presses against neck. A bloodied and exhausted young man collapses to knees in pouring rain, unable to continue. A wounded figure grips sword in rain, rejecting role of hero. A character quietly admits deep fear of becoming monster. Bloodied and wounded, he stands firm in rain, gripping glowing, cracking sword. In pouring rain, bloodied figure collapses while clutching key-shaped artifact as witch-like girl silently watches over him. Wounded character endures pain and refuses to give up. A weary group pushes forward through rain as one urges them on, declaring their part is done. A witch-like girl stands coldly over bloodied, fallen figure in rain. A blood-soaked fighter releases powerful surge of mana, growing stronger as wounds and flowing blood fuel technique. A pivotal truth is revealed. Nearing death grants greater power. Even immense power seems meaningless before Lucy's unwavering resolve. A wounded woman lies in rain, barely surviving deadly attack. She stands alone in rain, struggling to accept newfound vulnerability. She feels overwhelming terror as threat of death closes in for first time. A female character unleashes lethal magical attack on defeated opponent, determined to eliminate those too weak to continue fighting. A foot crashes down, releasing surge of blue energy across ground. A stunned onlooker witnesses injured figure collapse on rain-soaked ground beside glowing blue runes. A wounded young man pushes himself up from ground, refusing to give in despite injuries. A cloaked figure stands over wounded opponent as blue magic crackles in rain-soaked air. A hooded figure confronts someone in pouring rain, furious to discover they are still alive. A solitary figure walks through pouring rain, lost in thought. A surge of purple energy crackles as character unleashes hidden power. A witch launches blinding magical attack at shadowy opponent, shaking battlefield. A foot crashes down, releasing surge of blue magical energy that rips through ground. A shocked figure in witch hat discovers bloodied, wounded person lying near glowing blue sigil on rain-soaked ground. Despite injuries, he stands firm in pouring rain, determined to press on. A cloaked figure aims bow at bloodied opponent, who struggles to rise as blue aura flickers around him. Someone furiously confronts another person who is presumed dead. A hooded young man stands resolutely in rain, gripping something tightly as he endures harsh weather. A figure stands guard with sword as shadowy presence advances down dark hallway. Lightning flashes outside as he anxiously scans stormy night, bracing for next crisis. Under intense pressure, character hesitates as they urgently try to make critical decision. A tense confrontation begins as one character calls out to another, gripping sword. A composed woman appears unexpectedly, startling someone in foreground. He recoils in shock as shards scatter around him. Shards of light or glass erupt around shocked girl as she witnesses unexpected event. A girl crashes through magical barrier while another figure watches in shock from below. A girl crashes to floor as shards of broken glass scatter around her. Two girls are discovered in shock, one supporting the other who is injured amid floating shards and glowing light. One character forcefully pins another to ground as shattered glass litters area. A girl with red bow points and announces discovery, startling boy and girl hiding in corridor. The group stands tensely in dimly lit room, bracing as unknown threat approaches. One girl grows suspicious as she notices others staying calm despite troubling news. A girl stares in shock, internally questioning whether someone has lost their sanity. One girl nervously questions situation while other stands beside her, looking surprised and slightly bruised. A spectral wolf materializes before two girls amid ruins, heightening tension. Rain pours down from dark sky, intensifying somber atmosphere. Someone acknowledges arrival of newcomer at just right moment. A furious confrontation erupts in rain as one character discovers unexpected survivor. A wounded figure struggles on rain-soaked ground as hooded opponent with drawn bow approaches. A battered character collapses in rain, acknowledging defeat and futility of struggle. A bloodied character collapses face down on rain-soaked ground, overcome by regret. Wounded and exhausted, character collapses in rain, questioning whether he is the only one who made foolish mistake. Several cloaked figures rush through rain toward powerful magical barrier, determined to stop opponent despite knowing they stand little chance. Someone is dismissing another person's actions as unnecessary. A girl kneels in rain over bleeding, motionless figure, devastated by sacrifice made without hesitation. Instead of surrendering like others, he stubbornly held on and kept fighting, even as everything fell apart around him. Bloodied and exhausted, he clutches helmet and struggles with aftermath of battle. Kneeling in rain, a girl struggles to support severely injured boy as she desperately searches for way to escape. Battered and frustrated, he stands in rain, overwhelmed by sting of another defeat. A bloodied hand seizes jaw of wounded man as rain pours down, forcing brutal confrontation. A wounded figure kneels in rain, expressing gratitude to hooded person standing over them. Bloodied figure looks up in shock as someone assures struggle was worthwhile. Two battered girls brace themselves as they confront mysterious cloaked figure in rain. Kneeling in rain, bloodied figure collapses in anguish and self-loathing, overcome by despair. A determined young woman shouts at severely injured companion, urging him to stay conscious as rain pours around them. A hooded figure stands in rain, visibly stunned after receiving unexpected news. A hooded figure walks through rain, reflecting on knowledge of everyone in academy but surprised by unexpected development. After evacuation, protagonist arrives at devastated arena. He stood alone the entire time, unwavering. A tense showdown begins as final boss faces awakened opponent in Rain. Lucy stands alone in Rain, preparing for tense confrontation. Standing alone in Rain, he admits he should have explained risky decisions sooner. Caught off guard by sudden realization, young man tenses up in Rain. A witch's hat lies abandoned on wet ground amid scattered flower petals. A girl clings to hooded boy for comfort in Rain, while witch hat lies abandoned on ground. A tearful figure bows head in Rain, overwhelmed by shock of seeing someone they thought was dead. Despite severe injuries, character kneels in Rain and refuses to give up. A hooded young man grabs girl's shoulder in Rain and forces her to face him. A cloaked figure carries unconscious companion through Rain as shadowy onlookers keep distance. Standing guard with sword drawn, protagonist faces unseen threat while anxious companion watches from behind. A spectral wolf suddenly appears beside silhouetted figure, radiating ominous glow. A spectral wolf head appears and confronts two girls, one protectively holding other amid shattered debris. Gripping sword, character reacts urgently to shocking news of Ed's death. A girl with eye patch urgently interrupts to reveal information about Ed. A fierce attack erupts as surge of energy blasts from sword. Amid thick smoke and chaos, one character coughs while another urges them to stay focused. One figure urgently instructs other on how to escape through ruined corridor. A weakened young woman anxiously asks what will happen to her next. A glowing magical barrier rises as one figure braces to defend, while another stands anxiously behind. A man releases surge of magic to shield frightened girl, urging her to escape while she questions his motives. A lone figure escapes through shattered stone wall and vanishes into darkness. He steadily exhales as blue energy gathers around him, preparing for next move. Ed channels surge of energy through sword, preparing to confront challenge ahead. Blue energy crackles around determined protagonist as he prepares for confrontation, attempting to reason with opponent. One girl confesses her love while other reacts in shock as green mist swirls around them in shadowy room. Overcome by rage and pain, young man charges forward with energy surging around him. One character passionately reveals that another has loved Ed more than anyone. A girl is stunned as someone confronts her about depth of her feelings for Ed. Ed unleashes surge of magical energy through sword, shouting fiercely. A young man is consumed by magical flames and screams in agony. A violent explosion rips through building, sending debris and flames into stormy night. Smoke rises from ruined building as rain pours down at night. The battered protagonist lies unconscious on ground as smoke and debris swirl around him. Bloodied and impaled by spear, he clings to life as ominous smoke surrounds him. A desperate girl pleads for mercy as she clutches her staff and stands protectively over injured person surrounded by swirling dark energy. A crescent moon emerges through dark clouds, illuminating night. In rain, one figure embraces another, offering silent comfort amid distress. Rain washes flower petals and dark pool of blood along stone street. Rain falls and scenery shifts as seasons change. An older man gently checks forehead of sick girl lying in bed. An elderly man calmly explains that releasing emotions can transform even stable relationships. She realizes that her feelings for Glock differ from her feelings for Ed. Conflicting emotions surge as trembling hand reaches out in uncertainty. A cloaked figure and companion walk through moonlit courtyard while two hidden observers watch from shadows. A hooded figure suddenly stabs white-haired girl, leaving her bleeding and stunned. A pale-haired girl, exhausted and anxious, stands with hands up as she faces looming figure in darkness. A girl screams while red lightning crackles around her as she pushes forward with both hands. Lucy trembles, clutching herself as she struggles with overwhelming emotion. A moment of self-awareness marks realization of previously unrecognized emotion. A girl is suddenly overwhelmed by powerful, crackling energy that leaves her trembling in shock. A trembling hand reaches out hesitantly through rain. A cloaked figure walks forward under night sky, closely watched by silent figures hidden in shadows. A white-haired girl is suddenly stabbed through torso by cloaked attacker. A frightened girl, gasping for breath, backs away defensively as silent figure corners her under night sky. Red lightning erupts around girl as she struggles to contain sudden surge of power. A female character in red jacket stands trembling and sweating, struggling to calm herself. A sudden realization brings clarity to powerful emotion being felt. A girl shivers in panic as sudden surge of magical energy crackles around her. A character breathes in peaceful air, feeling calm and at ease. A narrator reflects on moments when refreshing scent drifts through air. A girl lounges on rooftop, enjoying scent of hay drifting from nearby stack. Despite girl's reluctance, maids insistently try to dress her in sunlit bedroom. Narration explains that daily smokers carry strong cigarette odor on bodies. A girl reflects on childhood spent in peach garden, lost in somber memories. A hat lies abandoned on ground among scattered flower petals. A character detects distinctive grassy scent while closely observing someone. A hooded figure surrounded by green magical energy warns that Academy staff will arrive soon and urges quick action. Weighing risks, character decides to confide in select few about situation. As rain ends, hooded boy lifts startled girl and suggests they find others, leaving her confused. Nervous girl is confronted on street and told she must face disciplinary committee and apologize for actions. Amid fiery explosions, witch-like figure unleashes powerful magical attack. A girl stands over bloodied figure lying in rain after he cuts himself and loses blood, reflecting on harshness of her magic. A distressed girl is told to apologize as she tries to explain she worked hard to protect those who came for her. A young woman reels in shock at unexpected revelation. A hooded figure, weary and resigned, accepts responsibility to handle difficult situation alone. A girl, visibly distressed, reacts in fear as someone sighs. A girl stands alone, overwhelmed by self-doubt and fear of being disliked and disappointing someone important. The distressed girl bows her head and reluctantly agrees to apologize under pressure from shadowed figure. He stands in glowing grass, calmly checking himself for injuries and finding none. An anxious girl pushes forward despite feeling overwhelmed by scent of grass. In quiet cabin, one person gently feeds another while she reflects on how their relationship has changed. Time passes peacefully at camp as one person reads by fire while another rests comfortably beside them. Two people sleep closely together in warm, quiet room. A girl channels glowing energy into chest of stunned young man lying in bed. A cloaked figure advances as girl shields herself from swirling green energy with jagged object. Grabbing other shirt, protagonist resolves to finish quickly and help Janica. A hooded girl tugs on protagonist's cloak, prompting him to turn around in confusion. A teary-eyed girl pleads for someone not to leave. Startled by unexpected revelation, cloaked figure looks up in shock. Scene shifts to central entrance of Ophelis Hall at night, establishing next location. A blushing girl stands with hands on hips, glaring at slumped figure on ground. Two battered figures slump against blood-stained wall, struggling to recover after fierce battle. Group gathers in alleyway as protagonist glances back at them, ready to proceed. A young man abruptly turns around, startled by something unexpected in dimly lit room. He confronts her with sharp question, causing her to turn away in embarrassment. A female character loudly clears throat to interrupt and draw attention. A relieved woman greets someone outside grand building at night, expressing relief they are safe. He calmly assures red-haired woman he never worried about her survival, mentioning protective magic items she had requested. Composed woman insists she remained rational while explaining actions to confused and battered man. Despite battered state, Ed quietly confronts unshaken Lortel. A girl defensively explains she said harsh things out of suspicion but caused no physical harm. A scarred man adjusts collar and casually dismisses idea of Ed dying. A pink-haired woman embraces man and admits she feels relieved to see him safe. A pink-haired woman admits anxiety and reality that nothing comes free as she clings to serious man in intimate moment. Someone forcefully grabs another by collar and demands compensation for causing anxiety. Two figures stand in tense silence, facing each other in dim light. Someone recoils in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. A red-haired woman launches powerful punch that sends opponent flying while cloaked man watches. A surge of dark energy bursts from her hands as stunned onlooker calls out in shock. A character suddenly moves, heightening tension. A startled girl falls backward while calm young man stands beside her, unfazed. Five figures stand in tense silence around wizard hat lying on ruined courtyard ground. A girl recoils in shock as she realizes horrifying truth about Lucy. A concerned figure gently places hand on other's head, offering comfort as tension rises. One character reassures another, gently placing hand on her head, causing blush and fluster. Lucy suddenly reacts with uncharacteristic shock and intensity. One girl panics as another suddenly hugs her tightly from behind, both blushing and flustered. A startled girl is shoved backward by another who looks angry and forceful. Four figures face off in charged standoff as crackling energy fills air. One character reacts with shock while another stands nervously as they face unexpected situation. Bruised and sweating, girl braces herself to confront looming threat. A female character braces herself as she reacts to intense threat. A girl freezes in shock as she reacts to something unexpected. A dirt-streaked young man clenches fist in triumph, while tense bystander watches. Ed, battered but determined, steps forward on dark street and confronts taller figure. Bruised and out of time, he tends to wounded allies in ruined room. He stands outside, preparing himself as academy group is about to arrive. He stands before wounded group, explaining why he hid truth about survival. After apologizing to others, she resolves to help search for girl who had run away. Two young men move cautiously through dimly lit street, seeking shelter from harsh environment. The group agreed on cover story before unfreezing everyone, while subdued captives remained under guard. He clenches eyes shut, battling intense inner turmoil. Battered and bloodied, protagonist narrows eyes and prepares to push forward. To avoid being discovered alive, he escaped from academy. The night sky stretches wide as full moon glows above. Startled, he gasps in sudden shock. He sits up in shock, realizing injuries have been mysteriously healed by magic as another figure stands behind him. A young man suddenly reacts to something unexpected happening nearby. A female character, hanging upside down, reacts in annoyance to someone's over-the-top behavior. Two distressed figures sit against stone wall at night as one panics over possibility of being dead after relentless fight. Someone grabs him by collar and insists he testify that he stopped Lucy, leaving him anxious and overwhelmed. A character reveals unsettling excitement about making new discoveries as an alchemist. Lucy bows her head and heals injured person while serious man stands nearby. Lortel secures secret financial deal by guaranteeing maintenance funds for Ed Rothstaler. After enduring hardship and pouring rain, injured student receives unexpected support from two concerned companions. A female character forcefully restrains another on floor as he cries out in protest. A wounded figure lies on ground while another kneels beside him, visibly concerned. Lying down and visibly upset, character reflects on another defeat, realizing she couldn't surpass rival who blocked Lucy. A character reveals crucial name Clebius. Character collapses on ground and laments miserable situation. One character, injured and on ground, is grabbed by collar and forced to respond in shock. She silently agrees with harsh reality, choosing not to speak further. They sit together in silence, gazing up at night sky as hidden star glimmers above them. Someone races through dark forest, footsteps pounding urgently against ground. A girl with long white hair crashes violently to forest floor at night. A bloodied character forces injured leg to move, struggling to stand despite pain. Crouched in dark forest, girl struggles to hide as she fears being caught by relentless pursuer. Determined to clear her name, she rushes through muddy night to uncover truth behind Ed's murder. A panicked girl lies bruised on ground in rain, desperately hoping not to get caught. A girl sprints through shadowy forest, pushing herself hard despite overwhelming pressure. A girl in red jacket slides uncontrollably across muddy forest ground, desperately trying to regain balance. Bloodied and desperate, character forces himself to move despite injured leg. A terrified girl hides in forest, struggling to catch breath as she fears being found. No one was actually pursuing Tanya. Striding quickly through muddy darkness, determined figure resolves to uncover truth behind murder accusations. Desperate to avoid capture, girl clenches fist and struggles to come up with way to stop pursuer. A girl sprints through dark forest, desperately trying to escape. A powerful command urges unwavering determination. A significant name is revealed, heightening tension. The investigation into Ed's death nears completion as authorities use photography magic to verify scene. Despite being unable to fully recreate incident, witnesses' account is confirmed as accurate. The vassal stabbed victim and pushed him off cliff, confirming betrayal. The vassals suspected as culprits are imprisoned in academy basement, awaiting transfer and formal report. Ed's death is declared as characters prepare to report situation to royal palace. A determined leader announces that academy must resolve situation by any means necessary. A group of adults discusses unexpected turmoil caused by student's death, including shocked reaction and sudden student evacuation. Someone points to document and acknowledges significant influence student had on many people. After being stopped by top combat student, Lucy was found in Rose Garden and situation was resolved. A man acknowledges Clebius's impressive achievement and suggests Academy should honor him. A disciplinary committee hearing is announced to address situation involving Lucy. The vice principal stands behind podium, assessing situation with serious expression. A red-haired girl gives tense testimony at podium while serious boy stands beside her. A powerful explosion rips through third-floor dormitory wall where Tanya's room is located. A cloaked figure surveys rain-soaked ruins, taking in damage to hallway wall, hall entrance, marble floor, and collapsed gazebo. A massive explosion destroys building during nighttime rainstorm. A tense man reflects that situation could have ended with only minor punishment if one more thing had happened. A girl in witch hat stands silently before mirror, confronting own reflection. Sylvania Academy is praised as top educational institution because it produced extraordinary mage. A determined mage strides forward, channeling powerful magic as she refuses to consider expulsion. A frustrated teacher tries to discipline top student who yawns dismissively during hearing. A hand hovers over disciplinary document as severe penalties are listed and acceptance requested through signature. Supposed punishment has no impact on her, as scholarship holds no value for her. She firmly accepts scholarship, confident that top rank remains secure despite any drop in grades. A character reacts in shock and urgently calls for pause. Belle stands before assembly and firmly asks them to reconsider disciplinary action against Lucy. A panicked girl abruptly interrupts disciplinary hearing, pleading to accept original punishment before harsher one is decided. A decision is made to send girl in red jacket out of Ophelis Hall, declaring it a reward rather than punishment. A girl in witch hat struggles as another girl in uniform holds her back and enforces probationary restrictions. A group of determined maids restrain struggling girl and announce they will monitor her around the clock. The man announces 30-day probation with no disciplinary record remaining as he hands over official document. A character expresses gratitude for having opinion considered. A terrified girl throws hands up and desperately begs for mercy. Startled by sudden call, frightened girl recoils in distress, raising hands defensively. A menacing girl unleashes power to trap and intimidate another, making escape impossible. A group of maids watch as figure escorts girl down hallway after announcement of probation. A character reflects on unexpectedly light punishment as another sits by fire, visibly distressed. A cheerful girl proudly presents steaming pot of beef stew she made herself. He expresses amazement as girl insists on handling all chores and responsibilities by herself. A young man carefully considers three main issues troubling him as student council president elections approach. The princess sits in silence, having nearly abandoned ambition to become student council president. A girl with large bow runs desperately alone beneath full moon, her absence noted as she was meant to oppose princess. Two imprisoned men sit apart in cells as sunlight streams through high windows. A determined figure prepares to create spectacle by interacting with glowing magical orb. A violent struggle ends with one figure stabbing other, sending both tumbling from ledge into rain. Two battered men sit separately in prison cells, wrongfully accused and awaiting rescue as protagonist plans their escape. Two people eat silently by fire in dim cave, longing for isolated life to finally end. Sitting by fire, protagonist pauses to eat and reflects on overwhelming tasks ahead. Two characters share quiet meal by fire as one reveals humble background and other listens intently. One character admits he cannot offer real comfort and acknowledges that empty encouragement would be insincere. One character admits feeling grateful for support but asks other not to worry, calling his request selfish desire. One character gently expresses concern, wishing other would stop struggling so much. He stands in silence, lost in thought. They sit together by fire, enduring uncomfortable silence. One character thanks another for concern, feeling embarrassed after expressing gratitude. Determined to find Tanya, Janica urges companion to consider where she might have gone. The narrator is startled to realize Tanya is different from how they remembered her in story. The narrator witnesses girl's resolute courage firsthand as she stands firm amidst swirling energy. He expresses confidence that she is coping well and preparing for what lies ahead. A blonde girl collapses to floor, overcome by tears. Blonde girl insists she never ordered brother's assassination. A woman recalls hearing rumors that Ed Rothstahler had died before Tanya arrived. The narrator reflects on challenge of handling complicated relationship with Ed. She reorganizes workload and advances plans, determined to find opportunity for serious conversation. With only one day remaining, Ed collapses in darkness and dies. Overwhelmed with regret, he blames pride for not acting sooner. A furious girl in red blazer slams hands on table, frustrated that someone stopped her. The protagonist prepares campaign materials with unwavering determination to become student council president at Sylvania. A lone figure considers how gaining power in Sylvania, though less than royal families, would secure personal authority over territory. Surrounded by tense classmates, one student resolves not to rely on royal privilege while focusing on chessboard. A young woman formulates strategy to secure position of student council president at Sylvania Academy. Clutching stack of documents, protagonist resolves to confront corruption within both Rothstahler family and royal family using own authority. A girl in red jacket slams hands on desk, certain of realization. Overcome with guilt, girl collapses in shadows and admits she should never have power. A somber character quietly asks to enter and is granted permission. A heavily armored man confronts wounded, hooded woman gasping for breath in dim hallway. Someone expresses uncertainty about situation. She learns that Ed may have been assassinated by vassals from Rothstahler family. With Ed excommunicated, only one member of Rothstahler family remains on Arkan Island. A hooded girl desperately insists she did not kill her brother. A character recoils in fear, eye-wide with shock. One girl gently comforts her injured friend under the soft glow of the light. Someone recognizes the importance of learning from past mistakes. A girl sits clutching a blanket, asking someone to come in and explain everything that has happened so far. Judgments are made solely based on the reputation of the Rothstahler family name. One character promises to hide the frightened girl until the danger passes. A tearful woman expresses gratitude as she is reassured she can safely stay hidden for a while. A girl quietly reflects on her rival until she is informed that a guest has arrived in the reception room. He firmly agrees to proceed. A resolute woman realizes that her true opponent is someone else as another girl kneels in the background. A shadowed figure steps toward the doorway and initiates a tense conversation. A woman in a red blazer enters the dim room and insists they must continue with the Academy's plans despite Ed's death. A determined woman confronts the princess, demanding to know why she sought her out. In the midst of the Academy's political chaos, one person has fully analyzed and understood the situation. Lortel directly questions the reason for hiding Tanya. One character promises to help hide the tearful girl until the situation improves. A compassionate woman assures a distressed girl that she can safely stay hidden here for a while. A character silently reevaluates his political strategy after realizing he underestimated his opponent. A composed attendant informs the princess that a guest is waiting in the reception room. With resolve, the character agrees to join. A blonde woman in a red uniform strides forward with determination toward another woman who sits alone on the bed, her head lowered. A character declares the arrival of their true opponent. The truth is revealed that the real culprit is someone else. A shadowy figure steps forward, initiating a tense encounter. A young woman enters the dimly lit room and insists that, despite Ed's death, the Academy's plans must continue. A blonde woman directly questions the princess about her reason for seeking her out. A red-haired character calmly sips tea, lost in thought. A red-haired woman calmly asks why Tanya was being hidden. The panel reveals the true identity of the mysterious figure. A girl with light hair and purple eyes silently observes her surroundings, her expression unreadable. A girl lies on the bed, overcome with despair as she wishes for her suffering to end with 29 days left of probation. 3 hours earlier, events began to unfold before the meeting between Lortel and Princess Fenia. A glowing blue spectral beast charges forward, its fangs bared in a fierce assault. A human blocks a vicious attack from a lunging, water-like beast. He unleashes a powerful attack with his glowing blue weapon, sending water and energy swirling around him. A powerful surge of water crashes into the area, shifting the momentum of the battle. A powerful mage unleashes a swarm of water beasts in a forceful magical assault. A hand grips an ornate dagger dripping with blue liquid, ready for action. The fire spirit expresses admiration for the young man's quick reflexes and ends the session as he catches his breath, sword in hand. The water spirit acknowledges the mage's impressive close combat abilities and deduces extensive training. Ed, catching his breath after the duel, gratefully acknowledges his opponent's skill. A status screen reveals detailed statistics for the spirit formula infusion crafting skill. A surge of determination flashes in his eye as he experiences a pivotal realization. The character reviews the contracted spirit's abilities and feels overwhelmed by the prospect of training with the high-rank wind spirit. Exhausted on the ground, the protagonist considers how high-rank spirits, like the blue one nearby, can change form and traverse the island with ease. The exhausted young man catches his breath, feeling a sense of relief. A stat screen appears, showing that most attributes have reached their limits, with only minor increases possible beyond level 15. The protagonist considers that advancing further requires completing hidden quests and meeting specific conditions. A profile screen displays information about the protagonist's age, grade, and notable achievements as their stats are evaluated. Exhausted from training, the protagonist considers his progress and starts planning his next move. While standing in the forest and reminding himself to stay vigilant, the protagonist suddenly senses something unusual. A hooded girl is caught off guard and blushes as she reacts to being noticed on the beach. Two people discuss how living in seclusion feels easier and more comfortable now that their basic needs are provided by others. In a cave-like area, two people discuss training with spirits while a large, glowing spirit creature observes them. A red-haired girl in a hood smiles mischievously, clearly amused. One character forcefully grabs the other's arm and warns that the spirits are watching. Magical bat creatures suddenly ambush a dazed, glowing blue bear as two onlookers react in panic and amusement. One character discusses plans to finalize a profitable deal with Princess Phinia before the upcoming elections while another clings to his arm and questions his intentions. A character demands a deposit in exchange for arranging the release of the two imprisoned knights. The young man reacts with shock and anxiety when confronted by an unexpected demand for a deposit. A red-haired girl looks up at the boy and asks him for a hug. He freezes in shock, sweat running down his face as he reacts to something unexpected off-panel. He hesitates, closing his eyes and forcing a faint smile as the tension lingers in the air. A red-haired girl in a hooded cloak looks down with a playful, questioning expression. He gently pulls her into a warm embrace, catching her off guard as she blushes in surprise. A red-haired woman in a hood is suddenly grabbed and pulled close by another character, leaving her visibly shocked. Physical contact intensifies as one character reacts nervously to the other's assertive advance. A startled young man is seized by a girl who desperately clings to him, demanding to know what he is doing. He realizes that attack and defense are usually handled separately in situations like this. A red-haired girl on the beach is shocked and embarrassed after unexpectedly seeing someone without clothes. A girl, visibly flustered and overwhelmed, admits that she is already struggling with her emotions. He admits he only acted according to someone else's wishes, but hesitates as doubt creeps in. One character gently instructs the other to move slowly as they lean in close for comfort. Someone prepares to confess something important. He asks for an answer while embracing the hooded figure by the fire. The two sit quietly by the campfire, enjoying a peaceful moment together. One student asks the other to support him as they talk seriously by the campfire. A tense hand grips fabric as someone accuses another of scheming. A student, embraced for comfort, resolves to face the entire school as an enemy if necessary. One figure pleads for continued allegiance while they embrace before a campfire in the cave. A character stands outside the exclusive royal dorms at night and directly asks why someone came looking for him. A woman with red hair calmly asks why Tanya was being hidden. Two figures hurry through the ruined corridor, urgently searching for a safe place to seek help. Someone analyzes Tanya's likely location and notes that the Academy's ignorance confirms her presence. The princess confronts someone off-panel, questioning their motives for searching for Tanya. A hooded woman confidently plots her next move, convinced she holds the advantage. One woman candidly admits her opportunistic and petty nature while the other listens intently across the ornate table. A character calmly admits their cruelty toward those weaker while sipping tea. A woman points out that the Rothstaler family is so powerful that even the royal family avoids provoking them, and raises doubts about whether their heir is truly weaker than the person being addressed. Someone expresses frustration about being unable to take action against the Rothtaler family. A cloaked woman asserts her control over the life building's economy, and warns that protecting her rival will make things difficult. A wary woman in a red jacket asserts that she anticipated this confrontation and has made preparations. Driven by obsession, a figure boldly announces a plan to run for student council president, convinced this will draw Tanya closer. She anxiously questions whether she truly holds any higher authority. A hooded figure informs the seated character that Rothstaler's allies have been captured and all exits from Arkan Island are under tight control. A sly woman confidently suggests that suspicion has fallen on you based on circumstantial evidence. Two girls sit together on the bed, exchanging tense words as troubling news is shared. A tense interrogation forces the anxious woman to reveal if she knows who planned the attack on Ed Rothstaler. A shocked woman in red recoils as someone abruptly confesses to being responsible. Two men reveal that their arrival at Sylvania was under the pretense of assisting the girl. The true mastermind behind the order is revealed to be the Rothtaler patriarch, who sits imposingly on his throne as a subordinate bows in fear. A gloved hand hovers a jagged dagger over a letter as the narrator realizes their words may have triggered a drastic decision. A tearful girl confesses that she was responsible for Ed's tragic fate but insists it was not a crime. Refusing to remain idle, the blonde girl urgently asks if there is a plan. Despite his struggles, he perseveres and proves that anyone can change. One woman resolves to survive and uncover the truth behind a murder, while the other sits beside her in distress. A character resolves to run in the student council president election. A young woman clutches her chest and cries out in fear. A character is confronted with the accusation of murdering a family member, intensifying the situation. A determined woman clenches her fists and resolves to overcome her fear, motivated by those who have supported her and the figure standing beside her. The blonde character declares that she will publicly offer her support. One girl, seeking answers, asks why the other went to such lengths, but receives only an uncertain response. One character gently grips another's hand, offering silent comfort. A character confesses to having an unpaid debt to Ed Rothstaler. A blonde-haired woman in a red uniform gently holds someone's hand, offering silent comfort. A sudden cry shatters the calm of the peaceful town. Stacks of election documents are organized as two women prepare for an upcoming campaign. A woman quietly reveals that Tanya plans to run. Rumors suggest Princess Phinia might back her, but suspicion of murder could limit support. A secretary voices concern about the overwhelming workload and questions whether it is sustainable for the leaders. A nervous girl apologizes and quickly prepares to submit the documents to the academy. The student council president elections at Sylvania Academy are announced as a red-haired girl prepares paperwork alone in her office. A red-haired woman writes a secretive letter, confident that her plan will soon be revealed. A sudden and urgent shift in the situation is underway. Each moment that passes remains under Lortel's control. A white-haired girl recoils in shock, her eyes wide with surprise. A girl kneels on the bed and raises her arms in triumph after finally accomplishing her goal. A young girl wakes up cheerfully, stretching on her bed in a bright, ornate bedroom. A girl kneels on her bed in silence as her pillow drops to the side. A girl with long, light hair anxiously asks how many days remain. The seated girl announces that there are 27 days left as the maid stands behind her. A cheerful girl announces that the Academy's disciplinary action plan was approved after a lengthy process. One girl calmly explains the need to restart the administrative count as another kneels on the floor, visibly overwhelmed. The countdown reached 29 days, but for some, time dragged on in anxious silence. A young woman kneels on her bed and triumphantly celebrates her success. A young girl kneels on her bed and stretches her arms joyfully toward the morning sunlight. A girl quietly awakens on her bed as morning light fills the room. A girl with long white hair anxiously asks how many days remain. A countdown is announced, and the seated girl reacts with curiosity and concern. A cheerful girl announces that the Academy's disciplinary action plan was approved yesterday after a lengthy process. One girl anxiously clings to a pillow while another calmly explains that they must restart the administrative process from yesterday. A cheerful maid announces that there are 29 days left, while a white-haired girl lies on the bed looking anxious. Time seemed to slow down for some as the days continued to pass. A dark prison corridor stretches ahead, illuminated only by a flickering lantern. Sitting in his prison cell, the man realizes that Duke Crapin's judgment was right. A sinister figure evaluates the fallen young man in the dark cell, recognizing the potential threat he could have posed to the Roththaler family. After a tough fight, the battered man refuses to give up and pushes himself to endure. A spirit sorcerer summons a powerful spirit, fully prepared to exhaust all of her mana. A powerful mage, driven by revenge, unleashes her magic as evidence of the protagonist's ability to form strong bonds with exceptional individuals. The narration foreshadows that Ed Roththaler's true abilities are far greater than anyone anticipated. Rumors of the delinquent heir's cruelty were well known, but his assassination order from the Patriarch left everyone questioning the true motive. Ed, battered and grim, advances with a glowing purple dagger, forcing his opponent to reconsider his true capabilities. He considers faking madness to escape his role as heir and defy the Patriarch. A battered man dismisses speculation about an enemy building forces, deciding it's no longer relevant. Someone outside the cell is startled after overhearing the prisoners discuss escaping and reporting to the Patriarch. A figure in armor quietly reassures two anxious prisoners, hinting that their escape could cause useful confusion for others. A character announces their identity as Dune. A young man confidently displays a ring of glowing keys with a sly smile. A scheme involving the Elp Trading Company is exposed. Two chibi heads float in the air as two objects fall rapidly beside them. A weary girl reclines and begins to address someone, signaling the start of a serious conversation. A maid informs the white-haired girl in bed that only 24 days and 3 hours remain. A young woman firmly refuses the plea for death. A girl pushes through the crowded construction site, quickly apologizing as she goes. A girl with long, light blue hair gazes in awe at the beautiful, sunlit structure before her. Someone silently admires the striking presence of a woman with radiant silver hair. A girl in a school uniform reacts in shock as someone suddenly vanishes in a burst of sparkles on the crowded campus street. A girl studies the unfamiliar student and wonders about her identity. A girl clenches a rolled-up paper and declares her determination to make the most of each day. A girl angrily crumples a piece of paper, struggling to contain her frustration. A tired girl studies a large paper, letting out a weary sigh. After searching for Tanya following the retaking of Ophelis Hall, the protagonist learns from the Academy newsletter that she is safe and running for Student Council President. News spreads that Ed, recently excommunicated, is reported dead, with suspicion falling on his former family's vassals. Inside the dim hut during the blizzard, the girl quietly reflects on how the boy's presence makes her reconsider the meaning of freedom. He vividly remembers a powerful experience from his past. While recalling joyful memories with a friend, the protagonist learns she is now accused of involvement in a murder. As rumors about the escaped vassals and accusations against Tanya circulate, students whisper and cast suspicious glances as she walks by. The academy is shrouded in grief as two students mourn the loss of Ed together. A girl approaches two students in red uniforms as an ominous aura fills the atmosphere. A stern man assigns a professor to investigate the circumstances surrounding Ed Roththaler's death. Two people discuss which professors might know Ed or Lucy, and one mentions there is an assistant professor with relevant connections. A weary woman sits at her cluttered desk, reflecting on how much she relied on Ed during busy times. Two characters struggle to manage an overwhelming pile of paperwork in the library. Her face looked tired. Anna sits in silence, her expression somber, as she holds a closed book. Overwhelmed by heartbreak, she breaks down in tears after the failed meeting. A character steels themselves while focusing on Ed's profile document, determined to endure despite lingering effects on their vision. Janica testified and exposed the real culprit behind Ed's murder case. She sits at her desk, realizing that Janica is enduring even greater hardship. A cheerful girl with pink hair excitedly announces that she is going to try curry today while holding a carrot. Two girls sit at a table sorting ingredients and discussing how to prepare a new dish together. A character slams their hands onto the table while questioning if they've only been eating hot food lately. A pink-haired girl is caught off guard when another girl suddenly hugs her while holding a carrot. A desperate woman pleads with someone to accept the death of a loved one. A distressed girl clings tightly to someone in fear. One girl anxiously seeks reassurance as the other gently hugs her and urges her to stay quiet. Ed sits in the cave, reflecting on Tanya's decision to return to the academy alone. She has been cooperating with the investigation from the royal dorms to prove her innocence. Political support shifts as one character happily washes clothes and remarks on the clean laundry, while another quietly does laundry nearby. The students rally enthusiastically, their support for Lortel overwhelming the atmosphere even before candidate registration ends. Someone anxiously asks what happened when Lortel arrived at the cave, while another person sits nearby, visibly worried. Ed kneels by the bath, tense as he helps wring out a soaked garment. A girl anxiously washes a shirt outside, worried about what might happen if things continue as they are. A girl gives a jacket to a seated boy as they both react to the news that Lortel will become the student council president. A young man in a red coat enters the cave, announcing his arrival and acknowledging the presence of others. He warns that with 2 people having escaped, rumors of murder are intensifying. 3 people sit tensely around the lavish table as one explains he cannot testify for Tanya due to conflicting loyalties. A young woman quietly delivers the troubling news that Tanya is in very bad condition. Tanya's close connections with the top students make her a center of attention, regardless of her candidacy for student council president. Under the weight of suspicion, the girl struggles to endure as whispers spread throughout the academy. A bandaged woman cuts off the conversation as she stands by the campfire, leaving the man beside her silent and heavy-hearted. The protagonist stands in the doorway, ready to reveal the relationships formed at the academy. One character remembers how she once supported the princess after helping drive out and save another student. The narration clarifies that he is not personally meeting and persuading every student. He plans to persuade the top students, leveraging his connections to influence the student body. 4 individuals are singled out as the main holdouts in the ongoing voting dispute. 8 top students from each year and faculty are identified as potential allies. 5 candidates are announced from the lineup as their names and faculties appear below their highlighted figures. The conditions for victory are clearly defined, emphasizing the need to secure the support of 5 out of 8 individuals. Princess Pina is elected president, solidifying an alliance that grants Taylor powerful royal support. A powerful figure confronts a determined girl as the looming threat intensifies. A fierce battle erupts as fighters struggle to survive, using every advantage they can find. A fiery beast emerges from the flames, signaling the dangerous trials that lie ahead. Despite recent changes, ensuring the student council presidency goes to Princess Phinia remains crucial for the future plan. As students rally with determination, it becomes clear that hiding will only worsen Tanya's reputation and could push the princess to enter the presidential race to block Lortel. A plan is formed to alert Princess Phinia and rally top student allies to create chaos. He stands at the cave entrance, determined to find new ways to make Princess Phinia a candidate before registration ends. The young man sits alone, troubled by uncertainty about Tanya's fate. A young woman sits alone, consumed by anguish after being forced into a dire situation she was never meant to face. Inside the cave, he anxiously weighs his options, torn between saving Tanya and following the scenario. Despite the setback, the group decides to continue with their plans on the beach. The protagonist signals the start of the challenge, gripping his sword with determination. He grips his sword, preparing to test the results of his training. Ed stretches to clear his mind and get ready for what lies ahead. Gripping his massive sword, he prepares eagerly for a challenging fight. Both prepare themselves for the confrontation. A determined gaze signals readiness for the imminent confrontation. A sparring match is about to begin. A surge of hidden power awakens as the protagonist's eye glows with intensity. A sparring match is about to begin. Old memories resurface as the girl recalls a faded moment from her past. She struggled to remember every detail of what had happened. 3 siblings walk hand in hand toward a hill blanketed with blooming flowers. A young man steels himself for a decisive action as light illuminates his determined expression. After that moment, her days became consumed by overwhelming responsibility and pressure. Someone recalls a time of happiness while being confronted by urgent demands to step down. A furious crowd in red uniforms gathers outside a large building, shouting for someone to step down. Overwhelmed by confusion, someone questions how the situation spiraled out of control. The protagonist hesitates, aware that intervening to help could significantly alter the course of events. 2 men stand on the beach, swords drawn, each bracing for a tense confrontation with unresolved mysteries hanging in the air. A young man in a red jacket lifts his glowing sword, ready to strike. 2 exhausted fighters clash swords in a fierce duel, each pushing their limits. A fierce sword attack erupts, sending a massive shockwave forward. He narrows his eyes and leans in to examine the suspicious detail more closely. A red-cloaked figure unleashes a powerful attack against the blonde young man who braces himself with his sword. With a determined breath, the protagonist braces himself to prove how much he has changed from the original scenario. A magical barrier deflects a powerful attack, showing clear improvement in defensive skills. Debris and smoke fill the air as Ed is caught off guard by a sudden event. A character in a red jacket is sent flying through debris after being struck, while another observes from behind. A young man reels back in shock as someone blazes past him with unbelievable speed. A blonde-haired young man charges rapidly at a woman in red, kicking up dust and debris. A character is caught off guard, suddenly realizing a threat. Ed slams his flaming sword down in a powerful attack, aiming to make it impossible to dodge. A hand raises a flaming sword as energy surges around it. A massive explosion erupts in front of the character, catching him off guard. Startled by an unexpected event, the protagonist reacts with shock. Ed unleashes a flurry of rapid sword swings, stunning onlookers with unnatural speed. A character unleashes a powerful downward slash with a flaming sword, sending sparks and fire erupting through the air. The protagonist charges forward with his glowing sword, forcing his stunned opponent to recoil in shock. A combatant channels telekinesis magic to strike an opponent, overwhelming them with a surge of mana-fueled force. Ed charges forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack that cannot be easily mimicked. A young man channels powerful blue magic as runes swirl around him, demonstrating advanced combat skill. A character casts a mid-rank ice spear, launching a formidable magical attack. Ed barely avoids the massive ice projectile as it shatters the cavern around him. He quickly realizes the enemy's attack is a diversion meant to buy time for a more powerful spell. The spar escalates as one character unleashes ice spikes and the other quickly raises a magical barrier to defend. A figure smashes a glowing blade into the ground, unleashing unexpected power. A surge of advanced mana energy erupts as the figure activates a powerful magical armament. Crackling with blue energy, the protagonist prepares to make his practice as intense as a real battle. A figure is caught in a massive fiery explosion. A startled girl suddenly spots someone and calls out to him. A pink-haired girl anxiously prepares curry over a campfire, hoping the recipient will like it before their duel ends. A powerful blast of green energy hurls a figure backward, shattering the ground with its force. Ed braces himself and blocks a powerful, electrified strike from his opponent. A blue-haired attacker smashes through a shattered barrier, forcing their airborne opponent to defend desperately against the onslaught. Ed summons a powerful, glowing water spear with determination. A surge of blue energy erupts as the protagonist releases a devastating magical attack. Ed braces himself as he withstands a barrage of powerful blue energy blasts, surrounded by a swirling green aura. A character uses their mana to forge glowing magical weapons in midair. A young man unleashes powerful high-rank magic through his weapon, defying the conventions of most mages. A mage channels immense magical power, preparing to demonstrate unmatched combat skills. A devastating surge of unique magic hurtles toward the defender as the attack is unleashed. Ed braces himself as a telekinetic assault from his glowing opponent forces him to fight back with blue energy. A sudden, unpredictable attack is unleashed, overwhelming the opponent. Bathed in intense blue light, he recoils in shock as a sudden revelation hits. A powerful wind blessing activates, repelling the opponent's sudden attack with a raging wolf-shaped aura. A colossal, dragon-shaped energy blast hurtles toward the battered fighter, who braces for impact. A wounded young man staggers as he endures a devastating, glowing attack. A lone figure releases a surge of energy, triggering a massive explosion and shockwave. A surge of blue magical energy erupts as a foot slams into the ground, unleashing a powerful attack. A sudden surge of magic catches the protagonist off guard, forcing him to brace himself defensively. A surge of magical water erupts as a powerful spell is unleashed under the bright sky. A surge of magical energy erupts as he launches a powerful attack with water projectiles swirling around him. A massive, glowing spectral beast materializes as Ed braces himself, unleashing a surge of magical energy. A young man, straining with effort, unleashes a powerful sword attack that sends energy and water surging forward. Ed recoils as dark energy suddenly surges around him. Crackling with green energy, one fighter collides midair with a blonde opponent whose fist blazes with fire. A powerful burst of explosive magic erupts upward, targeting the silhouetted opponent. Ed struggles to recover after realizing his opponent has become even stronger by mastering mana armament. Ed suddenly realizes something unexpected and is visibly shocked. One of the battered figures coughs and admits the other's power is incredible after surviving a devastating attack. An armored boot crackles with energy as it slams into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave. A powerful figure radiates intense energy and prepares to attack without hesitation. The bloodied young man unleashes his true power as he prepares to escalate the fight. A surge of advanced mana energy gathers and intensifies, signaling the activation of a powerful technique. Ed summons a powerful, glowing blue lion-shaped energy beast and prepares to attack. A gigantic glowing water beast lunges forward to attack, threatening the character in its path. A figure erupts with a surge of green energy as lightning and water spiral violently around them. The narration emphasizes that the duel is far from over and hints at Jix's abilities being revealed in the third act. A surge of blue magical energy overwhelms the character, catching him completely off guard. A powerful green energy attack erupts in the center as the final battle pattern begins. A figure unleashes a surge of magical lances, filling the air with swirling energy. A powerful opponent, surrounded by swirling energy and swords, prepares to crush Ed with overwhelming strength. A surge of green energy erupts as the attack overwhelms the opponent. Flames erupt as the young man forces himself to unleash a surge of power. Explosions tear through the area as a massive barrage engulfs the scene. Out of mana and bleeding, the young man unleashes a desperate, inefficient magical attack as his sword slips from his grasp. He grapples with a surge of distress as he recognizes a critical problem. A fierce combatant unleashes a powerful second attack, driving forward with a rapid flurry of sword strikes. A massive attack strikes the ground, causing an explosive burst of debris and light. A lone figure kneels behind a crackling blue barrier, fending off a relentless assault of swords. Battered and out of breath, he activates the impact amplifying wave ball, Someone points out that using a magic engineering tool now reveals the opponent has no mana left. A surge of green energy erupts as the protagonist launches his final, decisive attack. A decisive fighter launches a powerful upward kick, energy swirling around him. A surge of overwhelming energy engulfs the stunned character. A wounded onlooker stares in disbelief as a burst of wind magic erupts from the exhausted fighter. He gathers a surge of energy in his hand, preparing to unleash his full power. A powerful ring glows in someone's grasp as they brace themselves to use its magic without risking their ability to wield mana. Ed carefully channels just enough mana into the ring, focusing intently to avoid wasting energy. Bruised and exhausted, the young man readies himself for a final confrontation. A bloodied young man freezes in shock as he is suddenly confronted. The injured young man looks up in awe as the ethereal figure reveals he has summoned her without the usual requirements. A young woman turns back with a proud smile, encouraging someone's impressive progress. Someone shouts a name in shock, breaking the tense silence. Battered and desperate, the protagonist activates the impact-amplifying wave ball to turn the tide. Someone points out that using a magic engineering tool reveals the opponent has run out of mana. A furious man unleashes a massive green energy attack, declaring the fight over. A surge of energy erupts upward as the protagonist releases a powerful attack. A sudden surge of powerful energy engulfs the protagonist, leaving him visibly shocked. A burst of wind magic erupts from the young man, catching his injured opponent completely off guard. Ed unleashes his full power, preparing a devastating energy attack. A legendary artifact, Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring, is unveiled, radiating intense energy. The character anxiously considers the risk of being unable to use mana for an extended time. He channels energy into the ring, forcing its power to appear as flames surge around him. Battered but resolute, he prepares to push forward despite his injuries. A bloodied young man confronts someone he recognizes, barely able to speak through his shock. A mysterious, glowing woman appears before Ed after he successfully performs a summoning without relying on any external aids. A woman turns and praises Ed for his progress. Someone suddenly shouts Marilda's name in shock. An announcement horn signals the end of the message in the courtyard. The students erupt in celebration, raising their fists and cheering loudly in the grand hall. A student questions the purpose of having 4 candidates, pointing out that the election's outcome is already obvious. The winner of the student council election is about to be announced. The crowd cheers as Lortel confidently addresses them from the podium, winning enthusiastic support for her leadership. Lortel stands outdoors, smiling confidently as she is recognized as the company leader. 2 students debate the consequences of a controversial candidate potentially winning the presidency at Sylvania Academy. Lortel steps confidently into the spotlight as the crowd cheers her on. A red-haired woman with an eye patch reacts in shock to something unexpected. A blonde girl receives unexpected praise for her nails and reacts nervously. One woman confronts the other about her visible nervousness. She hesitates, struggling to find the right words. A girl in a red blazer urgently denies killing elder brother Ed while another hooded figure watches. A red-haired girl in a hood notices something unexpected and reacts with a sly smile. A girl steps up to the podium as the crowd murmurs in anticipation. A character in a red outfit clears his throat and prepares to address the audience while holding a mysterious metallic device. A girl in a red uniform uses a megaphone to announce her campaign for student council president. A lone figure steps up to the podium and prepares to address the assembled students in the courtyard. 2 students in red uniforms step confidently onto the stage as one of them approaches the podium. A blonde girl in a red blazer pounds the podium and raises her fist, maintaining a composed facade despite the tension. A hooded girl carefully observes as the speech on stage stretches past 10 minutes, wondering about the speaker's true intentions. A lone figure stands at the podium, but the entire crowd remains silent and unresponsive. The girl announces the end of her statement, her voice trembling with emotion. A woman recoils in shock as someone accuses her of murder. A foot steps forward as crumpled notes are thrown and land forcefully nearby. A hostile crowd surrounds the silent character, demanding answers about the murder charges linked to the Roth-Taylor family. A girl in a red uniform is abruptly struck while delivering her speech at the podium. A foot stomps down, crushing the mysterious bottle in the tense, red-lit room. A girl in red is violently slammed to the ground, blood and debris scattering around her. Overwhelmed by mocking laughter, the girl drops to her hands and knees, struggling not to join in. Kneeling in defeat, the character questions whether attempting to stand at the podium was a reckless mistake. Cornered by hostile figures in red suits, the terrified girl realizes she should have escaped sooner. 2 figures with glowing eyes sprint through the rain, desperate to escape. A girl in a red uniform recoils in pain as a sudden force strikes her. 2 young men are blasted into the air by a sudden burst of blue energy, both struggling helplessly against its force. A surge of green energy bursts from the character's intense gaze as a mysterious power activates. A mysterious blue rune suddenly appears on someone's face, radiating intense energy. A cloaked figure charges forward on a giant spectral wolf, launching a powerful magical attack at the fleeing girl. A girl braces herself and raises her arm as she defends against the swirling magical energy. A young man stands quietly, uncertain if his recollection is a memory or a dream. Unable to recall the past, the character decides to let go and stops trying to remember. Memories sometimes overwhelm the narrator with their intense realism. One figure gently takes the other's hand as they stand together, surrounded by sparkling light. Overwhelmed by emotion, the girl realizes that no one will ever be able to forget this moment. Ed firmly decides to address the immediate conflict before explaining further. Several days earlier, events began unfolding before the podium appearance. A mysterious, confident woman suddenly appears and addresses Ed, startling everyone. A man acknowledges the woman's improved magic power efficiency and notes that, despite some remaining limitations, her progress is sufficient. A new skill called Updraft is introduced, explaining its ability to lift objects and restrict movement. A powerful surge of green energy slams into the protagonist, forcing him to scream in agony as he struggles to withstand the attack. He senses that something is off. A blue-haired girl unleashes a massive surge of energy, demonstrating her overwhelming power. Despite using only a small amount of magic, the character completely drains their reserves while holding the glowing ring. Surrounded by swirling green energy, a woman acknowledges the effectiveness of the magic while expressing dissatisfaction with its current form. Struggling with her transformed body, the girl vents her frustration about its limitations while magical energy flares around her. Someone urgently tries to stop an action, their wide yellow eye filled with alarm. A confident woman declares her victory as magical energy overwhelms her opponent. A girl struggles to break free as she realizes she has been unexpectedly restrained. A surge of green energy bursts outward as a character channels immense magical power. Ominous energy begins to swirl as someone prepares to unleash their mysterious power. A female character blasts a green energy attack at a male character lying helpless on the ground. Ed, battered and surrounded by swirling green energy, raises his hands in surrender after losing the fight. A determined figure grips a swirling energy orb, preparing to unleash newfound power. A battered figure kneels in a crater, surrounded by energy, while an ethereal observer remarks on the rapid growth and surprising strength displayed after a brutal battle. Two exhausted young men rest on the rocky shore, reflecting on how each other's determination has fueled their growth. A battered young man struggles to catch his breath, sweat dripping down his face. Bloodied and battered, Ed stands up with renewed determination after the ordeal. Two bloodied young men sit in exhaustion after a brutal fight, as one reflects on his efforts to keep the plot unchanged. After the fierce battle, the group takes a moment to reflect on the crucial requirement needed for victory in the final act. Bloodied and lost in thought, the protagonist dwells on his conviction that following the plot was his only path forward. Ed charges forward as cloaked enemies gather beneath a magical barrier. Amid roaring flames, a young man braces himself for the battle ahead. A captive hangs upside down, immobilized by tight ropes in the shadowy room. A cloaked figure leaves the chaotic aftermath, moving forward with determination as others remain behind. The narrator admits developing a fear of unpredictable factors beyond their control. After learning that two others had escaped, the protagonist hesitated about whether to intervene in the rescue. Control over the original plot has slipped away completely. Battered and determined, Ed accepts food from an outstretched hand and prepares to focus on his next step. A battered young man eats with determination, resolved to become stronger for the challenges ahead. She acknowledges her growth and the increased strength of her reliable companions, praising their efforts. He quietly reflects on his optimistic mindset, believing it's sometimes okay to be naive. The story abruptly shifts course, breaking away from its predetermined path. A cloaked figure charges forward on a mystical wolf, unleashing a surge of energy at the girl standing in their path. Two students in red uniforms sprint away in terror as a massive figure appears before them. A character with purple hair steps forward and commands the group to settle down. One student confidently identifies a high-rank spirit, while another reacts in surprise. The character realizes that very few people can handle such a rare power and begins to connect the dots about someone's unique abilities. A shocked announcement reveals that he is alive as he stands beside a tense companion in front of a broadcasting microphone. Ed steps forward and introduces himself to the audience through the microphone. A hooded figure steps forward beside a spectral wolf and publicly declares support for Tanya Roth-Taylor, denying any accusation of murder. The top students and the Imperial Princess are introduced as key supporters, while one of them watches nervously from behind a glowing beast. The top students from the combat and alchemy faculties are introduced. Several top students are identified as key votes, and the speaker believes winning their support will be easy. A character urgently pleads into a communication device, pushing aside any consideration of pros and cons. A young man stands at the podium and firmly declares his support for the distraught girl beside him. On a grand stage, the blonde girl delivers an important speech to the audience while the white-haired boy and the blue mystical beast stand beside her. After being stabbed with a poison knife, the character survived by using Delheim's hourglass. One man recounts the sequence of surviving alone in a cave, being rescued, and then defending someone during a public speech. The exhausted protagonist endures yet another interrogation as the investigation finally comes to a close. The protagonist slumps in relief, exhausted after enduring a long struggle. Someone reacts with shock as the name of the third-year student from the magic faculty is announced. Two figures step into the lavish office as the man behind the desk prepares for a tense confrontation. A stern man sitting behind a desk commands someone to enter the room. A young man publicly reassures the emotional girl by offering her support. Standing at the podium with a blue spectral wolf at his side, Ed declares his intention to convey her vision to the audience. A sense of relief settles over the scene. After being stabbed with a poison knife, the character survived by using Delheim's hourglass. An older man recaps the recent ordeals involving survival in a cave, rescue, and a public defense, as a younger man quietly listens while following him down the hallway. The investigation concludes as the serious young man in the red suit addresses the shadowy figure in the grand room. Fed up and exhausted, the protagonist finally voices his frustration. A stunned reaction follows the announcement of the student's identity as a third year in the magic faculty. Ed and another man step into the grand office, bracing themselves as a figure waits behind the desk. The principal orders someone to enter his office. After reviewing the investigation data, one person acknowledges the hardships endured. Two men sit across from each other, discussing the recent hardships and the academy's responsibility for the security failure. A man in uniform drinks tea and expresses gratitude in the calm, sunlit room. A character grips a teacup tightly, uncertain if the information they've heard is true. Ed examines the teacup and voices his suspicion about the situation. The interrogator accuses the captive of helping others escape. The hooded figure instructs the captive to fake their death, deliver the message to the mastermind, and then reveal the truth. A poised figure firmly states that, regardless of noble family disputes, their responsibility lies in managing the academy. A man debates whether to report someone's survival to the royal family, knowing it would alert powerful allies. He calmly reviews the document while making a pointed remark. He questions the suggestion to delay the report, demanding a compelling reason for the risk. The young man reveals that the mastermind behind his planned death is his own father, the influential patriarch of the Rothtaylor family. Ed explains that the influential family wants to keep the situation quiet and advises reporting any problems only if they arise. A blonde girl fixes her gaze forward and calls out Ed Rothtaylor's name. A stern-looking man reviews documents and acknowledges the significant improvement in academic performance and reputation. Standing in the rain, the protagonist listens as someone questions if he has become a different person. A person forcefully presents a crucial document with a photo, emphasizing their point. A confident man assures the student of Sylvania's support and promises to remember his name. The principal is aware of the entire situation but has chosen not to expose the secret, ensuring that the character's survival remains hidden outside the academy. A girl in a red uniform steps in front of the boy and blocks his attempt to deliver the box, firmly telling him to leave. As the sun sets, a cautious observer waits and watches the saintess interact with someone bowing before her. One student congratulates another on being chosen by the principal, hinting that his election is almost certain. Despite feeling a small sense of relief, she reminds herself to stay cautious. Tanya's innocence is confirmed as the majority of top students from all faculties publicly support her. The crowd erupts in celebration as the decisive reason for the overwhelming vote is revealed. The hooded girl slumps on the steps as her collapse becomes clear, watched by two distant figures. She reframed the competition as a direct rivalry, causing the other minor candidates to be overlooked. The confrontation escalates into a direct duel as both sides gain equal support. Suddenly, news of the article spreads through the academy as students react in shock. Lortel was exposed for embezzling funds and threatening clients, forcing her to withdraw from the competition in disgrace. Only Tanya's supporters are left as the two sit together, reflecting on how the election and investigation have kept them apart. A girl with blonde hair and a purple bow expresses sincere gratitude as the sun sets. A teary girl grabs the boy's arms and loudly thanks him, while he reminds her that it all happened in the past. A blonde girl sighs and begins to voice her concerns to Ed. A blonde girl hesitantly admits she can't hold back her question any longer and asks for permission to speak. At the election event, Ed publicly supports the emotional girl beside him by speaking into the microphone. As they walk together in the sunlight, one character questions why the other revealed himself instead of staying hidden. He begins to doubt his earlier assumptions as the sun sets behind him. He calmly confirms his actions while she clutches her chest in shock on the bench. A young man in a red suit reassures his companion by expressing unwavering support for his family. The character stands confidently, smirking in the sunlight with a triumphant air. The student council president admits to Janica that he sometimes lets personal feelings influence his decisions. A girl warmly promises to help if any danger arises. Ed sits calmly on a bench in the garden, waiting as someone approaches. He smiles calmly, radiating quiet confidence. He calmly assures his loyalty to his family. A hooded girl catches a boy off guard by teasing him about his conversation in the park. Someone confronts the red-haired character about unsettling rumors, but he pulls up his hood and avoids responding. She smiles with satisfaction, knowing the plan succeeded. A pivotal incident is announced, confirming the results of the election. A major scandal involving embezzlement and client abuse at the trading company is exposed. She deliberately made these scandals known to the public. She orchestrated a direct confrontation with Tanya to eliminate the other candidates from consideration. She met with the princess to provoke hostility against Tanya and push her to run for president. The two, feeling responsible for the previous death, embrace each other as they resolve to support the one who returned. One character embraces another in a sunlit cave, declaring readiness to face the entire school as an enemy if necessary. The taller figure reassures the hooded girl of their alliance, revealing the decision to save Tanya was made after hearing the plan. After defeating his opponent, he stands firm, his doubts finally erased. She admits that while saving her was partly out of family loyalty, she also considered how useful she could be. A decisive confrontation with the Rothtaylor family looms as a lone figure stands before their ominous mansion. With the family turned against them, the protagonist decides to rely on an insider to gather information and create distractions. The scene reveals a foreboding building as the story hints at hidden conflicts within human relationships. A girl who has always calculated her gains and losses stands confidently beside a silver-haired boy in the woods. A red-haired woman, avoiding direct involvement due to her growing infamy at the academy and strained relations with Tanya, delegates control to someone else by manipulating puppet-like dolls of students. As they walk together at night, one character playfully teases the other by showing off a doll that looks just like him. One character quietly checks if the other is truly alright during their tense conversation. The red-haired woman confidently clings to the man's arm and declares that she embraces her role as the villain. A girl smiles warmly as she acknowledges the complexities of human relationships and subtly warns against becoming her enemy. The balance of power at the academy shifts as the former student council president stands on the balcony, contemplating her uncertain future. She stands by the column, uncertain about the outcome of the conflict between the royal forces and the Roth-Taylor family. Moving cautiously through the misty forest at night, the protagonist silently observes the unfolding events of the third act. The protagonist returns to the cabin after nearly a month, preparing to face new tasks. Determined to restore order, someone begins clearing rocks from the campfire area. He cautiously enters the room, scanning the uncleaned interior. A character jolts awake, startled from sleep. Someone sleeps soundly under a wizard hat in the quiet, dim room. A girl lies curled up in bed, breathing heavily, while a man silently watches over her. A girl sleeps quietly under the gentle glow of moonlight. He smiles cryptically, his face half hidden in shadow. A gloved hand closes the metal-bound book as mist escapes from its pages. Ed sits alone in a dim room, silently contemplating the mysterious book in his hands. The protagonist lies down, shielding his face with a large book as he decides to rest. Someone enters the camp cabin and settles in for the night. 3 days later, the announcement of Tanya's appointment as student council president was made. A girl is unexpectedly assigned the task of grading in the busy library. A woman offers bonus marks while lounging confidently at her desk. Someone acknowledges that, despite not matching a professor academically, the person being addressed can already control high-ranking spirits at a young age. A nervous girl questions why she was chosen despite being praised for her intuitive skills in spirit sorcery. 2 women discuss the upcoming joint combat training, with one urging the other to act with dignity while the other shows no interest in doing so. One woman lounges confidently and sarcastically comments on her peers' cheerful attitude despite being the academy's top student and greatest spirit sorcerer. Someone confronts another person about being overly infatuated with Ed. A girl with braided hair erupts in panic, startling the woman with a cane and causing a chaotic scene. A pink-haired girl reacts with shock and embarrassment, loudly denying an unexpected claim about her and another person. A cheerful student points out how 2 classmates are always seen together during classes and around campus. One character expresses confusion about recent events while another listens with concern. A boy quietly observes as a cheerful girl washes clothes, reflecting on her constant smiles. A girl sits at her desk, lost in a dreamy smile, while the boy beside her sighs and looks away in embarrassment. A nervous girl asks the professor to keep her secret, but the professor responds with boredom and assures her she doesn't care about student rumors. A young woman reacts in shock, her eyes wide and sweat forming as she nervously prepares to respond. A confident girl calls out the group in the library, confronting their assumptions. A girl is stunned and blushes after hearing a rumor that she and Ed are dating. 2 students are frequently seen together in classes and around campus, drawing attention to their constant companionship. A girl admits her confusion about recent events while a concerned young man listens beside her. One character observes another washing laundry and remarks on her constant cheerfulness. A boy teases the blushing girl for daydreaming and smiling to herself during class. A nervous student quietly asks the professor not to share the dating rumor with others, while the professor dismisses the topic with a yawn. A girl with pink hair reacts in shock, her eyes wide and sweat forming as she faces an unexpected situation. A flustered girl confronts her peers in the library, loudly challenging their assumptions about her. A girl panics upon hearing a shocking rumor that she and Ed are dating. The scene introduces the eastern Spart region, highlighting its remote location and the fertile southern mountain range known as the land of farming, Pulin. A tranquil mountain village called Torin, home to fewer than 300 people, lies deep in the ridge past Pulin's streams. Janica Failover laughs as she engages with a floating spirit, her rare gift marking her as a prodigy destined to transform the village. An outsider greets the village, catching a resident by surprise. Janica recalls how the male boy was the only person who addressed her formally. All the other young people had left the village for the city, so she grew up as the cherished youngest and never became used to formal speech. Someone explains that, outside of Pulin, there are many large cities as a peaceful village scene unfolds. The male boy, now at ease, walks with the admired village girl through the imperial holy city as their bond grows stronger. A pink-haired girl laughs joyfully as everyone around her celebrates her popularity. A nervous male boy presents a bouquet of flowers and confesses his feelings. A nervous girl stands hesitantly with a large bouquet of flowers, struggling to respond. A naive girl apologetically rejects someone's feelings as a pouch is left behind on the ground. The boy left the village in a hurry and did not return for a long time. He returned and presented a letter of admission from Sylvania. A pink-haired girl solemnly bids farewell. A man walks away while a girl with pink hair stands holding an envelope. 3 years after arriving at Sylvania, she realizes she can barely remember his face. Janica hesitates as she anxiously studies the letter in her hands, uncertain how to respond. Startled, she reacts with wide eyes as she reads an unexpected letter offering assistance. A staff member assures the girl that any administrative task can be handled quickly after verification. A blushing girl hesitantly starts to confess something important. Someone examines a formal leave request letter, uncertain about what to do next. A girl encourages the seated woman to ask for help, assuring her that others would support her. Surrounded by classmates in the library, she struggles with the burden of unwanted attention. A young woman confronts someone at the table, revealing she realized the truth about a hidden survivor after noticing suspicious behavior. One character reluctantly admits to having hidden motives while another reacts with visible surprise. A girl with pink braids anxiously asks what the current worry is. One girl confronts the other about always accepting requests and acting like someone's maid, while her friend admits she struggles to say no. One person questions why her friend continues to cook and do housework for someone who could live alone, while the friend washes clothes and the man reads a letter in the background. A girl angrily stirs a cauldron over a blazing fire, frustrated by an overwhelming request. A flustered girl defensively insists that her actions were her own choice and reveals she now has a request. One character hesitantly explains that their close relationship makes it harder to ask for favors, while the other listens with curiosity. A red-eyed girl suggests creating some distance between the two individuals. The pink-haired girl confronts the nervous girl, insisting they should be less close to avoid emotional confusion. A troubled woman anxiously considers the consequences if Janica distances herself from the man. One girl abruptly interrupts the conversation by slamming her hands on the table and shouting, startling the other. An excited girl suddenly announces her plan and rushes off in a burst of energy. One girl enthusiastically calls out a farewell while the other hesitates at the doorway. A hand tightens into a fist, signaling a firm decision to act. Overwhelmed by regret, the character panics after realizing the impact of his words. A character reviews a magical interface listing advanced crafting skills and several newly unlocked crafting formulas. The character examines several rare crafting formulas and chooses the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane as the most desirable. A legendary cane made from rare materials is revealed, renowned for amplifying spirit sensitivity and mana efficiency. A character explains that the required branch must come from a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning. While tending the campfire beside the cabin, he reflects on how the rare quest item is nearly impossible to obtain in reality. A massive, ancient tree towers in a sunlit clearing of the northern forest. He warns that thunder is the main problem. A boy notices signs of an approaching storm while a girl naps peacefully beside the campfire. Someone calls out to wake the girl resting in the hammock. The character steals their resolve, focusing intensely on the challenge ahead. He freezes in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelation. A girl perches playfully in a tree while a blonde-haired boy spots her from below. Ed questions the other's continued surprise at being woken up again. A blushing girl nervously apologizes and reassures the other person that it's okay to speak. The conversation is postponed as the speaker notes that time is up. A bush rustles quietly in the sunlit forest. A cheerful girl with pink hair playfully calls out from behind a bush. Ed stands outside the wooden building and calmly remarks that someone is about 10 minutes late. A confident girl questions a nervous boy about his lateness in the sunlit forest, creating awkward tension between them. One character offers tea during a sensitivity training session, prompting a surprised reaction from the other. A blushing girl in the sunlit forest reacts awkwardly after being thanked. An uncertain thought arises, questioning whether to create distance between them. One character expresses surprise and admiration at another's rapid improvement in handling spirits. As they walk through the forest, one character explains that using Mug now requires little mana due to their increased compatibility. A surprised boy encounters a lively bat-like creature as the sun sets. Two visitors arrive in the forest clearing and announce that the vice principal has summoned the top student. Ed bows and apologizes for the worry caused by the rumors of his death, while two women embrace in the background. A sudden magical spark erupts between the three characters, leaving them tense and confused. Two characters discuss the expectations of humility for maids, with one firmly declining to speak informally. The two characters debate the importance of using formal speech as one prepares to leave. Belle glares with unexpected intensity, leaving the other girl shocked by the tension between her and Ed. She freezes in shock as something unexpected happens before her. A uniformed person crouches and carefully analyzes the situation as someone walks away, increasing the tension between them. After a tense separation, the two characters reunite in the forest and exchange reassurances about their safety. A person begins getting ready for the inspection. A woman hands the exhausted girl to someone else and prepares to leave. Two girls share a farewell hug while a young man and another girl wave goodbye as the sun sets. A girl in a red dress calls out, causing Ed to stop and look back at her in the autumn woods. A blushing girl nervously suggests they speak formally, while the other person questions why it's necessary. An energetic girl approaches a surprised boy and suggests they speak more casually to maintain courtesy while easing the awkwardness of their new acquaintance. A trembling hand seizes a shirt, revealing desperate anxiety. The blonde young man hesitantly allows the girl with pink hair to try the ornate staff. He reluctantly agrees, his expression conflicted as the sun sets behind him. Two students walk together outside at sunset, discussing curfew and planning to talk briefly before parting ways. A nervous girl greets a man from behind while gripping her staff in the sunlit forest. The character surveys the area uneasily, realizing that something about the place still feels wrong despite not being trapped in a time prison. Unable to speak, she grips her staff tightly as overwhelming emotion takes hold. A girl stands gripping her staff, her embarrassment so intense that it makes the atmosphere tense for everyone nearby. 3 minutes pass as the campfire continues to burn. One character hesitantly starts to speak, breaking the tense silence around the campfire. As dusk settles over the forest clearing, one character backs out of speaking while both sit quietly around the campfire. Both characters sit apart on the bench, each growing more nervous as the tense silence stretches between them. A young man realizes that his once familiar relationship has become tense and awkward. She sits beside the campfire, unexpectedly flustered by the awkward atmosphere that followed her suggestion. She struggles to find the right words to break the awkward silence. The girl abruptly ends the conversation by making an excuse about her curfew and prepares to leave, leaving the boy surprised. A blushing girl bows nervously to a boy, quickly thanking him before hurrying away as another girl walks off in the background. A tense young man suddenly freezes by the fire, alert to an unexpected disturbance nearby. He gasps for breath, struggling to steady himself after a sudden shock. A crucial question arises about whether these actions will continue in the future. A blushing girl bows nervously to a boy, thanking him as another girl quietly leaves in the background. A blond boy sits silently by the fire, lost in thought. He staggers back, sweating and gasping for air after a brutal struggle. A firm decision is announced, setting the course for what comes next. A shocking revelation hints at a major event that will happen in the future. A solitary figure rests beneath the sunlit tree, quietly reading by the riverbank. While reading alone, he questions whether to keep up the formal dynamic with Janica. The young man leans against the rocky wall, exhausted, as he defensively responds to the questioning. A girl relaxes on a tree branch and asks if anything interesting happened in class. A nervous girl recoils with her staff as a boy greets her in the hallway, making the encounter feel awkward and uncomfortable. Ed stands by the tree, growing concerned as he reconsiders the unusual behavior he's noticed. A character steps forward onto the grass while beginning to speak. Janica questions Ed about his concern for someone, and Ed admits that he is worried. A confident woman dismisses the previous topic and moves the conversation forward. One character asks to take branches from the ancient tree to craft a cane, while the other teases about their constant inventiveness. Two characters sit quietly against the tree in the sunlit forest, sharing a reflective moment as one reassures the other. She clarifies that her duty is to protect the entire forest, not just the tree. A woman reflects on how an old friend carved her name into the tree without her consent. A character thoughtfully points out the first problem regarding past relationships. A spirit confidently explains that she has always had a human form, unlike other spirits that appear as animals. A spirit explains that they take animal forms because animals are the most familiar and easiest for them to imitate. A magical beast looms above as the character confronts the unsettling truth about the origin of their human form. A woman reveals to her companion that their contract allows her to read his thoughts, prompting him to ask what else it entails. A silver-haired woman confidently reveals that she has taken on an appearance matching someone's ideal type. Surprised by his own feelings, he realizes his attraction as she confidently leans in closer. She affirms with unwavering confidence. A cheerful girl admits she was lying while the boy silently listens beneath the glowing tree. One character firmly explains that reading minds is impossible and transformation magic is too difficult to easily imitate others. A woman reflects on her long life, recalling meeting someone before the academy was founded on the uninhabited island. Ed sits beneath the tree, recalling the unique and easygoing person who inspired his current appearance. A character explains how they use mana to power the guardian tree as an energy source. A hooded figure stands before the academy, reflecting on the school's founding and the protection of the forest. A character realizes there is a deeper connection between two people that goes beyond what can be learned from a game. A legendary mage and scholar makes a dramatic entrance against a cosmic backdrop. A serene young woman with silver hair appears in a dreamlike, starlit space, smiling gently. The title, Great Sage Sylvania, appears boldly across the panel. Someone runs quickly through the dark forest, footsteps echoing in the night. A young man is startled and pauses mid-peel with an apple in his hand. A nervous girl holding a staff greets the young man awkwardly in the forest clearing. A nervous hand offers a peeled apple tied with a ribbon, and the gesture is accepted with hesitation. Two figures sit in silence by the campfire as one quietly peels an apple and the other stares down, lost in thought. By the campfire, one person peels fruit while another nervously hands over a plate. Anxious and uncertain, one person worries about what to do while another nervously eats by the campfire. Tension rises as one character silently observes another turning away in discomfort by the firelight. By the campfire, one character nervously prepares to ask a difficult question while the other looks on with concern. A character anxiously asks to be heard out before receiving a response. He closes his eyes in relief, holding a red apple and reaffirming his adulthood. A girl nervously admits she wants to leave Dex Hall and move into the camp. The character pierces an apple with a sharp object, causing blood to drip from the wound as he examines it intently. An arrow strikes the apple Ed is holding, prompting a shocked and worried reaction from the person who fired it. A campfire crackles and burns brightly, sending sparks into the air. After surviving for a year, the narrator reflects on adapting to life outside and constant fighting. A character silently examines a bloody bandage on their finger, realizing their confidence has been shaken. After cutting their finger, the character takes a moment to gather their thoughts. Ed stands by the firelight, gathering his thoughts before addressing the concerns on his mind. A blushing girl, wrapped in a blanket, shyly confesses her admiration and sincerity towards someone. A girl is stunned by an unexpected confession of affection. One character confesses his admiration to the other beside the campfire, expressing honest feelings. A distressed girl breaks down outside at night, voicing her fears about living together. Someone hesitantly expresses gratitude while reflecting on similarities among men. He stands unwavering, determined to hold his ground. A teary-eyed girl confesses her acceptance to the person before her. Caught off guard, he stands silently, blushing in surprise. A girl is caught off guard, blushing and teary-eyed as she reacts in shock. Two people sit in silence across a campfire, both sensing the tension between them. Janica anxiously calls out to Ed as he leans closer by the fire. A girl approaches with a shovel, creating tense uncertainty as an uneasy boy faces her in the woods. After the exhausting student council president election, someone returns to camp, finally feeling a sense of relief and freedom. A sudden proposal to live together catches everyone off guard. Overwhelmed by emotion, she struggles to keep her composure as the situation tempts her to lose control. Someone forcefully grabs another person's wrist, heightening the tension in the scene. One character gently asks the other if they are struggling, breaking the silence by the campfire. He grows suspicious of the sudden statement, and considers that there may be a hidden motive behind it. A female character expresses admiration for Ed's breadth of knowledge. One character quietly admits feeling overwhelmed and longing for the comfort of simpler times as they sit together under the night sky. Janica stands alone in the somber room, weighed down by the overwhelming pressure that once drove her to lose control. Life in the normal dorms of Dex Hall comes with its own set of challenges as the group listens intently. She walked through the classroom, enduring a year of relentless stares from everyone around her. He reflects silently, noticing how she forces herself to respond with a kind smile. One character quietly confides their feelings about the camp being a refuge while the other listens by the fire. Two characters sit close together, as one admits their worries and tries to ease the tension with a small laugh. A girl quietly admits the situation feels burdensome, her face showing clear worry. One character questions another about whether their concerns are truly relevant to him. Sitting by the fire, Ed shares his practical view on burdens and how he intends to handle them in the future. Two people sit by the fire as one earnestly shares hopes for a lasting relationship. A flustered girl is taken aback as someone suggests they live in separate huts instead of sharing a roof. While reflecting on someone's reaction, a character is suddenly struck in the face, leaving him startled. Two characters share an emotional hug in a warm, glowing light. He gently embraces the overwhelmed girl as she hiccups and reacts to his change in tone. Janica tries to pull away but is stopped by a firm grip on her shoulder. A comforting hand gently reassures the crying girl as she tries to smile through her tears. Beside the campfire, two people share a quiet, intimate embrace despite the tension between them. A startled cry disrupts the peaceful morning as sunlight streams over the treetops. Ed sits on his bed, determinedly putting on his jacket as he prepares to tackle the day's tasks. Exhausted and anxious, he sits up suddenly, overwhelmed by thoughts of changing his schedule. A young man opens the door and is startled by an unexpected greeting as he wakes up. A dragon asks for advice on building huts while the young man oversees a team of creatures working with supplies. A massive dragon spirit discusses exhaustion and a recent celebration while the weary young man prepares to start building a hut. Workers quickly select a building site on the opposite end and begin moving materials through the forest. Outside the wooden cabin, the character considers different locations for new construction while surrounded by mystical animals and a dragon. A glowing orange creature suddenly lands on the character's shoulder. A determined fire spirit announces an ambitious 10-day plan to complete the work, while Ed listens in surprise. A massive fire dragon warns that the task will take 10 days, considering the spirit's shifts and breaks, but hints the time frame could be shortened. A massive fiery spirit berates the lone sorcerer for the modern generation's lack of toughness and slow progress. A small bat-like creature nervously commits to completing the task within 1 week, while the other person listens. A phoenix spirit soars into the sky to begin an important task as the protagonist observes from the forest. Stunned by the news, the protagonist reacts with disbelief at how quickly the task was completed compared to his own experience. The fire spirit nervously tries to gather courage as the reluctant figure apologizes, preparing for a difficult task on the wooden platform. A figure grips a tool bag and exhales in relief after finishing the task. With his schedule finally clear, the protagonist prepares to craft the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. One person washes clothes by the stream while another sits nearby, reflecting on the many reasons he wants to repay her kindness. A girl stirs the pot over the campfire, realizing that simply giving her a place in the camp is not enough. Someone carefully carves a wooden cane, unsure if it will be appreciated. Ed closely inspects the glowing sword, weighing its significance. Sitting by the cabin, Ed carefully carves a wooden stick, planning a gift for Janica. A massive fiery spirit harshly scolds the overwhelmed sorcerer for lacking discipline and ambition. The exhausted student reluctantly agrees to revise the plans and promises to finish them within a week. A fiery spirit launches into the sky to begin its work, leaving Ed alone in the clearing. A shocked character reacts with disbelief after learning someone accomplished in 5 days what took him several months. A remorseful figure urges the fire spirit to act, apologizing for forcing its hand. After finishing the task, someone pauses and grips a tool bag filled with hardware, feeling relieved. A massive log smashes into the cabin's wall as the protagonist stands nearby, gripping a bag. While one person washes laundry, another watches quietly, feeling a strong desire to repay her kindness. Someone realizes that simply letting her stay at the camp is not enough for her to truly belong. The narration notes that, although she has received many canes from friends and family, her situation is being reconsidered. A sword slices cleanly through a thick wooden plank, splintering it apart. The narrator hesitates about choosing a gift, uncertain if it will suit someone who uses an oak cane. A character studies the glowing magical sword with careful focus. Sitting outside the cabin in the sunlight, Ed calmly carves a large piece of wood. The attention shifts dramatically as the name Janica is announced. A dramatic statement interrupts the scene with bold emphasis. Unable to sleep, the exhausted girl sits up in bed, her eyes heavy with fatigue. A witch-like figure motivates the magical animals as they continue their busy construction work near the cottage. Clenching her fists in frustration, the girl struggles to contain her emotions as she recalls the real cause. A girl with pink hair sits casually on a log above as another character appears startled below her. Janica greets Lucy with a warm, enthusiastic wave. A character reacts in sudden shock, eyes wide with alarm. The two sides, having already clashed in a previous battle of wits, now prepare for another intense confrontation as tension fills the air. She faced the challenge with unwavering determination, refusing to accept defeat. A confident girl announces she will be living here, leaving a nearby onlooker stunned. A girl scowls in frustration and pulls up the hood of her cloak. A character exhales calmly while tasting a piece of meat. Carrying a large stack of elemental magic books, the protagonist heads across the eastern square of the faculty building to prepare for study. A battered young man unleashes a particle explosion spell, knowing its destructive power is limited. A surge of power crashes down on the battered protagonist, leaving him struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. He pauses mid-bite, turning his attention to the mention of firepower. A girl performs a song on her guitar in the sunlit plaza as students gather to watch. Adele Saris is introduced as a reliable companion who, despite her frequent appearances alongside Taylor early on, is rarely seen in the game. A blonde woman comments on how busy Ed is as he walks away carrying supplies. Caught off guard by unexpected attention, he turns around in confusion and anxiety. Two people discuss the complicated feelings others have toward one of them, with curiosity about Taylor hinted at. A determined boy channels energy from his glowing weapon, showcasing his rapid growth and readiness for the upcoming joint combat training. A blonde young man in a red jacket carries a heavy stack of books outdoors while offering to play a song. Someone calls out, and the character in the red uniform turns in response. A blood-soaked throne stands revealed through open doors, hinting at the consequences of claiming the patriarch's seat. A chilling ultimatum is delivered, warning that hesitation in a deadly choice will result in death. Ed is stunned as he learns about the existence of a prophecy. The narration explains why Adele remains calm while playing the lute in any situation. He considers the prophecy, unconcerned since her predictions often fail to come true, as she walks away across the courtyard. A blonde girl walks toward a distant building, uneasy because she knows what will happen in the third act. A woman strides forward with determination as a dire fate is declared, while a young man watches her from afar. The young man bluntly refuses the request. Two ancient, thunderstruck wooden sticks and an axe lie on a tree stump, ready to be crafted into canes. The girl in the witch hat refuses to make more than one lightning spell for the boy. A visibly annoyed girl in a red outfit questions why the magic only needs to be used once. Frustrated by the situation, the witch decides to make something herself as the young man walks away through the sunlit forest. A girl in a red uniform clenches her fists and struggles beneath a dark cloak, determined to endure its overwhelming power. The young man accepts responsibility for both tasks with determination. One character firmly grabs the other's arm and declares that there is a condition, prompting a surprised question. A determined girl in a witch hat drags the surprised boy away as she urgently demands he go somewhere with her. A legendary figure known as the Archmage Glock is introduced. He achieved recognition for his research across multiple fields, including elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, and spirit studies. A lone figure summons both the highest rank fire spirit Teorphus and the highest rank water spirit Pride at once. After retiring, he dedicated himself to training the younger generations. All of his life savings were devoted to education and academy research, leaving little spent on himself. Sylvania Academy became the world's leading educational institution thanks to Archmage Glock's advancements. Glock used all his money on the academy as Ed receives a comforting hug in the crowded courtyard. A young man recognizes that someone connected to Janica has secluded himself in the Ramelin Mountains. Lucy clings anxiously to someone's arm, drawing attention as she appears under her witch hat. Lucy's magical talent turns out to be far greater than anyone expected. A rare and extraordinary talent is described as a precious gem of humanity. The Archmage devoted his final years to guiding his talented apprentice. Reflecting on the man's life, the narrative shifts from legendary achievements to the quieter sadness of his final years. An elderly man sits alone at his desk, reflecting on the loss of his wife and all his former colleagues. Surrounded by opportunists and admirers, he withdrew from society and built a hut in the mountains to live in seclusion. A small hand interrupts an adult who is about to write at the desk. Someone prepares to carry on his legacy by taking up the quill. On a rainy day in a shabby hut, the old man passes away peacefully, content in his final moments. The protagonist reflects on the conclusion of one journey and the uncertain start of another. As they walk through the forest, Ed and Lucy discuss the old man's origins, recalling that his hometown is the lawless area of Cohelton. He suddenly discovers that the history books contain a major error about someone's past. The two arrive at his real hometown, standing together on the sunlit path. The two characters arrive at Arkan Island, taking in the breathtaking sunset as they reach the shore. A female character reflects on her late mentor's devotion to Arkan Island and the school, feeling both fondness and regret. They walk together at sunset as she quietly explains the journey she was forced to take. In the shabby hut, the young girl wrapped the old man's corpse in a blanket, secured it with leather ropes, and preserved it using ice magic. Lucy effortlessly maintains a massive ice block with her magic, demonstrating advanced control that surpasses typical mages. A mysterious figure carrying a glowing object moves through the forest as the chilling tale of Glock's hut in the Ramelin Mountains begins. She traveled south from that location. She traveled past Eureka Forest, Great Lake Ica, and the land of Alchemy Crete, pulling a glowing container behind her. The group travels through several regions and finally arrives at the borders of the Klol Empire. The route on the world map traces a long journey through multiple regions, showing the extensive distance traveled. A determined girl uses magic to drag a large box containing her master's corpse toward the guarded bridge to Arkan Island. She struggles to move her own body using magic despite her exhaustion. After months of searching and some wrong turns, he finally locates the object with her help. A character discovers the legendary site where the Archmage and the great sage once trained together. Two figures stand in silence at the grave, marking the end of a long journey. A mysterious book titled Introduction to Aspectual Magic is discovered amidst glowing debris. A rare and valuable magical book appears, surrounded by blue energy and marked with a high price. The uneasy young man reacts to the mention of a renowned posthumous book that analyzes aspectual magic. The younger figure politely declines the offered knowledge, explaining that he already remembers everything learned from his grandfather. A lone figure stands at the edge of the sea, contemplating the start of a new journey. One character reflects on the uncertainty of their future while standing with another at the cliff's edge during sunset. A determined girl vows to protect Sylvania if danger arises, honoring a promise she made. A somber character reflects on the unpleasantness of a difficult story and the trouble of being in this place. Someone suddenly begins to speak, creating a moment of suspense. A mysterious woman prepares to reveal something important to a serious young man in the dimly lit room. The narration marks the end of her first journey. After burying her master on Arkan Island, she remains unable to move on from the lingering influence of her master's legacy. She waits anxiously for the looming threat to finally reach Sylvania. As the sun sets over the water, two figures reflect in silence, knowing that once the promised trial ends, one of them will finally embark on a new journey. She is determined to take control of her own life. They sit quietly together at the cave entrance, taking a rare break to watch the sunset. Waves crash against the shore as a gentle breeze sweeps over the tranquil scene. A lone figure lifts their hat and silently contemplates the sunset. Two figures mourn quietly at a sunlit gravesite, one gently shielding the other from the light. A solitary figure stands by the water, contemplating the start of a new journey as the sun sets. One character sits on the cliff edge, reflecting on their unsatisfying life, while another quietly observes from behind. A determined girl stands by the cliff at sunset, vowing to protect Sylvania if danger arises. A character reluctantly reflects on the unpleasantness of the story and the inconvenience of being in this place. Someone hesitates before finishing their sentence. A mysterious woman presents something to the serious young man, hinting at an important reveal. A figure in a pointed hat stands in silence, gazing at a staff planted among glowing flowers and stones. At the cave entrance, the two sit in silence, each quietly processing their recent defeat. Two figures sit side by side in silence, watching the sun set over the ocean. Two characters sit side by side at the cave entrance, quietly watching the sun set over the ocean. Waves crash against the sunlit rocks in a calm, quiet moment. Someone quietly reflects that sunset, considering how their seat remained comfortable after a long time. Two figures sit silently by a fire, paying respects at a grave marked with a staff. A moment of hope breaks the silence as good fortune is announced. A girl stops in awe as she discovers a sparkling wooden cabin in a sunlit forest clearing. A girl expresses amazement at how quickly the new staff was made. A flustered caretaker scolds the exhausted spirits for overexerting themselves. Despite exhaustion, the creature gathers itself and prepares to ascend. Someone wishes for a happy camp life. Magical spirits begin to vanish as a girl expresses her gratitude and waves goodbye. A wooden staff scrapes forcefully across the dirt, carving a deep groove. A girl examines the ground, studying mysterious markings and a magical staff as she considers the meaning of cohabitation. A blushing girl clasps her hands in excitement as she reacts to the idea of cohabitation. A pink-haired girl freezes in shock as she notices something alarming near the ominous cabin. A shadowed figure enters the room as a cautious voice calls out. A sleepy girl enters the sunlit room, yawning as she wakes up. With a confident smirk, the character signals readiness for the challenge ahead. Startled, the pink-haired girl quickly turns around, gripping her staff as she spots someone unexpectedly. A person inspects mysterious markings carved into the ground. A white-haired character greets with a playful smile. A white-haired girl confidently adjusts her red jacket and draws attention with a proud smile. A new set of magical abilities is unlocked and displayed on the glowing system interface. A hand raises a swirling purple energy, revealing a powerful magical display. One character focuses intently on controlling a glowing magical object, while another expresses doubt, and a third dozes off beside them. A white-haired girl casually explains the basics of aspectual magic while demonstrating with a glowing hand. Enchanted woodworking tools, radiating ominous purple energy, begin to move around the tree stump. The group watches as magical energy swirls and objects levitate, demonstrating impressive progress from recent practice. A flustered girl is pinned down and reacts in shock as someone presses her head. A calm young man discovers a rare magical book while quietly reading with someone resting beside him. The protagonist intensely studies a mysterious book, uncovering the overwhelming power and complexity of aspectual magic. Forbidden magic is described as the most difficult and least understood because it defies the natural order and carries significant danger. One character explains that Lucy's intuitive way of learning magic will make it hard for her to teach others. A young man stands within a glowing magical circle and unleashes a surge of powerful energy. A decisive agreement breaks the tension. A young man lies gravely wounded, barely conscious after suffering a critical injury. Overwhelmed by regret, the young man reflects on what could have been if the professor were still alive. Startled by the revelation, a woman reacts in shock to the news of another woman. A figure in red slams a suitcase down outside the cabin, startling the others. The young man in the red cloak urgently warns of the unknown dangers ahead. A blue-haired girl is abruptly stopped from reading her magical book by a stern blonde-haired boy, leaving her frustrated. One character apologizes for misunderstanding the situation and asks what the other wants. A determined figure receives a stack of old magic books to begin studying from the basics. Ed thanks the other character for carrying something heavy and offers to return the favor, but she reassures him that it's not necessary. A confident student invites someone to join him in student council work. A young man opens the coffin, revealing a frightened girl as a mysterious energy figure appears behind them. A confident mage demonstrates his magical power while another student watches in awe. A student is offered a position on the student council, prompting debate about the seriousness of its formation. A student explains that for the first time, a first year has become student council president and is assembling a strong cabinet with upperclassmen. A plan is revealed to recruit only the most talented and trustworthy students, including top performers from different faculties. 3 people sit around a campfire discussing how one of them is overwhelmed by numerous responsibilities and cannot accept an additional task. A student observes the construction of a new hut and predicts that the student council president will be disappointed. After saving Tanya, the unexpected turn of events makes any further predictions seem pointless. The student council is surprised by the unexpected membership and the list presented. A major joint combat training event is about to begin in the arena, marking the last challenge before the next act's climax. The top first-year alchemy student collapses in defeat after losing the final battle, his spilled flask and alchemical liquid scattered on the ground. A forbidden drug called Evil God's Blood is introduced. A character recalls a traumatic event marked by blood and a sense of dread. Control over the scenario has been lost. The group quietly contemplates the uncertain future, each lost in their own thoughts. A golden carriage arrives, its wheels rolling across the dusty ground. The carriage is so massive that it cannot move without the help of powerful magic cast throughout the night. A massive golden carriage, heavily guarded, rolls through the forest as citizens name it the Wheeled Palace. 2 mysterious figures sit atop the palace near the Holy Imperial Capital. An older man reviews the saintess' situation after a long journey and feels relieved that they could assess her condition. The religious leader acknowledges the success of the visit, attributing it to the other person's effective planning. An authoritative man announces that they will arrive at Sylvania soon. The arrival of the Holy Pope is announced, prompting strict checks on all preparations. An official uniform is prepared as the next task approaches. News arrives that the Holy Pope and Archbishop are both visiting the city, raising questions about their purpose. One student urgently instructs others to deliver the meeting request document as the group busily manages paperwork in the grand office. As she reviews the documents, she learns that concerns about Saintess Clarice have prompted another meeting request. A character reviews a profile book and instructs an assistant to arrange a meeting with the Saintess. A golden circlet is prepared as everyone readies for the Holy Pope's visit from the Holy Imperial Capital. A young woman prepares to reveal herself as the Saintess to the students, while an attendant styles her hair. The joint combat training is disrupted by the Holy Pope's visit, disappointing one of the participants. A girl confides her reluctance to leave the academy, feeling her time there is incomplete without meeting someone important. A girl strums her lute, lost in thought as she is introduced as the wandering minstrel in charge of the holy fire. A girl nervously encounters a group of upperclassmen, while another smiles supportively beside her among cherry blossoms. A girl in a red uniform slips past the other students, barely noticed as she clutches a rolled-up paper. Driven by impatience, the character urgently longs to reunite with someone important. 2 students recall enduring the challenges of an exam together, as one carries the other through a smoky aftermath. Battling harsh winds and snow, she pushes forward through the storm to reach the hut. For the first time, the girl realizes she has her own stories to share as she enjoys a peaceful night with her friend. He decides to keep important information from the Archbishop. The top student rampages through the dorms, unleashing destructive power and leaving chaos in her wake. A fallen noble becomes entangled in a murder case as tension rises in the ornate hallway. Fearing severe consequences, the character worries that news of the incidents will lead to immediate expulsion from the academy. The figure's unsettling presence makes resistance nearly impossible, despite the lack of any supernatural power. She remembers how her mentor's guidance has always made it difficult to turn him down. A dark-haired woman reassures the anxious white-haired woman, encouraging her to relax and eat. The character worries about being forced to abandon student life if their hidden identity is discovered. A character suddenly realizes something crucial and reacts with shock. A battered student is confronted by a stern figure who forcefully presents a mysterious, glowing ring while calling out his name. One woman anxiously considers the risk of her identity being exposed if a mind reader reveals her secret. A distressed woman refuses an offer of tea from her concerned companion. A blonde girl urgently asks for help getting ready to leave as someone assists her with her dress. A girl softly calls out Ed's name, her lips trembling with emotion. A nervous girl hopes that meeting Ed Roth-Taylor will help her calm down. A white-haired woman urgently insists on meeting someone immediately, startling the brown-haired woman. For girls remember painful moments, their eyes filled with tears. The female character responds skeptically, clearly uneasy about what she just heard. She actively tried to prevent Ed and the Saintess from meeting. A character struggles with overwhelming anxiety as she fixates on the consequences tied to her hidden identity. The protagonist realizes that being discovered by another student would force them to abandon their student life. Startled, the character suddenly realizes something critical. A battered student is confronted by a girl who forcefully hands him a magical ring. Startled, the black-haired woman recoils as the silver-haired girl's eyes suddenly glow red. A shocking revelation emerges as someone discovers that Ed Rothstaler has uncovered their identity through mind reading. A woman offers to make tea for a distressed girl, but the girl quickly refuses her help. One character urgently asks for help getting ready to leave, emphasizing that time is short. A female character quietly calls out to Ed. A girl admits she believes meeting Ed will help her calm down. A white-haired woman urgently requests an immediate meeting while the dark-haired woman in red reacts in shock. A group of tearful girls struggles with overwhelming emotions, uncertain of the reason behind their feelings. A wary young woman reacts nervously as she questions the unexpected information. She refused to comply. An encounter between Ed and the Saintess is about to take place. Students crowd around the notice board to see the joint combat training match list. Two students discuss the possibility of finding challengers for the upcoming joint combat training session. Joint combat training begins, and students prepare to face each other as their performance will impact their grades. Lower grade students are set to face off against higher grade students in upcoming matchups. A duel request letter reveals that challengers can now officially request duels under new rules. Two figures silently survey the aftermath of the battle, realizing there are no first-year students left in Class A. With both years eager to prove themselves, the upcoming first-year versus second-year matches promise intense competition. The students gather around the table and discuss their dinner plans, considering cooking leftover meat with salt. She reflects that few third-year students, including herself and her companion, are truly strong. An unconscious girl is carried away on a stretcher as students watch in silence. The fourth years are expected to challenge anyone and win easily. One person focuses on reading an important book at the table while another sits nearby, smiling and making light conversation. The protagonist realizes that his lack of challengers means he is now considered strong. One character considers the difficulty of challenging someone due to another's reserved personality. He moves cautiously through the area, clutching a book to his chest and trying to avoid attention. An armored figure pushes through the crowd, forcing people to move aside. Guards escort an ornate carriage as the crowd learns that the Saintess is arriving. Ed stands outside in a red uniform, holding an open book and looking confused. Clarice arrives unexpectedly in the courtyard, drawing the students' attention. A character steps down from the carriage, absent from the joint combat training due to the Holy Pope's visit. One character anxiously wonders what significant event could have caused the Holy Pope's visit to be delayed. Both characters recoil in shock at the unexpected turn in their conversation. She arrives in person, eager to deliver her message and begin the meeting. A white-haired girl greets Ed with a warm smile. A dignified woman approaches two seated individuals, expressing her intention to have a brief conversation as armored guards watch from behind. A nervous girl bows deeply and introduces herself to the Saintess, blushing with excitement. A flustered girl clutches a companion's sleeve, anxiously seeking reassurance after her overwhelming reaction to meeting the Saintess. After intense training, she now stands before the building with calm poise and flawless composure. At a busy outdoor cafe, three people discuss the upcoming visit of the Holy Pope and Archbishop, noting with relief that the destination matches their current location. Ed quietly questions why someone specifically sought him out before the joint combat training match announcements. He considers that both the Holy Pope and the Archbishop are highly intelligent figures. She wonders aloud if he can read minds, impressed by his uncanny insight. A female character speculates about the Archbishop's rumored ability to read minds through holy magic. He realizes that mind reading allows him to see others' thoughts. With sudden clarity, he realizes the true reason behind her unexpected visit. A girl learns that Archbishop Verdio can read thoughts, leaving her visibly shocked. He anxiously accepts the ornate golden object, realizing she fears her secret will be exposed. The character expresses admiration for Archbishop Verdio's impressive abilities. One character voices insecurity about their low status while another responds hesitantly, as a third listens in silence at the cafe table. He explains that he will be occupied with joint combat training and unlikely to meet the other person. The girl firmly refuses, her expression resolute as she smiles with her eyes closed. A nervous character hesitates before addressing the Saintess. A pink-haired girl nervously admits that she came to the cafe just to see someone, while the blue-haired girl questions her intentions. The girl confronts her companion about secretly coming all this way just to see Ed, her demeanor growing intense and threatening. A white-haired woman laughs nervously as she admits her anxiety to the surrounding crowd. A white-haired girl surrounded by dark energy hesitantly attempts to activate a vision, thinking about someone she wants to see. A character suddenly realizes their nervousness, clutching their clothes with trembling fists. She hesitantly admits her longing to see him, her embarrassment clear as she clutches her dress. A flustered woman rushes through the plaza as the crowd reacts to her sudden departure. A grand carriage pulls up while several students in red uniforms stand watching in silence. An explosion suddenly erupts in the school courtyard, drawing shocked reactions from the crowd of students. Students in red uniforms glare at the seated pair, creating a tense atmosphere in the courtyard. A frustrated young man in a red suit clutches his head, struggling to cope with the difficulty of spending time with her. The crowd erupts with excitement as two contenders prepare to face each other in the arena. Rumors circulate among the new students about his strength, though some dismiss his abilities as only impressive compared to weaker third years. A character is stunned by an unbelievable revelation. A character grips their sword and prepares for a tougher battle as the rules for upper-grade matches allow more dangerous combat. A powerful upperclassman steps forward in the arena and aggressively announces his rank and name, making his presence known before the match begins. A group of anxious students quietly discuss the confusing weapon restrictions, relieved they don't have to face a dangerous opponent. A woman announces the start of a duel between two upper-year students in the arena. The battle begins with a sudden surge of energy across the floor. A monstrous figure unleashes its power as a shocked young man recoils. A relentless challenger issues a fierce warning, refusing to hold back in the mock duel. A character smirks defiantly in response to the situation. A young man in a suit unleashes a powerful blast of fire from his outstretched hand. A powerful magic attack erupts toward the axe-wielding opponent. A lone figure unleashes a massive fiery attack before a stunned crowd. Amidst swirling smoke and debris, someone struggles to recover after a powerful impact. The opponent is hurled backward in shock after being struck by the mage's swift attack. The wounded man realizes that third-year students have arrived, his fear intensifying. A lone figure confronts towering elemental beasts as they clash violently. A sudden monster appears, forcing the young man to brace himself for an unexpected confrontation. A young man unleashes a massive fiery explosion with his outstretched hand. The students tense up and anxiously watch something unsettling unfold off-panel. A bloodied man lies unconscious on the ground as the attacker ensures he is not seriously harmed. The battle ends as the protagonist calmly acknowledges victory, flanked by his spectral companions. Amid loud cheers, the blonde boy struggles to focus, distracted by his thoughts. After the Saintess' disruptive visit, one character leads the confused girl toward the stadium. Ed rushes down the hallway toward his upcoming fight at the other stadium. Someone steps into the light, signaling an unexpected arrival. A cheerful girl greets a boy as she plays a lute by the window. A smiling girl greets another student and remarks on their unexpected meeting in Glocked Hall. He notices her discomfort as they stand tensely with the instrument between them. After the joint combat training ends, one character prepares to leave, burdened by the knowledge that another will die. The scenario changed significantly after the decision to make the student council president. Slumped against a tree in the quiet forest, he reflects on the pain of letting go and his helplessness to change the past. He clenches his trembling fist and calls out, unable to hold back his frustration any longer. A blonde woman pauses with her lute and turns to address the blonde man standing near the ornate door. One character delivers a grim warning about an imminent death in the sunlit hallway. He weighs the difficulty of persuading her, feeling anxious about what to do next. He affirms his awareness with a determined gaze. A young woman strides in with a confident smile, carrying a lute as golden sunlight fills the room. A foot slams the door open as urgency fills the air. Ed bolts forward, alarmed by the possibility that someone has been possessed just like him. The protagonist rushes down the hallway, determined to find Taylor and assess how the situation has changed. Ed suddenly dashes forward, leaving the stunned crowd behind. A violent earthquake shakes the area, forcing the boy in the red blazer to brace himself as debris crashes down. Despite preparing for every possibility, the situation outside the window is spiraling out of control. A character stands frozen as a massive surge of blue energy destroys the surrounding buildings. A character jolts in alarm upon noticing an unexpected and disturbing presence. A legendary dragon, believed extinct, emerges as an unstoppable calamity amid a violent storm. A massive tail slams into the ground, sending lightning and debris flying. A colossal lightning dragon descends over the city, signaling the arrival of the final boss. The sacred lance dragon awakens, signaling a dramatic shift in the conflict. Ed suddenly sprints forward, catching everyone off guard. The ground shakes violently, causing the blonde boy in the red uniform to stumble forward in alarm. The narrator resolves to adapt by relying on predictions and careful preparation despite major changes in the scenario. A young man braces himself at the window and releases a powerful force into the raging winds outside. A figure watches as an immense surge of blue energy engulfs the city. A character recoils in shock upon seeing an unexpected threat appear. A colossal dragon, once thought extinct, bursts from the storm clouds crackling with lightning. A massive spiked tail crashes down, sending lightning and destruction across the landscape. A massive dragon, revealed as the final boss, emerges above the city in a storm. The sacred lance dragon awakens, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. The protagonist crushes all the strongest freshmen in a fierce battle. A character is struck in the neck by a powerful, glowing force, collapsing as blood sprays from the wound. He defeats the corrupted opponent and leaves the exam room. News spreads of Adele's death, while the circumstances remain unclear. Clarice loses all trust in the order and undergoes a dramatic change. The players viewed Clarice's abrupt transformation as a complete destruction of her character and gave her a new name. The order sends troops to Arkan Island to confront the faithless Saintess, who now stands against them. The final boss unleashed overwhelming power, single-handedly obliterating the order's forces. The narration recounts the intended events of Act 3. A massive blue wing bursts through the stormy sky as a powerful creature emerges. The colossal dragon Wellbrock crashes down through the chaos, electrifying the battlefield with its arrival. The boss of Act 5 emerges, awakened as the final antagonist at the end of the main story. A character is stunned as they realize the situation has suddenly changed. A single motion sends a devastating shockwave that shatters the ground and scatters debris. Ed is violently knocked back by a sudden, non-magical force as blue shards explode around him. A young man charges forward through a surge of blue energy, leaving another figure behind. A violent force blasts several students across the crumbling room as chaos erupts. Ed is knocked back by a violent attack that destroys half of the dormitory. The area lies in ruins, completely obliterated by the attack. Bloodied and desperate, he charges through the chaotic battlefield, barely surviving by luck. A figure crashes through the window and leaps into the smoky evening air. Clutching his glowing, wounded chest, the injured character realizes he may never be able to use magic again. The young man unleashes a maximum power attack, risking everything in a desperate move. Riding a massive spectral wolf, the character charges fiercely into the fray. Amid a surge of blue energy, Ed urgently warns Marilda to run. The narrator firmly asserts a decision to remain passive. Amid chaos in Trix Hall, someone urgently warns the Saintess to escape. A frightened girl orders her group to quickly gather and escape as danger approaches. Two armored knights urgently move to escort the Saintess through the ominous, red-lit hallway with their swords drawn. A knight is violently impaled by a barrage of glowing swords in an explosive attack. A blonde female character shields herself as a violent magical explosion erupts around her. A massive explosion rips through the area, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Amidst the smoke and debris, a panicked girl struggles to comprehend the chaos unfolding around her. Impaled by monstrous blue scales, the wounded protagonist stares in shock at the source of his injury. A red explosion erupts as two characters urgently flee from the monstrous threat. A bloodied armored man urgently orders someone to prepare the carriage as chaos erupts and a distressed woman stands behind him. Amidst the destruction, a wounded man urgently offers a horse to the armored group as their carriage lies in ruins. One character urgently instructs the other on how to escape by crossing the Mexes Bridge and leaving Arkan Island. The distressed girl breaks down and admits she can't ride a horse. Racked by agony, someone squeezes their eyes shut as pain overwhelms them. A bloodied armored man urgently instructs someone to grab the reins and hold tightly to the horse's neck despite his own injuries. A bloodied armored figure urgently pushes someone forward, commanding them to take the saintess outside the castle. A terrified woman escapes on horseback through a blood-soaked battlefield, dodging fallen bodies. A tearful girl breaks down and clings to someone as chaos surrounds them. Amidst the aftermath of a brutal battle, a pink-haired character is haunted by memories of the archbishop reading to her. A massive, radiant dragon emerges before a solitary rider in a devastated, stormlit landscape. A devastating blast of radiant magic surges downward, obliterating everything below. A colossal blue dragon releases a devastating energy blast across the shattered land as one person flees on horseback and another struggles on the ground. A severe warning is issued that something will be completely erased. A terrified character screams as panic overwhelms them. A powerful magic nullification barrier is unleashed, enveloping the area in swirling energy. A tearful woman recoils in shock as a glowing green barrier suddenly appears behind her. A green-haired rider halts as a powerful magical barrier suddenly forms over the fortress. A mage struggles to block a devastating magical attack, realizing that even high-level spells are barely enough. A man bathed in golden light urgently warns the sacred lance dragon that it has awakened too soon. A massive dragon surges forward, crashing through water and energy. A lone figure channels a surge of magic through a glowing staff, unleashing a devastating attack on the monstrous enemy above. A furious man unleashes a surge of yellow energy, attacking before his opponent can react. Glowing magical chains surge across the scene as powerful telekinesis magic is unleashed. A female student unleashes crackling purple energy as she vows to act when the school faces a great threat. A girl in a witch's hat unleashes a surge of purple energy, summoning magical chains and spell circles as she calls for powerful assistance. A massive armored dragon erupts in a furious roar, unleashing a violent surge of energy. Magical chains shatter in a burst of energy. A powerful figure breaks free in midair, unleashing overwhelming energy as magical chains shatter across the devastated landscape. A character reels in shock as something unexpected happens. A colossal energy beam crashes down from the sky, obliterating the ground in a violent eruption. A colossal energy blast rips through the building, causing widespread destruction. A young woman is thrown from her horse, screaming in terror as dark energy swirls around her. A shadowy figure unleashes a powerful magical barrier amid the chaos and destruction. A witch materializes through swirling smoke, her arrival radiating magical power. A cloaked figure advances past glowing barriers to launch a powerful magical attack against the armored opponent. A powerful defensive spell is activated, forming a glowing barrier against a surge of energy. A golden barrier erupts, blocking the devastating blue attack. Two figures are engulfed in a violent surge of magical energy as the castle collapses around them. A terrified woman, covered in blood, recoils on the ground under a harsh red light. A wounded woman collapses amid debris, desperately trying to plan her escape from the devastated island. A panicked woman stares at her bloodied hands, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty after a traumatic event. Someone realizes the saintess is safe and expresses intense relief. A battered figure arrives just in time, radiating overwhelming power as a blue spirit beast forms behind him. A battered young man with a glowing, cracked arm urgently checks if someone is hurt. A glowing hand clamps down on an arm as one person anxiously demands to know how they were discovered, while the other calmly explains tracking them to the hall. A distressed woman admits she tried to escape on horseback, but the man urgently explains that leaving is pointless because the dragon's range makes escape impossible. A man urgently helps an injured woman onto a giant glowing wolf as destruction surrounds them. He realizes that ordinary human strength is not enough to defeat the enemy. Despite their combined efforts, the defenders can only manage to hold the powerful threat at bay. The character channels energy and prepares to reach the ultimate swordsman form. Bleeding and in pain, he forces himself up, refusing to surrender. A battered character rallies themselves to act as the main story spirals out of control. Determined to restore order, the protagonist urgently analyzes the plot's biggest deviation to find a way to subdue the sacred lance dragon. Two injured figures push forward through glowing energy, driven by determination despite their pain and regret. Realizing the world faces sudden catastrophe far earlier than expected, the protagonist silently questions the unnatural acceleration of events. The protagonist resolves to find out who summoned the sacred lance dragon. The protagonist decides to gather information on the key figures of Act 3 while facing a display of overwhelming magical power. Lucy unleashes a surge of purple magic as she battles the sacred lance dragon. Clarice panics beside the injured person, unable to help as the situation grows more desperate. A bloodied young man urgently leads a group through the chaos as they attempt to escape. The protagonist realizes someone else is also altering the course of the story. A character reels in disbelief after realizing an unexpected truth. A massive burst of blue energy erupts, ripping through Nail Hall as the sky burns red. Amid the chaos, people scramble to escape the devastation tearing through the area. A character strides into the chaotic, debris-strewn area, unfazed by the destruction. A character reads a letter announcing the sudden cancellation of the combat training. A solitary figure carrying a lute walks away through the ruins, expressing regret over a missed encounter. The character declares their certainty with unwavering confidence. A determined woman stands amid ruins, declaring that a destined meeting is inevitable. Someone admits to initially blaming themselves for what happened. A figure charges forward, shielding their companion with a crackling, corrupted arm as blue light flares around them. The narrator reflects on feeling responsible whenever events strayed from the original plot. The narration questions whether small actions should truly lead to catastrophic consequences. Ed endures the pain, forcing himself to keep going despite his injuries. The investigation begins to determine who summoned the Sacred Lance Dragon. The protagonist prepares to gather crucial information on the major figures of Act 3 while readying for confrontation amid intense magical tension. Lucy launches an all-out attack against the Sacred Lance Dragon. A young woman in a witch's hat unleashes a surge of powerful purple magic. A woman clings desperately to a wounded man as he cries out in pain beneath a threatening sky. A bloodied figure urgently leads a frightened group through chaos beneath a red sky. The narration explains that the protagonist is pushing himself to exhaustion in an effort to save others. A bloodied eye glares defiantly through the harsh blue light, refusing to yield despite the injury. A sudden realization stuns everyone. The character narrows his gaze, gathering determination for what comes next. A massive magical explosion destroys Nail Hall under a blood-red sky. Amid a chaotic battlefield strewn with debris, someone screams in terror and flees from the destruction. A character steps forward through shattered debris, approaching the dangerous scene. A character receives a letter announcing the sudden cancellation of the combat training session. A solitary girl carrying a lute walks through the red-lit ruins toward a grand door, filled with regret. A character speaks with a menacing tone, heightening the tension. A mysterious woman foreshadows a destined encounter in an ominous atmosphere. A massive blue dragon breaks through a glowing barrier and breathes blue fire as the final boss awakens. A male character escapes on a glowing blue wolf while considering sealing his powerful enemy instead of fighting. A mysterious woman surrounded by swirling purple energy is introduced as one of the prominent figures in Act 3. Reeling from his injuries, the protagonist realizes that neither Lucy nor Taylor could be responsible. A girl, visibly upset, insists that she is not Clarice while grieving over an injured person. She faces her impending death with a calm smile, surprising those who witness her composure. Amid a chaotic, illuminated city under attack, the young man urgently decides to secure his companion and begins searching for the missing person. A fist surges with fiery energy and lightning, signaling the release of overwhelming magical power. He sprints forward with his arm blazing, racing desperately against time. A figure arrives forcefully, energy radiating from their glowing blue foot. A wounded young man stands guard in front of a frightened girl, instructing her to stay inside while the barrier magic remains active. Stunned by a sudden revelation, the character freezes in shock. Surveying the battlefield, the character supports the wounded beast and notes that the barrier magic remains intact. A devastating barrage of glowing projectiles shatters the barrier, leaving the defenders exposed. She realizes that everyone inside the Ophelis Hall has been massacred. A white-haired girl struggles to withstand a surge of fiery magic erupting from her arm as she protests. Two figures race down the ruined hallway toward the glowing barrier, realizing the magic is still being sustained from the top-floor maintenance room. Two figures rush up the blood-stained stairs toward the top floor, hoping to find a survivor. Wounded and surrounded by smoke, the protagonist shields the terrified girl behind him as fiery energy crackles from his arm. A bloodied young man freezes in fear as he witnesses something horrifying in the red glow. A bloodied woman lies motionless within glowing magical circles as two onlookers react in shock to her apparent fatal injury. A bloodied man desperately channels holy magic in an attempt to save the dying woman in his arms, while another woman watches anxiously. Battered and bloodied, the protagonist lowers his head as despair overtakes him. An injured figure in a red cloak drags herself up the bloodied stairs, searching for other survivors after the initial attack. A mortally wounded woman coughs blood as she is forcefully grabbed by a male figure. A bloody hand collides with a dark, glowing fist as crackling energy and fire erupt between them. One character collapses from a fatal wound while another desperately cradles them, and a third calls out in shock amidst blood and glowing magic. A character recalls what someone else would likely say, deep in thought. A wounded soldier stands defiantly on the smoky battlefield, accompanied by another figure as the fighting rages on. A bloodied woman collapses after being fatally impaled by a large shard, while another character kneels beside her in shock. A woman stands frozen in shock, clutching her chest as she witnesses a devastating event. A hand engulfed in fiery magic seizes the girl's face as glowing symbols flare ominously behind them. A girl struggles in agony as a hand with a fiery magical ring tightens around her throat, unleashing a surge of ominous power. A gravely wounded woman lies motionless with a massive blade in her chest as another woman desperately cradles her, while a visibly injured young man kneels beside them in shock. The character clenches their teeth, struggling to suppress a surge of intense emotion. Two figures rush into the magic circle to aid the gravely wounded girl. A gloved hand unlocks the red-stained door while explaining that the room's high-level magic will keep it safe unless it is directly attacked. One character steadies themselves and heads outside to assess the crisis while another collapses in pain. A terrified girl warns that going outside is dangerous. A tense figure urgently warns the others to look out the window, his arm glowing with dangerous red energy. A character staggers back in shock, blood streaming down their face from a sudden attack. A lone figure watches as a massive surge of energy tears through the city. A complex magic circle flares with blue light as someone recognizes the use of unusual aspectual magic. Someone examines the scattered books on the dusty floor, realizing they are unrelated to the current situation. A figure unleashes a mysterious power, startling another who recoils in fear amid falling books. Amidst the rubble, a determined character uncovers the crucial book on holy magic techniques. A mysterious, lava-veined arm presents an ancient magical book to the wary protagonist. The sacred lance dragon is suddenly resurrected. Adele has vanished, and the blonde girl remains unaware of what happened. A wounded figure studies the unfamiliar magic circle forming in the sky, realizing it is a technique they've never encountered before. A massive dragon unleashes a surge of blue energy from its mouth. A massive dragon attacks the glowing barrier with a surge of energy. A desperate man strains to block a barrage of powerful magic but begins to falter under the assault. A massive surge of magical energy explodes, devastating the area. He realizes that everything was twisted from the start. One character kneels on the ground clutching a glowing, cracked arm while another urgently calls out in concern. Wounded and illuminated by blue light, the protagonist pushes forward while a companion watches anxiously from behind. Blinding blue energy erupts in midair as one character unleashes power and another recoils in terror. A woman recoils in agony as a glowing, lightning-charged hand with a yellow ring seizes her. A figure releases a massive surge of energy, triggering a dramatic transformation. A massive explosion of energy engulfs the entire scene in blinding light. A massive explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in chaos. A devastating explosion tears through the area, scattering debris and smoke everywhere. The ground explodes as rocks and debris fly through the blood-red sky. Ed endures a critical injury as blood and ominous light surround him. A wounded character struggles to stay conscious, grimacing in pain. A wounded girl with blue hair lies on the ground, stunned as blood drips from her face. A bloodied man struggles to remain standing as magical runes swirl behind him and a wounded woman lies motionless at his feet. A bloodied young man urges someone to ask for his help if things become too difficult. A battered girl breaks down in despair as she witnesses someone fall. A wounded man activates powerful magic as a terrified woman recoils in fear. The injured male character slowly reveals the crucial number, 160. A wounded man collapses as a frantic woman channels magical energy in a desperate attempt to save him. A woman drives a glowing, jagged black blade into a man's chest, causing blood to spurt out. A bloodied young woman clings desperately to a wounded figure, overcome by shock and grief as chaos rages around them. A gravely injured young woman, barely conscious, struggles to call out for help amid the chaos. A shattered magical artifact erupts with violent energy, obliterating everything nearby. A massive explosion of blue energy rips through the landscape, scattering debris everywhere. A bloodied girl collapses to her knees, overcome by anguish as she witnesses an unbearable tragedy. A knight in dark armor is brutally struck down by a powerful attack as another armored figure looks on. Amidst the aftermath of the massacre, a devastated figure stares at the bloodied bodies and wounded survivors, struggling to comprehend the tragedy. A wounded man is embraced by a desperate woman who pleads with him not to sacrifice himself. A bloodied girl begs desperately as she clings to her gravely injured companion amid the flames. Overwhelmed by guilt, the person breaks down in tears and apologizes repeatedly. Overwhelmed by a sudden revelation, she stares ahead in stunned silence, her wide red eye brimming with tears. A white-haired woman stares ahead in shock as she processes alarming news. A group of soldiers approaches and is shocked to find 3 people calmly drinking tea at an outdoor table. 3 students gossip in a sunlit hall, speculating about the Saintess's unexpected visit and her connection to someone named Ed. The room erupts in shock as the arrival of the Saintess catches everyone off guard, leaving one girl blushing nervously beside a seated boy. He hesitantly responds to the Saintess's request for a meeting, visibly caught off guard by her sudden approach. A character crashes to the floor, their knee hitting the wood with a scattering of dark specks. A girl forcefully grabs a young man's collar, startling him as another girl watches in shock. A white-haired girl grabs a blonde boy by the collar, catching him off guard. A startled young man pulls aside his jacket and discovers that he is completely uninjured. A stunned group watches as a girl with long white hair confronts a blonde boy across the table. A distressed girl clings to a flustered boy in public, causing a scene that leaves both of them embarrassed. A girl with long white hair is startled when several students in red uniforms suddenly call out to her at the outdoor table. A distressed woman sits outside, gasping for breath as she struggles to process everything that has happened. A wounded figure witnesses a catastrophic vision of a rampaging dragon and widespread destruction. Reeling from his injuries, the stunned figure realizes his perception has been manipulated by a hallucination. A pale-haired woman recoils in shock, unable to accept what she sees before her. A girl reaches desperately toward a wounded figure behind a magical barrier as a young man shields her from danger. A character clenches a wounded fist on the table, overwhelmed by the shocking truth. A young woman breaks down in tears, clenching her fist as despair overwhelms her. The protagonist declares that he has returned to the past. A white-haired girl stares in shock, unable to believe what she is witnessing. 2 figures recoil in shock as a wounded person is surrounded by glowing magic runes and ice spikes. A character clenches their bruised fist on the table as the shocking truth sinks in. A white-haired girl clenches her fist and cries under the blue light, struggling to hold back her overwhelming emotions. A character announces that he has returned to the past, marking a major plot development. A maid brushes a girl's hair as they quietly prepare for the morning. One character engages another in conversation at an outdoor table to prevent a meeting with the mind reader. A silver-haired woman waits calmly in Trick's hall for her meeting with the Holy Pope. A girl waits alone in the dim light, quietly lost in thought. A massive dragon surges forward, engulfed in blue energy, and attacks the blinding red explosion. Paralyzed by terror, the girl realizes she is about to die. Armored fighters fall in a savage clash as a wounded girl collapses in despair amid the chaos. Bloodied and desperate, he foresees that everyone will die. An injured hand rests heavily on the table as the situation grows more dire. A dire warning declares that everyone will die. A white-haired girl collapses in panic, gasping for breath as tears stream down her face. He nervously loosens his tie as he reacts to the sudden mention of the saintess while she watches him closely. A wounded person frantically presses a blood-soaked bandage against their arm, struggling to stop the bleeding. Amid chaos and panic, one student urgently grabs another's arm and tries to escape as the crowd erupts in confusion. Amid chaos, the saintess is hurriedly escorted through a grand doorway toward Trick's hall as urgent voices call out. A distressed girl urgently insists they must hurry to the Mex's bridge, declaring she will take responsibility for everything. A carriage charges down the street, forcing startled students to jump aside. Two people stand frozen in shock after witnessing the saintess kidnap Ed. A pink-haired girl jumps to the conclusion that someone is eloping, her face full of shock. A frustrated coachman urges the crying saintess to stop, warning that her distress could cause problems as their ornate carriage races through the forest. A terrified girl predicts a deadly dragon attack on Arkan Island as the young man listens in shock. A silver-haired woman reveals she has already died once and returned to the past. A wounded young man listens as a distressed girl tearfully recalls how he once sacrificed himself to save her from falling rubble. One character recalls a significant statement made by the other before their death as they hold hands. One character hesitantly acknowledges a promise to seek help from the other, struggling with their emotions as they sit together in the sunlight. He clenches his teeth, struggling to decide how to respond. The carriage stops as inspection personnel approach from the bridge, forcing everyone inside to wait. Seated and conflicted, he urges the woman with the butterfly hair ornament to turn back and meet the Holy Pope instead. The white-haired woman with a butterfly hairpin sits beside the man, counting nervously as tension rises between them. A character confidently announces the number 500. A bloodied character desperately shouts out the number 160. He reels back in shock as a surge of red energy bursts from his eye. A man sitting on an ornate chair laughs as he notes how crowded the area has become. A worried man urgently reports that the passage is blocked due to a backup of merchandise from the Elt Trading Company. Ed urgently orders the carriage to push through despite the older man's objections about the academic society's complaints as chaos erupts around them. Amid a crisis, the young man urgently commands everyone to break through and prioritize survival. The horse rears up as the situation escalates, and the rider prepares to move forward. A determined coachman races a carriage at high speed through a perilous, narrow street. He catches the fallen girl and resolves to trust her dire warning about the sacred lance dragon's revival. Clarice recites a string of numbers that no one else can understand. A mysterious sequence of numbers appears, hinting at an impending event. A large, cryptic number appears on the screen, signaling something significant. A memory surfaces of life before arriving in this world, symbolized by a lone dog tag. The young man reveals his military service number, as the woman clings to him in tears. A carriage races through the forest as the situation on Arkan Island forces a desperate escape. The character deduces that aspectual magic must have caused the rewinding of time, as it is the only known theory capable of interfering with temporal flow. A flustered man tries to stay composed as a distressed woman clings to him, seeking comfort and answers about aspectual magic. Ed realizes that reversing time on such a large scale should be impossible for a human, but considers the possibility given new information. A massive armored dragon dives from a surge of red and blue energy, aiming straight for the carriage racing through the forest. A terrified woman screams as she is violently grabbed by the head during a sudden attack. After a tense struggle, the character realizes they have finally escaped danger. Tears fall as the group leaves Arkan Island, uncertainty and sadness lingering in the air. A wounded survivor maintains a magical barrier amid a blood-soaked ruin while another lies motionless nearby. A teary-eyed girl with pink hair turns in surprise as someone rushes to check if she is alright. A female character recoils in shock as a sudden red aura flares up near her face. A gravely wounded young man slumps to the ground, a glowing blue blade impaled through his chest as he coughs and calls out desperately. Amidst chaos and falling embers, a desperate plea for survival erupts as one girl clutches her injured companion, vowing not to give up. A tearful character apologizes, overwhelmed by guilt for being unable to help. A battered figure stands in defeat as a spectral wolf glows behind him, while another person shields someone wounded on the ground. A bloodied man collapses among glowing magic circles after sacrificing himself. A tearful girl desperately tries to heal the unconscious boy as she apologizes. A girl tries to reassure someone as she wipes away her tears with a blood-stained hand. A bloodied man promises to help the crying woman again as chaos rages around them. A bloodied girl desperately begs a wounded boy not to lose hope as he lies impaled by a glowing blue shard. A woman urgently checks on a gravely wounded man slumped against a shattered, bloodied carriage. A female character staggers back in shock, clutching her arms as panic overtakes her. Clutching her bleeding arm marked with a cursed symbol, the character grimaces in pain. A wounded young man, overcome with guilt, laments that someone else was more deserving. Overwhelmed by emotion, the girl collapses to her knees and breaks down in tears as chaotic energy swirls around her. A dragon attacks as a carriage lies shattered beneath a storm of magic, and someone desperately wishes for a chance to change the past. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris and energy surging through the area. A single, wide eye fills with tears as its owner is stunned by a shocking revelation. A white-haired girl freezes in shock as someone addresses her as Saintess. Ed hesitantly asks the Saintess why she wanted to speak with him. Overcome by emotion, a character's eye fills with tears. A girl suddenly crashes into the protagonist, startling everyone nearby. A white-haired girl, overcome with emotion, desperately clings to someone as she vows to save them. A shocked young man is quickly pulled away by a determined girl, while a hooded figure watches in disbelief. A silver-haired girl urgently orders everyone to head east. While the carriage races through the forest, the group quickly agrees on a hiding spot after discussing their escape plan. A carriage is hit by a wave of magical attacks and explodes. A mortally wounded man bleeds in a woman's arms, impaled by a glowing blue shard, as she desperately tries to comfort him. A devastating magical sphere crashes down as two figures desperately take cover among the shattered remains. A white-haired woman urgently drags a bewildered blonde man away as another figure looks on in shock. The seaside cavern suddenly collapsed, trapping the group under rubble as one injured member reached out desperately. A white-haired woman urgently pulls a surprised young man away from the doorway as a shocked guard watches. Two figures are caught in a surge of powerful magical energy as the sacred lance dragon's attack devastates the laboratory. A startled young man is yanked away by a determined woman as a guard reacts in alarm. A white-haired woman strikes the startled man inside the carriage, prompting a shocked reaction from the nearby guard. A silver-haired figure forcefully opens the door of the ornate golden carriage as a guard stands watch nearby. The relentless cycle continues. A bloodied figure collapses to the ground and desperately reaches out with a wounded, glowing hand. Ed lies gravely wounded and unconscious as a cursed sword hovers threateningly above him. A male figure unleashes a surge of blue energy, breaking through the surrounding darkness. A bloodied figure is hurled backward by a violent explosion, while another stands nearby in shock. One figure lies unconscious and bloodied on the ground as another stands over him with a piercing, unyielding gaze. A young woman kneels in a pool of blood, surrounded by countless corpses after a massacre. A pale-haired woman with a large gem on her chest is revealed, leaving someone breathless and shocked. A glowing sphere pulses with energy as time begins to rewind in the cosmic void. An older man smiles warmly as he receives a box outside. No matter where they searched in the academy, either the Holy Pope nor the Archbishop could be found. No matter where they tried to escape, the situation remained unchanged. The young man realizes with shock that he is facing imminent death. Time after time, the wounded young man sacrifices himself to shield the girl, always dying in her place. A woman in the sunlit room recites a cryptic sequence of numbers, heightening the tension. A character struggles to decide what to do next, gripped by uncertainty and emotional turmoil. Carriages are forced to stop near the city gate as inspection personnel emerge from the Mex's bridge, making the travelers wait. A character notices they have arrived at the Mex's bridge and is visibly moved. A tense moment unfolds as the group prepares to follow instructions and escape through the window. A tearful young woman desperately begs someone to stop. The protagonist steps out of the ornate carriage onto the sunlit street, ready to face what awaits. One person firmly tells the other to get off, prompting a startled reaction. One person leaves the carriage while another follows, looking worried. A white-haired character in red hesitates as someone stops them with a hand on their shoulder. A tearful young woman, clutching her chest and showing her bandaged arm, urges someone to rest. Someone questions the reason behind stopping the carriage during a dangerous moment. He decides to seek help from a few reliable people. A sudden shift signals a major turning point in the story. A wounded young man sacrifices himself again to save the girl from a fatal attack. A woman stands in the shadows by a window, reciting a series of cryptic numbers. A wounded figure clenches a fist in frustration, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Inspection personnel appear at the Mex's bridge, forcing the group to halt and wait with their carriage amid the busy street. Overwhelmed by emotion, the character realizes they have arrived at the Mex's bridge. A boy scans the area from the window, anticipating instructions to push past the obstacle ahead. A tearful young woman urgently begs someone to stop. Ed steps out of the ornate carriage onto the bright cobblestone street, ready to face what awaits. A man firmly tells the woman behind him to get off, leaving her startled. A blindfolded man steps out of a lavish carriage while a white-haired woman hesitates in the doorway. One character urgently stops another by grabbing their shoulder. A wounded woman clutches her collar and anxiously urges someone to rest. The protagonist decides to seek help from potential allies. A sudden and significant change occurs, altering the situation. A distressed girl urgently begs her companion to escape before the Mex's bridge is blocked after the impending incident. Bloodied and desperate, the wounded figure repeatedly fails to escape with the terrified girl despite every attempt. A woman desperately tries to heal a wounded man in her arms, but all her attempts fail. A pink-haired woman kneels in shock amid a pool of blood and countless fallen bodies. Two characters stand before a carriage as one reassures the other after a failed attempt. A hand opens a small round container, revealing something important inside. He inspects the persistent wounds on her arm, questioning why they remain even after time has reversed. A surge of holy magic erupts, forming a protective barrier that shields the figure from incoming attacks. A figure shrouded in dark energy gains complete resistance to holy magic. It is revealed that Archbishop Verdio's mind-reading failed because of the protection offered by the glowing amulet. One character challenges the other with a critical question as an object is dropped and shatters on the ground, intensifying the confrontation. Time is being rewound through the use of holy magic. She realizes that aspectual magic is being used to rewind time. A magical phenomenon lights up the night sky as a critical revelation dawns on the observer. A wounded figure deduces that only a holy magic technique powered by a god can sustain such a large-scale spell, while a distressed companion looks on. A confident boy urges his companion to find hope in their situation. A young man is abruptly interrupted as a girl in red forcefully strikes him in the chest. The tearful girl breaks down and admits she lost count after 10 tries. A tearful young woman is comforted and encouraged to stay calm and not exhaust herself. Faced with overwhelming frustration, a character reaches a breaking point and yearns for escape. Ed steps forward with determination and tells the group to trust him with what comes next. The decision is made to confront the problem now that its cause has been discovered. A decisive plan is announced to eliminate the cause of the issue. Reflecting on past events, the narrator notes how Clarissa's personality shifted drastically after Adele's death. A woman openly defies the entire order, shocking everyone with her sudden rebellion. She stares ahead with a cold intensity, her personality transformed by everything she has endured. Clarisse suffers through unimaginable torment, reliving the same agony countless times. A girl kneels in shock amid the bodies, moments before learning the order was responsible. Her transformation from a saintly figure to the faithless saint is revealed, confirming suspicions about her dual nature. The narration asserts that everything remains unchanged from the original story. A grand hall stands beneath a clear blue sky. Faced with limited options, she resolves to confront the Holy Lance Dragon directly. A determined figure urgently declares the plan to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. She searches urgently for the Holy Pope and Archbishop, but no one knows their whereabouts. Amid the chaos, two figures push urgently through the crowd, questioning why such prominent individuals would go unnoticed. Two figures enter the hall together, immediately capturing the startled attention of everyone present. Two young men engage in a heated spar, their wooden swords clashing as onlookers realize a match is underway. He awakens his swordsman form and swiftly secures victory. Ed is struck hard on the head with a wooden staff and recoils in shock. Two students face off with wooden swords before a large crowd, while another struggles on the ground as the confrontation escalates. Someone gently places a red hood over the girl's head, urging her to move past troubling thoughts. Amid the chaos of the fleeing crowd, one person urgently pulls another to safety as the threat of the Holy Lance Dragon's resurrection looms. A carriage speeds toward the last known location of the missing church leaders at Mex's Bridge. Someone approaches the ornate doorway, hinting at an imminent crucial reveal. A hooded woman strides into the grand hall and demands information from the two figures inside. A young woman with red hair greets someone enthusiastically and asks if they found a good opportunity. Lortel cautiously agrees to hear the proposal, making it clear that all information on Arkan Island goes through her. A tense moment builds as the name Lortel Ketchum is declared. A sudden shock startles the group, prompting one person to stand protectively in front, while the others cling to him for reassurance. One character accuses the other of possibly learning hypnosis after intense spell study, expressing concern about targeting the saintess. The protagonist urgently tells the others that he must find someone before the joint combat training begins. The young man urgently offers any amount of money in a desperate attempt to negotiate. A red-haired girl demands an explanation, her expression tense and determined. The group arrives at the carriage depot near the Mex's Bridge. A red-haired woman delivers witness information to a man and begins negotiating her fee. One character explains that they left their sparring match and came because of the urgent request, while another listens and a third watches from inside the carriage. A worried girl inside the carriage tries to make sense of the saintess's sudden change while another stands outside, equally confused. Two students discuss the approaching end of the joint combat training as they stand together in a large, bright room. A surprised girl questions why she is suddenly being praised for her calm and rational behavior. One character reassures another to stay calm and trust what he is about to reveal. Anxiously confronting the man outside the carriage, the girl reminds him they are running out of time, and he calmly agrees. He speaks with determination, making his serious point clear despite his anxious expression. A pink-haired girl stares ahead in stunned silence, processing a sudden revelation. A character recoils in alarm, suddenly confronted by unexpected danger. A massive wheel crashes down, smashing into the ground and scattering debris everywhere. A sudden explosion hurls Ed and a rearing horse through the chaotic city street. A massive blue energy blast tears through a building as the sky burns red. Two characters are violently struck by a surge of blue energy, sending debris flying as they scream in agony. One character throws themselves around another, shielding them from the chaos as energy crackles dangerously close. A terrified character recoils as blood suddenly splatters in front of them. A colossal blue dragon tears through the stormy sky, unleashing a surge of electricity and scattering debris. A colossal, lightning-charged object slams into the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. A massive dragon looms over the bridge as lightning flashes across the stormy sky. A wounded figure lies among the rubble as rain falls over the ruins of a destroyed building. A young woman recoils in alarm as strange symbols begin to glow on the wall behind her. Under the pouring rain, a female character struggles to hold back her tears. A wounded young man coughs and struggles to stay upright as someone urgently calls out to him. A girl stares ahead in shock as she comes to terms with a devastating realization. Bloodied and desperate, the young man demands to know the price under the stormy sky. A wounded man collapses over an injured woman in the rain, shielding her as blood spreads across the ground. A character struggles to breathe while lying on the rain-soaked ground. A character collapses to the ground in the pouring rain, unmoving and possibly unconscious. A woman weeps over an injured man's body in the rain, vowing to repay him for saving her life. Two wounded figures exchange a dagger in the rain as one firmly rejects an offered reward. The Holy Pope and Archbishop, using a concealment rune and guarded by troops, traveled down isolated roads toward an unknown destination. Bloodied and rain-soaked, Ed discovers a vital clue in the letter about the academic cathedral within the faculty building. A bloodied young man struggles through the wreckage, carrying an injured figure in his arms as rain pours down. Amidst the rain and chaos, an injured young man supports his wounded companion as a lightning-charged explosion erupts from a shattered relic. Two women struggle to hold back the injured man as he tries to move forward through the rain. A hooded girl panics in the rain as she sees someone bleeding. A red-haired girl in a hood pauses in the rain, catching her breath. Bloodied and determined, Ed urges the frightened girl to stop hesitating and move forward through the rain. A badly injured horse is found still able to move, offering a chance for the group to reach the faculty building. A rider urges their horse to move faster through the pouring rain. A bloodied young man steps forward in the rain and demands control of the reins from the cloaked figure. In the pouring rain, one figure tells the other that only two can ride, forcing a decision about who must stay behind. One figure declares that they must leave together with the Saintess. The battered figure hesitates in the rain, preparing to reveal a long and difficult story. Under the pouring rain, the protagonist focuses and prepares for a decisive action. A wounded man urgently pushes a white-haired woman onto a horse as chaos erupts in the pouring rain. A rain-soaked girl looks ahead with determination, expressing trust in her senior's motives despite her confusion. A red-haired woman kneels in the rain and offers reassurance with a gentle smile. In the pouring rain, one person clasps another's hand and vows to repay a debt. Two hands cling desperately in the rain as one person refuses to let the other slip away. One character forcefully lifts another off the ground in the pouring rain. A battered man seizes another by the collar in the pouring rain, demanding repayment. A white-haired girl clenches her fists and reacts with shock and embarrassment in front of someone. He clenches his teeth and endures a sudden wave of agonizing pain. A bloodied man clutches the woman's face as they lock eyes in a moment charged with tension. A figure steps onto the rain-soaked street and hints at her involvement while confronting Ed. One character calls out to another while they both stand injured in the rain. A bloodied man supports an unconscious girl in the rain, jolting in alarm as she cries out. A taunting figure threatens the Saintess as a bloody battle rages in the rain. A hooded figure lifts a glowing hand toward the stormy sky, beginning a mysterious ritual. A hooded figure stands in the rain and silently raises a hand toward the sky. A character stands in the rain, staring in shock at a severed, bloodied hand on the shattered ground. A hooded woman surveys the carnage in the ruins, struggling to understand how the devastation linked to the Holy Lance Dragon has resurfaced centuries after its supposed end. One character grips another by the throat in the rain, demanding compliance. A girl stands in the rain, facing danger with a defiant smile and clenched fists. A lone figure stands defiantly as an armored giant and a dragon loom over the ruined, rain-soaked battlefield. A troubled figure surveys the rain-soaked battlefield, recalling that the Holy Lance Dragon's reign should have ended 300 years ago. A hand seizes Lortel by the throat in the rain, forcing her to comply. A battered girl stands in the rain, clenching her fists and smiling defiantly. Against overwhelming odds, one person stands determined as powerful enemies close in. A massive magical explosion erupts as two figures on horseback race desperately away from the devastation. A wounded man urgently tells the distressed woman to remember his advice, and she agrees. She stares in disbelief, struggling to understand how her opponent can remain so fearless. A terrified horse rears up as blood and chaos erupt around it. The wounded character is mauled by the beast, blood spraying as the attack intensifies. A bloodied man collapses to the ground while shielding a woman from the swirling debris. A female character with long light hair lies motionless and bleeding, her eyes closed as blood splatters around her. Startled by the sudden threat, the female character tenses as darkness and red lights swirl around her. Kneeling amid the rubble, she urgently checks the bleeding figure's condition. Bloodied but standing, Ed endures his injuries and wonders at his opponent's strength. The injured character snaps into focus, urgently shifting attention to a more critical concern. Two figures arrive at the cathedral entrance beneath a red, stormy sky. The story shifts to the vast and storied Holy Imperial Capital. A legendary sorcerer stands at the center of awe and admiration, recognized as the greatest among holy sorcerers. A powerful individual descends the staircase, while narration emphasizes the formidable strength and unwavering loyalty of those prepared to defend Telos. A powerful angelic figure descends into the cathedral, unleashing a surge of radiant energy. A shadowy figure appears, revealing the emergence of the Apostles of Telos. A bloodied woman urgently blocks the entrance, warning about the Apostles' weakness as a menacing figure looms behind her. A hooded man with angelic wings blocks the path with his glowing staff, refusing to let anyone through. A desperate attacker lunges at a stunned target with a glowing enchanted dagger. A hooded figure with wings slams a glowing fighter to the ground as a shocked girl watches. An injured fighter unleashes a powerful magical attack and urgently urges the Saintess to break through. A winged, hooded figure blocks the Saintess's path with an electrified staff, refusing to let her pass. A hooded figure activates the impact-amplifying wave ball, causing a sudden surge of energy. Two opponents unleash powerful magical attacks that collide in a dramatic explosion. A winged figure crashes down with a powerful burst of energy, unleashing a fierce attack. He narrows his eyes in resolve, steeling himself for action. A surge of wind magic slices forward, cutting through the air with forceful energy. A winged figure raises a glowing weapon and unleashes a powerful attack. A winged character scowls in frustration as another figure escapes through a large doorway. The protagonist senses an ominous presence and reacts with intense suspicion. A bloody man brandishes his dagger and confronts a shadowy enemy as energy swirls around them. A hooded figure with wings urges their weakened opponent to surrender under the red sky. The hooded character suddenly senses an unexpected threat. A bloodied fighter grips a dagger and braces as a winged opponent charges with a spear through a burst of blue energy. A figure gathers intense blue lightning energy in a clenched fist, preparing to unleash powerful magic. Ed, battered but determined, channels blue magical energy into his crossbow and prepares to unleash the magic arrow spell. A male character unleashes Holy Body Awakening, transforming his magic power into physical energy. A hooded figure with glowing wings charges forward, preparing to unleash a deadly attack with a radiant sword. Blue energy surges as the battered young man draws his glowing crossbow, preparing to unleash a powerful shot. A character with golden wings charges forward, launching a powerful attack amidst a group of winged opponents. A combatant surges forward, unleashing a blindingly fast attack powered by golden energy. A winged assailant strikes down with a glowing weapon, forcing the blue aura defender to block desperately. A young man is struck through the chest by a powerful blow, his blood splattering as yellow light erupts around him. Two figures escape on horseback as a surge of magical energy erupts behind them, tearing through the devastated landscape. A battered young man urges someone to keep fighting despite the hardships. She forces herself to run forward through the red-lit hallway, determined to push past her limits. A wounded girl struggles to remain conscious and understand the situation as she kneels in a blood-stained, glowing red scene. A bloodied figure urgently grabs another's wrist to keep them steady under the red light. A wounded young man remains standing and determined despite a sword impaled through his torso. A winged foe is impaled by a bloodied sword and collapses in agony, stunned by the sudden attack. Wounded and determined, the protagonist channels energy into the glowing symbol on his chest, preparing to unleash a powerful ability. A furious, bloodied woman explodes with rage as she confronts her adversary. Fiery energy erupts as the character braces for a fierce battle. A winged warrior launches a powerful blue energy attack at a wounded man, forcing him to defend himself in desperation. A young woman struggles desperately as she becomes trapped beneath falling ice shards. A silhouetted figure unleashes a savage blow, sending blood spraying as their opponent screams in agony. A character crashes to their knees, smashing the ground with explosive power. A bloodied man kneels on the ruined battlefield as a furious figure confronts him for not calling for help sooner. A bloodied man collapses as a panicked woman desperately tries to keep him conscious. Bloodied and barely conscious, the character struggles to breathe under the harsh red light. A girl desperately begs for someone to stay alive as a golden beam shoots from the cathedral behind her. A sword pierces through the character's abdomen, leaving them gravely wounded as blood spills out. An injured figure collapses to the ground as a white-haired girl rushes toward him through the wreckage. Someone desperately demands the heavy, ornate door to open as red light fills the scene. A weary girl kneels before the locked sacred door, preparing to enter the corridor beyond. A beam of pink light illuminates the ornate door, emphasizing its sacred presence. She forces herself to unleash a surge of blazing magical energy despite the pain. A powerful explosion shatters the stone and sends debris flying in all directions. A battered woman with long white hair struggles to stay upright in the smoky aftermath of a fierce battle. A pale-haired woman freezes in shock, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Blood splatters across the floor as shadows close in. A blood-soaked woman freezes in shock as she witnesses something horrifying. A bloody, panicked girl rushes down a debris-filled hallway, urgently searching for a survivor. A desperate girl cradles her bleeding companion in the ruins, frantically trying to keep her conscious. A distraught girl clutches a bloodied, unconscious woman, desperately demanding to know what happened. A bloodied man smirks and taunts the person who arrived earlier than expected. A wounded woman clings desperately to another, refusing to let go despite her injuries. A character recoils in terror, their eye wide and glowing as they witness something shocking. A bloodied girl turns her back and walks away, making it clear that she does not want the other person to return. A figure becomes engulfed in radiant light as a holy blessing manifests. The panel lists the combined holy powers of the Archbishop, 6 bishops, and 8 apostles as significant for a single mark. A secret sigil is revealed, hinting at a hidden organization. Only one person in existence can possess the holy blessing inscribed on their body. A female character is struck in the chest by a powerful magical attack, sending blood and energy flying as she collapses. A woman recoils in shock as a surge of divine magic erupts within the shattered cathedral. A wounded character urges someone to hold on as the end approaches. A distraught girl clutches her glowing, wounded arm and pleads desperately for answers. A character dives through a surge of energy, desperately trying to reach someone in danger. A female character is violently thrown backward by a sudden blast of blue energy. The protagonist is summoned for a private conversation and anxiously awaits the reason. A blue-haired woman suddenly collapses onto the platform in front of a startled blonde man. The silver-haired character, visibly bruised but determined, reluctantly agrees. A person slams their fists onto the table in frustration. A white-haired woman leans over the table and decisively prepares to reveal everything. A character slams both fists angrily onto the table. A white-haired woman leans over the table and prepares to reveal important information. A character recalls their earliest memory of watching seagulls soaring above the harbor. 2 boys race along the pier as one chases the other, calling out for him to stop. A boy urgently warns someone not to run, fearing they might get hurt. A concerned boy warns the girl sitting by the sea to watch her step. A young boy enjoys a quiet moment beneath the clear sky. Ships arrive at the trade city of Oldek as refugees seek safety from the war. After being used and scammed, the group stands defeated in a desolate alley surrounded by their luggage. A lone loaf of broken bread lies on the ground, marking a quiet turning point. They struggled each day to survive with barely enough money for a single piece of bread. A meal is set out on the table, ready to be eaten. A girl pauses mid-bite, startled as someone calls her name while she eats alone on a bench. A man reassures someone before leaving to take care of something important. Ed strides forward between two men, moving with determination through the sunlit area. In the midst of the bustling plaza, the protagonist pauses and glances back warily, sensing that something is wrong. As the crowd moves around him, Ed pauses and scans his surroundings with a tense, alert gaze. A distressed man clutches his head and stumbles away through the crowded plaza as onlookers watch. A character gratefully accepts and eats a luxurious sandwich they normally could not afford. A distressed man clutches his head in confusion, while people walk by a seated girl in the sunlit hall. A girl steps boldly toward the cliff edge as a worried boy shouts a warning from below. A girl strides forward as a boy cries out in pain while being pinned to the ground near the beach. The protagonist arrives at Deldaros orphanage after losing their family. Even the children are forced to perform exhausting chores in the hall. Children at the orphanage take a break from their duties by resting during chapel prayers. After finding a discarded lute at the dock, the child learned to play hymns and began spending more time at the church, easing the burden of hard labor. A church steeple stands tall under a clear sky as the story hints at an upcoming event. Desperate merchants plead with the archbishop, offering large sums of money in hopes of being allowed into the holy imperial capital. A man gratefully receives a wrapped gift in a sunlit room. A candle suddenly flares up, startling the character. Flames erupt unexpectedly in the church, causing panic as people rush to help the endangered authority figure. A powerful surge of water magic bursts forth, overtaking everything in its path. A man recoils in shock as steam billows around him after a sudden confrontation. Two people discover smoke and burn marks in the altar room, realizing a fire nearly caused disaster. Someone questions whether this situation was anticipated as buckets of water sit in the corridor. Someone hesitantly admits they learned something from a dream. A girl reflects on her recurring dreams, admitting she cannot foresee her own future. A blonde girl is startled as someone suddenly grabs her hands in a tense moment. An emotional man reverently praises the saintess, declaring her destined to lead the order. A mysterious light suddenly engulfs the city. A lavish banquet is presented to a group of solemn, high-ranking clergymen, highlighting the narrator's former wealth and influence. She endured strict routines of prayer, etiquette lessons, and late-night studying, which proved even more demanding than her former life in poverty. A woman kneels as a bishop pours holy water over her head in a grand cathedral. A female character reveals a glowing holy sigil on her shoulder, signifying she bears the sacred blessing. The protagonist reflects on completing all rituals except for the baptism of the stigmata, feeling his holy power has grown stronger. A masked woman is stunned as she witnesses a vision revealing her own future. A terrified character locks eyes with the monstrous beast reflected in their gaze. An older man confronts someone in the lavish room, demanding an explanation for the sudden decision to give up being the saintess. The kneeling woman expresses her gratitude and declares her intention to serve in a new way. She realizes she cannot persuade the other person and accepts defeat. A man explains that the woman's precognitive power is a form of magic tied to time and the reason she was chosen as the saintess. A man, radiating red energy, acknowledges his opponent's newfound ability to foresee his own future. Years went by as the tower remained unchanged. She had renounced her role as the saintess of the Telos Order. The holy flame continued to be safeguarded in the imperial capital. A girl sits alone on the rooftop at night, playing the lute as she struggles to stay awake. A massive dragon bursts forth amid lightning and fire, signaling its ominous return. A panicked man urgently declares that the saintess must be sacrificed to calm the rampaging dragon. A tearful girl begins revealing important information she learned in the holy imperial capital. The world entered an era of peace under the wise rule of Holy Emperor Clo. With peace prevailing, the influence of the Holy Pope diminished as people no longer sought divine guidance. Verdio brandishes a cursed dagger, fully aware of what the others need. A massive dragon unleashes a fiery attack on a glowing winged warrior amid a terrifying battle. A sinister plan is revealed to revive the Holy Lance Dragon on Arkan Island, using its terror to manipulate the people before dramatically defeating it. Archbishop Verdio sought a saintess to sacrifice in order to seal the Holy Lance Dragon from the start. A wounded woman stands amid swirling dark energy, confronting the consequences of her attempt to escape a tragic fate. Years later, a solitary figure plays guitar beneath the night sky. A young girl is recognized for her exceptional talent in holy magic, even if her aspectual magic skills are not as strong. She quietly wonders how to live a pure life while reflecting on the saintly qualities admired by others. A blonde woman firmly rejects something while playing her instrument on stage. A character prepares to confess a regretful truth while plucking the strings of an ornate instrument. A threatening message appears, declaring that one person's struggle to survive will result in another's death. A girl passionately urges someone to escape, while singing and playing her instrument. A telepathic warning urges immediate escape from the Denkin Swamp and the golden city of Cloilan as a serene woman stands amidst swirling mystical energy. Two figures stand beneath the night sky as one desperately wishes to escape the city, longing for anywhere else. A woman urgently tells another to escape as she plays music on the window ledge below. Each night, the character sings in hopes that Clarice will find the courage to escape. Guilt surged every time the protagonist saw the girl's innocent smile, knowing everything was built on deception. At dawn, the figure escapes once more, setting out as a wandering minstrel. The protagonist arrives at Sylvania Academy, marking the start of a new chapter. A severely injured figure drags himself forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. A severely injured girl staggers into the cathedral, drawing the worried attention of the onlookers. She now fully understands the timing and circumstances of the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. A stern figure bars entry to the chapel, forbidding outsiders from entering. A character rolls up his sleeve and reveals a glowing holy mark on his arm. A hooded figure moves into the chapel, immediately facing a defensive formation of robed apostles prepared for battle. A glowing chest opens, revealing a necklace with Wellbrock's fawn needed to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon. A desperate young woman pleads with an unyielding authority in front of a glowing artifact, but her efforts are ignored. The true power of the Holy Lance Dragon is revealed as blue energy crackles around the weapon, defying the skeptic's assumptions. A colossal dragon bursts into the sky, crackling with blue lightning above the bridge and river. Desperate leaders decided to sacrifice a saintess to provide the Holy Lance Dragon with enough holy power to quell its hunger. A deadly sacrificial circle on the chapel floor is revealed to be designed to put Wellbrock to sleep by sacrificing the saintess's life. A figure begins a dangerous ritual over the glowing summoning circle, signaling the imminent conclusion of their plan. A glowing dagger stabs into the swirling mass of dark energy, unleashing a surge of blue magic. Red energy tendrils lash out from the magic circle as one figure endures the painful effects of the ritual. Dark shards impale the wounded woman as she clings to life within a raging red aura. Despite the deception, the speaker recalls seeing genuine hope in her eyes. A surge of holy magic shields the character from the necklace's dark curse. A surge of uncontrolled magic bursts from within as the character struggles to contain its overwhelming power. Powerful aspectual magic fueled by holy energy envelopes the city, demonstrating control over the flow of time. 3 identical women, bloodied and exhausted, endure a relentless magical ritual beneath a radiant symbol. One girl struggles to heal her injured companion, realizing her holy power is almost depleted. A battered girl forces herself to keep going, determined to finish despite her exhaustion. A wounded figure staggers away from the church, fleeing in defeat. A wounded woman clutches her bloody shoulder, struggling to stay upright under the harsh light. A bloodied character staggers back, struggling to catch their breath after barely surviving a violent confrontation. A tense young man with wet hair spots someone unexpected nearby while holding a drink. A powerful magic circle activates, flooding the empty hall with an ominous red glow. A character slams their knee into the glowing red magic circle, triggering a surge of energy. A cursed dagger is unleashed, filling the fiery room with swirling dark energy. Ominous red energy engulfs the scene as one figure screams in agony, and another is overwhelmed by the surge of dark magic. Someone reflects that their efforts, while seemingly meaningless, were not entirely in vain. A young woman is overwhelmed by a surge of dark energy, blood and flower petals scattering as she clutches her hands in agony. Despite deception, the protagonist realizes Clarissa's sincerity. A magical crest flares to life on the character's chest, forming a barrier against the attacking dark tendrils. A girl struggles to withstand a surge of overpowering magical energy. Powerful aspectual magic fueled by holy energy engulfs the city, intertwining with the flow of time. Magical energy repeatedly strikes 3 women, forcing them to endure relentless torment beneath a glowing sigil. One girl struggles to support her injured companion in the ruined hall, worried that she is running out of strength. A battered girl struggles to continue her magical loops, knowing they will end when her holy power is depleted. A wounded figure staggers away from the courtyard, leaving a trail of blood as they retreat toward the cathedral in defeat. A woman staggers forward, clutching her bleeding shoulder as pain overwhelms her. A bloodied young man gasps for air as he confronts someone, struggling to speak. Ed, sweating and on edge, spots someone unexpected and tenses up. A man rejects the warning about the Holy Lance Dragon, refusing to trust what he's being told. A commanding voice declares that the Order will achieve a miracle today as light pours through stained glass. A priest raises his arms at the altar, proclaiming that all humanity will bow before Telos as armored angels stand guard. A massive dragon returns to life as lightning flashes above the city. A solemn saintess approaches the glowing rune, preparing to offer her life in a sacrificial ritual. Someone reflects intensely on the burdens and expectations of a saintess's life. A serene girl with long white hair smiles gently as her story is about to unfold. A masked woman is revealed as the saintess, radiating an aura of gentle authority. Wounded and surrounded by ominous energy, the young woman accepts her painful sacrifice without hesitation. A surge of holy magic shields the wounded figure, repelling the shadowy assault. Time is forcefully reversed across the world as the glowing clock sigil activates. A lute crashes to the floor with force, breaking the tense silence. Barely conscious and battered, the girl forces herself upright in the sunlit hall outside the combat training room. The holy magic's blessing fades as the user's power runs out, sealing the Holy Lance Dragon. A wounded figure carrying a lute walks alone down the blood-stained hallway. An armored dragon bursts forth, unleashing its fury amid destruction and lightning. A magical ritual succeeds as the Holy Lance Dragon is revived before a gathered group. After everyone left the worship hall to search for Clarice, a lone figure remained behind as a glowing magic circle activated. A figure kneels inside the glowing rune, accepting the ritual of sacrifice. A wounded girl kneels in the center of a glowing ritual circle, forcing herself to continue the forbidden ceremony as dark energy crackles around her. The figure collapses onto the glowing magic circle, enduring another wave of punishing red energy. Racked with guilt, The bloodied figure blames himself for abandoning his responsibilities. The internal monologue shifts to a moment of reflection. At the heart of the ritual, a girl accepts the surging energy with a calm smile as she makes her sacrifice. A burned lute lies abandoned, hinting that the situation is nearing its end. A hand lifts a blood-stained lute, signaling that even holy power has its limits. Unable to persuade Verdio, the protagonist leaves the hallway in defeat. A wounded figure slams their fist against the wall in frustration, realizing they cannot stop him. A tense hand pauses midair before knocking on the closed door. A wounded woman rushes through the cathedral, determined to sacrifice herself to prevent the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Someone delivers a grave warning, insisting that none of this must happen. Clutching a blood-stained shoulder, the wounded character pushes onward through the pain. A gravely injured girl, held in someone's arms, struggles to understand what has just happened. Ed, sweating slightly, offers the orange juice to someone else, explaining he prefers cold water. A young man urgently checks on an injured girl slumped weakly on the bench. A weary girl steadies herself with determination, preparing to take action. A grim young man warns that someone is going to die soon. A dirt-covered girl stands frozen, silently processing the shock of recent events. A character is struck by the sudden memory of Ed Rothstaler. A young woman plays the lute by a sunlit window, evoking memories of the past. A fleeting encounter is recalled as the two stand back-to-back in the sunlight. A woman turns to the man by the grand door and warns him that he will die soon. The narration emphasizes that something important happened only during the very first time. Two people stand silently in a sunlit hallway, tension hanging between them. A mysterious figure is revealed to have never appeared before the narrator. He stands quietly, about to give his answer. Despite her injuries, the young woman calmly affirms her understanding while sipping from her mug. As sunlight filters through, the two characters sit quietly on the bench, each lost in thoughts of the past. Ed decides to end the conversation and head to the cathedral. Exhausted and stained, the woman sits beside the ornate artifact, reacting in disbelief as the confrontation ends unexpectedly. He admits he doesn't know everything but remains determined to move forward. They sit tensely on the bench as one presses the other about the seriousness of the looming threat. A nervous young woman hesitates beside a man as she suddenly notices something unusual. A battered girl tries to hide her pain with a weak smile. Kneeling amid swirling red and black magic, the figure realizes that death is unavoidable after countless loops. Two women share a quiet night as one plays the lute near the window. The boy pauses beside the fallen figure, uncertain if the confrontation is truly over. Instead of following the expected path, a decisive choice to sing is made. Clarice stands by the window, smiling softly as she blushes. Ed stands unfazed in the moonlight, challenging the outcome with a cold stare. A girl with flowers in her hair cries out desperately for someone to leave her alone. Sitting alone on the bench, the character clutches an envelope and pushes others away, lost in hopeless thoughts. A girl is startled while eating alone on a bench. Ed strides determinedly down the street, accompanied by two figures. A blonde girl smiles warmly as she expresses her gratitude. Amid the crowded street, Ed suddenly notices something unusual and reacts with surprise. A character is struck by a sudden and shocking realization. He scans the crowded courtyard, tense and alert for any sign of danger. She struggles to hold back her tears. A sense of doubt hangs in the air as someone questions whether past events truly happened as believed. He watches his father walk away, struggling with the words he couldn't say. Tears stream down his face as he silently mourns the words left unspoken. A blonde girl breaks down, screaming in anguish as tears stream down her face. Overwhelmed by desperation, someone silently begs for him not to leave. A frightened character grips a mug, finally admitting their fear after many lies. A crying, injured girl clutches a scroll and pleads desperately for her life. A long-hidden truth is suddenly revealed, changing everything. Two people sit on a bench outside, one letting out a relieved sigh while the other remains tense. A young man quickly drinks a mysterious blue liquid from the bottle. The exhausted girl slumps on the bench to recover as someone reaches out to her. Ed approaches and bluntly points out the obvious, catching the surprised girl off guard as she sits with her teacup. A frightened girl is forced to reveal everything she knows. Someone announces the intention to finish the conflict. He clenches his fist with determination as sunlight streams behind him. A white-haired woman leans forward and announces she is about to reveal everything. One member leaves the group to search for someone named Adele, while the others watch. A white-haired young woman stares ahead with tense concern after hearing alarming news. A fierce battle breaks out as the group charges toward the cathedral, facing a winged warrior unleashing radiant power. A startled figure in white and gold confronts an unexpected arrival, demanding to know why she is here instead of at Trix Hall. A determined woman pushes past the armored figure, insisting she needs to focus. The protagonist steels himself, determined to uncover the full truth. A large wooden door swings open abruptly, revealing a brightly lit space and heightening the tension. A determined woman bursts into the room and orders everyone to stop immediately. Cloaked figures advance toward the glowing magic circle as a ritual gathering begins. An older man in a sunlit chamber recognizes the saintess with surprise. A white-haired woman confronts the archbishop, questioning his loyalty as he calmly reaffirms his devotion to the holy imperial capital. An older man delivers a manipulative speech in a sunlit hall, urging others to sway public belief. She realizes the plan involves killing the Holy Lance Dragon to spread its grace. A worried woman urgently warns the group not to underestimate the Holy Lance Dragon and urges them to consider the possibility of failure. A character recoils in terror, eyes wide as she witnesses something horrifying. A shadowy figure confronts another about being used as insurance from the start. A terrified girl is pinned down as someone menacingly reaches toward her in the harsh red light. A shadowy figure looms menacingly over someone, warning that disaster will follow if events take a wrong turn. Ed drags a bloodied companion through chaos, acknowledging the harsh reality of their situation. The Holy Lance Dragon is revived to address the Order's worsening financial crisis. Angelic figures descend and defeat a dragon beneath a glowing cross to display their power and reinforce the Order's authority. A battered girl struggles to catch her breath as she recalls how the Archbishop's relentless drive for growth and wealth began even before his rise to power. A blonde young man admits he can no longer influence the Archbishop after fleeing the Holy Imperial capital. She explains that he relied on overwhelming strength to force others into submission. Winged, masked apostles descend in radiant light, stunning everyone in the Grand Hall. The most elite forces in the Holy Imperial capital are introduced as powerful enough to repel an entire army. A stern man subdues the Saintess in a Grand Hall, ensuring she remains unconscious. A battered young woman, bloodied and defeated, lowers her head as she admits there is nothing they can do against such overwhelming strength. A bloodied character recoils in terror, reacting to a sudden shock. One character urgently carries an injured companion on his back while questioning the significance of force. A colossal surge of divine lightning magic strikes the cathedral, unleashing devastating energy. A furious figure surges with purple lightning and smashes through the magical barrier. A man grins as a massive wave of purple energy erupts behind him, shattering the structure. Startled by a sudden magical presence, the girl and the older man react with shock as he demands to know who is confronting them. The man glares intensely and firmly rejects the demand. A powerful magical blow sends the character flying as crackling purple energy erupts from a large staff. A hooded figure with wings convulses in agony as purple energy surges violently around him. A violent surge of purple magic crashes into two armored figures as a witch-like attacker stands in command. A hooded woman, crackling with purple energy, declares her atheism with fierce intensity. He refuses the demand with unwavering defiance. A powerful purple blast strikes the character, hurling him backward through the chaotic surge of energy. A hooded figure with wings collapses, writhing in pain as purple energy crackles violently around them. A surge of purple magic blasts through the area, hurling two armored figures away as the spellcaster stands unfazed in the center of the chaos. A hooded woman stands surrounded by dark energy as she reveals she is an atheist. A girl in a witch hat blasts two winged opponents with a surge of purple lightning, overpowering them. A female character, radiating ominous purple energy, declares that those who have sinned deserve punishment. A man is caught off guard as a sinister purple energy engulfs him, leaving him panicked and demanding answers. A hooded figure releases a burst of purple energy, forcing the other character to stagger back in shock. A female mage unleashes a surge of crackling purple energy, intensifying the confrontation. A man, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of dark energy, confronts the source with alarm and fury. Two armored enforcers descend through golden light and attack with glowing weapons, declaring their target has forsaken their deity. A determined character channels intense energy, preparing to unleash a powerful ability. A sword-wielding man, radiating golden energy, clashes with a witch who hurls a surge of purple magic. A hand unleashes a surge of crackling purple energy, filling the air with destructive power. A surge of intense purple energy engulfs one figure as another stands in front, casting a powerful spell. A furious woman confronts an intruder in the chapel, unleashing a surge of magical energy. A winged figure descends from above and announces their arrival as the third seat, the Lightspeed Apostle, Taldarak. A girl unleashes a surge of dark magic, forcing a wounded man to his knees as he grips his sword amid swirling shadows. A hooded, winged figure descends with a glowing sword, vowing to bring a decisive end. A cloaked figure raises a glowing golden weapon to confront a levitating, powerful opponent radiating dark energy. A caped figure braces as a radiant golden weapon collides with a surge of purple energy. A powerful spell is unleashed as one figure casts high-rank spatial magic while another watches intently from below. A hand surges with purple energy as it traces a glowing magical sigil in the air. A cloaked girl unleashes a surge of purple energy at a shadowy, winged figure. The target collapses to the ground, writhing as the dark magic energy overwhelms them. Despite their reputation as the nation's strongest, the Apostles of Telos are being overpowered by a surge of ominous purple energy. A female mage overwhelms 6 opponents with a devastating surge of purple magic. He panics as he realizes the enemy somehow knew exactly where to strike. A plan is revealed to raise the Order's authority by reviving the Holy Lance Dragon and defeating it on Arkan Island, where the students are located. A shadowed figure, desperate to keep the plan secret, prepares to destroy the evidence. A cleric urgently commands the group to secure an escape route and prioritize the Pope's safety as a glowing apparition appears and stained glass shatters above. A witch confronts her opponent and prepares to attack with a powerful magic spell. A girl levitates within a glowing magical barrier as she casts a powerful time-based spell. A female character recoils in terror as glowing purple restraints trap her. A surge of destructive energy explodes outward, shattering the ground and filling the scene with chaos. A fervent devotee calls out as a dark, winged entity surrounded by magical symbols descends with overwhelming power. A panicked man urgently commands his ally to seize the Saintess. A hooded man seizes the glowing woman as she struggles and cries out for help. A powerful group prepares to secure the necklace and the witness, planning to use their authority to override any opposition at the academy. A female mage unleashes a surge of high-rank electric magic. Purple lightning crashes down as 2 winged figures face the overwhelming force. A massive golden energy blast erupts, shattering the ground with explosive force. A character writhes in agony within a surge of dark magic, desperately urging everyone else to escape. A winged figure urgently orders everyone to evacuate and carries an older man through shattered magical barriers. A determined figure charges forward through danger, carrying another on their back and shielded by radiant golden wings. A fierce battle erupts as the group charges forward beneath a surge of magical energy in the ruined cathedral. Irritated, the witch prepares to unleash her magic. Two figures burst through the door, fleeing as they plan to destroy evidence, retrieve the Saintess, and retaliate by alerting the academy. A man unleashes a powerful ability as flames ignite around him. A powerful wave of fire magic explodes toward the two figures standing by the doorway. A hooded figure unleashes a surge of fire magic that overwhelms the armored opponent. A shocked character is ambushed by a sudden, fiery sword attack. A winged fighter blocks a blazing magical attack with her spear as flames erupt around her. A weapon unleashes a massive magical explosion, filling the area with flames. A massive explosion erupts at the Academy Chapel as everyone stares in shock. A figure steps in forcefully, sending dust and debris flying. Amid swirling smoke and debris, one figure lies motionless on the ground while another stands frozen in shock. A determined figure rushes ahead through the debris, urgently calling for a small fiery companion to follow close behind. Realizing their retreat was anticipated, the cautious man braces for an ambush while gripping his crackling staff. A determined man unleashes a powerful golden spell with his staff, filling the area with intense light. A surge of yellow energy blasts an opponent, forcing them to recoil in pain. A determined figure advances through the swirling dust toward a waiting opponent, setting the stage for an imminent confrontation. The story shifts to a peaceful forest stretching toward distant mountains under a bright blue sky. A man sprints through the forest, clutching a necklace and hoping to stay hidden now that his pursuers are gone. A desperate man escapes deeper into the dense forest, hoping to avoid being found. Two figures race urgently through the dense forest, fleeing from unseen danger. Ed demands the necklace with urgency. A clenched fist tightens around a bloodied weapon, ready for action. With a swift, forceful strike, the younger fighter sends the older man hurtling backward. Two figures tumble violently down the cliff, grappling each other in midair before crashing to the ground below. A long-haired attacker pins their opponent to the ground with a glowing weapon, declaring that the struggle is over. A character is struck hard in the side and reels from the sudden impact. A battered character recoils in shock as an unexpected attack sends debris and energy swirling around. A fierce clash erupts as one combatant lands a powerful, glowing sword strike, causing blood to splatter. A character is brutally struck in the shoulder, screaming in agony as blood bursts from the wound. A bloodied figure clutches their chest, struggling in agony from a severe wound. Bathed in red light, the desperate figure demands the item, acknowledging the archbishop's strength. A bloodied girl clings to a calm young man as he carries her forward at speed, both determined to press on despite the danger ahead. Two figures urgently discuss the need to act before the Holy Lance Dragon's revival, aware that their enemy has been preparing for this moment. He worries that even with help, their plan will likely fail unless they can somehow gain more information. Breathing heavily, he tries to calm himself but is suddenly startled by something unexpected. A girl reassures the boy that even if he fails, she can still turn back time a few more times. He clenches his teeth in frustration and calls out the lie. A warning is given that the woman's strength is almost gone and she could collapse at any moment. A wounded figure lies motionless in a pool of blood as urgency fills the moment. A furious attacker pins a woman to the blood-soaked ground as she cries out in pain. A bloodied character struggles to breathe as a mysterious box is offered to them. Barely standing after a fierce fight, the exhausted young man grips his blood-stained sword and struggles to catch his breath. A battered young man braces himself as he senses an overwhelming surge of magic power. A hand reaches for the electrified dagger, revealing that its power is still active. A wounded figure warns that the Holy Lance Dragon will soon be resurrected and only the Saintess can stop it now. A bloodied man laughs maniacally as he declares the greatness of Lord Telos. The exhausted fighter stands over a defeated opponent, sword crackling with blue energy. A colossal pillar of blue energy crashes down onto the forest, unleashing overwhelming destruction. A character experiences a sudden moment of complete understanding. A determined man rushes through the forest to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's seal from being undone. A bloodied figure prepares to confront the Archbishop and seize the glowing necklace from the island. A wounded young man forces himself up, determined to pass on crucial information before it is lost. A wounded figure struggles to warn that unless vital information is delivered, their desperate attempt to turn back time will end in the same failure. Bloodied and gasping for air, the protagonist struggles to stay conscious on the ground. Overcome by desperation, she finally admits she wants to live. He realizes with anguish that he was too late to prevent the tragedy. Ignoring the injuries, one figure reassures the other that their delay does not matter. A bloodied witch stands over an injured person in the tense forest, asserting control after a fierce struggle. Kneeling on the cracked ground and coughing up blood, the wounded figure urges Lucy to quickly relay his urgent message. A bloodied girl steadies her wounded companion as she calmly offers her name. A wounded man urges his weakened companion to act quickly as they stand beneath the glowing tree. Bloodied but unyielding, she refuses to back down. A bloodied young man collapses to the ground, struggling to remain conscious as he gasps for air. Overwhelmed by despair, she admits her fear of dying. Bruised and exhausted, he realizes he has failed to arrive in time. A bloodied figure reassures their wounded companion in the aftermath of a tense forest battle. A bloodied witch confronts a severely injured opponent in a tense forest clearing. Gravely injured, the character urgently instructs someone to relay his message. A battered woman quickly chooses between two aliases as she supports her wounded companion. Bloodied and exhausted, one figure urges the other to quickly relay a message as they cling together in the ominously glowing forest. A bloodied young woman in a witch hat refuses with unwavering resolve. A bloodied figure urgently begs the injured girl he supports to hurry and make a choice beneath a glowing crimson tree. A bloodied girl defiantly refuses the demand. A bloodied young man stands his ground and refuses the ultimatum as purple energy crackles around him. A bloodied young man listens as the witch confirms she must deliver a crucial message to either the saintess or Adele. A magical note urgently instructs someone to steal Welbrock's Fong necklace and escape the cathedral before a cover-up can occur. A magician demonstrates impressive magic beside an awestruck companion in the forest, encouraging them to keep practicing. The battered young man catches his breath and expresses gratitude after the struggle. Bloodied and overwhelmed, the protagonist struggles to stay conscious against a powerful force. The Holy Lance Dragon bursts back to life, unleashing a surge of power. A massive blue dragon is resurrected beneath a swirling sky as two battered figures watch in shock from the forest. A concealed message reveals that Verdio revived the Holy Lance Dragon for the Order, omitting key details about the operation. A battered girl struggles to activate the magic circle with a glowing scroll, desperately trying to rewind time. A wounded figure hesitates beside a blood-stained blade, urgently weighing whether losing memories will help him act faster before time runs out. A wounded young man anxiously questions whether he can evade the apostles, steal the necklace, and escape Arkan Island. Startled by an unexpected threat, the wounded character looks up with confusion. Two battered survivors rest beneath a looming tree as one solemnly reaffirms his vow to protect the academy in its darkest hour. A blue energy blast collides with a glowing yellow barrier, triggering a dramatic explosion. The armored figure stands firm against the chaos, ready to confront the dragon no matter how many times it appears. A determined girl, battered from recent struggles, declares that she is done waiting and ready to act. A bloodied figure kneels under a purple light, questioning the point of stopping events if time can simply be reversed again. A wounded pair embrace beneath the ominous purple light, choosing to face death together. A wounded young man slumps against a tree, contemplating how their memories of this moment will soon disappear. A bloodied figure gathers the courage to finally confess something she has kept hidden. Magical barriers break apart in a surge of energy. A wounded girl clings to a seated boy in a glowing purple light, silently revealing her true feelings as both struggle with exhaustion. A distraught girl clings to a wounded young man, begging him not to leave her. A severely injured figure clutches their bleeding abdomen in the eerie red light, struggling to stay conscious. Leaning against a tree and clutching his wounded side, the protagonist recovers after the fight, noting the request was not difficult. A massive blue dragon unleashes a powerful roar amid swirling chaos. Rain suddenly pours down, intensifying the tension in the night. Despite being struck by powerful, glowing attacks, neither character showed any resistance or made a sound. Two wounded figures embraced tightly, surrounded by swirling energy and blood. The rain finally stopped, leaving the blood-stained forest in silence. Two wounded figures collapsed together at the base of the blood-stained monolith, locked in a final embrace. A bloodied figure lies motionless on the ground as smoke and harsh lights fill the ominous aftermath of violence. A figure is hurled backward by a powerful explosion of energy. A lute falls to the ground as someone coughs violently nearby. The weakened figure realizes their holy power is depleted, leaving them unable to manipulate time or foresee the future. Unable to prevent the Holy Lance Dragon's revival, a bloodied figure kneels in defeat. A girl cradles her dying companion in the blood-stained hall, cherishing their final, bittersweet meeting. Regret fills the air as the narrator laments not being able to sing for her, even if it had been a lie. After a miserable encounter, the girl sits in silence, struggling with the loss of her resolve. Wounded and coughing up blood, the protagonist pushes through the pain, reminded of what he must do to survive. A bloodied figure staggers down the hallway, determined to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival at the cost of his own life. She realizes the plan has no chance of succeeding. She pulls him aside to discuss a new plan, knowing the morning will pass as she tries to convince him. The next objective is to gather enough allies to confront the apostles of Telos. Crackling magical energy surges as one figure unleashes a powerful attack and another braces to defend. A wounded figure walks toward the cathedral, leaving a trail of blood behind. A sinister figure channels magic into the necklace, setting Archbishop Verdio's plan for the Holy Lance Dragon's revival into motion. A wounded figure pushes forward through the sunlit hallway, determined to reach the chapel before night falls. She stands before the cross, bracing herself to enter the chapel and begin the sacrificial ritual. A character reacts in shock, eyes wide with sudden alarm. A mysterious bird flies through a glowing magical portal in the sky. A loud noise startles everyone as someone urgently calls out, concerned that something is wrong. One character collapses in pain beside an open book as another rushes to help. The ancient book reveals that those with resistance to aspectual magic are not fully affected. A character explains that time-rewinding magic is achieved by combining aspectual magic and holy magic, and that holy magic grants resistance to itself. Clarice realizes that her memories have remained intact, leaving her visibly shocked as a magical glow surrounds her. As magical energy surges within him, his body instinctively resists the invading aspectual magic, causing intense pain. A surge of supernatural power awakens within the character as their eye glows intensely. Reality fractures as multiple characters flicker through chaos and glitching light. A character clutches his face in a frenzy as he realizes his memories and experiences remain intact. Overwhelmed by vivid visions of violent death, the young man struggles to maintain his sanity. Two distressed girls urgently channel magic as they try to save someone lying below. A sudden attack strikes a hand, causing blood to splatter. A young man urgently grabs his wounded arm, racing against time to save himself. An older man urgently announces that the Holy Lance Dragon will soon revive and urges everyone to move quickly. A robed figure exults as swirling dark energy and a spectral bird manifest above, signaling the resurgence of the order. A glowing mystical bird dives toward the silhouetted figure, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Amid shattering green energy, two figures urgently rush toward the Academy Cathedral. A hand drives a glowing sword into the chest, shattering its lid. He grips the glowing dagger and moves to claim the Fang necklace. A furious man tries to stop the hooded figure, shouting in desperation. A winged fighter unleashes a barrage of glowing arrows to stop the advancing enemy. Once again, the cycle begins with a powerful magical assault, and the protagonist braces himself to endure it. Clarice prepares to forcefully take him into her carriage. A white-haired woman suddenly attacks a wounded man inside the carriage as a guard looks on in shock. Two people sit in a sunlit carriage, each quietly reflecting on recent events and planning their next steps. A man steps from the shadows and confronts someone with a cold, menacing glare. A golden figure unleashes a devastating attack from above as the young man braces himself amid the chaos. A hand seizes the glowing magical staff as green energy surges around it. A colossal magical owl bursts forth as a girl unleashes her spell and a white-haired man braces himself below. Gripping the reins tightly, the protagonist urges the magical beast to surge ahead of the carriage. He realizes his opponent possesses far greater power. A spectral owl bursts forth in a flash of magic, summoned to assist the desperate characters in their predicament. A determined girl, energized by magic, rallies her companion and prepares to advance. The narrator anticipates being forcibly taken into the carriage by the Saintess. A white-haired woman blasts a shocked man in the chest with magical energy while a nearby knight reacts in alarm. Inside the sunlit carriage, one person sits calmly while the other looks distressed as they both try to process recent events. A man with a sinister grin confronts an unknown presence, declaring his uncertainty about their identity. A radiant, angelic attacker unleashes divine beams at a determined young man who kneels amid the shattered ground. A hand grips the magical staff as green energy bursts forth, activating its power. A colossal magical owl erupts as one figure channels power from above while another struggles to withstand the unleashed force below. Ed grips the glowing reins and braces himself to move faster than the carriage. He freezes, stunned by the overwhelming power radiating before him. A powerful magical entity is summoned as a mage confronts her opponent in a tense standoff. The panel underscores that the outcome was inevitable. A firm declaration of loyalty is made with bold, commanding words. A determined girl with braided hair charges ahead, rallying her companion to follow as she wields a glowing magical weapon. A magical owl erupts into the air as a female mage casts a powerful spell, forcing the man below to cower in fear. A determined girl urges her ally forward as she prepares her glowing weapon, surrounded by swirling energy. He urgently reaches for the magical spear as time runs out. The magic within the necklace activates, setting in motion the awakening of the Holy Lance Dragon. A colossal dragon reawakens as the necklace resonates, shattering crystals and unleashing crackling energy beneath Arkan Island. Launching into action, the protagonist races toward the bird to seize the necklace and escape before the dragon can be revived. A terrified character recoils and shouts in panic at someone's unexpected action. A man recoils in shock as a glowing staff smashes into the ground, scattering shards and energy. A devastating fire attack erupts, sending flames and debris flying through the area. A powerful assault devastates the building, sending debris and explosions flying. A small figure clings tightly to a glowing magical bird as it ascends swiftly into the sky. A powerful magical bird descends, crackling with energy as two figures brace themselves for its arrival. A large, glowing bird soars upward into the sky as someone urgently calls out. As they fall through the air, one character insists they had a plan to escape alone, while the other refuses to abandon them. A worried young man explains that if this incident is not resolved, he will be expelled and considered a fugitive who attacked the order, recalling his homeland as the conversation grows tense. One character rushes through a glowing landscape while urgently discussing possible hiding places with the other. The character interrupts the conversation with a decisive gesture, preparing to emphasize their next point. A girl in a red cape confronts the blonde young man, leaving him shocked as she reveals his hidden pain. A worried girl realizes the truth about the injured boy's condition as she leans over him. The pink-haired girl declares her determination to face expulsion together with her companion, refusing to let either of them bear the consequences alone. A pink-haired girl firmly declares that she will not let the other person face hardship alone. He urgently calls out to Janica, his face filled with worry as he reacts to something off-panel. Startled, Ed quickly turns toward the unexpected presence off-panel. Golden angelic beings known as the Apostles of Telos descend rapidly from the sky as two figures brace together behind a shield of green energy. All 6 angelic warriors charge after the group in a burst of golden energy. Two characters speed away urgently on a fast-moving mount, determined to escape without wasting any time. A lone figure strides through the dust and debris of a shattered cathedral, emerging from the destruction. An elderly man urgently pushes through the smoky, damaged hall, demanding others move aside. Clarice appears through the smoke, injured but determined, shocking everyone inside the cathedral. An exhausted girl staggers into the grand hall, desperately calling out for the Saintess. Someone urgently grabs another's arm and insists that only she can help. Overwhelmed by the realization that only he can act, the protagonist struggles to process the full extent of his unique knowledge about past and future events. She steels herself to do whatever it takes to prevent the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. A wounded woman urgently commands the shocked man to stop Archbishop Verdio as they stand before the damaged altar. A white-haired woman kicks a heavy chandelier down from the ceiling in a tense action. A wary man warns that the Archbishop will manipulate the order to hide recent events. A white-haired woman urgently demands the saintess take action to stop him. A wounded woman kneels before a cleric, urgently receiving orders to win over the Holy Pope. A furious woman with piercing red eyes demands the immediate excommunication of Archbishop Verdio. Two students discuss the upcoming match, expressing doubt about Taylor's chances against Wade. Two figures cling tightly to each other as they escape on a glowing mystical bird soaring past the grand building. Two students cling to each other as they plunge through the sky on the back of a glowing, wolf-like creature. A surge of green energy slices through the air as a wind blade spell is unleashed. A character recoils in terror as they realize the incoming threat cannot be avoided. Two figures plummet helplessly through the sky after a violent magical explosion. A young man hurtles downward, desperately shouting for help as he falls. Two figures plunge rapidly through the clouds, one desperately reaching for the other as they fall. One figure dives through the swirling clouds, urgently reaching for the other who is falling helplessly. A massive explosion erupts in the sky, shaking the clouds. A hand crushes the sword's blade with such force that it begins to crack. A determined hand snaps the glowing blue cord, breaking free against the open sky. He lunges through the swirling energy and catches her before she hits the ground. Armored pursuers race through the sky, urgently chasing after the group to retrieve the necklace. A boy swiftly shields a startled pink-haired girl as they hurtle through the air at high speed. A pink-haired woman leans in to make a sudden request, leaving the man visibly shocked. A hand drives forcefully into someone's torso, delivering a critical and bloody blow. A pink-haired girl unleashes a surge of energy toward a brown-haired boy, catching him off guard. The pink-haired girl clutches a glowing pendant to her chest and offers heartfelt encouragement. A hand seizes the magical gem, unleashing a surge of energy. Two students stare upward as a blinding light erupts from a swirling portal in the sky above the academy. A swirling vortex of energy distorts the sky as the atmosphere undergoes an unnatural change. A surge of blue energy erupts in a powerful magical explosion. Winged spirits filled the sky above the academy. Amidst the swirling spirits, one extraordinary presence draws everyone's attention. Suddenly, the people below spot something alarming in the clear sky, causing panic and confusion. A powerful surge of magical water crashes forward, overwhelming everything in its path. A colossal water spirit emerges from the water as onlookers stare in astonishment. A massive aquatic spirit, known as the strongest of its kind, emerges in a surge of swirling blue water. A horde of golden, winged spirits armed with glowing weapons descends from the sky, overwhelming the protagonist. A lone figure unleashes a powerful barrage of magical energy across the surging waves. Two figures emerge through the dissipating water barrier, one helping the other to stand after the ordeal. He senses the pendant's magic fading and believes they can prevent the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. A determined gaze signals a moment of renewed resolve. A girl struggles to endure the overwhelming surge of magical power, visibly exhausted and barely able to stay upright. One character urgently grabs and supports another who is unconscious and surrounded by a strange pink aura on the water's surface. One character checks the other's forehead to assess a fever, causing an embarrassed reaction. A feverish girl pulls back anxiously as someone tries to check her temperature. A determined warrior with golden wings commands the group to attack the main body, signaling the start of a crucial assault. Two winged warriors unleash a barrage of magical energy to clear a way forward. A fierce airborne clash erupts as a figure with glowing yellow wings launches a magical assault against summoned birds. Two winged figures collide midair as bursts of energy explode around them in a fierce battle. A golden winged figure hurtles from the sky, unleashing a devastating divine attack with a sacred spear. A dramatic announcement introduces Lightspeed Taldarak as the third seat. A colossal whale erupts from the water, unleashing a surge of golden energy and scattering green feathers through the air. A warrior in golden armor confronts a distressed girl as uncontrolled spirits surge dangerously around them. A pink-haired girl unleashes a powerful surge of magic at her yellow-haired opponent, forcing a direct confrontation. Cornered and resolute, the character prepares to act with no other options left. A massive flaming dragon erupts behind the winged protector, who stands ready with a spear to shield the kneeling girl from the surrounding blaze. A young man commands an attack as fiery energy surrounds him. A winged, red-haired character is overwhelmed by a sudden surge of golden energy. A massive fiery beast clamps its jaws around a weapon, sending flames bursting outward. A winged attacker drives a blazing spear into a man, sending him hurtling through the air as a pink-haired girl looks on in shock. One character violently restrains another amidst a bloody and intense struggle. A furious character unleashes a powerful surge of energy with a scream. A powerful beast drives its spear through the knightly figure, unleashing a burst of fiery energy. A girl struggles to withstand the magical pressure and desperately pleads for help. A gigantic blue disc releases a powerful surge of yellow energy that slams into the ground with explosive force. Smoke and dust fill the air after a powerful impact, leaving the scene in chaos. A shadowy, winged figure bursts through the smoke and debris, radiating menace. A red-haired woman with an eye patch acknowledges that summoning the highest-ranked spirit has not resolved the situation. A fiery beast-like spirit materializes as a red-haired figure watches in awe, realizing the opponent's overwhelming power. A radiant figure unleashes divine power, declaring the apostle's overwhelming strength. A bloodied figure clutches a glowing necklace while facing a deadly ultimatum. A glowing figure firmly rejects the demand as another struggles to rise from a smoking crater. A battered figure stands firm, declaring he can no longer regress. The protagonist reflects on losing Delheim's hourglass and the lingering memories of repeated deaths. A bloodied man braces himself, determined to prevent further casualties. A determined man summons a massive fire dragon, engulfed in intense flames. Ed, bloodied but resolute, stands amidst swirling flames and channels his power through his wounded hand. Bloodied but unyielding, the protagonist rejects the accusation with a defiant glare. A bloodied hand seizes the glowing crystal as flames rage in the background. Bloodied and determined, he kneels amid flames and debris, vowing to prevent further deaths. A man stands firm as he summons a massive, fiery dragon spirit behind him. Bloodied but determined, Ed summons fiery energy and prepares to fight through the pain. A character monitors the diminishing magic from the artifact, realizing the threat of the Holy Lance Dragon remains unless they get farther from Arkan Island. The bloodied young man clenches his fist as flames swirl around him, preparing to unleash a powerful attack against his relentless opponent. A powerful figure surges forward, unleashing divine energy as his status as the third seat of the Apostles of Telos is revealed. A powerful figure unleashes high-rank holy magic, activating holy body awakening and converting all magic power into physical energy. An explosion erupts from the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. A golden-winged figure accelerates past the speed of sound, overwhelming the others with unmatched speed. A blonde-haired figure unleashes a massive burst of yellow energy, triggering a violent explosion. Ed studies his opponent's movements, preparing to evade their next attack. Ed stares up in disbelief as a blazing, powerful warrior descends with a weapon wreathed in flames and energy. With determination in his eyes, the injured protagonist braces himself for the challenge ahead. A glowing, winged figure bursts forward in a surge of yellow energy and lightning, unleashing a powerful transformation. A powerful energy beam slams into Ed's shoulder, catching him off guard. A sudden wind barrier surges forth, repelling the fiery beast's attack. Ed struggles to withstand the overwhelming surge of green energy. A determined young man unleashes a powerful, fiery attack, seizing his only chance. A massive mid-rank magic explosion detonates at close range as a character unleashes a powerful attack. A winged character with red hair crashes to the ground, slamming down a glowing spear. A bloodied character defiantly refuses to surrender, provoking his furious opponent. Bloodied and exhausted, the protagonist realizes he lacks decisive firepower after a tough struggle. A wounded figure summons a massive fire dragon spirit, preparing to unleash overwhelming power. A towering, fiery beast unleashes a relentless torrent of flames at the lone figure who stands firm amidst the inferno. A colossal wave of fire sweeps across the battlefield, engulfing everything in its path. A massive dragon unleashes a torrent of fire at a lone figure struggling to evade the attack in midair. A radiant, armored figure with golden wings descends, unleashing a surge of divine power. A winged figure engulfs the area in blazing golden flames as they slam their staff into the ground, triggering a massive explosion of energy. An explosive surge of energy crashes into the ground as the swift, combat-focused opponent gains the upper hand. A powerful attack erupts as a flaming sword crashes to the ground, overwhelming the onlookers. Surrounded by raging flames, a desperate figure clings to a radiant sword plunged into the ground, facing overwhelming danger. A figure readies a glowing blue bow, preparing to confront a winged adversary as flames engulf the background. Ed unleashes a powerful burst of blue energy forward. A battered, muscular man braces himself against a surge of energy and flames, gripping his weapon tightly. A surge of blue energy explodes across the ground as a powerful attack is unleashed. A surge of magical energy sweeps through the chaos, unleashing a powerful attack. Amid swirling steam, the figure surveys the aftermath of combining water and fire magic. A figure interrupts the tense moment with a determined declaration. A golden-winged figure charges through the chaos and drives a spear toward their exposed enemy. A battered man is struck through the chest by a devastating blow, confirming the overwhelming power of his opponent. Injured and desperate, the character resolves to do whatever it takes to win. A name is revealed with dramatic emphasis, signaling a pivotal moment. A winged assailant crashes down with overwhelming force as the protagonist braces for impact, energy crackling between them. The narrator recalls that in the previous loop, Marilda resolved everything at the end. Janica concentrates as she channels energy through the golden phoenix ring, preparing for a powerful summoning. A wounded young man struggles to rise, clenching his fist as blue hexagonal light surrounds him. A fierce figure surges forward, unleashing a devastating attack amid bursts of yellow energy. A massive sword slams into the ground, scattering debris in all directions. A winged figure crashes through the flames and launches a fierce attack against the defender. Cornered and bleeding, the young man agonizes over his dwindling options as he endures a brutal blow. A destructive force smashes into the forest floor, blasting debris in all directions. A bloodied young man staggers through the smoke, struggling to stay conscious after a brutal fight. A massive, fiery energy attack hurtles toward the wounded figure as the confrontation reaches its climax. Energy surges around the protagonist as he pushes through a powerful mental struggle. A monstrous eye opens as a deadly power is unleashed. Shards of glass rain down as the wounded character collapses beneath the rubble. Haunted by memories of repeated deaths, the protagonist's spirit connection suddenly levels up. Multiple abilities and spirit powers level up rapidly as new upgrades and features become available. Despite severe injuries, the character questions their situation with determination. A bloodied young man is knocked back as a blazing magical projectile slams into his face. A winged attacker strikes the protagonist with a glowing spear, sending him crashing backward in shock. Amid surging magical energy, A battered figure endures the trial, refusing to give up. Riding a massive glowing wolf, the protagonist charges forward with unyielding determination through the chaos. Ed struggles desperately in a fierce magical battle, refusing to give up as power crackles between him and his winged opponent. A towering wind spirit looms over the battered swordsman as he braces himself with a golden spear. He recoils in shock, caught off guard by the sudden development. A muscular fighter slams his opponent with a decisive headbutt. A bloodied character with red hair screams in pain amid the chaos. A muscular figure takes a brutal punch to the face, blood flying from the impact. A furious figure rushes through the flames and launches a powerful attack with a blazing weapon. A determined figure surges forward, unleashing a powerful charge surrounded by intense energy. An injured fighter is forcefully struck down by a winged opponent in the midst of an intense battle. A surge of blue energy erupts as a figure slams their arm into the ground, fighting desperately to survive. A bloodied protagonist braces himself as a spectral blue beast lunges at him with explosive force. Ed, bloodied and furious, raises his glowing blue spear over a defeated opponent, preparing to strike. A glowing weapon pierces the character's chest, leaving him screaming in agony. Wounded but determined, he stabs his injured opponent with a glowing blue weapon as a phantom creature emerges. Ignoring his injuries, he clenches his bloodied fist with renewed determination. Blood splatters violently through the sunlit forest. A bloodied hand clenches into a fist as tension rises. Blood splatters violently through the forest, marking the aftermath of a sudden attack. A bloodied man drives a glowing dagger into the chest of a red-haired figure lying on the forest floor. A bloodied figure struggles to catch their breath while recovering in the forest. A bloodied young man struggles to stay standing, forcing himself to keep going despite his injuries. A weary figure stands on the cracked ground, catching his breath after a tough struggle. A mortally wounded figure collapses as two others escape toward the burning forest. Despite a severe injury, the protagonist pushes forward through the fiery chaos. Bloodied and resolute, the young man clutches his glowing pendant, determined to press on. A sudden scream echoes from the large building, drawing immediate attention. A furious woman demands action as chaos erupts around her. A bloodied woman urgently demands the high priest excommunicate the archbishop. An apprehensive religious leader urgently addresses a higher authority. An older man questions the group's willingness to follow the saintess's lead, challenging her authority in front of the assembled order. A man narrows his eyes skeptically as he challenges the claim that someone knows absolutely nothing. A resurrection scheme is revealed involving Wellbrock's necklace and the Holy Lance Dragon, with plans for the apostles to slay the revived creature. A bloody, determined young woman confronts the shocked priest and bishop in the sunlit cathedral. The speaker recalls that despite many attempts, the order has never succeeded in subjugating the Holy Lance Dragon. A shocked man confronts the threat that the plan is doomed to fail. After enduring countless failed attempts, she now stands before them, resolute and unwavering. A new challenge is set, signaling that there is still work ahead. A scream rings out from the cathedral. Amidst the chaos, the furious woman demands action from those hesitating to intervene. A wounded woman urgently demands that the church leader excommunicate the archbishop. An anxious cleric urgently addresses his superior in the sunlit hall. A stern elder challenges the group's loyalty to the saintess and questions whether they truly support the order's future. A man glares suspiciously, questioning whether someone truly knows nothing. A character exposes a scheme to revive the Holy Lance Dragon using Wellbrock's necklace, only to have the apostles kill it. An injured woman confronts the shocked priest and bishop inside the cathedral. The speaker reflects on how every attempt to subjugate the Holy Lance Dragon has ended in failure. A shocked man learns that his plan is doomed to fail. A white-haired woman declares that she has relived this day many times, endured repeated failures, and now confronts her audience with renewed determination. A tense pause fills the scene as certainty is implied about what will happen next. A priest challenges the saintess's authority, insisting their actions are for the future of the order. A wary man questions the claim with suspicion. A massive dragon is revived by a surge of golden light as part of a plan involving Wellbrock's necklace and the apostles. A battered woman suddenly appears before stunned church leaders in the cathedral. The order has repeatedly failed to subdue the Holy Lance Dragon. A shocked man confronts Verdio, declaring that the plan will fail. A white-haired woman angrily confronts someone about their repeated failures. The group decides that sacrificing the saintess to the rune is their last resort. A determined young woman offers to sacrifice herself if it is truly the will of the god Telos. A brutal battle leaves innocent people dead as a mortally wounded woman collapses beside a fallen knight. A bloodied young man questions whether anyone will trust the order after witnessing its destructive consequences. A white-haired woman stands her ground in the hallway, boldly exposing her knowledge of the Holy Pope's secret plans. Bloodied and exhausted, the survivor staggers deeper into the sunlit forest as a spectral woman reaches out in desperation. A weakened figure coughs at the windowsill, determined to see their mission inspire the continent. A wounded figure warns that the world's trust in the order is about to collapse. Three figures urgently discuss the possibility that their rivals might seize the Holy Pope's authority while still hidden on Arkan Island. An older man confesses his regret over years of indecision and weakness as the Holy Pope. The elder priest formally entrusts leadership of the order to the saintess, signaling a new chapter for their faith. A white-haired woman pledges her unwavering loyalty to the two figures before her in the grand hall. A character's eyes blaze with red energy as he unleashes his hidden power. A stern man dismisses his opponent's failed plans, insisting this attempt will fail as well. A religious leader stands before the altar and begins a formal proclamation. She excommunicates the archbishop with resolute authority. A menacing laugh fills the air as the protagonist reels in shock and tension. A menacing figure towers over the girl, mocking her attempt to resist. A determined hand forcefully slams another hand to the ground, restraining its movement. A white-haired girl resists as a man drags her toward the glowing ritual rune, while another figure watches nearby. A furious man urgently announces that the apostles are already chasing the boy who escaped with the necklace. Two figures hurry through the burning forest while a gravely wounded body lies motionless in the foreground. Despite his injuries, the protagonist clenches his bloodied arm and refuses to give up as smoke and embers swirl around him. A bloodied young man clutches his pendant tightly as chaos rages around him. The pendant pulses with energy as an ominous prophecy warns of the dragon's imminent revival. A character firmly refuses a request. An older man angrily grabs the white-haired girl's arm, forcefully blocking her next move. The startled man suddenly recalls that someone had grabbed his arm and run with him. A powerful surge of yellow energy blasts a female character backward as her opponent demonstrates overwhelming magical strength. Radiating powerful energy, the character confronts their adversary with unwavering defiance. A massive surge of golden energy erupts from the character's hands, unleashing a divine attack that nullifies magic and strikes physically at the opponent. An injured figure forces his way up through smoke and debris, refusing to stay down. A battered woman kneels in the ruins, questioning her faith as a bloody man collapses beside her. Amidst the rubble, a battered woman with white hair and butterfly-like wings reveals that she is the saintess. A surprised girl opens a glowing envelope and makes a discovery. A beam of white light passes through a crystal prism and separates into distinct colors. A stern red-haired girl stands with crossed arms as a man bows respectfully before her in a sunlit, cathedral-like room. A determined girl channels golden energy into her staff, unleashing a surge of magic. A winged figure unleashes a massive, swirling water spell. Injured but resolute, the protagonist kneels and begins to unleash a powerful energy. A girl hovers in the air, conjuring violet lights, while a bloodied young man watches warily from the forest floor. An injured hand seizes the glowing dagger mid-strike, halting the attack in a moment of desperate resistance. A figure engulfed in purple energy crashes down from the sky, causing a massive explosion. A massive surge of purple energy explodes outward, ripping through the terrain. A figure surges forward with a curved dagger, radiating intense purple energy as the light turns pure white. A hand seizes the sword's hilt in a sudden, decisive motion. A blood-stained dagger pulses with dark energy as the plot hints at a crucial gathering. An upperclassman launches a powerful magical attack from above while a first-year counters with a strong defense. Two students clash swords as competitors aim to defeat their senior and secure better grades. A figure bursts onto the scene atop a spectral wolf, drawing attention from bystanders near the carriage. A massive blue energy wave blasts across the arena, sending one person flying as three others watch in shock. A battered young man kneels amid the rubble, preparing to push forward as the scenario unfolds. Claude struggles to rise, refusing to accept defeat after being bested in the match. A desperate figure reaches for the forbidden potion and drinks the evil god's blood. The mid-boss unleashes a wave of sinister magic as magical artifacts swirl around him. Empowered by the evil god's magic, he unleashes a furious surge of black magic against his opponent. A figure unleashes a massive green energy blast, causing a violent explosion that shakes the surroundings. In the aftermath of a brutal ordeal, the wounded protagonist struggles to recover amid the rubble. A spectral beast charges between two tense students as the confrontation escalates outside the academy. One student is blasted backward by a surge of blue energy and can barely stand. A bloodied young man pushes himself up through the rubble, refusing to give in. A battered young man summons golden energy and channels it into his marked sword for a final attack. The scenario moves forward as the next phase is announced. A fierce surge of energy explodes from the protagonist as he launches a devastating attack against the mechanical enemy. Energy crackles around the young man as his eyes glow green and he undergoes a sudden supernatural transformation. A fierce elemental slash tears through the monstrous foe as a surge of energy fills the scene. The empowered character unleashes an upgraded elemental slash capable of cutting through all elements, including darkness. A wounded student staggers past a stunned crowd as a golden energy beam crashes into the academy building. A bloodied young man staggers forward, barely conscious after a brutal defeat outside a grand building. The joint combat training concludes as one fighter stands victorious while his opponent collapses in defeat. The academy's students erupt in applause as a once-mock swordsman gains full recognition as a powerhouse. Students, faculty, and comrades applaud together in a brightly lit hall. The bloodied young man raises his glowing sword in victory, drawing the attention of everyone in the grand hall. The atmosphere shifts as the character leaves the testing arena, watched closely by others. He stares downward, stunned as he processes a sudden realization. He learns that a comrade has died as a loot crashes to the floor. A lone figure stands in the ruined cathedral, facing a glowing red summoning circle amid the aftermath of violence. A mortally wounded woman stands in the orange glow as her death is announced. The circumstances surrounding the death remain unclear as a blood-stained leg stands near a glowing magic circle. Adele collapses, bleeding and defeated, as the ritual completes and her intended fate in the story is fulfilled. A furious fighter lands a bloodied, brutal punch in a burst of fiery light. A surge of fierce energy bursts from the character as their eye glows intensely. A forceful punch slams into the character's midsection, sending them reeling from the impact. Bloodied and exhausted, the character struggles to remain conscious after a traumatic ordeal. A severely injured young man struggles to catch his breath amidst the flames, realizing the original storyline has already changed. A boy stares ahead in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. The group moves cautiously down the blood-stained hallway, tense after hearing there was no news of anyone's death. A furious man charges forward through the wrecked hall as chaos erupts around him. A spiked gauntlet crashes into a person's face, sending blood flying. In the aftermath of the confrontation, the group stands in the grand hall while a battered person looks up from the ground. The priest announces that the recent conflict has been resolved internally as the others watch in silence. The legend of the Saintess of Distrust was erased before it could begin. The Holy Lance Dragon remained dormant, not reviving sooner than anticipated. A glowing blue pendant sinks deeper into the water, leaving a trail of bubbles behind. With the Saintess of Distrust gone, the Order never invades Arkan Island and the Episode 3 boss never appears. A solitary figure silently contemplates the absence of the awakened Lucy as the sun sets. A bloody man and a distressed woman cling to each other in anguish as events spiral further from the original scenario. A lone figure pauses at the edge of the scene, silently watching the sun dip below the horizon. A blushing girl in a witch hat admits she wants meat jerky. A foreboding statement hints at looming trouble for the academy. A group of students approaches the academy as the sun sets and leaves swirl around them. The armored group stands over their defeated opponent as one of them exhales in relief. A blood-stained priest bows before a standing figure as another person lies motionless on the ground. A silver-haired woman surveys the sunlit hall in calm silence. An unexpected event occurs sooner than anticipated. A blue crystal pendant sinks deeper into the water as bubbles rise to the surface. The Order's army is erased from history and never invades Arkan Island. A lone figure stands at the cliff's edge, surveying the vast forest below as the sun sets. A foreboding message declares that the awakened Lucy never appears. A lone figure with white hair and a wide-brimmed hat stands silently, contemplating the sunset. A bloodied man stands silently while a crying girl clings to him, both reeling from events that have diverged even further from the original scenario. A solitary figure stands in silence, watching the sun set with a contemplative gaze. A girl in a witch hat openly admits her craving for meat jerky. A looming challenge at the academy is foreshadowed. A group of students approaches the academy building as others watch them from nearby. 2 days pass as the scene shifts to a clear sky. Someone knocks gently on the cabin door to check if Janica is feeling better. Someone warns the person outside not to enter the cabin because they are still washing up and their vision is unclear. Janica suffers the severe consequences of using future mana, now unable to access her magic or foresee events. The highest-ranking water spirit crashes into the forest outside Arkan Island after blocking the 5 apostles. After losing consciousness and being surrounded by dark energy, she later woke up inside the cottage. A witch-like figure channels purple energy over the unconscious girl in the forest, silently grateful for the mysterious turn of events. He insists that any problems should be brought to him first. A maid thanks a visitor and reflects on how her responsibilities as head maid reduce her actual housework. Her determined gaze reveals a strong desire to help with the housework. A young woman checks if the older boy is alright, and he replies that he is fine but worried about someone who still cannot see. Ed quietly asks if there is anything causing concern. The young man gives a firm answer, standing resolute by the wooden post. She firmly states that helping Janica is the top priority. One person stands at the doorway and explains that he will be changing the woman's clothes and wiping her sweat as part of his caretaking duties. A woman confidently enters the room, expressing certainty that the young master would never make such a mistake. A tense silence fills the hallway as the closed door remains untouched. A woman leans through the doorway and urges someone to take advantage of the current chaos by listening in on events inside. A man forcefully slams his hand against the wooden wall of the cabin porch. The young man impatiently urges someone to stop wasting time and go inside to help Janica. Ed expresses disappointment as he comments on the situation. Someone acknowledges the arrival of the young master. A girl leans into the doorway and calls out someone for using informal speech. The two stand in tense silence outside the cabin, each waiting for the other to act. A determined man walks toward the log cabin as a hidden woman watches him from the shadows. A frustrated young man complains about the poor care and suggests moving the patient to the academy infirmary. A determined young man announces his plan to ventilate the building by opening the door wide. Someone is interrupted while changing clothes and reacts with frustration outdoors. Someone quickly realizes that the protagonist has been feeling troubled. As the campfire burns in the forest clearing, the passing hours offer no time for reflection. Sitting by the campfire at sunset, the protagonist chops wood and realizes how quickly chores have piled up during his short absence. A blond young man greets someone with a serious expression as the sun sets, initiating a conversation. A hooded girl carrying a guitar approaches as the blonde character readies a knife and rope in the tense forest. He shuts his eyes and grips his cloak, refusing the demand with unwavering resolve. Clarice steps forward at sunset, commanding attention as she holds her guitar. A character calmly pours a drink while receiving news that Archbishop Verdio has been excommunicated. A shackled prisoner is forcefully escorted by guards to the holy capital for judgment. A stern figure in church regalia questions the trustworthiness of the church, admitting that passive actions were a mistake. By the campfire at sunset, one character reflects on how the downfall of an archbishop could shift the church's future direction. He hesitates, then quietly admits he wants to try believing. He lowers his gaze in somber reflection, thinking about Adele. A serious young woman reveals that despite using her position as the saintess, she has found no trace of the missing person. They sit outside the cabin at sunset as one quietly begins to share his experiences after leaving the holy capital. Two figures sit quietly by the campfire as the day ends. She gathers her courage to express her gratitude. A hand sets a lute by the campfire, leaving it behind in hopes that someone special might find it. Two students walk away from the campfire, quietly discussing their plans to stay at camp during summer vacation. The young man hesitantly asks for a small favor as the sun sets behind him. A girl hesitantly asks a boy if he can start treating her as his junior. As the sun sets, Ed hands a burning torch to the girl in the red hooded cloak, strengthening their trust. The character in the red hood pauses to clarify his perspective as the sun sets. A girl in a red hood earnestly promises to help in any way she can as thanks for the support she received. A man stands in silence as another figure walks away down the forest path at sunset. The man pauses on the forest path, silently reflecting as the sun sets ahead. He announces that he needs to leave soon to avoid encountering Clarice and asks if the other person will be alright. Despite her lingering injuries and lost powers, the girl steps out of her room to test her regained mobility. Two people sit by the campfire at night, quietly confronting their unresolved feelings about leaving without saying goodbye to someone important. A wounded girl sits in silence as she admits the truth was a lie from the start. A young girl plays a stringed instrument before robed figures, filling the air with songs that honor Telos and tales of distant journeys. A young woman leans out the window, listening as another plays a lute below. A character confesses by the campfire that every song played on the lute was a lie. By the firelight, a hand gently strums the lute. Startled, he recoils as something rushes toward him. A girl with bandages burns a lute in the fire, her expression tense as she looks down. Determined to make amends, the bandaged girl decides to visit every place she once lied about. A character watches a cherished string instrument burn, determined to start a new journey without the burdens of the past. Two students sit by the campfire at sunset, quietly sharing their thoughts. A character quietly expresses hope about having a place to return to. He promises to return within 3 years, hoping to come back after his travels and share new songs with her. A young man promises to craft an instrument when someone returns, hinting at their reunion in 2 years. The character prepares to deliver a final, decisive statement. She stares ahead, uncertain if everything is truly over. Inside the wooden cabin, one character confronts another, declaring that her ability to see the future has ended with the loss of her magic. A girl with glowing red eyes and a chain neck stands in a spotlight, delivering a cryptic warning about unfamiliar places ahead. An ominous warning signals the beginning of a new and uncertain journey. A resolute man warns that leaving the set scenario may render them powerless, while a distressed woman breaks down in tears amid the chaos. A character warns ominously of terrifying events looming in the future as disturbing scenes flash across the background. A young man confronts someone about their fear of an uncertain future. Two figures stand silently by the campfire as tension lingers in the fading light. He admits that he is scared. Clenching her bag strap, she gathers her resolve for what lies ahead. A cheerful girl with an eye patch smiles confidently as she looks forward to the adventure ahead. After a supernatural encounter, the protagonist reflects on how much has changed. A musical instrument burns in the campfire, marking a crucial turning point. Two figures race through the burning forest, torn between escaping Arkan Island to prevent the dragon's revival or returning to save someone left behind. A wounded young man grips a glowing pendant and decides to prevent the dragon's revival. A character confesses to sacrificing Adele, revealing the weight of a painful decision. The protagonist realizes how easily everything could have gone wrong if vital factors had changed. A figure admits they were willing to betray someone to survive, while a charred body smolders in the center of cracked stones. A heavily armed soldier storms through a blood-stained doorway, advancing over fallen enemies without hesitation. A character in a gas mask freezes as danger approaches through the smoky, red-lit haze. A bloodied woman collapses to the ground, struggling to survive her injuries. Blood streams from the injured person's mouth as they struggle to endure the pain. Amidst the chaos of gunfire and flames, a figure dashes for safety. A determined character declares the willingness to abandon everything. He sits alone by the dying campfire, lost in quiet reflection. The young man stands in silence, lost in deep thought. He steps forward cautiously on the dimly lit grass, small glowing orbs floating around his foot. Night falls as one figure sits in thought by a smoldering campfire while another silently approaches, marking the start of summer vacation. The once outsider now stands at the academy's top, with a former adversary loyally by his side. The boss of the third act has disappeared as a hand stirs a campfire at night. Two people sit together by the campfire, quietly sharing a moment in the forest as fireflies drift around them. A character weighs the consequences of changing fate or ignoring a sacrifice, preparing to make a critical decision. Two figures sit close by the fire, quietly sharing a moment of rest and comfort. Ed Rostaler, once considered an outcast, has unexpectedly risen to become a top student at the academy. One character, exhausted, leans against another for support in a quiet moment. A hand stokes the campfire with a stick under the night sky. Two figures sit closely together on a log, quietly sharing a peaceful moment by the campfire as fireflies drift through the night. A narrator contemplates the consequences of changing fate or ignoring sacrifices. A surge of fiery power awakens within as his eye glows intensely. A boy sits by the fire as a girl rests her head on his shoulder in silence.